Chapter 1. The Choice of Dragon Ball Power Levels. Next, Lin Fan, a cold voice emanated from the interview room. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan straightened his inexpensive shirt, purchased from a discount site, and stepped inside. 10 minutes later, he emerged once more. His expression remained unchanged, still filled with bewilderment regarding the future. Lin Fan. Is it? Please wait for our notification. This marked the 15th time he had heard those words since graduating 2 months 8G08S. He exited the office building. The scorching afternoon sun of summer blinded him. The city's splendor felt utterly disconnected from his reality. He was merely an ordinary vocational college graduate, facing unemployment right after graduation amidst an economic downturn, residing in a cramped rental space costing 800 yuan a month. He pulled out his phone and unlocked a shared bicycle. As he pedaled into the bustling traffic, the sound of the bicycle's bell ringing. Lin Fan's mind was consumed with fantasies. How wonderful it would be to win a 5 million yuan lottery. Screech. The jarring sound of brakes erupted beside him that a luxury vehicle abruptly cut in front of him, its tires mere centimeters from his feet. Startled, Lin Fan lost his balance and fell to the ground. The car door swung open, and a young man clad in trendy attire with dyed yellow hair emerged, accompanied by a girl whose meticulously crafted appearance revealed the marks of cosmetic surgery. You blind zebra, do you even know how to ride a bike? The young man yelled, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's elbow throbbed painfully from the fall as he rose, confronting the arrogance of the young man, anger bubbling within him. It was he who had recklessly swerved. Lin Fan, in a fit of rage, clenched his fists. He longed to retaliate, but glancing down at his frayed pants and imitation sneakers, a wave of insecurity washed over him. Silently, he chose to retreat, bowing his head to adjust the shared bicycle that had been knocked askew. The handlebars were bent. Despite his efforts, he could not straighten them. Look at this loser. Hurry up and scram. The yellow-haired youth continued to hurl insults, while the girl beside him crossed her arms, her expression one of utter disdain, as if she were regarding a piece of refuse. With his head bowed in silence, Lin Fan rode away on the He Cheng Wang's bike, fleeing back to his dim and damp rental room, where he locked the door behind him. He collapsed onto the bed, returning to the musty covers, and retrieved his Oppo phone, seeking solace in short videos to numb his chaotic thoughts. His fingers mindlessly scrolled through the screen. A series of humorous clips and dancing beauties flashed by. Spotting a beautiful woman, he deliberately zoomed in on the video, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he admired her delicate feet before swiping away. A new video appeared. The backdrop was dark, with only 2 lines of bold white text illuminated, accompanied by stirring music. Choose one. What would you select? A. 10 million cash, instantly credited. B. 2,000 points of Dragon Ball power. The comment section erupted in fervent debate. Anyone choosing B must be a fool. 10 million would allow me to live comfortably for life. Have you ever watched Dragon Ball? 2,000 power level? I could declare this paper worth 10 million, and it would indeed hold that value. With a battle power of 2,000, the earth shall bear my surname. There are many activities like this on Douyin. I shall observe further. Lin Fan gazed at the option, smiling. Yet another tedious hypothetical scenario. Having watched Dragon Ball since childhood, Lin Fan was well aware of the formidable nature of a battle power of 2,000. Without hesitation, his finger landed on option B. In that moment, it felt as though a hidden switch had been activated. Ding! A cold, mechanical voice resonated directly within his mind. Host choice detected, meeting activation conditions for the system. God-level choice system officially activated. Initiating initial reward for the host, 2,000 battle power. Boom! An indescribable warmth surged through Lin Fan's entire being in an instant. It felt as though every cell within him was rejoicing, exulting in delight. He could distinctly sense that his body was undergoing a monumental transformation. Muscles, bones, meridians, all being reshaped and strengthened in an astonishing manner. This process lasted only a few fleeting seconds. When everything settled, Lin Fan felt an unprecedented vitality coursing through him. The world around him became astonishingly vivid through his senses. He could hear the sound of water flowing through the pipes above and discern the delicate patterns within the spiderweb in the corner of the wall that a translucent blue panel materialized before his retina. Host, Lin Fan. Battle power, 2,000. Comparative reference. Average adult male 5, world champion boxer 20, elite special forces operative armed 50. Lin Fan contemplated the numbers on the panel, waves of astonishment stirring within him. Why the heavens? There truly is a system. I start with a battle power of 2,000. To put it into perspective, the prodigy who defeated Yamcha possessed a mere 1,200 battle power. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the frail door of his rented apartment was thunderously pounded upon. Open the door. Whoever is inside, come out. It was the voice of that yellow-haired youth. He had come to confront him. Lin Fan's brow furrowed instantly. It seemed this fellow was intent on seeking him out. Crash. With a resounding crash, the already precarious door was kicked open. Zhao Feng, the yellow-haired youth, stood at the threshold, flanked by two burly men clad in black, their faces bristling with menace. Zhao Feng pointed at Lin Fan, his expression a blend of malice and triumph. Kid, run. Go ahead and try to escape. Dare to mess with my car if I don't break your legs today. I shall not bear the surname Zhao. The two imposing figures behind him cracked their knuckles ominously, advancing step by step. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Ding. Host detected to be facing a violent threat. God-level choice activated. Choice 1. Immediately kneel and beg for mercy, weeping and pleading for forgiveness. Reward. 100,000 in cash. Choice 2. Seize the nearby stool and fight back valiantly, showcasing your spirit. Reward. Mastery of martial arts. Choice 3. Disregard their threats and calmly inquire. Greetings, esteemed sirs, have you dined? Reward. Dragon Ball skill chi perception, which enables you to distinctly sense chi. Choice 4. Obtuse angle, neither reward nor punishment. Lin Fan gazed at the 4 options before him. A deep-seated sense of inferiority stirred within, prompting him to reflect that a man's worth is measured beneath his knees, and the moment for redemption had arrived. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that with a battle power of 2,000, he had no reason to fear. After careful consideration, he chose the 3rd option. Facing the fierce gazes of the 3 men, he slowly began to speak, his voice soft yet resonant enough to reach each ear present. Esteemed sirs, greetings. Have you had your meal today? Chapter 2, Battle Power Detector. Mobia, the young man with yellow hair, Zhao Feng, and his 2 bodyguards were rendered utterly bewildered. They had anticipated that Lin Fan would cower in fear, kneeling and begging for mercy, or even resort to desperate measures. Yet, they could never have imagined that this impoverished fellow would utter such a remark. His tone and demeanor resembled that of a street performer delivering a comedic monologue. Have you lost your mind? The bodyguard on the left snapped back to reality, feeling his professional dignity trampled upon. Their employer had instructed them to swiftly and decisively break the boy's legs. Instead, he was met with this absurdity. With a roar, he unleashed a massive fist, akin to a cauldron, hurtling directly towards Lin Fan's face. This blow was powerful enough to shatter the nasal bones of an average person. In that very moment, as the fist was launched, a notification chimed in Lin Fan's mind. Task successful. Reward. Dragon Ball skill chi perception has been granted. Instantaneously, Lin Fan's perception of the world transformed entirely. It was no longer merely a tapestry of colors and forms. He could see that the 3 individuals before him were enveloped in faint, flickering chi. Zhao Feng's chi resembled the dwindling flame of a nearly extinguished candle, easily snuffed out by a gust of wind. Lin Fan inwardly mused, "My friend, your constitution is alarmingly frail. You truly ought to reconsider your lifestyle." The 2 bodyguards possessed somewhat stronger chi, akin to 2 large white candles. Yet, in his perception, his own chi blazed like a roaring furnace, vigorous and fervent. The 3 feeble flames were now advancing towards his blazing furnace. The bodyguard's seemingly swift punch appeared to Lin Fan as if it were being played at a quarter of its normal speed. He could even discern the coarse pores and grime upon the opponent's knuckles. Lin Fan merely tilted his head slightly. The fist grazed past his ear, the force of the wind ruffling a few strands of his hair. The bodyguard's pupils contracted. He had been supremely confident in the velocity and power of his strike. How could it possibly have been evaded? Before he could retract his fist or alter his approach, Lin Fan made his move. He did not utilize his fists nor his feet. Instead, he extended his right index finger and, with a gentle yet firm flick, tapped the bodyguard's forehead as casually as one might brush off dust from their clothing. Thud! A dull sound resonated, akin to the thud of a watermelon being split open in the horrified gaze of Zhao Feng. His brawny bodyguard, weighing over 200 pounds, appeared to be struck directly by an invisible battering ram. His eyes rolled back instantaneously, and he fell backward in a rigid manner, as if propelled by an unseen force. Bang! The flying bodyguard collided solidly with his companion. The two men tumbled like rolling gourds, toppling the small table where Lin Fan had been dining. After a cacophony of chaos, they crashed heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious on the spot. With but a mere flick of a finger, two battle-hardened professional bodyguards were incapacitated in an instant. The entire rental apartment plunged into an eerie silence. The resentment and smugness etched on Zhao Feng's face had utterly frozen and shattered, replaced by an overwhelming abyss of terror. He watched as Lin Fan approached him step by step, his legs trembling uncontrollably. A monster! This guy was an absolute monster. You, don't come any closer. Zhao Feng's voice quivered, and he felt a warmth spreading in his trousers. My father is Zhao Tianlong, the chairman of the Tianlong Group. If you dare to touch a hair on my body, he won't let you go. Lin Fan remained silent. He merely fixed his calm gaze upon Zhao Feng. In his perceptive awareness, he sensed Zhao Feng's fear swelling rapidly, exuding a nauseating odor reminiscent of a garbage heap. The stench emanating from you is truly unbearable, Lin Fan remarked as he stood before him. Zhao Feng, nearly on the verge of tears, feared that Lin Fan would act like a cinematic assassin and snap his neck. However, Lin Fan simply extended his hand and gently patted Zhao Feng's face, twisted in dread. Pat, pat. The motion was light, almost tender. Yet to Zhao Feng's perception, it was more terrifying than any forceful blow. An uncontrollable warmth surged down his trousers, spreading a puddle on the floor. He had been so frightfully terrified that he had urinated himself. Get lost. Lin Fan withdrew his hand, a hint of disgust crossing his features. I never want to see you again. Zhao Feng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve from death, scrambling out of the door, not even glancing back at his two unconscious bodyguards. His panicked cries echoed throughout the corridor. Lin Fan surveyed the door he had kicked in, along with the disarray of the room, his brow furrowing in concern. This was troublesome. Repairing the door would cost money, and he would need to purchase a new table. And what to do with these two individuals sprawled on the floor? Dispose of them? If someone discovered them, and the police came knocking, it would only lead to greater complications at that moment. The system's voice resonated once more. Ding! The host has completed their first choice. The beginner's gift pack has been dispatched. Reward: Beginner's Gift Pack X1. Would you like to open it immediately? What a pleasant surprise. Let's see what this entails. Lin Fan muttered a remark and internally commanded, Open. The beginner's gift pack has been successfully activated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining. Dragon Ball Series Senzu Bean X1 revives the dead, restores all stamina and injuries instantaneously. Congratulations to the host for acquiring System Points X100, which can be exchanged for items in the system mall. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Technological Combat Power Detector in Glasses Style, automatically adjusted to the host's vision. Congratulations to the host for receiving one lottery chance that a pair of black-framed glasses materialized in Lin Fan's hand. Their design was rather ordinary, resembling the ubiquitous black glasses found on the streets. A spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Fan as he donned the glasses. His field of vision transformed instantaneously. A futuristic green UI interface appeared on his retina, with a constantly flickering number in the upper left corner. He directed his gaze towards the unconscious bodyguard on the ground. Target: Unknown human. Combat power: 7 unconscious. He shifted his attention to another individual. Combat power: 6 unconscious. Finally, he approached the window and gazed at his reflection in the glass. Target: Lin Fan host. Combat power: 2000. Wow, this is just like in Dragon Ball. Lin Fan exclaimed with excitement, looking outside through the glasses on the street below. As pedestrians passed by, numbers materialized above their heads. 34625. An elderly woman walking her Samoyed had a combat power of 3, while the oblivious dog in her hand boasted a power of 1. A delivery boy speeding by on an electric scooter had a combat power of 6. slightly above average. In Lin Fan's eyes, the world had become entirely data-driven. Suddenly, he noticed a well-dressed man whose number was an astonishing 15. This was double that of the unconscious bodyguards. Intriguing that a smile involuntarily crept across Lin Fan's lips. However, he diverted his gaze back to the two bodyguards sprawled on the ground and then glanced at the shattered door. How was he to clean up this mess? Chapter 3. I was dazed by the landlord's beautiful legs. Lin Fan gazed at the splintered wooden door and the chaos strewn across the floor. An acute pain emanating from the depths of his soul. Damn it, this was not his own money. This was the deposit. Rather than reveling in the memory of having bested two burly men with a mere finger, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how much he would have to pay for the door. Crouching down, he touched the fractured area of the door, his heart bleeding. He glanced back at the two unconscious thugs. What was he to do? Just as Lin Fan felt overwhelmed, he keenly detected a familiar set of footsteps approaching. Talp, talp, talp. The sound drew nearer from the hallway, each beat resonating like a drum against his heart. Oh no, it was her, the stunningly curvaceous and fiery-tempered landlord. Lin Fan's mind blanked, yet his body instinctively reacted. He dashed forward, seizing the ankle of the bodyguard with a combat prowess rating of 7, dragging him towards the wardrobe as though he were a lifeless dog. Over 200 pounds of muscle felt weightless in his grasp. In you go. Lin Fan employed both hands and feet, forcefully shoving the first burly man into the already cramped wardrobe. He repeated the operation for the second, employing the same straightforward and brutal method. Having completed this task, he swiftly and decisively slammed the wardrobe door shut. At that very moment, a graceful figure appeared in the tattered doorway. It was none other than his landlord, Su Yueshi, dressed in a loose silk camisole nightgown. The deep green fabric shimmered softly in the dim room, accentuating her breathtaking curves. Beneath the hem, two long, fair legs were unapologetically exposed, causing a dizzying effect. Her face, devoid of makeup, revealed translucent, porcelain skin, and her peach blossom eyes bore a hint of sleepiness intertwined with scrutiny. She wore a simple pair of black slippers. Yet her brightly manicured red toenails, round and delightful, clashed vividly with her delicate, pale instep and high arches. Lin Fan felt his throat involuntarily constrict. Unfortunately, as soon as this alluring woman spoke, she shattered all his beautiful fantasies. Su Yueshi's gaze lingered on the pitiful door for a couple of seconds, her elegant brows rising in alarm. With her arms crossed over her chest, this gesture accentuated her already impressive curves. She surveyed the mess within the room before fixing her scrutinizing gaze upon Lin Fan. Well, Lin Fan, you've been late on rent for half a month now. What's this? Without money for rent, you've resorted to demolishing your own home? Lin Fan was jolted awake from his delusions of grandeur, struggling to suppress his guilt. He stylishly slicked back his greasy hair. Sister She, you simply don't understand, he feigned profundity. Those of us in the art world pursue a kind of beauty in imperfection. This door, I call it Syrian war damage style. Don't you think it possesses a certain sophistication compared to before? Su Yueshi was amused by his nonsensical words. She extended a slender, jade-like finger and pointed it at Lin Fan's nose, declaring, I shall grant you 3 days. The rent is 800, and the cost for the door repair is 2,000, totaling 2,800. If you cannot produce it, then pack your belongings and get out. After uttering her ultimatum, she cast a lingering gaze at Lin Fan, her eyes seemingly laced with a hint of imperceptible doubt. Before turning on her heel and striding away in her slippers, the sound of her footsteps echoing softly in the air. The faint fragrance of jasmine lingered in the atmosphere after her departure. As soon as Su Yueshi left, Lin Fan immediately felt deflated. He collapsed onto his bed and retrieved his phone, opening Alipay. Balance, 250. 00. The stark red digits seemed to mock him mercilessly. This amount was insufficient even for a decent meal this month. 2,800 was a staggering sum for him. The long-forgotten feelings of powerlessness and inferiority surged back to the forefront of his mind. What did it matter if he possessed a combat power of 2,000? He still had to fret over 3,000 yuan. Was he truly considering robbing a bank? No, that couldn't be right. How could he, being so formidable, struggle to earn a living? At that moment, the cold chime of the system notification rang out as expected. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a financial crisis and survival challenge. Initiating divine selection. Option 1. Rush into the upscale neighborhood next door and utilize your unparalleled strength for a zero-cost acquisition. Reward. Technology Series. Huawei 16 Pro Max in far peak blue. Option 2. Locate that yellow-haired Zhao Feng and demand reasonable compensation for your mental anguish, reputational damage. And the pitiful door. Reward. Fantasy Series. Basic Qi Cultivation Technique. Option 3. A true man can endure and adapt. Labor with your own hands and strength to resolve your basic needs. Reward. Dragon Ball Series Skill, Sky Dance Technique, allowing you to experience the sensation of free flight. Gazing at the three options before him, Lin Fan fell into deep contemplation. The corners of his mouth twitched. It felt rather surreal. A person with 2,000 combat power, needing to seek employment? Wasn't this script a bit off? Yet, the allure of the Sky Dance Technique was undeniably enticing. Even though he boasted a power level of 2,000, he lacked even the most fundamental fighting skills, let alone any other techniques. That was the Sky Dance Technique, one of the most practical skills in the Dragon Ball universe. I choose 3. Lin Fan silently affirmed in his mind. After the initial excitement subsided, he composed himself and began to ponder how to earn money through labor. He opened his phone and ultimately focused on an icon, Meituan rider. He promptly uploaded his identification details and registered as a proud delivery rider. Half an hour later, he donned the iconic yellow uniform, staring at his reflection in the mirror, wearing the yellow vest. Lin Fan chuckled at himself. I never imagined that my first profession would be as a deliverman. However, before he commenced his delivery duties, there was a minor matter to address. He approached the wardrobe and yanked the door open. The two bodyguards had just roused from their slumber, gazing at each other in a state of bewilderment. As they beheld Lin Fan at the entrance, their faces drained of color, akin to encountering a specter, retreating with frantic gestures. Brother, we were wrong. Please spare us. We are merely here to perform a task for Master Zhao. Lin Fan remained silent, simply procuring a chair and sitting calmly before them. After a few moments, one of the bodyguards could no longer endure the tension and cried out, Brother, just tell us what to do. Is it money you seek? We will provide it. Only then did Lin Fan speak, his voice soft yet imbued with authority. This door was damaged by your leader, was it not? Indeed, they replied eagerly. Compensation for mental distress, loss of work, and the repair costs for this door. Surely there must be an explanation? Absolutely. They nodded vigorously. 3,000 yuan. Is that too much to ask? Not at all. Not excessive in the slightest. Trembling, they fumbled for their phones, each transferring 1,500 yuan to Lin Fan with haste. Upon receiving the notification of the transaction, Lin Fan's expression softened. He rose and waved his hand. All right, you may leave. Remember, do not let me see you again. The two fled the apartment, as if granted a reprieve, scrambling away from this unforgettable encounter. With the compensation settled, Lin Fan felt elated. He donned a yellow vest, officially commencing his delivery career. Ding! You have a new delivery order. The first order was located 3 kilometers away at a CBD office building. Lin Fan glanced at the map, a smirk gracing his lips. In the next instant, he transformed into a streak of yellow lightning, plunging into the flow of traffic below. He did not ride an electric bike. His speed far surpassed that of any vehicle. With powerful strides, he darted through the congested streets like a specter. The rearview mirrors of cars could only capture a fleeting glimpse of yellow. Passers-by felt a gust of wind and turned, only to find the person beside them had vanished. What should have taken 15 minutes, Lin Fan accomplished in under 3. When he nonchalantly delivered the meal to the office worker, who was absorbed in their phone, muttering, "Let me see where the riders wait." What? Just picked up the order? The worker abruptly lifted their gaze, staring in astonishment at the living Lin Fan. Lin Fan handed over the food, donning a professional smile. "Enjoy your meal, and please leave a 5-star review." With that, he turned and departed, concealing his achievements. Meanwhile, in an opulent villa in the eastern part of the city, Zhao Feng wept profusely to his father, Zhao Tianlong, the chairman of Tianlong Group, recounting his misfortunes. Dad, you must avenge me. That kid is a monster. With just a single finger, he sent both my bodyguards flying. Zhao Tianlong, a composed, middle-aged man in his 50s, listened to his son's lamentations with a furrowed brow. He dismissed the notion of superpowers. In his view, his son had undoubtedly provoked a martial arts master hidden among the populace. Useless. Zhao Tianlong delivered a resounding slap across Zhao Feng's face, his voice seething with fury. Is a hidden and timid warrior enough to instill such fear in you? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he seized his phone and dialed a number. Hello, I care not for your methods. I need you to investigate a certain individual for me. Yes, a young man residing in the old town. Make sure to break both his legs. Chapter 4. Mastering the Art of Aerial Movement. A few days later, Lin Fan gazed at the earnings displayed on the Meituan rider app on his phone. 31.52. 5 yuan. A broad smile spread across his face. Not only had he managed to settle the compensation and rent, but he also had a surplus now, which made him feel significantly more confident. He deliberately waited until evening, estimating the time when Su Yueshi would be home, and knocked on her door. The door was opened by the same enchanting woman clad in a silk nightgown, exuding an air of mature charm. Is there something you need? Su Yueshi leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, striking a pose that made Lin Fan's heart race. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan took out his phone and navigated to the transfer interface. Sister Shi, I appreciate your leniency these past few days. Here's the rent and the repair fee for the door. He entered a figure of 3,000 in front of Su Yueshi and pressed confirm. She glanced at the number on the screen, then back at Lin Fan's nonchalant demeanor, deepening her confusion. How could a recently graduated young man, who could barely afford an 800 yuan rent just days ago, suddenly come up with 3,000 yuan? Moreover, he appeared quite at ease. Lin Fan reveled in her skeptical expression. Feeling elated, he flamboyantly tucked his phone back into his pocket and spoke with the confidence of someone experienced. Sister Shi, I know what you're thinking. The 2,800 covers the rent and door repair, and the remaining 200 is my personal compensation for any mental distress caused. After all, it was my fault for making you worry about me. Su Yueshi was both amused and exasperated by his shamelessness. She put away her phone, scrutinizing Lin Fan from head to toe, and remarked without reservation, Well, Lin Fan, have you struck it rich? You haven't engaged in any illicit activities, have you? I must remind you, I do not rent to criminals. How could that be? I am a paragon of virtue, a proud successor of socialism, Lin Fan assured, thumping his chest, proudly claiming that he earned money through his own hard work. With that, he waved his hand nonchalantly, whistling as he returned to his dilapidated rental flat. While displaying bravado is fleeting, enhancing one's capabilities is everlasting. He eagerly commenced his study of the system's rewarded aerial movement technique. According to the information provided, the aerial movement technique was not merely a skill, but a sophisticated application of the internal energy. It sounded simple, yet was challenging to implement. Lin Fan closed his eyes, calming his mind, and attempted to harness the energy within him. Cautiously, he drew a thread of energy, guiding it through his meridians, slowly directing it down to his feet. This was the sensation. Concentrate, gather a little more. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, tried to will this energy to lift him. Rise. Bang. With a resounding crash, he was indeed off the ground, but instead of soaring upwards, he shot straight towards the ceiling like a cannonball. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, dissipating the energy beneath him just as his head was about to make contact with the ceiling, resulting in a heavy fall back onto his bed. Cough, cough, cough. Lin Fan was disoriented from the impact, staring at the shallow dent in the ceiling created by his own head, feeling a wave of trepidation wash over him. In a moment of realization, he understood that although he possessed the cataclysmic power to obliterate worlds, he was utterly ignorant of how to wield it with finesse. Should he lose control, even a single misstep could result in the demolition of the very building he occupied, leading to considerable chaos. It became evident that mastering the manipulation of his energy was of utmost urgency. The most effective method for practice was to engage in continuous experimentation through real-world application. Thus, Lin Fan continued his illustrious career as a delivery person, albeit with a newfound sophistication. He ceased to recklessly dash down the streets with brute force, and instead began to refine his aerial techniques. Gradually, he soared to heights of 1 or 2 meters, then to over 10. Within days, he had adeptly mastered the art of silent flight at altitudes of several dozen meters, even ascending above the clouds under the cover of night, gazing down upon the myriad lights of the city below. The exhilaration was unparalleled. On that particular afternoon, Lin Fan received an urgent order destined for an upscale private club named Yunding Tiangong, located in the city center. To take a shortcut, he opted for a seldom-used back alley. As he hummed a tune while carrying the delivery, 2 men suddenly appeared at both ends of the alley, blocking his path. Lin Fan, with his black-rimmed glasses, instantly identified his adversaries. Target: unknown human, martial artist. Combat power: 20. Target: unknown human, martial artist. Combat power: 25. A jolt of unease coursed through him, not from fear, but from the annoyance of an unforeseen complication. Maintaining a composed facade, he internally lamented, "Seriously? I encounter roadblocks while delivering food? ISNT the world champion, S power, only 20? How come these two exceed that?" The men obstructing his path were external disciples summoned by Zhao Tianlong from a martial arts lineage, tasked with handling unsavory affairs on his behalf. One of the robust martial artists struck a pose he deemed impressive. His chin tilted slightly as he regarded Lin Fan with a condescending gaze, akin to observing an insignificant insect. "Kid, you may dress the part, but you've offended the wrong person. Break your own legs, and we can minimize your suffering." Lin Fan observed the faint yet tangible energy coursing through their bodies, and for the first time, he directly perceived the strength of martial artists in this world. They were stronger than ordinary individuals, yet not overwhelmingly so. "Gentlemen, let us converse amicably." Lin Fan raised the takeout in his hand. "I am merely a delivery person. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else? If you could allow me to complete this delivery, I risk penalties for lateness." Enough with the chatter. The slightly heavier martial artist, losing patience, unleashed a thunderous roar. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he lunged at Lin Fan like a descending tiger, delivering a fierce punch imbued with a howling wind, aimed directly at his face. This strike, reminiscent of a tiger descending a mountain, possessed immense force capable of shattering stone. Yet within Lin Fan's dynamic perception, the movement appeared ludicrously slow. With a mere tilt of his head, he effortlessly evaded the seemingly inevitable blow. Meanwhile, he was filled with mischief, mimicking the earlier action of flicking the bodyguard away, extending his right index finger, poised to deliver a similar blow to this martial artist. The fighter, upon missing his strike, momentarily displayed a sinister expression. Behind him, his seemingly motionless companion's eyes glinted with cold malice as he produced a dagger from his bosom, thrusting it at Lin Fan's heart with a cunning angle and all his might. Lin Fan's brow furrowed instantly. He could indulge in playful antics. Yet the adversary sought his life. How audacious! No more restraint. His previously poised finger transformed into a palm. Just as the dagger was about to pierce him, Lin Fan's palm collided forcefully with the face of the ambushing martial artist. A crisp, resounding slap echoed through the quiet alley. The tremendous force sent the assailant hurtling through the air. He spun twice before crashing heavily against the wall 5 meters away, producing a dull thud, then slumped to the ground, convulsing twice before losing consciousness. The remaining martial artist, striking a fierce pose, stood frozen in place. What had he witnessed? His fellow disciple, a bona fide martial artist, was so easily sent flying by a mere slap? Lin Fan retracted his hand, scarcely sparing him a glance, and walked past with a still-warm takeout in hand, as though nothing had transpired, whistling his way out of the alley. "Damn, provoke me, and you shall learn what it means to not mess with me." After delivering the meal, he returned to the base of his apartment building, where he coincidentally encountered Su Yueshi, who was preparing to take out the trash. Today, she wore a casual cotton t-shirt and shorts, yet her voluptuous figure remained unmistakably evident. Her gaze lingered on Lin Fan for a moment, and she sniffed the air lightly, suddenly inquiring, "You smell of blood." Lin Fan was taken aback internally, but his face retained a cheeky grin. "Can't help it, Siejia. I just delivered a spicy hot pot and accidentally spilled some on myself. Tsuyoshi nodded noncommittally, refraining from further questioning. She passed by Lin Fan with a trash bag in hand. In the fleeting moment of their exchange, she seemingly nonchalantly raised her right hand, a slender, pale finger darting towards Lin Fan's soft spot with lightning speed. This strike was swift, precise, and ruthless, her sex's secret probing technique, the cicada surprise. Just as her fingertip was about to make contact with his skin, Lin Fan's rib muscles tensed instinctively, and an invisible aura spontaneously formed a resilient barrier. A soft pop resonated. Tsuyoshi's finger was instantaneously deflected by a gentle, yet immensely powerful force. Her entire arm tingled. A tempest of astonishment surged within Tsuyoshi. Was this protective vital energy? Lin Fan, just then realizing, feigned a ticklish reaction, exaggeratedly twisting his body while emitting a laugh reminiscent of a barbell's clang. Ha ha. Xiejia, what are you doing? It tickles. Stop it. Tsuyoshi swiftly withdrew her hand, casting a glance filled with complexity at him, as if searching for something in his playful countenance. Ultimately, she merely uttered a quiet remark of boredom, picked up the trash, and turned to descend the stairs. Yet, at the very moment she pivoted, Lin Fan's combat power detector distinctly registered a surge in combat power levels. Target: Tsuyoshi, combat power, 120. The smile on Lin Fan's face gradually froze. What on earth, this woman? Chapter 5. Bloodline of the Scion. He blinked vigorously, questioning whether his combat power detector had malfunctioned. Once more, he focused his gaze on Tsuyoshi's slender silhouette. The clear green digits on the lens still reading 120. What does this signify? The two martial artists he had effortlessly dispatched earlier had combat powers of 20 and 25, totaling less than 50. Yet this beautiful landlady, who donned a breezy nightgown and displayed a haughty demeanor over a mere few hundred yuan in rent, possessed such formidable strength? Goodness, this world is perilously dangerous. Lin Fan watched as Tsuyoshi vanished around the corner of the staircase. In a seemingly ordinary rental apartment, lay concealed a martial arts master with a combat power exceeding 100. This is unacceptable. A combat power of 2,000 feels woefully insufficient, offering no sense of security. At that moment, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. Wait, didn't I have a novice lottery opportunity yet to be utilized? He recalled that during the last activation of the novice gift pack, the system had mentioned a chance for a draw. Caught up in his exploration of the combat power detector and celestial beings, he had completely overlooked it. System, come fort. I wish to draw. Lin Fan called out within his thoughts. Ding. Novice lottery opportunity X1. Would you like to use it immediately? Use it. Right now. No sooner had he spoken than an immense, sci-fi metallic virtual roulette materialized in Lin Fan's mind. The roulette was divided into hundreds of segments, each adorned in various hues, predominantly white and blue, inscribed with rewards such as cash of 100,000 yuan, mastery in martial arts, and a handgun. A select few purple segments promised more enticing rewards, including a fantasy-grade storage ring, 10 cubic meters, and a technological Iron Man Mark I armor X1. At the pinnacle of the roulette, a solitary golden segment radiated a blinding light, the inscription upon it somewhat blurred, exuding an air of mystery. Dare to dream, and a bicycle may transform into a motorcycle. Grant me that golden prize. Lin Fan held his breath, fervently shouting within. Lottery begins. The pointer at the center of the roulette began to whirl at an astonishing speed, becoming merely a blur. Countless segments flashed beneath the pointer, and Lin Fan's heart raced, rising to his throat. The pointer gradually decelerated, gliding slowly past the purple segment. Stop! Land here! Lin Fan clenched his fists in nervous anticipation. His breath halted. In a widening of his eyes, the pointer finally came to a steady halt on the golden segment. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a rare divine reward. Dragon Ball Series, lower level Scion bloodline. Bloodline description: a lineage from the warrior race of planet Vegeta, endowed with physical capabilities far surpassing those of Earthlings, immense growth potential, and a characteristic whereby combat power significantly increases upon near-death recovery. Side effects: enormous appetite, and slight influence of combat instincts on personality. Bloodline fusion in progress. Estimated time, 10 seconds. 10, 50, 100. Fusion complete. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words to articulate the tumult of emotions surging within him, resorting instead to the simplest expressions of his uncontainable ecstasy. Scion bloodline. This was indeed a Scion bloodline. Although it bore the prefix of lower, he was acutely aware that Sun Wukong himself belonged to this category, symbolizing boundless potential. At the very instant the system announced the completion of the fusion, a warm current surged through his limbs and bones, emitting faint crackling sounds as his muscles became more taut. He sensed his five senses magnified to an extraordinary degree. The entire experience was intense beyond measure, yet devoid of any pain, instead imbued with a refreshing sense of rebirth. Upon the completion of his transformation, Lin Fan gradually opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. However, shortly thereafter, an insatiable hunger rose from the depths of his stomach. He was so ravenous that stars danced before his eyes, yearning to gnaw on the very table before him. The side effects were overwhelmingly potent. Lin Fan fought against the urge to scrape the wall for sustenance, eagerly donning his power detector to assess his status. Target: Lin Fan. Host: Lower Scion. Battle power: 3,500. The number soared from 2,000 to an impressive 3,500. Exhilarating. Lin Fan excitedly swung his fist, the gust from his movement causing the curtains in the room to flutter wildly. This was merely the enhancement of his base battle power. The most extraordinary aspect of the Scion bloodline lay in its capacity for continuous strength augmentation in battle, coupled with the remarkable trait of exponential power increase upon near-death recovery. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, within the office of the chairman of the Tianlong group, Zhao Tianlong surveyed the two warriors before him, their bodies ensconced in bandages. His expression darkening. These two were skilled martial artists he had hired, yet they failed to withstand even a single blow from their opponent. Useless. Two utter failures. Zhao Tianlong seized a crystal ashtray from his desk and smashed it onto the floor, producing a resounding crash. He finally grasped that his ineffectual son had likely encountered a formidable adversary, one akin to a titanium alloy steel plate. An ordinary martial artist could not address this predicament. A fierce glint flickered in Zhao Tianlong's eyes as he returned to his executive chair and dialed a number. Black Snake, I have a job for you. 2 million. To eliminate a target, he stated coldly. I want him dead, with a single strike, leaving no trace behind. After hanging up, Zhao Tianlong still felt insecure. The monster was capable of swatting warriors aside with ease. What if the assassination failed and the adversary retaliated? After pondering for a moment, he dialed another number. Old Qian, it's me, Zhao Tianlong. I wish to enlist your services for personal protection for a time at the price of 10 million. There was a prolonged silence on the other end before a robust voice responded. Chairman Zhao, you truly are generous. Pray tell, who has incited your ire? A reckless young man, likely a disciple from some hidden sect venturing into the world. Zhao Tianlong replied solemnly. I require your protection, just in case. Very well. I shall arrive tomorrow. As Zhao Tianlong hung up the phone, he exhaled deeply, a sinister smile once again adorning his face. The Black Snake, a retired ace sniper. Iron Palm Qianhong, a long-established martial arts master, boasting a combat prowess of 150. His iron sand palm could shatter stone. With such double assurance, he was convinced that the young man could not possibly create any further disturbances. Within the confines of his rented room, Lin Fan was fervently tapping on his phone screen, extravagantly ordering takeout. A colossal family bucket, 5 spicy chicken leg burgers, 10 pairs of grilled wings, accompanied by 2 large bottles of cola. Lin Fan devoured his feast with the fervor of a famished ghost, sweeping through the food like a tempest. Just as he lifted a fragrant chicken leg to his mouth, eager to savor the delightful crunch of the exterior and the tender meat within, an ominous aura suddenly enveloped him. On a distant rooftop, a figure was holding their breath, aiming a sniper rifle directly at Lin Fan's head. Ding! Host detected to be in danger. activating the divine choice. Choice 1. Remain stationary. Withstand the sniper bullet with your body. Reward. Technological series. Latest Huawei 16 Pro Max in far peak blue. Choice 2. Immediately employ the sky dance technique. Escaping the sniper's range at the fastest speed. Reward. Fantasy series. Basic chi cultivation formula, leading you onto a new path of cultivation. Choice 3. Identify the hidden rat in the shadows and eliminate him. Reward. Dragon Ball series skill, Drill Wave. Chapter 6. Do not provoke the delivery man. Lin Fan contemplated the 3 options before him, his chewing gradually ceasing. He had believed his warnings were sufficiently clear, yet it appeared some individuals were impervious to reason. His forbearance and admonitions had not engendered caution, but rather incited a frenzied and lethal retaliation. They had resorted to using a sniper rifle. The habitual air of nonchalance and that insufferable grin that typically adorned Lin Fan's face began to fade. The latent fury, buried deep within his unremarkable soul, was ignited. He spat the chicken bone onto the table and issued a command to the system in his mind. I choose option 3. Selection successful. Reward upon task completion. Dragon Ball series skill. Whole wave. A seasoned sniper atop a derelict high-rise. A cruel smirk crept across his lips. Through the scope, he observed every movement of his target with unsettling clarity. The young man seemed to sense something amiss, halting his meal and glancing in the direction of the sniper. Intriguing. His perception was quite acute. A cold chuckle echoed within the black snake's mind. Yet what did that matter? Before the might of a Barrett's 12. 7mm armor-piercing round. All awareness was in vain. Without hesitation, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! A dull thud reverberated as a bullet, brimming with terrifying kinetic energy, spiraled toward Lin Fan's head. In Black Snake's script, he anticipated witnessing a burst of crimson, a vivid blood flower, through the scope. However, the scene he envisioned did not materialize. Within the rental apartment, at the moment the bullet was discharged, Lin Fan's world seemed to be pressed into slow motion. He did not evade. Instead, he remained serenely seated, gradually raising his right hand. Just as the bullet was about to pierce his brow, he extended his index and middle fingers, gently pinching. Ding! A sound quieter than a mosquito's hum resonated. Time appeared to freeze in that instant. The formidable bullet, capable of penetrating steel and tearing through flesh, was held effortlessly between Lin Fan's 2 fingers, suspended in midair. The rear of the bullet trembled slightly, still vibrating from the immense inertia, producing a low, buzzing sound. On the rooftop of the derelict building, Black Snake maintained a shooting stance, his entire being rendered utterly rigid. His gaze remained fixated on the scope. Within its confines, the target sat undisturbed, devoid of blood spatter, unfallen. He even raised his hand as if holding something. A thought so absurd that it sent shivers down his spine surfaced from the depths of his mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That was a Barrett. Even a dinosaur would fall to a single shot. His professional training allowed him to suppress the shock that surged within. Retreat. Immediate withdrawal. He sprang to his feet, hastily gathering his sniper rifle, preparing to flee. Yet it was already too late. Just as he secured the weapon in its case, a chilling voice resonated from behind him. Are you looking for me? The body of the Black Snake became rigid in an instant, every hair on his body standing on end. He abruptly turned around and witnessed an unforgettable scene that would haunt him for eternity. The target he had been aiming at from a kilometer away, just moments ago, a young man clad in a yellow Meituan delivery uniform, was now eerily suspended behind him. Indeed, he was floating 2 meters above the ground, defying the laws of physics. Who are you? The Black Snake's mental defenses crumbled in that moment, instinctively prompting him to flee. Yet, as he turned, a hand like an iron clamp seized his throat, rendering him utterly powerless to resist. Lin Fan effortlessly lifted him off the ground with one hand, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. Who sent you? His voice was calm, devoid of any discernible anger or joy. Yet it was this very tranquility that instilled the deepest fear. It's Zhao Tianlong. Faced with overwhelming strength, the so-called ace sniper and his reputed mental fortitude became nothing more than a jest. Without hesitation, the Black Snake betrayed his employer. The chairman of the Tianlong group, Zhao Tianlong. He offered me 2 million to kill you. Please spare me. I'm merely a hired hand. He gasped. I can't believe my worth. I've never seen 2 million in my life. It's you, Zhao Tianlong. As Lin Fan uttered this name, the suppressed murderous intent in his eyes could no longer be concealed. He understood that reasoning with such a person was futile, as were warnings. Time and again, since that was the case, there was nothing left to say. Today, I want to spare you. In your next life, remember to verify your targets before accepting a contract. Lin Fan spoke coolly. With a slight motion of the hand gripping the black snake's neck, the latter's eyes widened in terror, his pleas unvoiced. The black snake's body trembled violently, his vitality fading swiftly, extinguished. Lin Fan released his grip, allowing the lifeless body to collapse to the ground like a heap of refuse. He didn't spare a glance at the corpse, instead turning to float at the edge of a dilapidated building. His signature yellow delivery uniform billowed in the night breeze. He took out his phone and typed Tianlong Group into the map application. A red pinpoint appeared in the heart of the city's bustling district. Lin Fan pocketed his phone, lifting his gaze towards the dazzling lights of that place. In the next moment, he transformed into a streak of yellow light, soaring into the sky, heading directly towards the Tianlong Group's edifice. Chapter 7. A favor my friending. Task completed. Reward. Dragon Ball skill. Whole wave has been granted. As the system's notification echoed in his ears, the method to wield the whole wave flooded Lin Fan's mind. He descended gracefully from the air, eventually landing with steady feet in a deserted alleyway near the Tianlong building. Raising his gaze, he beheld the edifice before him, a glass-walled structure that pierced the night sky, still illuminated with vibrant lights, resembling a colossal steel beast surveying the city's splendor. Tianlong Group. Zhao Tianlong. Lin Fan glanced down at his yellow Meituan delivery uniform, feeling no sense of incongruity. With hands tucked into his pockets, he ambled towards the resplendent entrance of the Tianlong building, exuding the demeanor of an ordinary delivery man seeking respite after completing a delivery. Good evening, sir. Please hold on. As soon as Lin Fan's foot touched the marble floor, 2 tall security guards clad in impeccably tailored suits approached him, extending their arms to obstruct his path. One of the guards bore an expression of politeness, yet there lingered an imperceptible hint of disdain at the corners of his mouth. Apologies, but our building has regulations. Delivery personnel are required to use the staff entrance. I'm not here to deliver. Lin Fan replied succinctly. Do you have an appointment? The other guard inquired, his tone now tinged with impatience. No. Then I regret to inform you that without an appointment, you cannot enter. The guard posture was resolute. Lin Fan felt a chuckle bubbling within him. He was disinclined to engage in conversation with these ordinary individuals of negligible combat prowess and was prepared to force his way through. However, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. In the reception area adjacent to the lobby, on a plush leather sofa, sat a girl clad in a well-tailored gray professional suit, her head bowed, hands tightly clutching a document. Before her stood a middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, vehemently berating her. The girl's silhouette, her somewhat stubborn profile, Lu Mengyao, the campus belle from his university days, the object of his unrequited affection for 3 long years. During that time, he had been self-conscious and introverted, his greatest dream being to utter a single word to her. For 3 years, he had been her devoted admirer. When she went on dates with other boys, if funds fell short, a quick phone call would prompt him to transfer his freshly received part-time wages, leaving him to subsist on steam buns for an entire week. His focus sharpened once more. The manager, Wang, reprimanding Lu Mengyao, spewed an array of unsavory words, his greasy hand audaciously attempting to rest upon her shoulder. Can't you even manage this trivial matter? Do you have any idea how crucial this document is? If it delays Mr. Zhao's important affairs, can you bear the consequences? I think you might as well resign. Come to my room tonight. We can have a chat about this matter. Perhaps there is still a chance. Lu Mingyao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her body instinctively recoiling as she evaded that unwelcome hand, her face a canvas of humiliation and helplessness. The employees passing by remained oblivious to the scene unfolding before them, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Lin Fan, witnessing this moment, reflected on the 3 years that had elapsed without so much as a hand-holding, only to be confronted by this middle-aged man's brazen gestures, igniting a surge of indignation within him. Ignoring the two security guards still attempting to shoo him away, he swiftly approached Manager Wang and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Wang abruptly turned, ready to unleash a torrent of insults, but froze in astonishment upon recognizing Lin Fan, a delivery worker clad in a bright yellow uniform. "Do me a favor, will you?" Lin Fan's tone was casual, akin to greeting an old friend, a stark contrast to the brewing tension. Lu Mengyao looked up in surprise when she realized it was Lin Fan, dressed in such a conspicuous Meituan delivery outfit. Her initial shock morphed into a blend of embarrassment and discomfort. "Lin Fan? What? How are you here?" She never imagined she would encounter this loyal backup from her university days in such a manner and setting. "Who the hell are you?" Manager Wang finally snapped back to reality, pointing a finger at Lin Fan as he erupted in a tirade. "A mere delivery boy dares to meddle in the affairs of our Tianlong group? Or are you nothing? Security, where the hell are the guards? Throw this blind fool out." His voice instantly drew the attention of everyone in the hall, a chorus of mockery, disdain, and anticipation converging upon Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, stop it. Just leave." Lu Mingyao tugged at his shirt, desperate for him to vacate this contentious place. The two guards, now alert, were soon joined by several others, brandishing rubber clubs, advancing menacingly towards Lin Fan. "Kid, are you leaving on your own, or do I need to make you?" Yet Lin Fan's expression remained serene. He barely glanced at the encroaching guards. Instead, he redirected his gaze towards the still bellowing Manager Wang. Just as one guard's rubber club was about to descend upon his shoulder, Lin Fan's body quivered slightly. An energy surged forth. Buzz! The 5 or 6 aggressive guards were sent sprawling backward. Crash! 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 The sounds of bodies colliding with walls, the reception desk, and potted plants echoed throughout the magnificent hall, which was instantly thrown into disarray. Everyone was rendered speechless by this bizarre spectacle. The delivery man had not even moved. Manager Wang's arrogance instantly evaporated. Lu Mingyao stood frozen, covering her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Fan's back. Was this still the timid, insecure Lin Fan she once knew? What are you really here for?" Wang's voice, now laced with fear, took on a sharper edge. Lin Fan stepped forward, slowly approaching him, each stride resonating like a drumbeat against the hearts of all present. "Me?" Lin Fan flashed a smile, revealing a set of white teeth. "I am here to see your chairman, and perhaps to teach you a lesson, you barking watchdog who only knows how to shout at your own." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Manager Wang felt a sudden rush of wind, accompanied by a blinding flash before his eyes. A resounding slap echoed throughout the grand hall, a sound so sharp it pierced the air. Manager Wang's corpulent figure spun like a toppled top, crashing heavily against the distant wall, only to slide down to the ground like a puddle of mud. The world around him fell into an eerie silence. At that moment, the phone in Lin Fan's pocket rang inappropriately. He retrieved the device, and upon seeing the caller ID, his heart skipped a beat. It was Su Yueshi. He answered the call, yet before he could utter a word, her cool, yet urgently tinged voice came through the line. "Are you at the Tianlong building?" Lin Fan was taken aback. How did she know? Instinctively, he mumbled, "Yes, just delivering some takeout. Leave there immediately." Su Yueshi's tone shifted to one of grave seriousness, laced with an undeniable command. "That place is beyond your capacity to handle. Trust me, leave at once." Chapter 8. The master of martial arts on the other end of the line. Su Yueshi's serious voice struck Lin Fan like a current, momentarily clarifying his chaotic thoughts. Was this the same woman who had once glared at him over a mere few hundred yuan in rent? How curious that she would now express concern for his safety. A peculiar sensation arose quietly from the depths of his heart, warm yet slightly amusing. Nevertheless, despite the stirrings of emotion, leaving was out of the question. Since Lin Fan had arrived today, he would not depart without severing Zhao Tianlong's head to use as a chamber pot, for it would be a disservice to the feast he had just indulged in. "Shijia, your intel is impressive. You even know where I deliver takeout." Lin Fan replied in a carefree tone to the voice on the other end. Rest assured, after I finish this delivery, I shall leave immediately. You. Su Yueshi on the phone was evidently infuriated by his reckless demeanor. The line went dead with a series of beeps. Qianhong, a master? It sounded rather formidable. Lin Fan tucked his phone back into his pocket, a playful smile spreading across his face. At that very moment, a powerful and substantial aura surged into the lobby like a tidal wave, drawing everyone's gaze involuntarily. An elderly man, clad in a black tang suit, his hair grizzled yet vibrant, strode in with his hands clasped behind his back. His pace was unhurried, yet each step seemed imbued with a peculiar rhythm, embodying the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger. His seemingly murky old eyes occasionally sparkled with a sharpness akin to that of an eagle. It was none other than the Iron Palm, Qianhong. As Lin Fan adjusted his black-framed glasses, a line of green data refreshed on the lenses. Target, Qianhong, martial arts master, combat power, 150-150? Even Yamcha before the Science arrived on Earth was inferior. Lin Fan silently calculated in his mind, noting that this was 30 points higher than Su Yueshi's 120 combat power. It seemed this was indeed the pinnacle of martial prowess within the secular martial arts realm. Disappointed, Lin Fan mused, is this the bodyguard I hired for 10 million? I expected a more formidable opponent. As Qianhong entered the hall, he surveyed the disarray, and the unconscious manager Wang slumped against the wall, his brow slightly furrowing. However, he paid little heed to these disturbances, his keen gaze sweeping across the room like a radar, ultimately honing in on the young man in the incongruous yellow delivery attire. Only this individual bore the residual waves of energy. You there, are you the one causing a ruckus? Qianhong's voice resonated with authority, steeped in the weight of long-held power. Lin Fan shrugged, feigning innocence. Old sir, your words are misplaced. I'm a man of reason, never one to instigate trouble. I merely seek Zhao Tianlong to ensure he pays a small price for his foolishness. Arrogant, Qianhong scoffed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Zhao Dong is under my protection. If you wish to lay a hand on him, you must first inquire whether these old hands of mine consent. As the words left his lips, the man's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. What once appeared to be a spirited elder now resembled a ferocious tiger awakened from slumber, exuding an aura of imminent danger. There is nothing left to discuss. Lin Fan sighed. You seek death. Qianhong, utterly incensed by Lin Fan's disdainful attitude, bellowed furiously. He stomped his foot, and the hard marble floor beneath him cracked with intricate spiderweb-like fissures. In an instant, he became a blur, unleashing a ferocious palm strike, accompanied by a shrieking wind that tore through the air, aimed directly at Lin Fan's neck. This move was none other than his renowned technique, Iron Sand Palm. Before the strike even reached its target, the force of the palm could be felt, causing Lin Fan's hair to whip backward. To the onlookers, including Lu Mengyao, Qianhong's attack appeared to be an unparalleled display of speed, nearly impossible for the naked eye to perceive. They could only glimpse a shadow flitting past, as if, in the next heartbeat, the oblivious delivery man would meet his demise. Lin Fan, however, found the moment amusing, mentally critiquing. His style is commendable, though his visage leaves much to be desired. Faced with a strike capable of shattering stone, Lin Fan remained unperturbed. He lazily raised his left hand, finger splayed, effortlessly meeting the attack head-on. Bang! The collision of flesh and palm produced a resounding thud, contrary to the anticipated scene of blood and carnage. Qianhong's seemingly unstoppable strike was firmly caught by Lin Fan's palm. A tremendous backlash coursed through Lin Fan's arm, leaving Qianhong's entire limb tingling with discomfort, forcing him to stagger back 3 steps to regain his balance. His expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment as turbulent waves of disbelief surged within him. How is this possible? He thought. He had perfected his iron sand palm over more than 40 years of rigorous training. It could bend steel, let alone flesh. Yet, this young man had effortlessly halted his assault with a single hand. Moreover, he appeared utterly unfazed, as if he had exerted no effort at all. Is this all you've got? Lin Fan shook his hand, revealing an expression of profound disappointment. You haven't even warmed up, old man. Who are you? A tremor of fear crept into Qian Hong's voice for the first time. Me? I'm merely a delivery man, Lin Fan replied, flashing a bright smile that revealed his pearly whites. Before his words faded, his figure vanished once more. This time, Qian Hong was on high alert. Every hair on his body stood on end as he summoned his internal energy, forming a protective barrier around him. Yet, he could not catch a glimpse of Lin Fan's movements. Too slow. A chilling voice echoed in his ear. Qian Hong instinctively swung his fist to the left, but struck only air. The voice taunted him from the right. Cold sweat beaded on Qian Hong's brow as he flailed his fists wildly at the void, achieving nothing but gusts of wind with each futile attempt. To the spectators, the scene was bizarre beyond belief. The venerable and esteemed Master Qian, akin to a celestial being, now resembled a mere jester caught in the throes of mockery. Mocking this old man, Master Qian's composure shattered completely, releasing a cry of defiance as he ceased his movements, bringing his palms together to channel all his strength into them. He was prepared to fight with all his might. Alas, how tedious! Lin Fan's figure materialized 3 meters before him, appearing to have grown weary of this cat-and-mouse game. The level of the master was profoundly disappointing to Lin Fan. He shook his head and slowly raised his right index finger. Upon witnessing this gesture, a sense of impending doom engulfed Qian's heart. No longer hesitating, he concentrated his lifetime of skill into a single palm and roared as he thrust it towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan's expression remained inscrutable. He gazed at the hand that loomed larger in his sight, the tip of his index finger beginning to gather a golden radiance. Taste this, he murmured softly. In the next instant, a golden beam erupted from his fingertip. Whoosh! There was no thunderous uproar, merely a faint sound barely perceptible. The golden beam swiftly pierced through Qian's iron palm, saturated with true energy, and seamlessly traversed his chest. Finally, with a soft thud, it left behind a smooth, bottomless hole, its edges charred, in a massive marble pillar behind Qian that bore weight. Time seemed to halt in that moment. Qian's body froze midair, his face contorted in a fierce grimace. He lowered his gaze, incredulous as he beheld the smoldering wound in his chest. Not a single drop of blood flowed from it. All flesh and bone had been instantaneously vaporized by that terrifying energy. What is this? He managed to utter, his eyes losing their luster like receding tides. Boom! A master of a generation fell straight to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The entire hall was enveloped in an eerie silence. All present stared blankly at the lifeless body on the ground and the yellow-clad delivery man who slowly retracted his finger. Lin Fan did not spare another glance at Qian's corpse. He turned away, casting his cold gaze towards the elevator not far off. He knew that Zhao Tianlong awaited him above. With deliberate steps, he began to approach the elevator. Lu Mingyao stood among the crowd, watching the once familiar, now utterly foreign silhouette, feeling as though she was trapped in an absurd nightmare. Ding! The chime signifying the elevator's arrival echoed through the air. Chapter 9. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Kamehameha. The elevator doors slowly slid apart, revealing Lin Fan's figure clad in a yellow rider's outfit. He maintained a casual posture with his hands tucked into his pockets. The entire floor was devoid of life, save for the slightly ajar door of the chairman's office at the end. Lin Fan strode directly towards it and pushed the door open. The opulence within the room unfolded before his eyes. A magnificent floor-to-ceiling window displayed the city's dazzling nightscape, complemented by an exquisite mahogany desk, genuine leather sofas, and priceless artwork adorning the walls. Paintings whose meanings eluded him but exuded an air of grandeur. Yet, the man who was meant to command all of this, to dictate the course of events, now slumped in his executive chair, his face ashen. Zhao Tianlong's body trembled uncontrollably, his pupils constricting as he beheld the yellow-clad figure enter the office. He had witnessed the horrific scene downstairs, the tragic demise of Master Qian. Through the surveillance cameras, an event beyond human comprehension, Lin Fan approached Zhao Tianlong, towering over him with a mocking smile gracing his lips. Chairman Zhao, Are you satisfied with this takeout of mine? 2 million for my life, and 10 million to hire a worthless fool who couldn't even warm me up. TSK, TSK. Your investment acumen leaves much to be desired. Thud. Zhao Tianlong could no longer withstand the weight of fear. His legs buckled, and he slid from his luxurious leather chair. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent sentence. Clinging to the last vestiges of his sanity, he fumbled in the bottom drawer of his desk and retrieved a black bank card, offering it with trembling hands, pushing it towards Lin Fan's feet. "Be brother." "No, master. It is I who failed to recognize the mountain. I am blind. This card contains 100 million. It is all my liquid assets. I implore you, show mercy and spare my wretched life. I shall serve you dutifully." 100 million. To the former Lin Fan. This figure was an astronomical sum, a dream unworthy of contemplation. However, faced with this man who had repeatedly provoked him, sparing his life felt insufficient to quell his burning resentment. He slowly extended his hand, poised to extinguish this fool as one would a mere ant. In his mind, the familiar notification sound echoed. Ding. Host detected to be on the verge of causing a significant disruption to the world order. Divine selection activated. Lin Fan's hand halted abruptly in midair. The order of the mortal realm? The murderous intent in his eyes gradually ebbed, replaced by a flicker of contemplation. 3 options, each radiating a different hue, vividly materialized in his mind. Option 1. Swift vengeance. Eliminate him on the spot. A mere ant who has provoked you repeatedly. Slay him and let the world know your might. Reward. Fantasy system. 8 extremes collapse. A divine technique for close combat. Capable of shattering mountains and rivers with a single strike. Option 2. Inflict torturous maiming. Kill him spiritually. Disable his limbs. Strip him of everything, rendering him to a life worse than death, allowing him to languish in endless regret. Reward. Technology Department Gene Repair Liquid. Beginner. X1. A gentle reminder for the day when the host may inadvertently harm themselves. This can serve as a backup. Option 3. Spare him. Keep him for your own use. Overexposing your abilities may attract trouble, even drawing the attention of mysterious national agencies. Reward. Dragon Ball Series Kamehameha. The secret technique of the Turtle School. Immensely powerful. A skill for show. A childhood dream. Lin Fan gazed at the 3 options before him, momentarily lost in thought. It must be said, the first option, steeped in vengeance, was quite alluring. The second option, system, you truly are insufferable. What on earth is this gentle reminder? Are you cursing me? Yet, when his gaze fell upon the third option, his breath quickened instantaneously. The Kamehameha. Oh my goodness. This is indeed the Kamehameha. When weighed against a myriad of troubles, the allure of the Kamehameha was simply beyond measure. System, I choose 3. Lin Fan resolutely made his decision in his mind. Lin Fan gradually retracted the hand that hovered above Zhao Tianlong's head, his face once again adorned with a mischievous grin. He leaned closer, observing the man who was on the verge of fainting from fear, and whispered in a voice only they could hear. You think 100 million can buy your life? Director Zhao, you truly underestimate yourself. Despairing, Zhao Tianlong closed his eyes, believing his demise was imminent. However, the anticipated thunderous strike never came. Instead, he heard a soft sound. Cautiously, Zhao Tianlong opened a slit of an eye and was astounded to see Lin Fan extending a finger, a faint golden glow still flickering at its tip. Before him, on the exquisite imported redwood desk worth millions, appeared a flawlessly smooth, bottomless small hole. The edges of the hole bore no burrs or cracks, as if the wood were intrinsically hollow. Gazing at the terrifying hole, and then at Lin Fan's smiling face, a chill far worse than death surged from his spine to the crown of his head. This is a demon. This is undoubtedly the power of a demon. Your life, I shall keep for now. Lin Fan lightly blew on his unscathed fingertip, speaking with an undeniable authority. From this day forth, Tianlong Group will be under my command. Do you have any objections? No objections. I have no objections. Zhao Tianlong's mental defenses crumbled entirely, bowing fervently, as if pounding garlic. You are the eternal sovereign of Tianlong Group. I am but your most loyal dog. Well, Lin Fan nodded with satisfaction. The first order of business. The manager named Wang downstairs, dismissed. The one named Lu Mingyao, promote her. You may determine her position and salary, but ensure her satisfaction. The second order of business. All matters that transpired in the building today must be resolved. I do not wish to see any mention of this place in tomorrow's news or on any network. Surveillance, witnesses, you know what to do. Yes, I understand. I will ensure it is handled thoroughly. Zhao Tianlong swore fervently. Lin Fan no longer paid him any heed, turning away with his hands tucked into his pockets, striding confidently towards the office exit. A tremendous surge of information instantly flooded Lin Fan's mind. The intricacies of energy condensation, compression, and release. Every secret of the Kamehameha technique coalesced within him at that moment. He sensed that, if he so desired, he could conjure a sphere of light at any time. As he stepped out of the building, once again bathed in the city's neon glow, the enigmatic expression on his face crumbled, replaced by an uncontrollable euphoria and excitement. He rubbed his hands together, the spirit of an underdog ablaze within him. Haim, ha! By the heavens! I can perform the Kamehameha now. Who dares to provoke me? I'll obliterate their house with a single wave. Inside the building, amidst the disarray of the lobby, Lu Mingyao stood frozen in place. She watched as Lin Fan emerged from the elevator, observing him pass by without a glance in her direction, clutching the documents in her hands. Her nails dug painfully into her palms, a sharp sting accompanying her tumultuous emotions. A profound sense of regret intertwined with an indescribable fear and reverence surged within her. She understood that she and Lin Fan had irrevocably become inhabitants of two separate worlds. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away from the Tianlong building, in a clandestine underground base hidden beneath the city, the atmosphere was illuminated with a futuristic ambience. Numerous personnel clad in black uniforms busied themselves in front of enormous screens. Suddenly, a piercing red alarm blared throughout the command center. Beep, beep, beep. The jarring sound reverberated across the entire facility. On the central display, a map representing the city center was magnified, a red dot flashing erratically. Report to the director. Intense energy fluctuations detected in the city center. The levels continue to rise, far exceeding known master-level standards. A startled intelligence analyst, wearing a headset, abruptly rose from his seat, his voice sharp with disbelief. What? At the highest point of the command center, a stern-faced middle-aged man, adorned with a dragon emblem on his shoulder, stood up, his expression grave. Activate the life sign monitoring system. Immediately retrieve the life signals of all registered martial artists in that area. Searching. Match successful. Target. Martial arts master iron Pom Chien Hong. Signal source located at the epicenter of the energy explosion. What is the status of Chien Hong? The agent responsible for monitoring fixed his gaze on the curve, representing life signs on the screen, and in the next moment, his complexion turned ashen. Taking a deep breath, he reported in a trembling voice, report to the director. Target iron Pom Chien Hong. Life signal has vanished. Chapter 10. 5 million received as Lin Fan stepped out of the Tianlong building. The evening breeze caressed his skin. He glanced down at his hands, seemingly still able to feel the warmth of energy flowing within his palms. The turtle school's Qigong. He retrieved his phone, locating a number he had casually saved moments ago, and dialed it. The call was answered almost instantaneously. Hello, Director Zhao. Don't be alarmed, it's me. Lin Fan's tone was languid. On the other end, Zhao Tianlong's voice trembled noticeably. Master, what can I do for you? Oh, it's nothing too pressing, Lin Fan said, scratching his ear. I've been a bit short on cash lately, so please transfer 5 million to my card for some pocket money. F5 million? Zhao stuttered. Is that too little? Lin Fan's tone darkened. No, master. That is not what I meant. I'll transfer it right away. After hanging up, Lin Fan glanced at the bank notification he received moments later, whistling in satisfaction. This money was far easier to acquire than delivering takeout. Meanwhile, the Tianlong building had been completely sealed off. Dozens of personnel clad in black tactical gear, adorned with a dragon-shaped shield emblem, were conducting a thorough investigation in the lobby. At the forefront was the middle-aged man who had previously issued command from the underground command center, Qin Shan, the director of the Jiangxia branch of the Dragon Shield Bureau. His expression was grave enough to draw water. Director, all the surveillance hard drives on the scene have been formatted. The method was exceptionally professional, and recovery is impossible. A forensic scientist approached briskly, handing Qin Shan a document, her voice trembling with disbelief. The cause of death for Qian Hong was a fatal wound to the chest, the injury exhibiting a perfect circular shape, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter. All tissue within the wound has been vaporized. Qin Shan tightened his grip on the report. Is this truly an attack that a human could execute? This far exceeds our understanding of martial arts and even supernatural abilities. Search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but find that man in the yellow delivery uniform. Qin Shan's voice was as cold as steel. Lin Fan staggered back to his rented apartment. As he pushed open the door, he sensed an unusual atmosphere in the living room. Su Yueshi was uncharacteristically seated on the sofa in his room, clad in a silk robe, her arms crossed. Her piercing phoenix eyes were fixed intently upon him, exuding a chilling aura reminiscent of an interrogation. Where have you been? Delivering takeout. Lin Fan replied casually, slipping into his slippers. Can you deliver takeout to the Tianlong building? Can delivering takeout prompt the Dragon Shield Bureau to seal off an entire building? Su Yueshi's voice suddenly escalated. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. How did this woman acquire such timely information? He quickly devised a plan, donning a sly grin as he approached her and thrust his phone screen in front of her. The screen displayed the glaring notification. 5,000,000 yuan. Xie, look, I wasn't lying, was I? This is a 5 million takeout order. And the customer was exceedingly satisfied. Su Yueshi gazed at the string of zeros, her breath momentarily caught in her throat, before her brows furrowed in disbelief. You, what on earth? Oh, spare me the questions, Lin Fan interjected, plopping himself down beside her, causing the sofa to sag under his weight. To celebrate my newfound wealth and to express gratitude to our dear landlady, let us go on a shopping spree. I'm not going. Su Yueshi rejected without a second thought, her mind solely focused on unraveling the mystery surrounding this man. Come on. Lin Fan employed the ultimate tactic of persistence, disregarding her reluctance as he seized her wrist. Half an hour later, at the upscale Hang Lung Mall in the city center, Lin Fan forcibly ushered the frost-faced Su Yueshi inside. He first underwent a dramatic transformation himself, although his taste remained in the novice stage of affluence. Choosing items solely based on prominent logos, his newly sculpted physique was undeniable. The once baggy streetwear was replaced with well-tailored designer casual attire, lending him an unexpectedly statuesque presence, almost reminiscent of a model's runway. Su Yueshi stood to the side, observing the refreshed man in the mirror, her eyes revealing a hint of complexity. Lin Fan then turned his attention to her, dragging the unwilling Su Yueshi into a luxurious high-end women's boutique. A sales associate, adorned with exquisite makeup and an air of superiority, glanced at the two, her disdain evident upon noticing Su Yueshi's simple t-shirt. I'm sorry, but we do not allow trying on of clothes in our store, she stated coldly, her tone dripping with condescension. Su Yueshi's expression darkened immediately as she pulled Lin Fan to leave, for she could not tolerate such snobbishness. Without even acknowledging the haughty saleswoman, Lin Fan pointed at Su Yueshi and addressed a bewildered young associate standing nearby. Aside for what she is wearing, I'll take everything that fits her size. The arrogant saleswoman's expression shifted dramatically, a blend of shock and disbelief. Su Yueshi was utterly flabbergasted as she stared at Lin Fan in incredulity. Are you out of your mind? Sister, humor me. Lin Fan winked and swiped his card. In the face of the astonished glances from both the sales associate and Su Yueshi, he entered his password with an unflinching demeanor. Watching Lin Fan's ostentatious display, Su Yueshi felt a mix of anger and amusement. What a spendthrift. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of the Tianlong Group, Lu Mingyao stood awkwardly, gripping a pristine appointment contract, assistant to the president, with a salary tenfold her previous earnings. Zhao Tianlong stood before her, bending slightly, a forced smile plastered on his face. Assistant Lu, Is there anything that you find unsatisfactory? Please let me know. I'll rectify it immediately. In her mind, the image of a delivery man in a yellow uniform surfaced unbidden, once regarded as a mere backup, a man she had summarily commanded. She understood that between them lay an insurmountable chasm. As evening descended, the setting sun bathed the city's silhouette in a warm hue of orange-red. Lin Fan and Su Yueshi strolled along the path home, burdened with an array of shopping bags. You must be out of your mind, buying so many clothes. Are you planning to open a store? Su Yueshi couldn't help but jest, though her tone lacked the usual frigidness. There for you, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. I've grown weary of your few outfits. You're a beauty, yet you dress like a country girl newly arrived in the city. Mind your own business. Su Yueshi shot him a glare. The evening sun elongated their shadows, and an uncharacteristic warmth enveloped the atmosphere. Just as they turned into the familiar alleyway beneath their apartment, three figures materialized at the entrance like phantoms, blocking their path. Clad in tight-fitting black attire, the trio exuded an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. The leader wielded a uniquely shaped curved blade, its edge glinting with a sanguine sheen in the fading light. His gaze, piercing and unwavering, passed over Lin Fan and fixated on Su Yueshi. No doubt about it, remnants of the Xianyue sect, he rasped, devoid of emotion. Hurry, eliminate her. The moment his words fell, a chilling intent enveloped the alley like tangible icicles. Su Yueshi's complexion shifted dramatically, contemplating the impossibility of facing two opponents alone. With a sudden crash, Lin Fan discarded dozens of shopping bags to the ground, producing a dull thud. He stepped forward slowly, placing himself protectively behind Su Yueshi. The carefree smile that once adorned his face vanished entirely, replaced by a chilling resolve. I care not what sect you hail from, nor what you seek. You disturb my good mood, so are you prepared to meet your demise? Chapter 11. What exactly are you? She recognized the figure clad in the formidable attire, as well as the malevolent and ruthless techniques. These were the very foes that had decimated the Xianyue sect in its entirety. The Seven Killers sect. Run. Su Yueshi urgently pushed Lin Fan back, her entire being taut with tension, her phoenix-like eyes fixed intently on the approaching figures. Her voice low and imbued with an unprecedented urgency. They are not foes you can contend with. Run. Yet instead of fleeing, Lin Fan took an interest in the trio before him. On the lenses of the black-framed glasses, several lines of green data materialized clearly. Target: Seven Killers Sect Assassin Leader. Combat Power: 150. Target: Seven Killers Sect Assassin A. Combat Power: 125. Target: Seven Killers Sect Assassin B. Combat Power: 116, only slightly stronger than that Xian Hongqian. The leading assassin, observing this oblivious commoner daring to stand in his path, let out a rasping chuckle from his throat. Kid, I'll give you 3 breaths to clear out. Otherwise, your worthless life will be forfeit along with hers. Lin Fan casually dug at his ear, his expression one of impatience. Stop your incessant prattling. You're disturbing my good mood. Have you all figured out how you wish to meet your demise? You seek death. Su Yueshi, upon hearing Lin Fan's provocation, was nearly driven to spit blood in fury. This fool. Did he truly believe that the bodyguards and that master he dealt with in the Tianlong building were akin to these bloodied professional assassins? She thought Lin Fan must possess some peculiar ability unknown to her, utterly oblivious to the true peril and brutality of the martial world. The 2 assassins on either side ceased their chatter. In an instant, they darted forward like arrows released from a bow, transforming into indistinct shadows, launching their assault from 2 entirely different and cunning angles, aiming to eliminate her, the primary target, first. However, Lin Fan moved. He merely stepped lazily to the side, positioning himself directly in front of Su Yueshi, as if he had preemptively anticipated the trajectories of their attacks. Then, to the astonished gazes of all present, he slowly raised his hands, bringing them together at his waist, palms facing one another, adopting an exceedingly peculiar and somewhat ludicrous stance. Kamehameha. Lin Fan even pronounced the name of his technique with exaggerated precision. The 2 assassins, charging forward at high speed, momentarily froze at the sight, their eyes betraying unabashed disdain and mockery. What kind of martial arts pose was this? A comedic performance before death? But in the next heartbeat, their expressions of scorn solidified into shock. Between Lin Fan's palms, a dazzling blue orb of light was rapidly coalescing at a visible speed. A wave of scorching, violent energy surged forth, spreading like wildfire. This energy, pure and domineering, exuded a scent of destruction that transcended their comprehension of internal energy, or true qi. A sense of impending doom washed over him like icy water. The mockery on the faces of the two assassins instantly transformed into sheer terror. They abruptly halted their assault, instinctively rolling to the sides in a frantic attempt to evade. In their perception, such a power-intensive attack would be rendered futile if they could simply evade it from the front. Lin Fan grinned, thrusting forth the blue orb of energy. Now swollen to the size of a basketball, a wave of blue energy, not particularly robust, trailed a long tail of light as it shot straight into the empty alleyway. Had he missed? The leader of the assassins briefly entertained this thought. Yet he witnessed Lin Fan, maintaining his firing posture, casually flick his wrist to the left. Astonishingly, the blue energy wave, as if endowed with life, arced gracefully in midair, accelerating to chase down the assassin rolling leftward. One assassin could only emit a brief, piercing scream. In an instant, he was entirely consumed by the blue energy wave, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. In the horrified silence of the assassin leader and Su Yueshi, the bizarre blue energy wave, having claimed its first victim, retained its momentum, its brilliance undiminished, as it forcibly altered its course to strike the second assassin. No, the assassin poured every ounce of his strength into his arms, crossing them defiantly over his chest in a final act of resistance. However, his arms, capable of shattering stone, proved as fragile as parchment against the Kamehameha. Boom! Another heavy sound echoed. He vanished from existence. Su Yueshi stood frozen, her mind a blank slate. What is this? Sorcery? This transcended everything she had come to understand in over 2 decades of martial arts. The assassin leader surveyed the now empty surroundings, cold sweat soaking through his black attire. His gaze towards Lin Fan transformed. He no longer saw a mere mortal or a warrior, but a monster clad in human skin. Flee! This was the singular thought racing through his mind. Without a second thought, he turned and dissolved into a wisp of black smoke, fleeing desperately from the alley. Damn it! Lin Fan mused as he glanced at his hands, slightly pouting. It was his first attempt, and his accuracy was somewhat lacking, though fortunately it could curve. The power was challenging to control, akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. In a flash, he appeared before the fleeing assassin leader as if teleporting, lazily extending a finger that glimmered with a faint golden light. Don't rush off, my friend, Lin Fan smiled. Tell me, who sent you? A glint of mad resolve flickered in the assassin leader's eyes. He knew there was no escaping his fate today. He roared, channeling every ounce of his strength into the curved blade in his hand, swinging fiercely at Lin Fan's head, while simultaneously shattering the venomous pouch hidden in his teeth. Hiss! Lin Fan executed a swift and precise strike, piercing through the assassin's wrist, causing the curved blade to clatter to the ground. However, the lethal poison had already coursed through his veins, spreading throughout his body. A sinister smile crept across the face of the assassin leader as his body fell rigidly backward. Just before he collapsed, a quaint wooden token, adorned with a fragmented crescent moon insignia, slipped from his grasp. Lin Fan casually picked up the token, disdainfully brushed off the dust on the assassin's attire, and then pocketed it. He turned around and walked back to the still-dazed Su Yueshi, bending down to gather the scattered shopping bags as if performing a trivial task, grumbling, "All done, let's head home." Su Yueshi remained motionless, her beautiful phoenix eyes fixed intently on Lin Fan, reflecting a tumult of emotions: shock, confusion, fear, and an intricate complexity that she herself could not articulate. Lin Fan, she articulated slowly, "What exactly are you?" Chapter 12. Listening to her family's pain, he paused for a brief moment, and then the carefree expression returned to his face. Exaggerating, he adjusted his newly acquired designer jacket and cleared his throat. Hey, what do you mean by thing? I, with my striking demeanor, handsome visage, standing at a height of 1 meter 83, am a paragon of male beauty. How could I be described as merely a thing? As he spoke, he struck a pose he believed to be exceptionally charming. Su Yueshi observed his ludicrous demeanor, and as she recalled the cataclysmic blue wave of light and the three assassins reduced to mere ashes, she felt a dizzying whirlwind of confusion, her perception shaken to its core. Back at Lin Fan's rented apartment, with a resounding bang, Su Yueshi forcefully shut the door behind her, severing all ties with the outside world. Lin Fan casually tossed the bags he was carrying onto the sofa, intending to lighten the mood with a cheeky remark, only to find Su Yueshi staring intently at him. Her gaze, once filled with disdain, now radiated a desperate hope, as if she were clinging to a lifeline. In that moment, all her pride and pretense faded away. "You." Su Yueshi's voice trembled imperceptibly as she uttered the words. "Can you help me seek revenge?" Upon speaking, the tension that had held her together for years finally snapped. Taking a deep breath, she began to recount her past. She was once the revered saint of the renowned martial arts sect, Xianyu sect, located in the Jiangnan region. The sect possessed a treasured artifact, the Xianyu jade, which had been passed down for centuries and was said to conceal the secret to the pinnacle of martial arts and ascension. However, the Seven Killing sect, notorious for its assassinations and ruthlessness, had long coveted the jade. On a stormy night 7 years prior, the Seven Killing sect allied with several other malevolent forces, launching a surprise attack on the Xianyu sect. That night, blood flowed like rivers. Her father, the sect master, expended his last ounce of strength to send her away from the sect, while he perished in the flames along with it. Although she miraculously escaped, she was gravely injured by an elder of the Seven Killing sect, her meridians damaged, her internal energy severely diminished, transforming her from a celestial prodigy into a mere landlord obscured in the city. Over the years, she had hidden away, barely suppressing her injuries through the sect's secret techniques, struggling to survive. As she reached the end of her tale, the woman who always appeared composed and dignified before others could no longer contain her emotions. She sank to the ground, burying her face in her arms, and the cries she had suppressed for years erupted in that moment. Within her sobs lay the hatred for her sect's destruction, the pain of mere survival, and an overwhelming sense of confusion about the future. Lin Fan watched her shoulders tremble, momentarily at a loss for how to comfort her. Having been single for an eternity, he had never encountered such a scene. Offering a tissue felt too deliberate, patting her back wrist being misinterpreted as inappropriate. Perhaps it would be best to let her cry for a while. As he wrestled with these thoughts, the familiar system notification chimes sounded, as expected. Ding. Major plot decision detected for the host. Divine selection activated. Lin Fan's spirit surged. 3 options, each shimmering with distinct radiance, vividly materialized in his mind. Option 1. Listen to her tales of familial anguish, yet you are well aware of your ulterior motive. Comfort her emotions and seize the opportunity to win her over. Reward. Fantasy Realm, revitalizing elixir X3, capable of refining one's essence and reshaping one's very foundation. Option 2. A man of honor, whose words are as good as deeds. The mere 7 Kill sect, easily vanquished with a mere gesture. Fulfill her request to obliterate her foes from existence, demonstrating the full extent of your formidable prowess. Reward. Technological Realm, telekinesis beginner. The ability to retrieve objects from afar, wield knives with lethal precision, and create psychic barriers. An essential skill for home and travel. Option 3. It is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Assist her in rebuilding the moonlit sect, restoring its former glory, and allowing her to ascend as the new leader. Reward. Dragon Ball. King S Fist temporarily amplifies one's combat power exponentially, with significant side effects. The host must be prepared for potential fatal consequences. Lin Fan's gaze swept rapidly across the 3 options. The first option system. You truly are infuriating. Am I, Lin Fan, such a person? Taking advantage of her vulnerability is not my style. However, another thought, driven by base instincts, began to take hold. The reward seemed tailor-made for him. already envisioning the events that would unfold. The second option, telekinesis, sounded spectacular, exuding an air of prestige. Yet, as his eyes ultimately settled on the third option, his pupils constricted in astonishment. The King's fist. Goodness, this was the King's fist. In moments of peril, a fierce roar unleashes a crimson aura, doubling one's combat prowess. A trump card of ultimate significance. What side effects? What risks of sudden demise? In the face of the words King's fist, all else seemed trivial. Being impressive is a lifelong pursuit. Compared to the endless troubles of rebuilding a sect, the allure of the King's fist soared beyond the heavens. Lin Fan gazed at the woman weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, and then at the option glowing red in his mind, plunging into the most arduous decision of his life. Chapter 13. A difficult choice. Lin Fan was tormented within. System, I choose 3. He resolutely decided in his heart, his expression akin to tearing apart a winning lottery ticket worth 5 million. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. Task. Assist Su Yueshi in rebuilding the Xinyu sect and help it gain a foothold. Reward upon completion. Dragon Ball System. King Fist. Warning. This skill places immense strain on the body. Activating a double King Fist will continuously consume the host's stamina and energy reserves. The greater the multiplier, the higher the risk. Please cherish life, host, and use it cautiously. Do not risk your life for the sake of vanity. The system's notification tone remained as cheeky as ever. Lin Fan took a deep breath and approached Su Yueshi, who was still crouched on the ground, drowning in her sorrow. He composed himself, maintaining an unprecedented calmness. Revenge does not resolve the fundamental issue. Let me help you rebuild your sect. The sobs abruptly ceased. Su Yueshi abruptly lifted her head, her tear-streaked face adorned with eyes that were red from crying, filled with disbelief. She had envisioned countless scenarios. Lin Fan might be intimidated by the reputation of the 7-kill sect, offering excuses to evade her plight. Or he might respond like a chivalrous hero, pledging to avenge her, or even propose some shameless demands under the guise of taking advantage of her misfortune. However, she never anticipated that Lin Fan would utter the words, rebuild the sect. Revenge was a fleeting transaction, an outpouring of power. But rebuilding a sect? What did that entail? It necessitated a solid foundation, a wealth of resources, a stature to intimidate the unscrupulous, and, most importantly, a long-term commitment of time and effort. In that moment, the image of Lin Fan as a mysterious underachiever transformed into something tangible, even instilling a glimmer of reliability within her. WH. Why do you want to help me? Su Yueshi's voice was hoarse, laced with nasality, as she stared intently at Lin Fan. Yet, that rare calm and depth on Lin Fan's face lasted less than 3 seconds. He caught sight of Su Yueshi's astonished and touched expression. Lin Fan scratched his head, a mischievous grin resurfacing as he leaned closer to her with an air of playful arrogance. What can I say? You are my landlord after all, he stated nonchalantly, and you're quite beautiful too. Are you not moved? If you feel really indebted and insist on repaying me, I am known for my helpful nature and could consider it. The flicker of emotion that had just ignited within Su Yueshi vanished in an instant. She knew it. This scoundrel would never speak with sincerity. However, his playful banter did help stabilize her emotions considerably. She rose from the ground, wiping the tears from her face. Although her eyes remained swollen, her gaze regained clarity and seriousness. Get lost, she scolded him with irritation. But her expression soon turned gravely serious. I do not understand why you possess such strength yet remain oblivious to the affairs within our circle. Therefore, it is imperative that I enlighten you on certain matters. Observing Su Yueshi's demeanor, Lin Fan also set aside his jesting and pulled up a chair. Speak, he urged. Ignoring his banter, Su Yueshi moved to the window, gazing out at the bustling city, seemingly gathering her thoughts. Did you not kill a martial arts master named Qian Hong at Tianlong Tower? Oh, that old man. He struck first, Lin Fan responded nonchalantly. Are you aware that anyone who cultivates inner strength and becomes a martial artist is recorded by a mysterious organization known as the Dragon Shield Bureau, thus becoming an official martial artist? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, remaining silent, encouraging her to continue. Becoming an official martial artist means your identity, strength assessment, and martial arts techniques are archived. You can enjoy privileges unknown to ordinary individuals, such as obtaining cultivation resources through official channels and accepting missions for merit. However, you must also adhere to the stringent regulations set by the Dragon Shield Bureau. Turning to face Lin Fan, Su Yueshi's gaze sharpened. The most crucial rule is that any official martial artist must not recklessly wield their power in society, nor interfere with the mundane order, causing mass casualties or panic among ordinary people. She emphasized violators face severe consequences. The lightest punishment is the forfeiture of their cultivation, while the gravest is execution on the spot. A chill ran through Lin Fan. He recalled the incident at Tianlong Tower, where he had obliterated Qian Hong with a mere gesture and the building that had been sealed off. He began to grasp the implications. And what about those men in black who arrived tonight? Lin Fan inquired. They are different. Su Yueshi's expression turned frosty. Organizations like the Seven Kill Sect and certain solitary cultivators exist beyond the confines of these rules. They're referred to as filth by the Dragon Shield Bureau. They act without restraint, committing arson, murder, and theft, making them the primary targets for us righteous sects and the Bureau. However, these individuals are as cunning as rats in a sewer, possessing a tenacious will to survive, making them exceedingly difficult to eradicate completely. Thus, I see, Lin Fan mused, finally categorizing the powers at play in this world. The Dragon Shield Bureau is the authority responsible for maintaining order, the architect and guardian of the rules. Sects like the Xianyu sect are righteous, registered, and compliant with the regulations. Conversely, those in the Seven Kill sect are outlaws, universally hunted. And himself? A sudden emergence, with overwhelming combat prowess, leaving only devastation in his wake, generating immense energy fluctuations in the city center. A superfluous entity without a record? Noticing the fluctuating emotions on Lin Fan's face, Su Yueshi assumed he was perturbed and gravely warned. You have killed the registered master Qian Hong and created such an uproar at Tianlong Tower. While Zhao Tianlong will undoubtedly assist you in covering it up, such a level of energy fluctuation will certainly not escape the monitoring of the Dragon Shield Bureau. They have undoubtedly set their sights on you. At present, within the archives of the Dragon Shield Bureau, you are likely classified as a high-level unknown threat target. Your current predicament is exceedingly perilous. Chapter 14. Is this being genuine? Dangerous? Listening to Su Yueshi's earnest warning, Lin Fan appeared rather nonchalant. He extended his pinky, leisurely digging at his ear and blowing a breath. The Dragon Shield Bureau? He scoffed, sarcastically remarking that if they truly came knocking, it would merely be a trivial matter akin to unleashing a Kamehameha. Su Yueshi observed his demeanor, feeling her chest rise and fall, the previously cultivated serious atmosphere dissipating entirely. Engaging in normal conversation with this fellow was utterly impossible. As Lin Fan noticed the mix of anger and urgency on Su Yueshi's face, he suddenly seemed to recall something and slapped his thigh. Right? Didn't you mention that your meridians were damaged and your internal strength was severely diminished? He spoke while rummaging through his pocket for a while. Su Yuexi, puzzled by his intentions, watched as Lin Fan finally revealed his hand, opening his palm to display a rather unremarkable, seemingly shriveled green bean that looked as though it hadn't been soaked. Here, eat this. Lin Fan presented the bean before Su Yueshi, tilting his chin slightly, wearing an expression that was rather mischievous. Su Yueshi, eyeing his impish countenance and then glancing at the ordinary bean, cautiously took a step back, her phoenix eyes narrowing dangerously. What is this? A wonderful thing. Lin Fan, you had better be honest with me. Su Yueshi's tone turned cautious. Is this being genuine? I warn you, although I may not be able to defeat you, if you dare to play tricks. Goodness, why is your mind so depraved? Lin Fan exclaimed, exasperated. This is an immortal being. Do you not understand? It can heal your injuries. An immortal being looks like this? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? If you want it, eat it. Lin Fan feigned an attempt to retract his hand, stating, I only have this one. Seeing Lin Fan's genuine urgency, and recalling his previous extraordinary antics, Reason told her that this item undoubtedly harbored some issues. Yet, the damaged meridians that had lain dormant for 7 years, persistently aching, ignited an absurd yearning within her, one she herself found ludicrous. What if he wasn't lying? You swear that this thing is safe? I swear. If there is anything wrong, may I be struck by lightning, hit by a car while crossing the street, and forever receive the lowest tier in gaming draws. Lin Fan raised 3 fingers, swearing an oath. Finally, gritting her teeth, Su Yueshi seized the immortal bean from his hand, closed her eyes, and swallowed it whole. The texture of the immortal bean was identical to that of an ordinary bean. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Nothing happened. As Su Yueshi opened her eyes, ready to erupt in anger, her expression suddenly changed dramatically in the next instant. A gentle yet overwhelming surge of life energy erupted from deep within her dantian, like a flood breaching its dam, without any warning. The purity of that energy, brimming with vibrant vitality, instantly enveloped her entire being. She could clearly see that the meridians, which had been clogged, atrophied, and even necrotic for 7 long years, were being restored, widened, and reshaped at an unfathomable speed under the relentless onslaught of this life force. The wounds that once tormented her night after night melted away like snow under the blazing sun. The parched sea of her inner strength was once again replenished by the surging rivers. A powerful energy surged forth from her, radiating outward with tremendous force, causing the curtains in the room to flutter violently and shopping bags on the sofa to topple in disarray. Suis combat prowess, which had been forcefully suppressed at a level of 120, soared effortlessly, breaking through the shackles of the past and ultimately stabilizing at an impressive height of 260. She turned her gaze inward, feeling an unprecedented surge of vitality within her, leaving her momentarily stunned, overwhelmed with astonishment. Was this a miracle? For 7 long years, she had sought the counsel of esteemed physicians and exhausted her efforts. Yet the injuries that had proven unyielding were suddenly healed in mere seconds by a small object resembling a mung bean, even propelling her further beyond her limits. Immersed in the exhilarating joy of regained strength, she took a long while before slowly opening her eyes. Within her beautiful phoenix-like eyes, a mist of emotion shimmered as she gazed at Lin Fan with an expression laden with ineffable complexity. Approaching him, she took a deep breath and solemnly bowed before him. "Thank you." The sincerity in her voice was palpable, tinged with a barely perceptible quaver. This gesture of gratitude encompassed not only the gift of healing, but also the hope of vengeance that he had rekindled in her once stagnant life. Lin Fan felt a bit uneasy under the weight of her sudden solemnity. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Su Yueshi lift her head, her stunning face a tapestry of gratitude and resolve. A spark of mischief ignited within him, and he rubbed his hands together with a grin. Well, mere verbal thanks lacks sincerity, doesn't it? The momentary emotional tide that Su Yueshi had been riding was abruptly halted by his words. She had known all along that this man's charm would last but 3 seconds. "What do you want then?" she retorted, annoyance lacing her tone. "Well," Lin Fan cleared his throat, an unusual bashfulness gracing his face. "You see, I come into some money. 5 million. E planto. Return home to visit my grandmother and sister." Su Yueshi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting him to say this. "That's wonderful. You should go." But that's not the point." Lin Fan waved his hands anxiously, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he looked at her. "The point is, would you accompany me back?" Lin Fan began to count on his fingers. As a jobless loser who suddenly comes into wealth, who would believe my story? I'd probably be mistaken for a pyramid schemer. But if I had a stunningly beautiful girlfriend like you by my side, it would be different. It would be a triumphant return, a glorious homecoming. How impressive. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, as if he could already envision the envious gazes of the entire village. "Sister Shi, would you kindly assist me in regaining my stature upon my return? What do you say?" Chapter 15. Driving a luxury car home to farm. Pretending to be a girlfriend? Showing off back home? What on earth is this? Just as she intended to resolutely decline, The words caught in her throat, swallowed back with great effort. The favor owed was too significant, overwhelming her with uncertainty on how to repay it. In contrast, merely masquerading as a girlfriend for a trip home seemed not entirely unacceptable. Consider it a way to repay that small favor. With a cold expression, Tsuyoshi reluctantly managed to utter a few words, signifying her acquiescence. She reminded herself that this was all there was to it. Lin Fan's face radiated with joy. He pulled out his phone, swiftly locating a number and dialing it directly. The call was answered almost instantly. "Hello, Chairman Zhao. It's me, Lin Fan." On the other end, Zhao Tianlong, engrossed in paperwork at his office, dropped his pen in shock upon recognizing the voice. A humble smile instantly adorned his face. "Sir, how may I serve you?" "Oh, it's nothing major," Lin Fan replied casually, as if instructing a shopkeeper downstairs. "I plan to return home tomorrow. Please prepare a car for me. Something discreet, nothing too ostentatious. A few million would suffice." Yes. Rest assured, I will arrange it immediately," Zhao Tianlong responded eagerly. The following morning, a Maybach quietly arrived at the base of the apartment building. The door opened, and Zhao Tianlong, dressed impeccably in a suit, hurried over, respectfully presenting a finely crafted car key to Lin Fan. This vehicle features a low-profile exterior, with the interior configured to your specifications. "Is it satisfactory?" Lin Fan nonchalantly took the key, tossing it lightly in his hand. "It's fine. Thank you for your effort." Standing beside him, Tsuyoshi observed this titan of the business world, whose mere presence could shake the entire Jiangxia city, now humble before Lin Fan, as if he were a mere servant. The mysteries surrounding this man were indeed numerous. Meanwhile, a dossier lay open. Target: Lin Fan. Gender: male. Age: 22. Education: Jiangxia Vocational and Technical College Associate Degree. Occupation: unemployed, brief experience as a delivery person. Social relations: grandmother, Lin Wangshi. Farmer: younger sister, Lin Yu. Student: social network assessment. Extremely simple. A background so stark it could be deemed innocent. At the head of the conference table, a woman in a crisp uniform, exuding a commanding presence with her short hair, gently tapped her fingers on the surface. Her name was Qin Lan, the leader of the action team at the Jiangxia branch of the Longshield Bureau. "Has the energy fluctuation analysis report for Tianlong Tower been completed?" she inquired with a cool demeanor. "Report, team leader." A technician promptly rose, displaying another data chart. "The energy source is located at the top of the tower. Its nature has never been witnessed before. It is neither internal energy nor spiritual power, nor any known supernatural ability. Its characteristics are purely high-concentration, destructive energy." Qin Lan's brow furrowed even deeper. This numerical value has far exceeded the realm of martial arts mastery. Astonishingly, it is attributed to this seemingly ordinary junior college graduate, an unemployed youth. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. What about the cause of Qian Hong's demise? The forensic team's report indicates a collapsed sternum and the heart instantaneously evaporated by energy, consistent with the residual energy properties of the scene. A single lethal strike, devoid of any signs of resistance. A registered master with a combat power of 150, unable to put up any fight? Qin Lan's gaze sharpened as she ordered the field team to discreetly proceed to his hometown, Linjia Village, for covert contact and environmental reconnaissance. Until his background and intentions were ascertained, their identities must remain concealed. Meanwhile, the Maybach glided smoothly along the highway. Lin Fan drove, humming an off-key tune, his spirits exceedingly high. "I tell you, I was the king of the children in my village when I was young. Back then, I led a group of little rascals, and there was nothing I dared not do. Once, I even stealthily stewed the fiercest rooster from the village chief's home. Every child in the village had a share, but I was the only one who got a beating. That was true camaraderie." Tsuyoshi sat in the passenger seat, initially dismissive of his bravado, arms crossed, gazing out at the swiftly retreating scenery. However, as she listened, a different image emerged in her mind, one not of the mysterious powerhouse who could eliminate 3 assassins with a single strike, nor of the despicable lowlife, but rather of vivid, mischievous, and somewhat foolish young Lin Fan. The vehicle exited the highway and turned onto a bumpy country dirt road. The Maybach jostled forward, its wheels kicking up clouds of dust, starkly contrasting with the surrounding modest farmhouses and lush fields. When the car finally halted in front of a somewhat dilapidated brick house, Tsuyoshi was utterly taken aback. In the yard, a young man clad in oversized shorts and flip-flops was chasing after several clucking hens, shouting, "You cheeky, free-range chickens. Dare to peck me? Tonight, you're going into the pot." His familiar gestures and down-to-earth exclamations left Tsuyoshi holding her forehead, feeling her worldview once again shaken. She simply could not reconcile the scene before her with that of the man who drove luxury cars worth millions and effortlessly dispatched masters with a single move. "Grandma, I'm back," Lin Fan shouted at the top of his lungs. An elderly lady with graying hair but a vigorous demeanor emerged from the house. Upon seeing Lin Fan, her face broke into a radiant smile, but when her gaze fell upon Tsuyoshi stepping out of the car, she froze in astonishment. "Oh my goodness! My heavens!" Granny Lin rushed over in a flurry, grasping Tsuyoshi's hand, her wrinkled eyes shining brighter than the sun above. "My dear girl, you are truly stunning, like a fairy stepped out of a painting. You must be our Xiao fans, partner." Tsuyoshi had never witnessed such a spectacle. Here she was, the former holy maiden of the Xinyu sect, faced with such an unpretentious display of warmth, her traditionally frosty visage instantly flushed with a rosy hue. "Grandma." "Hello," she stammered, responding awkwardly. "Ah, good, good. Come inside quickly." Grandma Lin urged Tsuyoshi with the fervor of someone who had stumbled upon a rare treasure, continuously praising her. "This skin, this figure. What stroke of fortune led our dear Fan to find such a remarkable daughter-in-law?" Lin Fan trailed behind, delighting in Tsuyoshi's flustered demeanor, overwhelmed by the compliments. The lunch was a genuine farmhouse feast, prepared over a traditional earthen stove. Tsuyoshi watched as Lin Fan skillfully added firewood to the furnace, the flames casting a warm glow upon his profile. She listened to him converse with his grandmother in a dialect she could not comprehend, discussing trivialities of daily life. At the dining table, Grandma Lin relentlessly piled food onto Tsuyoshi's plate, creating a small mountain. "Eat more. It's all homegrown and nutritious." "Thank you, Grandma." Such ordinary yet heartwarming domesticity was an experience she had not encountered in the past 7 years. The icy shell forged by the hatred stemming from her family's tragedy seemed to soften imperceptibly, melting a corner in the warmth of the firelight and the aroma of the meal. After the meal, they prepared to fetch his younger sister from school. On the way, he explained to Tsuyoshi, "My sister's name is Linyu, and she excels academically. Our parents passed away early, and it was Grandma who raised us single-handedly. I have no grand aspirations for myself. I merely hope she achieves great things in the future." In his tone, the usual playful banter was absent, replaced by a pure pride and hope characteristic of an elder brother. Tsuyoshi listened quietly, refraining from uttering a word. The vehicle arrived near the entrance of the county's high school, halting at the mouth of a somewhat dim alley. As they stepped into the alley, they spotted a slender girl in a school uniform with a ponytail, being encircled by several unsavory youths not far away. The girl was Linyu. She leaned against the wall, her face displaying a hint of tension, yet her gaze remained resolute. Leading the group was a young man with bleached hair, adorned with multiple earrings, who impatiently addressed Linyu while smoking. "Tiger has already told you, being his girlfriend is a privilege. Don't act ungratefully." Linyu responded coldly. "Step aside." Infuriated by her defiance, the young man crushed his cigarette underfoot and snarled, "You little brat, getting a bit too bold. Aren't you? If you don't agree today, you won't leave here." The thugs behind him erupted in a cacophony of laughter, slowly encroaching upon her. Chapter 16. No rooms available. The dim light in the alley stretched the shadows of several young men, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Lin Fan's playful grin vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound darkness that Tsuyoshi had never witnessed before. The sudden surge of intensity altered the very air around them, rendering it oppressive. Tsuyoshi felt a jolt in her heart, experiencing firsthand the terrifying aspect of Lin Fan's character. "Xiaoyu, don't push your luck." The leader of the group, a young man with bleached hair, crushed his cigarette on the ground with disdain. Brother Chong has taken a liking to you. Consider it a blessing. Why pretend to be a pure and innocent girl? Everyone knows how poor your family is, with just a useless brother. My brother is not useless. Lin Yu defiantly lifted her head, her delicate face brimming with anger. Huh, still putting up a front? The young man sneered, reaching out to grasp Lin Yu's arm. Whether you go with Brother Chong today is not up to you. The surrounding ruffians joined in with malicious laughter, advancing menacingly. Just as the young man's hand was about to touch Lin Yu's school uniform, a sharp slap echoed through the silent alley. The young man was sent flying, accompanied by a few bloody teeth, crashing to the ground with half of his face swelling visibly, instantly losing consciousness. The remaining thugs stood dumbfounded. What has happened? They hadn't even seen who struck. And you lot. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the rest. Which of you dared to reach for my sister? Under Lin Fan's penetrating stare, a chill coursed through the thugs, causing them to tremble uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. And no, it's not my fault. It was Brother Chong. He sent us. Panic-stricken, they turned to flee, but Lin Fan's figure flickered between them. With mere fists, he unleashed a flurry of blows. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of shattering bones accompanied by muffled cries echoed in the alley. Lin Fan's control over his fury had matured significantly. Each punch struck precisely at the most agonizing yet non-lethal joints. The entire ordeal lasted no more than 5 seconds, leaving the once arrogant thugs sprawled on the ground like limp rags, clutching their arms or thighs, rolling in pain, devoid of any strength to even wail. Lin Fan approached the unconscious young man, lifting his foot to gently rest on his face, applying a slight pressure. The young man stirred, awakening in agony, and upon opening his eyes, he beheld the visage that would haunt him for eternity. He began to speak, but Lin Fan leaned in, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. From this day forth, if you dare to come within 100 meters of my sister, or allow her to hear any rumors about you, I shall erase you and your entire family from this world, leaving not even a trace of ashes behind. When I speak, I follow through. The voice was soft, yet it pierced deeply into the very soul of the yellow-haired individual. Lin Fan withdrew his foot, the icy gloom on his face dissipating in an instant, reverting to his languid demeanor. Lin Yu gazed at her brother in astonishment. The brother she remembered was one who struggled academically, immersed in video games, lethargic to the core, destined for unemployment post-graduation. Yet, the person who had just sent a thug flying with a single slap and resolved all troubles with a few punches and kicks, uttering the most ruthless words while stepping on someone's face. Could he truly be her brother? It was only then that Lin Yu noticed a stunningly beautiful older sister standing behind him. Clad in a well-fitted long dress, her figure was breathtaking, and her demeanor exuded an icy elegance, reminiscent of a star stepping out from a television screen. She regarded Lin Fan with a complex expression. Lin Fan, aware of his sister's gaze, scratched his head and introduced her somewhat sheepishly. Oh, I forgot to mention, this is Su Yueshi. Sister-in-law? Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Yueshi's face flushed instantly, shooting Lin Fan a fierce glare. Yet, in front of the child, she could not unleash her fury, only managing a stiff nod. In the Maybach on their way back to the village, the atmosphere grew somewhat peculiar. Lin Yu sat in the back seat, her round, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity, darting back and forth between the driving Lin Fan and the passenger Su Yueshi. Unable to contain herself any longer, she leaned forward, whispering into Su Yueshi's ear, "Sister, are you truly my brother's girlfriend?" Su Yueshi stiffened, her cheeks warming again. "Well, I suppose so," she replied ambiguously. "Wow," Lin Yu exclaimed softly, then with a more puzzled tone, asked, "But sister, you're so beautiful and graceful. What do you see in my brother? He is so lazy and poor, and his mouth is rather foul clearly." Lin Yu had aptly summarized her brother's shortcomings. Lin Fan nearly choked on his own breath, thinking, is this really my biological sister? Does she have to undermine me like this? Su Yueshi was utterly at a loss for words at the child's innocent query. After a moment of contemplation, A dubious blush appeared on her otherwise composed face, and she managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Has his merits, too. What merits? Lin Yu pressed on. Su Yueshi faltered. Merits? What merits does this guy even possess? The atmosphere in the car turned awkward yet amusing. The dinner became even livelier with Lin Yu's return. Grandma Lin, gazing at the enchanting daughter-in-law brought home by her grandson, alongside her clever granddaughter, had her face creased into a beaming smile resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. At the dining table, she continued to enthusiastically serve dishes to Su Yueshi, her chatter never ceasing. Little you ought to learn for your sister-in-law. Just look at her, so demure and understanding. Xiao Fan, you must never bully Yushi in the future, or Grandma shall break your legs. Su Yushi, overwhelmed by being addressed repeatedly as Yushi and granddaughter-in-law, could only lower her head and focus on her meal. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush throughout. Once a revered holy maiden of a prestigious sect, she had never before experienced such warmth and enthusiasm of a mundane family. The rural night, devoid of the city's clamor, was filled only with the croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects. Oh dear, how forgetful of me. Our home lacks sufficient rooms. Grandma smiled warmly at Lin Fan and Su Yushi. Yushi, you shall share a room with Xiao Fan. Our house is small, and we have no extra rooms. The room, modest in size yet meticulously tidy, contained merely a 1.5-meter wooden bed, an old wardrobe, and a desk. These were the entirety of its furnishings. The air was infused with a faint scent belonging to Lin Fan, a blend of sunlight and soap, mingled with a subtle hint of awkwardness. Taking a deep breath, Su Yushi approached the bed, dividing the blanket in two, drawing a clear line down the center. With an air of utmost seriousness, she declared, "This is the line. You sleep on that side, and I shall sleep on this side." All right. I won't cross the line," Lin Fan replied, wearing a mischievous grin. Su Yushi huffed in response and disregarded him. She sat cross-legged on her designated half of the bed, closed her eyes, and turned her thoughts inward, quickly entering a meditative state. Lin Fan lay on the other side, propped up on his side as he gazed at the nearby Su Yushi. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her exquisite profile, long lashes fluttering gently, a petite and elegant nose, and an enchanting, orchid-like fragrance wafting from her. How delightful! He even pretended to rise, taking a grandiose breath near her delicate feet. Lin Fan mused, and before he realized it, drowsiness enveloped him, and he gradually succumbed to sleep. As the night deepened, shadows appeared at the entrance of Linjia village, like phantoms merging with the darkness. Clad in black tactical gear and equipped with night vision goggles, they moved in complete silence, executing their actions with seamless precision. The leader signaled, and the group swiftly dispersed, occupying various vantage points and concealed corners around the Lin family's courtyard. First team in position. Second team in position. Third team in position, transmitting real-time footage. Received. All units, be advised, the target is extremely dangerous. This mission is solely for reconnaissance and surveillance. No one shall act without my command. Qin Lan's voice resonated clearly in the ears of each operative through the encrypted channel. Chapter 17. The target has flown away. The first rays of morning sunlight graced the bed, gently awakening Su Yueshi. Lin Fan lay on his side, sleeping soundly like a log. The distance between them had long since transgressed the boundary of propriety. One of his legs rested unceremoniously on her body. A wave of warmth surged from Su Yueshi's soles to the crown of her head, rendering her already fair complexion a deep shade of crimson. Almost instinctively, she lifted her leg and, summoning all her strength, delivered a sharp kick. Thud! Lin Fan tumbled off the bed, crashing heavily onto the floor. What the hell? Who dares to ambush me? He exclaimed, jolting upright, his sleepy eyes wide with confusion as he beheld the mortified and indignant face of Su Yueshi. Wrapped tightly in her blanket, Su Yueshi gritted her teeth and declared, "Lin Fan, you crossed the line." Lin Fan rubbed his sore backside, quickly grasping the situation. Instead of feeling the slightest remorse, he boldly retorted, "Are you serious? Isn't it perfectly normal to turn over while sleeping? Besides, the bed is so small. What do you expect me to do?" The fact that I didn't lay a hand on you speaks volumes about my noble character and self-restraint. You shameless wretch. Suyueshi trembled with anger at his twisted logic and hurled a pillow at him. As their quarrel escalated, the door creaked open. Grandma Lin entered with 2 bowls of steaming egg noodles, her face beaming with joy. Awake, are you? Come, eat while it's hot. Lin Fan. Suyuexi. After breakfast, he drove the incongruous Maybach, which seemed out of place in the entire village, to take his sister Lin Yu to school in the county town. Before departing, he pulled a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yu. This contains 500,000. Use it for your living expenses, buy whatever you wish. However, Lin Yu pushed the card back, shaking her head. Brother, I don't need so much. Take it. This is money I've earned through my own efforts. Lin Fan's expression turned serious. From now on, I shall be your protector. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, and I will break their legs. Lin Yu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she ultimately accepted the card. She knew that her brother seemed genuinely different now. On the back hills of Linjia village, along the narrow ridges of the fields, Lin Fan laboriously swung his hoe. He could distinctly sense at least 5 different presences lurking in various directions, each emanating a subtle yet steady aura. Sigh. As he worked the soil, he mentally lamented, what kind of high-level treatment is this? To monitor me with such a considerable deployment of personnel and resources. This is how taxpayer money is squandered? Their salaries must be astronomical. Perhaps I should take the civil service exam myself? With my capabilities, becoming a department head wouldn't be unreasonable. After toiling in the fields for an entire morning, Lin Fan felt more exhausted than if he had engaged in a brawl. Nearby County High School, in a familiar dim alley, a white van quietly parked at the entrance, its interior shrouded in swirling smoke. A number of men clad in black attire encircled a foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes. They were disciples of the 7 Kills sect. Mr. Buck, are you certain this is the girl? The leading disciple of the 7 Kills sect cast a glance at the photograph on his phone, which featured Lin Yu. His tone was laced with skepticism. We have investigated. She is merely an ordinary high school student, devoid of any internal energy fluctuations, indistinguishable from a common person. The man known as Buck wore a scornful smirk upon his face. In stilted Mandarin, he retorted, "You Oriental warriors, who only comprehend the cultivation of internal energy, could never fathom the magnificence of extraordinary abilities. The power within her resembles a dormant volcano. Although it has yet to erupt, the energy it harbors is beyond your imagination." Leaning back in a chair, Buck exuded a sense of superiority. "We offer you the elixirs for awakening extraordinary powers to assist you against the Dragon Shield Bureau. In return, you shall aid us in locating raw gems like her. It is a mutually beneficial collaboration." The disciples of the 7 Kills sect exchanged glances, a flicker of greed and ruthlessness flashing in their eyes. Having battled the Dragon Shield Bureau for many years, they were acutely aware of the formidable nature of that official agency. However, since collaborating with this enigmatic organization, several among them had awakened the extraordinary abilities they had longed for, their strength surging, igniting hopes of overturning the status quo. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest." The leading disciple nodded. "If it means bringing down the Dragon Shield Bureau, we would not hesitate to sacrifice not just a female student, but even turn the entire county upside down." After school that afternoon, Lin Yu, carrying her backpack, walked along the familiar shortcut home. Just a few steps into the alley, a white van suddenly appeared, blocking her path. The door swung open with a clatter. Buck and several disciples of the 7 Kills sect emerged, their faces adorned with malicious smiles as they slowly encircled her. Lin Yu's heart sank. "What do you want?" she asked, forcing herself to remain calm. "Don't be anxious, little girl," Buck replied with a grin. "We merely wish to invite you to a place as our guest. Come with us, and do not compel us to resort to force." At that moment, several agile figures appeared at the other end of the alley. As part of the surveillance on Lin Fan, his sister Lin Yu was, of course, under the indirect protection of the Dragon Shield Bureau. They had not anticipated that someone would dare to act here. The leading disciple of the 7 Kills sect, upon seeing the agents, did not display panic. Instead, a cruel smile crept across his face. "Perfect timing. Today, We shall eliminate you dogs of the Dragon Shield Bureau as well. Before his words could settle, he stomped his foot with force. Boom! The concrete beneath him surged like earth, sharp stone spikes emerging from thin air, hurtling toward the agents of the Dragon Shield Bureau with lightning speed. Extraordinary abilities. Be cautious. The team leader's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, swiftly rolling to evade. However, another disciple of the Seven Kills sect waved his hands, unleashing two invisible blades of wind that silently sliced through the air, aimed directly at the agent's throat. The battle erupted in an instant. This was no longer merely a clash between martial artists. Though the agents of the Dragon Shield Bureau were well-trained and coordinated, they faced a group of individuals who not only possessed martial arts skills, but also wielded bizarre, supernatural abilities. Bang! Bang! The agents retaliated with gunfire, but the bullets striking the disciples of the Seven Kills sect were repelled by an invisible barrier, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Meanwhile, the golden-haired man, Buck, remained standing in place, arms crossed, as if he were watching an intriguing performance. He observed as one agent narrowly dodged the stone spikes and wind blades, preparing to charge at Lin Yu, a cruel smile creeping across his face. Slowly, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Whoosh! A fireball materialized in the palm of his hand and hurtled towards the agent. The agent's pupils dilated in horror, unable to evade in time, and could only cross his arms defensively across his chest. The fireball detonated with a thunderous explosion. Ah! A piercing scream echoed. The agent was thrown backward, crashing against the wall. His combat uniform instantly ignited, his entire arm charred black. Old 3. The team leader's eyes widened in fury. They were utterly overwhelmed. When did these disciples of the Seven Kills sect become so formidable? And now they conspired with foreign supernatural beings. This was no mere vendetta. It was transnational crime. Lin Yu's face turned pale with fear at the sight before her. Call headquarters. The team leader of the Dragon Shield Bureau, witnessing his comrades fall one by one, leaned against the wall and let out a final, desperate roar into the communicator, realizing the collusion between the Seven Kills sect and the Overseas Divine Awakening Organization. They possessed supernatural abilities. Their target was Lin Fan's sister. In the fields of Linjia village on a mountainside, Lin Fan leaned against the ridge, twisting open a bottle of mineral water and drinking copiously. Suddenly, he halted mid-drink. What's wrong? Su Yueshi immediately sensed a change and paused her actions, asking in confusion. From dozens of kilometers away in the county town, he distinctly felt several auras belonging to the Dragon Shield Bureau agents rapidly weakening. Surrounding them, several malevolent energies were erupting unchecked. Something had gone awry. Lin Fan stood up, uttering 3 words. This time, it was an unreserved, pure rage. A golden aura, akin to a burning sun, erupted from within him. Su Yueshi was forced to retreat repeatedly by this surge of energy, her face a canvas of astonishment. She had never seen such a version of Lin Fan. In the next moment, Lin Fan grasped Su Yueshi's hand, slightly bending his legs. Boom! Lin Fan and Su Yueshi soared into the sky. Unidentified, ultra-high energy reactions detected. Energy readings, off the charts. Off the charts. Target. Target has lifted off the ground. The target is engaged in supersonic flight. Inside the vehicle, the agent tasked with surveillance clutched the malfunctioning control panel with fervor. His gaze fixed upon the golden streak that soared into the heavens, vanishing instantaneously beyond the horizon. His voice had transformed entirely in pitch. Report. Report to Team Leader Chin. The target he has flown away. Chapter 18. Annihilation of foreign intruders. Lin Fan grasped Su Yueshi's hand and descended into the heart of the county town's alley. The scene before them resembled a hellish nightmare. Several agents of the Dragon Shield Bureau, clad in black tactical gear, lay sprawled in pools of blood, their fates uncertain. The walls were marred by charred remnants of explosions, and deep, gaping holes punctuated by sharp stone shards served as a chilling reminder of the chaos that had unfolded. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the gruesome sight with an icy indifference. His eyes finally settled on an agent whose chest still faintly rose and fell. He released Su Yueshi and approached with measured steps, crouching beside the wounded figure. Half of the agent's body was burned to a crisp, his face a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, yet a flicker of life persisted within him. Lin Fan gently infused a warm and pure energy into the agent's body, temporarily suspending the impending extinguishment of his life. It's the 7-kill sect. The agent's lips struggled to form the words, his voice rasping like a broken wind instrument. They're also a blonde foreigner. They possess extraordinary abilities. His pupils began to dilate as he revealed the crucial information. The target is your sister. As soon as the words left his lips, his head drooped and he breathed his last. Lin Fan silently rose, withdrawing his hand. The carefree demeanor and playful smirk that had graced his face vanished in an instant, leaving behind an unadulterated aura of lethal intent. Lin Fan slowly closed his eyes. In the next heartbeat, a surge of energy emanated from him, radiating outward. This force enveloped the towering buildings, claiming every inch of land in the county town and its outskirts. Su Yueshi gazed at him in horror. Moments later, Lin Fan opened his eyes, having precisely pinpointed the location of every malevolent presence. Found them, he uttered, his voice soft yet resonant, as if it were a decree from the depths of hell. In the outskirts, within the confines of an abandoned cement factory, Lin Yu was bound to a cold iron chair, her pale face betraying a fierce defiance as she glared at the men before her. "Ha, Elder Zhao. We've struck gold this time." Bark, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, circled Lin Yu with a greedy glint in his eyes. The energy hidden within this girl, once awakened, it will manifest as an exceedingly rare psychic ability. If we offer her to the organization, we'll not only acquire several awakening serums, but even more advanced resources will be at our fingertips. At that point, what is a mere Dragon Shield Bureau? The man addressed as Elder Zhao was a gaunt, sinister-looking elder, one of the elders of the 7-kill sect, known as Zhao Xie. He stroked his goatee with pride, regarding Lin Yu as if she were a priceless treasure. Mr. Bark is correct. Once every member of the 7-kill sect becomes an extraordinary being, Jiangxia, and indeed the entire Dragon Kingdom, will be ours to command. As the two men indulged in their dreams of the future, a thunderous roar erupted. The unprecedented sound shook the entire factory, causing it to tremble violently. The heavy steel door twisted and deformed, flying outward and crashing into a wall dozens of meters away. Amidst the swirling dust and debris, two figures entered through the gaping door, one following closely behind the other. The triumphant smiles on Zhao Xie's and Buck's faces abruptly froze. Lin Fan surveyed his surroundings, his gaze bypassing everyone until it landed squarely on his sister, Lin Yu, who was bound to a chair. Only after confirming that she was merely restrained, with no visible injuries, did he slowly shift his icy glare towards the faces of Buck and Zhao Xie. "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of the 7-kill sect and the Divine Awakening Organization? Seeking death, are we?" Buck was the first to react, his expression morphing into one of extreme disdain as he regarded Lin Fan and Su Yueshi. "Just the two of you? A pretty boy and a beautiful girl, daring to come here to meet your demise?" However, Zhao Xie's gaze, upon spotting Su Yueshi, momentarily faltered before recognition dawned, twisting his face into a cruel smile. "I see. It's you, the remnant of the Xianyu sect. Su Yuexi." His voice dripped with mockery and delight. "You haven't forgotten your master, nor the day of mourning for over 100 souls from your sect, have you? Ha! What a fortuitous encounter. Today, you shall reunite with them." "You." Upon hearing this, Su Yueshi's body jolted, her enchanting phoenix eyes instantly suffused with crimson veins. A tempest of hatred surged forth, overwhelming her reason. "Zhao Xie, I will kill you," she roared, her inner strength surging as she prepared to charge forward. Yet, a hand gently pressed on her shoulder. It was Lin Fan. Without even glancing back at her, he spoke in a tone so calm it was almost infuriating, addressing Zhao Xie and Buck. "Release my sister, and I will grant you a swift demise." Arrogant fool. Zhao Xie was thoroughly incensed by Lin Fan's demeanor. He bellowed, "Kill him." At his command, several eager disciples of the 7-kill sect, who had long been itching for a fight, immediately sprang into action, their faces twisted in malicious glee. They were all awakened beings, their powers far surpassing those of ordinary martial artists. Whoosh! An invisible blade of wind sliced through the air, aimed directly at Lin Fan's throat. Hiss! Streams of deep green, corrosive liquid, akin to venomous serpent striking, shot towards his legs from deceptive angles. From the ground, sharp stone spikes erupted, poised to pierce his back. A myriad of bizarre attacks converged from all directions, sealing off all avenues of retreat for Lin Fan. Yet he did not even blink. Casually, he lifted his right hand and flicked his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of golden energy orbs surged forth, striking with precision. The dull thuds reverberated almost simultaneously. The once boastful disciples of the Seven Kills sect found their mocking grins frozen in place, their bodies stiffening. In the next moment, gaping, bull-sized wounds appeared on their chests. Life ebbed away in an instant. With a single move, they were vanquished. The entire factory was engulfed in a profound silence. The disdain on Buck's face solidified. The sneer on Zhao Xie's countenance also froze. Their once proud team of extraordinary individuals has vanished. Without even grazing the hem of their adversary's garment, Su Yueshi stood frozen, acutely aware of the chasm that lay between her and Lin Fan. Damn it! Zhao Xie, seasoned and shrewd, was the first to react, unleashing a terrified roar as he pressed his hands forcefully against the ground. Thunderous! The factory floor instantaneously transformed into quicksand, and colossal arms fashioned from earth and stone erupted from below, writhing like living creatures, desperately ensnaring Lin Fan's legs and body. With a combat prowess of 420, this maneuver could effortlessly crush a main battle tank into a mere disk of metal. Yet, Lin Fan merely stepped forward, gently, taking a single stride. An invisible aura radiated outward from him. All the stone arms within a meter of his form disintegrated into dust upon contact with his force. Buck, snapping out of his stupor, emitted a piercing scream and thrust his hands forward. A massive fireball, over 2 meters in diameter and ablaze with dark red flames, materialized from thin air, hurtling towards Lin Fan's face with incinerating heat. He simply raised a hand. With a swift motion, he slapped it away. A crisp sound echoed, akin to swatting a fly. That fearsome fireball was effortlessly dispersed by his palm. Meanwhile, high above, within the armed helicopter of the Dragon Shield Bureau, Qinlan observed the chaos unfolding in the factory through a powerful telescope, her gaze transfixed. Report, Team Leader Qin. The target is single-handedly suppressing the elders of the Seven Kills sect and the A-class extraordinary individuals of the Divine Awakening Organization. Qinlan had anticipated commanding a brutal assault and hostage rescue operation. But what was she witnessing now? Was this a celestial battle? Within the factory, at the instant Lin Fan dispersed the fireball, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, he appeared like a specter before Zhao Xie, effortlessly gripping his neck with one hand and lifting him into the air as if he were a mere chick. Zhao Xie's feet dangled above the ground as he struggled frantically, his face contorted in unprecedented terror. Lin Fan brought him closer, calmly inquiring, "Who led the extermination of the Xian Yu sect back then? Where's the headquarters of your Seven Kills sect?" Remarkably, he was assisting Su Yueshi in her interrogation. Under the immense dread of impending death, Zhao Xie's mental defenses crumbled, and he laboriously uttered a name and a location. Having obtained the desired information, Lin Fan casually tossed Zhao Xie aside, who collided with the now-dazed Buck, sending them tumbling together. Turning away, he approached Lin Yu, bound to a chair. With tender movements, he gently untied the ropes binding his sister, momentarily reverting to the somewhat languid, even affectionate demeanor of an older brother. He extended his hand and gently stroked Lin Yu's head. "It's all right, do not be afraid." Chapter 19, Apologies. Yet power truly allows one to act at will. After soothing his younger sister, Lin Fan slowly turned around. The factory floor was enveloped in an eerie silence. Su Yueshi stood frozen, her body trembling slightly. Lin Yu clutched her brother's clothing tightly, burying her small head behind him. daring only to peek out with one eye at the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure. The brother who had previously sent a thug flying with a single slap and resolved troubles with just a few punches had already left her in awe. Yet now, this man, capable of extinguishing lives with the snap of his fingers, completely shattered her 14-year understanding of the term brother. At that moment, a hurried and heavy footfall echoed from the shattered doorway. "Don't move," a clear female voice rang out. Lan led a dozen fully armed agents from the Dragon Shield Bureau, storming into the factory like a whirlwind. Dressed in a form-fitting black combat suit that accentuated her alluring curves, her sharp short hair framed a striking yet cold visage, exuding an aura that commanded distance. However, when she beheld the scene within the factory, even her seasoned composure faltered. The ground was littered with chaos, colleagues sprawled in pools of blood, and several disciples of the Seven-Kill sect lay in gruesome states. Her gaze swiftly locked onto the only two survivors in the room, Zhao Xie and Buck, who were trembling in abject fear on the ground. "Stop!" Upon seeing Lin Fan advance toward the two, Lan immediately raised her voice. "They are important criminals colluding with the Foreign Divine Enlightenment Organization and must be captured alive for interrogation at headquarters. For any martial artist or supernatural being from the Dragon Kingdom, the command from the Dragon Shield Bureau would undoubtedly warrant serious consideration of the consequences." Yet, Lin Fan seemed oblivious to it all. His steps did not falter, and his icy expression remained unchanged. "Buck, hoarse and desperate, shouted you. You can't kill me. I am part of the Divine Enlightenment Organization. If you dare to harm a hair on me, they will not let you go. We will hunt you down to the ends of the earth, leaving you and your family without a burial place." He presumed that invoking the name of such a formidable entity would at least instill some hesitation in his adversary. Divine Enlightenment Organization? Lin Fan finally halted, a mocking smile curving his lips. "Oh, is that so? How fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one." Without further ado, he casually raised his right hand, his fingers curling slightly. Whoosh, whoosh. Two golden energy blasts shot forth in an instant. Lan's pupils dilated in shock. She attempted to intervene, yet found her body unable to keep pace with his swift actions. Thud, thud. Under the horrified gaze of all present, Buck, who had just been screaming frantically, and Zhao Xie, whose face was etched with terror, did not even have time to utter a cry. Their bodies instantly turned to ash. Congratulations to the host for successfully eliminating two societal miscreants, championing the light of righteousness, and restoring order. Reward, 400 points. Current remaining points, 500. The crisp sound of the system notification echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Oh, Lin Fan felt a slight surprise within. Who would have thought that eliminating such scoundrels would yield point rewards? And a generous 400 points at that? He began to calculate his gains in his mind. Lan stood utterly stunned, her handsome, icy visage momentarily frozen in disbelief. The elite agents of the Dragon Shield Bureau behind her collectively gasped in shock. What on earth is this? What kind of monster is this? That was an elder from the Seven-Kill sect, along with an overseas ability user of at least A rank. Just like that, they were gone. Not even ashes remained. The man before her had utterly disregarded the Dragon Shield Bureau's warnings and paid no heed to the so-called Divine Awakening Organization. She forced herself to regain her composure from the depths of her astonishment. She understood better than anyone that different individuals required different approaches. For heinous criminals, one could employ ruthless methods. For unruly martial artists, rules and benefits could be used to maintain balance. But in the presence of this individual, who was capricious, possessed unfathomable strength, and treated rules as mere trifles, capable of reducing a person to ashes with a mere wave of his hand, any show of force would be the most foolish of actions. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult of emotions within her, she stepped forward alone. Lan adjusted her slightly disheveled combat attire and spoke with a tone imbued with respect. "Mr. Lin Fan, greetings. I am Lan, the leader of the operations team at the Jiangxia branch of the Dragon Shield Bureau. I apologize for my earlier discourteous demeanor. However, this matter indeed involves the illegal entry of an overseas ability organization, resulting in significant casualties among our personnel, and it is of utmost importance. We hope to gain your cooperation in assisting us with the subsequent investigation. She lowered her stance significantly. Lin Fan transformed back into the familiar, languid figure that many recognized, exuding a hint of a slacker's aura. He scratched his head and yawned. Assisting with the investigation? Sure. His straightforward response caught Qin Lan off guard, causing her to swallow back a torrent of prepared remarks. He actually agreed so readily, just as Qin Lan felt a flicker of surprise. Lin Fan's next statement nearly caused her to choke. By the way, will there be meals provided? Lin Fan rubbed his stomach, asserting with confidence. And what about allowances? Travel expenses, compensation for emotional distress, lost wages, and such, those should be reimbursed, right? I must tell you, the energy expenditure from flying over here from the village was immense. I'm absolutely famished right now. Surely, it wouldn't be unreasonable to request a bonus of 10 or 80,000 for my troubles. Qin Lan felt her mind stall. This shift in tone was simply too abrupt. Standing behind Lin Fan, Su Yueshi wore an expression of both amusement and exasperation. She observed Lin Fan's brazen demeanor as he engaged in a shameless negotiation. A myriad of emotions churned within her. This man had just displayed the utmost dominance and tenacity, avenging one of her family's enemies. Lin Yu, however, clutched her brother's clothing tightly. The earlier signs of anxiety and fear now completely vanished. The brother who now playfully haggled with the beautiful older sister was the familiar figure she adored, yet one who also instilled within her an unprecedented sense of security. A smile inadvertently graced her delicate features. Gritting her teeth, she offered a cheerful response. Meals are on me. I will immediately apply for additional funds and bonuses. I guarantee your satisfaction. Her sole desire at this moment was to promptly bring this living ancestor back to the bureau. Now that sounds more like it. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Su Yueshi and Lin Yu, his face illuminated by a radiant smile. Did you hear that? Today we feast like royalty. Su Yuexi. Qin Lan. Chapter 20. Otherwise be my girlfriend in the Dragon Shield Bureau, Jiangxia Branch. A colossal circular screen displayed processed footage from armed helicopters and ground surveillance equipment in an endless loop. A powerful palm struck down an A-class ability, User S long-prepared fireball. With a mere gesture, he reduced the renowned elder of the Seven Kills sect and foreign ability users to ashes. With a speed akin to teleportation, he soared into the sky. This is how the events unfolded. Qin Lan's voice was somewhat hoarse as she reported the entire incident through the communicator, plunging the command center into an eerie silence once more. Brother, he is far too dangerous. Qin Lan's tone grew increasingly agitated. He is utterly uncontrollable, acting solely on his whims. Today, he could annihilate the Seven Kills sect and the Divine Enlightenment Organization for the sake of his sister. Tomorrow, he might destroy an entire street simply because someone gazed at him too long. He is a ticking time bomb. Qin Shan remained silent, his profound gaze never leaving the languid figure on the screen. After a lengthy pause, he slowly shook his head. No, Xiaolan, you are mistaken. Qin Shan turned to face his sister, his eyes shimmering with a wisdom starkly different from Qin Lan's. He is not a bomb. He is a sword. Qin Shan's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear present. A sword capable of severing all outdated norms, even possessing the potential to reshape the future. A divine blade. But we are utterly incapable of controlling him. Qin Lan still could not accept this notion. Why must we control him? Qin Shan countered, a significant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A truly formidable weapon was never meant for control, but rather for collaboration. He paused, gesturing towards the screen where a little girl, tightly clutching Lin Fan's sleeve, gazed at her brother with adoration. He is not without flaws. What he cherishes most is his family, especially his sister, Lin Yu, as long as he has those he cares for and wishes to protect. This sword shall not turn against us. Meanwhile, in Jiangxia City, an exclusive and elegant private dining establishment, not open to the public, within an antique-style private room, a massive redwood round table was laden with an array of dishes. At that moment, Lin Fan transformed into a glutton, devouring the food with unrestrained delight, his mouth glistening with grease. Delicious. This is wonderful. Xiaoya, quickly try this. It's incredibly nourishing. Yueshi, don't be shy. Treat this as your own home. After all, someone else is footing the bill. Across from him, Qinlan struggled to contain her fury as her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. She glanced at the ever-growing stack of empty plates on the table, and then at the staggering bill recently handed to her by the waiter, feeling as though her heart were bleeding. This was not dining. It was outright extortion. Lin Yu appeared, quite delighted, taking small bites of the dishes her brother served her. Her bright, curious eyes occasionally darted towards Su Yueshi, who sat beside her. Sister-in-law, has my brother always been this impressive? She inquired. Cough. Su Yueshi nearly spat out the mouthful of soup she had just swallowed, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson at the unexpected address. She waved her hands in denial, at a loss for how to respond, ultimately mumbling a vague acknowledgement before burying her head in her bowl, pretending she had heard nothing. Lin Fan, however, remained oblivious to the undercurrents of tension at the table. As he savored his meal, he gleefully opened the system shop in his mind. Current remaining points, 500. Seeing the additional 400 points, Lin Fan's heart soared with joy. To kill and maim brings wealth, while to build bridges and mend roads leaves no corpses. Ancient wisdom indeed holds true. Having eliminated 2 societal miscreants not only cleared his mind, but also rewarded him with points. What a lucrative endeavor. 500 points could exchange for a wealth of treasures. Dragon Ball series, Spirit Beans, 500 points each. Too expensive, next. Battle Power Detector, green monocle style, 50 points each. This could be useful for future show-offs. Powers series, Ability Awakening Potion, 200 points. It can awaken the powers of those with abilities. Fantasy series, Essence Cleansing Pill, 100 points. It purges impurities, enhancing cultivation aptitude and potential. Fantasy series, Basic Qi Induction Formula, 100 points. It allows one to sense and summarize the spiritual energy of the universe, serving as a stepping stone into cultivation. Technology series, AI Smart Butler, 100 points. Lin Fan mentally calculated his options, a sly grin spreading across his face. Just then, Qinlan's communicator buzzed again. Brother. On the other end, Qin Shan's steady and powerful voice resonated. Xiaolan, I'm aware of everything. You have done well. Now, bring Mr. Lin Fan to the Bureau headquarters. I wish to meet him personally. Moreover, Qin Shan's voice paused, seemingly weighing his words before delivering a bombshell. Convey to him that, in gratitude for his assistance to the Dragon Shield Bureau and to express our sincerity, should he be willing to engage in further collaboration, the Bureau can fulfill one. Any request of his. Any request. Qinlan inhaled deeply, repeating in the calmest tone she could muster, enunciating each word. Yes, as long as it does not endanger national security or violate humanitarian principles. The Dragon Shield Bureau can mobilize all resources to satisfy his any request. The atmosphere in the private room shifted dramatically. Su Yueshi raised her head, her beautiful phoenix eyes filled with astonishment. The Dragon Shield Bureau was a true titan within the realm of the Dragon Nation, wielding immense power. Any request they granted carried weight enough to drive any martial arts sect or family into a frenzy. Lin Fan blinked, his previously nonchalant demeanor gradually sobering. He leaned against the back of the chair, crossing his legs, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. Any requests? He stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the private room, ultimately landing on Qinlan's frosty visage. He unabashedly scrutinized her curves, accentuated by the black combat attire. Qinlan felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, her brows knitting together as she coldly retorted, "What are you staring at?" Suddenly, Lin Fan broke into a grin, revealing a set of pearly whites that lent his smile an air of lewdness. Since it asked any request, he deliberately elongated his words, leaning slightly forward, lowering his voice as he addressed Qinlan. "Then I ask that you be my girlfriend. Surely, that is not an unreasonable request." Boom! Qinlan felt as though her mind had been struck by a thunderbolt. She froze in place, her fair neck rapidly flushing a deep crimson, extending to her ears. "Why you? Shameless. Scoundrel." Qinlan sprang to her feet, pointing at Lin Fan, her body trembling with rage, her chest heaving, unable to articulate a complete thought. She never dreamed this man would make such a proposition. He desires her body. Su Yueshi and Lin Yu were equally bewildered by this sudden turn of events. Su Yueshi glanced at the infuriated Qinlan, then at the mischievous grin on Lin Fan's face, an inexplicable feeling of discontent bubbling within her. This lecherous man truly cannot change his ways. He is utterly distracted by beautiful women. Lin Yu, on the other hand, widened her eyes, darting between her brother and the stunning older sister, her mind filled with questions. Doesn't her brother have a sister-in-law? Why would he want this older sister to be his girlfriend? Ha ha, just a joke, just a joke. Why is team leader Qin so serious? She has no sense of humor. Look at you. Your face is all flushed. You're rather adorable. You. Qinlan felt as though she might burst from indignation. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Lin Fan waved his hand, settling back into his seat, his smile diminishing to be replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. Take me to meet your brother. Chapter 21. The Dragon Shield Bureau assignment. The specially designed bulletproof vehicle of the Dragon Shield Bureau glided along the dedicated pathway leading to the headquarters of the Jiangxia branch. However, the atmosphere inside the vehicle was far from as smooth as the ride itself. Qinlan sat in the front passenger seat, her arms crossed, and her strikingly beautiful yet icy visage seemed almost capable of freezing the air around her. Occasionally, she cast a scathing glance through the rearview mirror at the carefree individual seated in the back. Su Yueshi, sitting upright, gazed out at the rapidly passing scenery, filled with a sense of futuristic technology. As a former saintess of a martial arts sect, she had witnessed magnificent palaces, but the colossal fortress before her, constructed from steel, light, and intricate machinery, struck her with a different kind of awe. Lin Yu's small face was brimming with curiosity and excitement, her petite frame nearly pressed against the window. She tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, are these people secret agents like in the movies? They're so cool." Lin Fan, rubbing his sleepy eyes and yawning lazily, replied, "Pretty much just a bunch of highly paid civil servants." "Mr. Lin Fan, this way, please." A calm and warm voice called out. A middle-aged man, dressed in simple casual attire, with an elegant demeanor and eyes as deep as the ocean, stood smiling not far away. He lacked the sharpness of Qinlan, but exuded a steady aura that inspired unwitting trust. "Brother." Qinlan immediately stepped forward. The man was none other than Qin Shan, the highest commander of the Jiangxia branch of the Dragon Shield Bureau. "Mr. Lin Fan, I have long admired your reputation. I am Qin Shan." He extended his hand without a hint of arrogance. Lin Fan lazily raised his hand to shake it, then got straight to the point. "Let's skip the pleasantries. Director Qin, your sister mentioned that you could fulfill any request of mine." Qinlan's heart tightened at these words, and she quickly interjected, "What my brother means is within reasonable and legal boundaries." However, Qin Shan raised his hand to silence his sister. He looked earnestly at Lin Fan. "What my sister says is my word. The strength you have demonstrated, Mr. Lin, warrants the utmost sincerity from the Dragon Shield Bureau in seeking collaboration." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's demeanor shifted entirely. The playful smile faded, and his gaze turned serious. "Very well, since Director Qin is so sincere, I shall not hold back." His eyes swept over his sister Lin Yu and the complex expression on Su Yueshi's face as he slowly articulated his conditions. "First, I require you to arrange a villa of the highest security level in the best district of Jiangxia for my grandmother and sister, ensuring their living environment is absolutely safe, comfortable, and undisturbed. Second, I want you to use your connections to transfer my sister to the best private school in Jiangxia. She deserves the finest education. Third, I need the Dragon Shield Bureau to dispatch the most elite agents on a 24-hour rotation to protect my family in secrecy. Their normal lives must not be disrupted, yet there must not be a single misstep. I do not wish to witness a repeat of the events that occurred in the alley." As he concluded his 3 conditions, the entire command hall fell into a profound silence. Qin Shan and Qinlan were utterly astonished. Little did they expect that Lin Fan's 3 requests were not for himself at all, but entirely for his family. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Qin Shan's eyes. No problem, he declared with unwavering resolve. The Dragon Shield Bureau fully agrees to these 3 conditions. I will have someone attend to it immediately. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, the serious aura around him dissipating in an instant, transforming back into his familiar, mischievous demeanor. Rubbing his hands together with a chuckle, he added, by the way, will our family's meal expenses be reimbursed as well? And what about my benefits, like the 5 insurances and 1 fund, along with year-end bonuses? Qin Lang, who had just begun to regard Lin Fan with a hint of respect, felt a tightness in her chest, almost gasping for air. This fellow, indeed, could not maintain a dignified image for long. Qin Shan, however, found Lin Fan's abrupt shift amusing and burst into hearty laughter. Yes, of course, Mr. Lin, you will be our esteemed honorary advisor at the Dragon Shield Bureau, and all your reasonable expenses will be covered. He then elaborated on the role of an honorary advisor. No need to report for duty, no obligation to follow anyone's orders, and complete freedom in personal life. The Dragon Shield Bureau would provide the highest level of intelligence and resource support. The only obligation was to assist the Bureau during grave crises that posed a threat to national security, which they could not resolve alone. These terms were extraordinarily generous. With the conditions settled, the atmosphere in the command hall lightened considerably. Yet, Qin Shan's smile gradually faded as he picked up an unmarked black encrypted tablet from the table and handed it to Lin Fan, his expression turning exceedingly serious. Mr. Lin, this is all the classified information we have compiled regarding the Xinshi organization, based on the intelligence we intercepted and the preliminary analysis of Buck's memories. We suspect that the Xinshi organization has a so-called Jade list within the borders of Longhua. They are recruiting those potential superhumans who have not yet awakened, but possess extraordinary talents. Qin Shan paused. Ling Mei, Lin Yu, they are likely just among those listed. As night fell, in the most affluent district of Jiangxia City, at Tianyuan Mansion, a black luxury van slowly drove in and stopped in front of a standalone villa boasting a breathtaking view of the river. Qin Lan personally opened the car door, gesturing for them to exit. Although her tone remained somewhat stiff, it carried a hint of indescribable emotion compared to before. As Lin Fan stepped out of the car with Lin Yu and Su Yueshi, upon seeing the opulent villa before them, even the composed Su Yueshi could not help but gasp in astonishment. The villa sprawled across a vast expanse, featuring a private garden and an outdoor swimming pool. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows cast warm, bright light from within, creating a scene as beautiful as a painting. Brother, are we going to live here from now on? Lin Yu's mouth formed an A shape, tightly clutching Lin Fan's shirt, her bright eyes filled with disbelief. It was simply too grand. Lin Fan, unable to contain his excitement, gently ruffled her hair and exclaimed, "From now on, this shall be our home." Su Yueshi followed closely behind, her heart equally tumultuous. The efficiency of the Dragon Shield Bureau was astonishing. Within just a few hours, not only was the villa prepared, but Lin Yu's transfer procedures were also completed, along with an array of new living essentials. Even the refrigerator was stocked with the finest fresh ingredients. Everything was meticulously arranged. After settling his overly excited sister, Lin Fan finally returned to his own room. He locked the door behind him and collapsed onto the soft bed, his consciousness instantly plunging into his mind. System. Host. What are your commands? What do the Dragon Ball system, the supernatural abilities system, the fantasy system, and the technology system in this marketplace signify? Lin Fan inquired with curiosity. In response to the host, this system is a divine choice system, designed to assist the host in achieving omniscience and omnipotence through various choices. Each divine choice made by the host corresponds to illuminating a new branch on an extensive skill tree. These 4 major systems represent the 4 main trunks of the skill tree. Dragon Ball system. Focused on the ultimate application of Qi, it develops the potential of the physical body, and in later stages, one can even awaken the Super Saiyan God state and the free and unfettered state. Supernatural abilities system. It activates special abilities hidden within one's genes, such as fire control, ice manipulation, telekinesis, spatial jumping, and countless other developments. Fantasy system. It involves comprehending the spiritual energy of the universe, cultivating true essence, refining elixirs, forming formations, flying with swords, and seeking the path of immortality. Technology system. It allows the host to exchange points for technological creations that surpass current civilization, encompassing everything from artificial intelligence and genetic serums to star destroyers and Dyson spheres. The four systems are independent of each other, ranging from beginner to advanced levels. The host can freely develop according to their preferences and current needs, without any conflicts. The system's explanation made Lin Fan's heart race with excitement. It was not merely a linear upgrade, but a comprehensive development. He suppressed his exhilaration and redirected his gaze toward the system marketplace, eyeing the 500 points he possessed, his mind instantly buzzing with ideas. Previously, he had only indulged in the thrill without thoroughly exploring. Now, it seemed that each option represented a new path brimming with infinite possibilities. His gaze eventually settled on the two foundational options of the fantasy system. Purification pill, priced at 100 points. Efficacy, purges impurities from the body, significantly enhancing cultivation aptitude and potential, most effective for first-time users. Basic Qi induction technique, priced at 100 points. Efficacy, the purest method for inducing Qi, aiding cultivators in sensing and absorbing the spiritual energy of the universe into their bodies, serving as a stepping stone into the realm of cultivation. The image of Su Yueshi flashed through his mind. That woman, though sharp-tongued and hot-tempered, was undeniably stunning. Furthermore, her sect had been destroyed. Although she had since been healed by the divine beings, her strength remained stagnant. System, exchange for 1 purification pill and 1 basic Qi induction technique. Ding. Exchange successful. 200 points deducted. Current remaining points, 300. Chapter 22. I will guide you to immortality in a flash of brilliance. A pill exuding a faint fragrance and a jade slip inscribed with ancient patterns materialized in the palm of his hand. Lin Fan, clutching these items, exited the room and spotted Su Yueshi standing alone on the second-floor observation balcony, gazing at the distant river scenery. The cool moonlight bathed her, casting an air of rare melancholy upon her otherwise flawless visage. Here, take this. Lin Fan approached her nonchalantly, extending the pill and jade slip toward her. Consume this candy-like pill and practice the poses from this illustrated manual. I assure you, your strength will soar. Su Yueshi snapped back to reality, her eyes narrowing in cautious suspicion as she beheld the extraordinary items in his hand. What are these? Where did you acquire them? She instinctively stepped back. This man was shrouded in secrets, casually producing miraculous healing beans, and now presenting her with something clearly otherworldly. Observing her expression, Lin Fan understood she was concocting wild theories in her mind. He scratched his head, unwilling to delve into lengthy explanations. Take it or leave it. If you refuse, I might as well toss it into the river to feed the fish. With that, he feigned throwing the pill and slipped towards a railing overlooking the water. You would dare. Su Yueshi instinctively lunged forward, snatching the items from his grasp and clutching them tightly. The pure and warm energy emanating from the pill, along with the jade slip's smooth texture, confirmed to her that these were indeed treasures of immeasurable value. But why would this man bestow such precious gifts upon her? She gazed at Lin Fan's carefree demeanor, torn between curiosity and apprehension. Later that night, within the confines of Su Yueshi's bedroom, moonlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, casting a serene glow across the floor. She sat cross-legged upon the soft carpet, the precious cleansing pill and the ancient jade slip resting quietly in her palms. Resolute, she swallowed the fragrant pill in one swift motion. As it dissolved upon her tongue, rather than the anticipated bitterness, it transformed into a sweet, warm stream flowing down her throat into her belly. In the next instant, boom, an unimaginable surge of pure energy detonated within her dantian, akin to a miniature sun exploding. A torrent of formidable energy surged through her veins, piercing every corner of her body with the ferocity of countless steel needles. The excruciating intensity compelled Su Yueshi to stifle a moan. Her lips clenched tightly. It was a pain that penetrated to the marrow, as if her very being were being utterly torn asunder, ground to dust, and then reformed. Her bones creaked, Meridians forcibly expanded, torn, then healed. Her internal organs felt as though they were being scorched upon a raging fire. Beads of sweat cascaded down her forehead, quickly soaking her garments. Yet amidst the agony, there blossomed an unprecedented sense of rebirth. She could distinctly feel that her inner energy, somewhat chaotic due to the cultivation of the Xianyu sex techniques, was being forcibly purified and refined by this overwhelming power. The impurities and hidden injuries lurking deep within her body were gradually being stripped away, burned, and expelled from her system. Streams of foul-smelling black filth oozed from her pores, quickly accumulating beneath her and emitting an unpleasant odor. This was a true cleansing of essence and marrow, a complete transformation. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the violent energy finally began to subside, transforming into a gentle yet formidable warm current that flowed slowly through her veins, which had been expanded several-fold, nourishing her newly reborn body. The pain dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and lightness. Su Yueshi slowly opened her eyes, disregarding the filth and stench covering her, and immediately grasped the jade slip, channeling a thread of inner force into it. In an instant, a vast stream of information surged into her mind. The content of the fundamental Qi induction mantra was not complex, devoid of any ornate phrases. Yet, the profound truths contained within left her, a former saintess of the Xianyu sect, in a state of profound shock. This mantra pointed directly to the very essence of cultivation. She immediately held her breath and focused, beginning to breathe in accordance with the mantra's principles. In just the first cycle, a resonating hum echoed. The spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius seemed to be drawn by some irresistible force, instantly becoming tumultuous. It transformed into visible streams of white energy, surging from all directions into Su Yueshi's body. The overwhelming spiritual essence surged within her, rapidly refining into the purest true essence, continuously washing her dantian and qi si. Waves of astonishment surged within her heart, for this was not merely a martial arts technique, but a pathway to immortality. Layer after layer of qi refinement emerged, first, second, and fifth levels of qi refinement. Finally, as the first rays of dawn light streamed into the room, her realm stabilized at the fifth level of qi refinement. In a single night, she had undergone a complete metamorphosis, soaring to new heights. Bang! The door burst open with tremendous force from within. Su Yueshi didn't even have time to wash off the grime on her body. She rushed into the living room in utter disarray. She felt as if she had been rejuvenated. Her skin became as exquisite as the finest sheep fat jade, translucent and delicate. Her hair flowed as if moved by an unseen wind, and her usually aloof phoenix eyes were now filled with an indescribable shock and disbelief. She fixed her gaze on the man sitting on the sofa, casually sipping milk. It was only at that moment that she truly comprehended the extraordinary nature of what Lin Fan had handed her the previous night. The cleansing marrow pill, the fundamental qi induction mantra. Either of these items, if revealed, could incite an unprecedented storm of bloodshed in the martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom, compelling every sect and clan to pursue them at any cost. And this man had casually bestowed them upon her. His methods, his origins, the resources he possessed, had entirely surpassed the realm of her understanding. "Are you an immortal?" Her voice trembled slightly. Lin Fan lazily lifted his eyelids and cast her a fleeting glance, then pinched his nose and fanned the air in front of him. "Oh, the effect is quite remarkable, isn't it? You've become even more beautiful. But what is that odor? Hurry and wash up. It's utterly unbearable." Chapter 23. Is this a fairy? Su Yueshi gazed into the mirror, feeling an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity. The woman reflected back at her possessed skin akin to exquisite sheep-fat jade, delicate, smooth, and warm, emanating a subtle luminescence that transcended mere description. Her features appeared unchanged, yet each had seemingly undergone the most meticulous sculpting, harmoniously combining to create a breathtaking beauty, far from that of an ordinary mortal. Particularly striking were her phoenix-like eyes, which, though once imbued with a hint of coolness and aloofness, now resembled pools of autumn water, clear, profound, and, in their fleeting glances, seemed to harbor the flow of the Milky Way. She reached out, gently caressing her cheek. The silky, satin-like texture felt so real that it sent a shiver down her spine. The washing marrow pill, the foundational chi cultivation mantra. That man, with his casual toss of candy and comic books, had such remarkable effects. After lingering in the bathroom for quite some time, she finally donned a fresh set of home attire and descended the stairs. The morning sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the redwood round table in the dining area. The usual banter between the siblings came to an abrupt halt upon Su Yueshi's entrance. Clatter. Lin Fan's phone slipped from his grasp onto the dining table. His chewing stilled, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Su Yueshi descending the staircase. His mouth slightly agape, utterly oblivious to the drool threatening to spill forth. Wow! Lin Yu's mouth also formed an Ah shape as she stared at the enchanting sight before her bright eyes sparkling with wonder. The woman stood there, her long ebony hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, clad in the simplest of white home attire, yet exuding an ethereal quality that seemed untouched by the mundane world. She stood quietly, radiating an otherworldly glow, rendering everything around her dim by comparison. Sister-in-law, Lin Yu stammered, instinctively uttering the title, but quickly shook her head, murmuring, "No, wait, are you a fairy sister from the heavens?" The phrase fairy sister caused two delightful crimson blooms to blossom on Su Yueshi's flawless, jade-like countenance. She felt somewhat flustered, her gaze instinctively drifting toward the instigator of this moment. Lin Fan finally regained his senses, abruptly sucking in the drool that had nearly escaped, and cleared his throat theatrically, reaching for a napkin to dab at his mouth. Ahem, taking a shower and changing clothes has certainly enhanced your beauty, he remarked casually, yet his eyes were glued to her, as if ensnared by an invisible hook. This woman, who had always been a source of chaos, had now evolved into a celestial goddess. Who could possibly withstand such a transformation? Su Yueshi felt increasingly uncomfortable under his unabashed, predatory gaze, her face growing warmer. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure and sat down at the dining table, her gaze intensely fixed on Lin Fan. "What exactly did you give me last night?" she inquired, lowering her voice, her tone imbued with curiosity and a hint of reverence that she herself was unaware of. Lin Fan took a hearty gulp of milk and continued his rambling about a family secret recipe. "Just know it's impressive, and that's enough." Su Yueshi was irked by his nonchalant demeanor. This fellow possessed earth-shattering secrets, yet chose to present himself as a carefree slacker. Truly infuriating. Just then, Lin Fan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Qinlan. Lin Yu's enrollment process had been completed, and she was set to report to Tianjiao International School today. Qinlan's voice remained as cool as ever. "Oh, quite efficient." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. However, Qinlan's tone shifted, growing somewhat grave. "I need to caution you. Tianjiao School is unlike the ordinary private institutions you might envision. The students there come from formidable backgrounds. Beneath the surface, currents run deep. Be vigilant." "Understood," Lin Fan replied, ending the call, his earlier playful expression now tempered. If Qinlan felt compelled to issue a warning, it seemed this school indeed held some intrigue. After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan drove out a black armored car, discreet in appearance yet luxurious within, specially equipped by the Dragon Shield Bureau. As the vehicle smoothly entered the gates of Tianjiao International School, even Lin Yu, who resided in a top-tier villa, was taken aback by the sight before her. This was no mere school. It was a European-style castle erected in the heart of the city. Seated in the car, Lin Yu clutched her backpack straps tightly, her initial excitement gradually giving way to unease and apprehension. She fell out of place amidst everything here. Lin Fan parked the car, turned to his sister, and noticing her nervousness, reached out to tousle her hair as he often did. "Don't be afraid." His voice, though soft, carried a reassuring strength. "Remember, no matter where you are, your brother is your strongest support. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me." He paused, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. After seeing his sister off, he returned to the Tianyuan mansion. Upon entering, he spotted Su Yueshi seated cross-legged on the living room carpet, her eyes closed, surrounded by a visible white aura. The air was thick with a subtle sense of pressure. Remarkably, in just one night, this woman had completely stabilized her cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement and even hinted at a potential breakthrough to the 6th level. Such a talent for cultivation was simply extraordinary. Noticing his return, Su Yueshi slowly opened her eyes, and a fleeting sparkle shone in her beautiful phoenix-like gaze. Rising to her feet, the aura around her dissipated into nothingness. After a morning of meditation, she had fully acclimated to her transformed body and the immense true essence within. Her expression no longer bore the previous shyness and awkwardness. Instead, it radiated an unprecedented determination and resolve. She approached Lin Fan, gazed deeply into his eyes, and then solemnly bowed before him. Lin Fan, besides the 7-kill sect, there were other accomplices involved in the downfall of my Xinyu sect. Though you have aided me in vanquishing a few foes, the true mastermind remains at large. I require your assistance in uncovering all those who participated in that massacre of yours. Be they individuals or factions, I shall ensure they pay in blood for their transgressions. The final words escaped her lips almost through clenched teeth, her eyes ablaze with profound hatred. The significant enhancement of her abilities had unleashed a long-repressed desire for vengeance. Erupting akin to a volcano, Lin Fan picked up his phone and directly dialed Qin Shan's number. The call was answered almost instantaneously. "Mr. Lin, what can I do for you?" came the composed voice of Qin Shan. "Director Qin, let us dispense with pleasantries," Lin Fan stated bluntly. "I need your Dragon Shield Bureau to immediately retrieve all information regarding 7-Kill Gate, along with all associated factions, families, and enterprises within the martial world." On the other end, Qin Shan fell silent for a moment. This was no longer a mere collaborative investigation. However, given that 7-Kill Gate was indeed a nefarious entity, there was little cause for concern. "No problem," Qin Shan responded decisively. Lin Fan ended the call and gestured towards the now completely dazed Su Yueshi, shrugging his shoulders. All set. After bidding farewell to the still tumultuous Su Yueshi, Lin Fan returned to his room alone. He lay on his bed, his consciousness delving deep into his mind. Having resolved matters with Su Yueshi, he became acutely aware of his own shortcomings. The ability to disperse fireballs with a mere slap and eliminate foes with a snap of his fingers appeared impressive, yet ultimately his methods of attack were rather simplistic, primarily relying on brute energy projection without finesse. He once again opened the system shop. Current remaining points, 300. His gaze swept through the 4 major systems, finally resting upon a new option within the Dragon Ball system. Dragon Ball system, mastery of basic physical techniques. Price, 300 points. Effect, instills the instincts of combat in the host's neural and muscular memory in the form of data. Encompasses all fundamental techniques, including punches, kicks, elbows, knees, throws, and locks, seamlessly integrating them into the host's combat instinct. This is it. Though labeled as basic, the prominence of the 3 characters of the Dragon Ball system suggests its extraordinary nature. Furthermore, the price of 300 points attests to its value. System. Exchange for mastery of basic physical techniques. Ding. Exchange successful. Deducting 300 points. Current remaining points. 0. Boom. An incomprehensibly vast torrent of information, interspersed with countless combat scenes, surged into his mind. Kamehameha, Crane School techniques, Yamcha's Wolfang Fist, Tien's Volleyball Fist. Innumerable classic fighting techniques flashed through his consciousness like a slideshow. Simultaneously, a peculiar energy surged from his spine, instantly coursing throughout his entire body. Lin Fan could not suppress a muffled groan of pain as he sprang upright from the bed. He felt as though his body no longer belonged to him. The system was forcibly transforming his physique, enabling his flesh to keep pace with the vast combat data. In the villa's soundproof, professionally equipped training room, Lin Fan stood bare-chested, his muscles taut and swollen with explosive power. Beads of sweat, akin to pearls, cascaded from his body, pooling into a small puddle at his feet. The tremendous commotion ultimately attracted Su Yueshi, who quietly lingered at the doorway, observing the man immersed in his training. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with an unmistakable sense of astonishment. What kind of cultivation method is this? Chapter 24, The Liu Family. The beginning of blood debt. Exhaling deeply, Lin Fan gradually regained his composure. He opened his eyes and delved into his mind, summoning his system panel. Host, Lin Fan, combat power, 3,600 points. 0, gazing at the modest increase of a mere 100 points in combat power since his training began. Lin Fan couldn't help but grimace. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he muttered to himself, after all this effort, feeling as exhausted as a dead dog. I've only managed to increase my combat power by 100 points. I'm still a long way from 100 million combat power. When will I transform into a Super Saiyan? His voice, though soft, distinctly reached the doorway of the training room. Su Yueshi stood there silently, having observed for an indeterminate time. Dressed in a simple yet elegant white gown, her features, refined by a cleansing process, now resembled those of an ethereal goddess. As she gazed at the man within the training room, her striking eyes brimmed with confusion upon hearing his cryptic complaint about the Super Saiyan. What is a Super Saiyan? At that moment, Lin Fan's phone, abandoned in the corner, suddenly rang. Mr. Lin, came the steady and robust voice of Qin Shan from the other end. Director Qin, what brings you to call so early? Lin Fan replied, picking up a towel to wipe the sweat from his body, his tone as languid as ever. Qin Shan, evidently accustomed to Lin Fan's demeanor, bypassed the pleasantries and got straight to the point. Mr. Lin, we have results regarding the matter you commissioned us to investigate. Qin Shan paused, his voice turning serious. Our preliminary findings indicate that among the forces involved in the siege against the Xianyu sect, there exists a martial arts family located in Jiangxia City. They are the most significant vassal force of the Seven Kills sect in this area, providing substantial intelligence and resource support, thus being one of the accomplices in that massacre. Lin Fan halted his movements, glancing towards the doorway at Su Yueshi. Her once curious and perplexed eyes turned frigid upon hearing the mention of the Xianyu sect, her hands clenched tightly at her sides. Which family? Lin Fan inquired. The Liu family, Qin Shan replied solemnly. The head of the family, Liu Hongshan, is a well-known entrepreneur in Jiangxia City, with deep-rooted connections that span both legitimate and illicit circles. He is notoriously cunning and ruthless, always meticulous in his dealings. Mr. Lin, if you intend to take action against him, please be mindful of the consequences. Do not. Understood, Lin Fan interjected, decisively ending the call. He tossed his phone aside, his gaze fixed on Su Yueshi. At that moment, her entire demeanor shifted. A chilling aura of murderous intent radiated from her. The Liu family, she softly uttered, her voice laced with resolve. Observing her transformation, Lin Fan grinned, revealing a broad smile. Let us proceed to exact our vengeance. The Liu family manor, situated at the foot of Cuiyun Mountain in the eastern outskirts of Jiangxia City, sprawled over nearly 100 acres, heavily fortified. A black sedan came to a gradual halt before the imposing iron gates of the estate, intricately carved with the image of a tiger descending a mountain. Who goes there? This is private property. Leave immediately, barked the security personnel, for figures clad in black suits emerging swiftly from the guardhouse, their temples bulging, evidently seasoned fighters. As the car door swung open, Lin Fan and Su Yueshi stepped out in succession. Lin Fan, hands tucked casually into his pockets, wore an expression of amused curiosity. He turned his head slightly towards Su Yueshi and nodded. Here we are. Your adversary awaits. You may take action as you see fit while I stand by to lend my support. Su Yueshi remained silent, her gaze lifted, transcending the boisterous security guards to focus on the grand main building deep within the estate. She did not spare a glance for the obstructive guards, resolutely advancing step by step toward the iron gates. Stop! Are you deaf? One more step, and you shall face our wrath. The lead security officer, incensed, could scarcely contain his fury. How dare a mere woman disregard their warnings? With a furious roar, he summoned his inner strength, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, slicing through the air with a menacing gust aimed straight at Su Yueshi's back. However, just as his fist was about to make contact. A faint halo of light flickered momentarily around Tsuyueshi's form. A resounding thud echoed through the air. The security officer was sent hurtling backward, his ribcage shattered. Lifeless before he even hit the ground. The remaining 3 guards stood frozen, their malevolent grins abruptly extinguished. That woman hadn't even turned her head. Fear washed over them like a chilling tide, engulfing their hearts. Tsuyueshi, undeterred, continued her advance. Approaching the sturdy steel door, she delicately raised her alabaster hand and struck the surface with a firm palm. A soft crack echoed as the steel door collapsed. Sunlight streamed through the gaping opening, illuminating Tsuyueshi's ethereal figure, casting a long shadow behind her. Bathed in light and dust, she resembled a vengeful goddess emerging from the depths of hell. Stepping forth into the den of iniquity that was the estate, Lin Fan, standing a short distance away, observed the unfolding scene with astonishment. Good heavens! It appears that putting on an act requires a certain finesse. Chapter 25, The Underground Ice Cavern, a mortal hell within the grounds of the Liu family estate. The tranquility of the morning was shattered by the piercing sound of alarms, sharp and jarring. Dozens of elite members clad in sleek black attire surged forth from all directions of the manor, a force formidable enough to dominate the underworld of Jiangxia City. "Stop her!" roared a burly man wielding a broadsword, leaping high into the air, his hands gripping the weapon, poised to strike downwards. Even before the blade descended, the fierce aura emanating from it was enough to cause pain on the faces of those nearby. Yet, Tsuyueshi did not even cast him a glance. Buzz clang! A sound resounding with a clarity surpassing that of metal clashing erupted. The broadsword, forged from refined steel, seemed to collide with an invisible mountain. The blade bent backward, shattering inch by inch. The towering man's arms were instantly crushed, his chest caving in, and the blood mist that erupted from his mouth faded into silence. All onlookers seemed frozen in place, their faces drained of color, leaving only an abyss of terror. Instant annihilation. The pinnacle of Liu family's internal strength, capable of leading a faction, had not even grazed the opponent's attire before meeting such a fate. The adversary had not even lifted a finger. What kind of sorcery is this? Tsuyueshi's steps remained unhurried as she walked towards the imposing main building, leaving behind a trail of devastation in her wake. Lin Fan followed closely, hands tucked into his pockets, resembling a leisurely visitor at a park. He observed the divine silhouette of Tsuyueshi and the surrounding so-called martial experts, now reduced to a state of utter humiliation, and could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. "This is outrageous. I must report this," he muttered softly. He understood that the realm of life for cultivators had undergone a dramatic transformation. The mundane martial arts appeared as mere toys in the presence of those who practiced the mystical arts, laughably fragile. At this moment, Tsuyueshi harbored no pity in her heart. Her mind repeatedly replayed the night when the Xinhua sect was engulfed by flames. The cries of her father and fellow disciples echoing in despair before their demise. The Liu family was the accomplice that handed the slaughtering knife to the executioner. This is true power. It became evident that the so-called martial masters and the pinnacle of internal strength were nothing more than insignificant beings in the face of such might. Who dares to wreak havoc in my Liu family? A thunderous roar, imbued with overwhelming internal energy, reverberated like thunder on a clear day, erupting from within the main building. In an instant, a figure shot forth like lightning from the entrance. The newcomer, over 50 years of age and clad in a traditional Tang suit, was none other than Liu Hongshan, the head of the Liu family. His gaze fell upon the chaos strewn across the ground and the grievously injured servants, and upon the woman who resembled a harbinger of death, causing his eyes to widen in fury. "Vile woman, you seek death." With a furious bellow, Liu Hongshan unleashed his internal energy without reserve. His palms danced in the air, the wind from his strikes howling, creating a series of sharp sonic booms as the very air seemed to compress beneath his power. The layered wave palm. This was the Liu family's closely guarded secret technique, unleashing a strike with layered internal strength, a total of 9 layers, each more formidable than the last, capable of shattering stones and splitting boulders. He had reached the pinnacle of internal strength, the legendary realm of the Grandmaster. This strike embodied the culmination of his lifelong efforts. Lu Hongshan's palms firmly pressed against the invisible barrier of protective true essence. The anticipated scene of destruction did not unfold. Instead, Lu Hongshan felt as though he had struck a searing iron, a terrifying force, far more potent and pure than his own internal energy, surged back through his arms with wild ferocity. Before he could utter a single cry of despair, the sleeves of his arms disintegrated into ash. He felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes filled with boundless horror and disbelief. You're not a martial artist, you are. His words trailed off as Su Yueshi approached him, looking down from her elevated position, her cool phoenix eyes devoid of any emotion. Lu Hongshan, her voice reminiscent of a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss, recalled the day he led the disciples of the Xian Yu sect down the mountain, leaving a gap in the sect's protective formation, which ultimately allowed the Seven-Kill sect to breach it. This blood debt shall be repaid today. Lu Hongshan's pupils constricted suddenly, his face betraying sheer terror. You are a remnant of the Xian Yu sect? He could never have imagined that the sect he had once deemed insignificant, easily crushed beneath his heel, would give rise to such a formidable being. No, do not kill me. In his fear, he began to incoherently plead for mercy. Yet, Su Yueshi was disinclined to hear any further nonsense. She slowly raised her delicate, jade-like right hand. Lu Hongshan's lips quivered, his eyes filled with struggle and dread. Lu Hongshan's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes bulging as black blood poured from his orifices, and in an instant, he drew his last breath. Meanwhile, Lin Fan furrowed his brow deeply. He lifted his gaze, his eyes like lightning, scanning a particular building deep within the estate. At the very moment of Lu Hongshan's death, he distinctly sensed a faint aura flash from that direction. Something is amiss. Lin Fan wiped the smile from his face, his expression turning grave. Following Lin Fan's gaze, Su Yueshi observed an unremarkable two-story building nestled in the corner of the estate. The structure appeared to be a dwelling for servants, its walls weathered and its windows tightly shut, starkly contrasting with the surrounding opulence. What lies within? Su Yueshi's spiritual awareness swept through, yet she detected no anomalies. My instincts are never wrong. Lin Fan's tone was unwavering. Wait here. I shall investigate. Lin Fan instructed Su Yueshi before vanishing from sight like a specter. In a few swift movements, Lin Fan quietly arrived before the small building. He did not enter through the door, but instead circled to the back. The interior was shrouded in darkness, yet for Lin Fan, it was no different from daylight. The first floor was barren, littered only with discarded debris. He ascended directly to the second floor, where he discovered a secret door disguised as part of the floor in a corner of a room. With a soft sound, it revealed a metal staircase leading down into the depths. A chilling air surged forth from below. Without hesitation, Lin Fan slipped inside. The corridor stretched long and spiraled downward, its walls adorned with eerie blue sensor lights that illuminated sequentially with each of his steps, only to extinguish one by one behind him. The deeper he descended, the more frigid the air became, and the peculiar, metallic sweetness in the atmosphere grew increasingly pungent. At last, he reached the end of the passage. A more intense chill, mingled with the low hum of machinery, seeped forth. Lin Fan took a deep breath and pushed open the door. In that instant, he stood frozen, his pupils constricting to an extreme. The sight before him plunged him into a frozen abyss, as if the very essence of his blood had solidified in that moment. What lay before him was an underground expanse of unimaginable proportions, easily the size of half a football field. This was not a laboratory. It resembled a slaughterhouse, a high-tech abattoir specifically designed for humans. The entire space was illuminated by a cold, ghostly blue light, suffused with a chilling, lifeless metallic texture. Dozens of towering glass containers, each 3 meters high and resembling enormous petri dishes, were meticulously arranged along the sides of the space. Within a murky, foul-smelling pale green liquid, figures floated, suspended in a grotesque tableau. They were children, ranging in age from 5 or 6 to their teenage years, both boys and girls. All were entirely naked, their bodies riddled with an array of tubes of varying colors and sizes, densely packed as if they were parasitic growths. The other ends of those tubes connected to rows of precision instruments that hummed ominously. Chapter 26. The ambition of the Divine Enlightenment Organization. The children's eyes were tightly shut, yet their faces were universally frozen in expressions of profound agony. Their bodies occasionally convulsed within the liquid, as if enduring some unspeakable torment. Lin Fan's gaze was fixated on one particular glass container. Inside was a frail girl who appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, her emaciated body marred by an array of bruises. A thick tube was gruesomely inserted into her spine, piercing through the back of her skull. In that instant, Lin Fan clenched his fists, producing a sharp, cracking sound. Thoughts of his sister, Lin Yu, surged to the forefront of his mind. If he had not arrived in time that day in the alley, would little Yu also have been taken to such a place? Lying in this frigid liquid, enduring endless suffering, treated as mere material? A chilling, uncontrollable urge for vengeance surged from the deepest recesses of his heart, spreading like wildfire and engulfing his entire being. He fought against the impulse to obliterate this place and redirected his gaze towards the center of the laboratory. There stood a colossal apparatus, reminiscent of an altar. All the tubes connected to the children ultimately converged here. The machinery whirred to life, extracting faint beams of energy with varying attributes from the children's bodies, which flowed through the pipes into the central container. The words of Qin Shan echoed thunderously in his mind. At this moment, he finally comprehended that the Divine Enlightenment Organization was not gathering and nurturing gifted individuals with supernatural abilities. They were harvesting. They were akin to farmers, confining these exceptionally talented children and mercilessly draining every ounce of potential from their beings, converting their gifts, their very lives into this so-called supernatural serum. The substance injected into Buck, whom he had slain with a single strike, was likely this very thing. This was no longer merely evil. It was an affront to humanity. It was a grotesque desecration of life itself. A chilling, sinister laughter echoed from the far end of the laboratory, reminiscent of an owl in the night. Lin Fan abruptly turned his head. There, he beheld an elderly man clad in a white lab coat, his hunched figure and gaunt face resembling a desiccated corpse, adorned with thick black-rimmed glasses. He approached with a metal tray, emerging from a compartment, his eyes gleaming with fervor and greed as he gazed upon the freshly condensed purple liquid in the central container, utterly oblivious to the uninvited guest in the laboratory. Lin Fan regarded the old man with an impassive expression, yet the murderous intent in his eyes had intensified to a nearly tangible degree. Slowly, step by step, he advanced towards the elderly figure. With each stride, his aura swelled ever more powerful. Who? The old man finally sensed something amiss. He abruptly lifted his head, his murky eyes, through the thick lenses, meeting the advancing Lin Fan. How did you get in here? What about the guards outside? Where's that useless Lu Hongshan? He uttered a series of sharp inquiries, his voice dry and grating. Lin Fan remained silent, moving with a steady pace that exuded an almost suffocating sense of oppression. Adjusting his black-framed glasses, he suddenly hurled the metallic tray in his grasp towards Lin Fan. The tray spun through the air, adorned with numerous syringes filled with various potions, resembling a deluge of needle-like raindrops, slicing through the air with a piercing sound, aimed at Lin Fan's vital points. Each syringe contained a deadly poison, capable of sealing one's throat upon contact with blood. Yet, Lin Fan did not even glance at them. Just as the syringes were about to reach him, he simply waved his hand. Bang, 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 bang. A surge of energy erupted from his center. The syringes, moving too swiftly for the eye to discern, instantaneously froze in midair, only to explode into vibrant clouds of toxic mist. However, even these noxious vapors could not breach the 3-foot radius surrounding Lin Fan, firmly repelled by an invisible shockwave, ultimately dissipating into nothingness. The elder's pupils constricted sharply, revealing a rare expression of horror on his face. He could not comprehend how such a young martial arts master could emerge from a mere city like Jiangxia. Lin Fan remained silent, halting his steps 10 meters away from the elder, an ideal distance. Slowly, he raised his right hand, fingers splayed, aimed directly at the elder. The moment his words fell, he clenched his fingers tightly. The elder felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his throat, lifting him off the ground. He struggled desperately, clawing at his throat, his face turning a dreadful shade of purplish hue from asphyxiation, eyes bulging and bloodshot. Please, spare me," he managed to rasp, forcing out fragmented syllables from his constricted throat. Lin Fan regarded him impassively, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if observing a lifeless object. "Tell me, how many such strongholds does your organization have in the Dragon Country? Where did your Jade list originate? How many names are on that list?" Each of his inquiries struck the elder's very soul like a heavy hammer. I will tell you. Cough, cough. I will tell you." Under the threat of death, the elder could no longer afford to conceal the truth, desperately attempting to comply. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Beep, beep, beep. A miniature communicator in the elder's pocket suddenly emitted a frantic alarm. Immediately, a wisp of black smoke billowed from the device. The elder's body stiffened abruptly, his eyes, once wide with fear, now dulled to a lifeless gray. He had perished. In the instant of the elder's demise, he sensed two faint yet equally sinister energies belonging to the divine, awakening organization swiftly fleeing down the passageway. They were the elder's accomplices. They had just been lurking in the shadows, and upon sensing the dire situation, decisively abandoned the elderly man and chose to flee. In an instant, Lin Fan's figure vanished from sight. Within the maintenance passage, two researchers clad in white lab coats were frantically scrambling forward, their faces etched with the relief of survival and sheer terror. "Quick, quick! As long as we reach the elevator, we can activate the self-destruct sequence. At that point, the entire base will be reduced to ashes, and that monster shall not escape." One of the portly researchers gasped. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when a languid yet chilling voice echoed ominously behind them. "Is that so? I can't help but feel that it is you who are doomed." The two researchers barely registered his movement. In a mere flash, an overwhelming force seized their throats. This time, Lin Fan granted them no opportunity to speak. There was no need for interrogation, for he knew it would be futile. Their minds were similarly implanted with remote-controlled explosives. Grasping them by their necks, he carried them like two lifeless dogs, turning back step by step toward that frigid hell on earth. With a thud, he hurled them violently before the altar-like central apparatus. The impact left them dazed, forced to behold the children struggling in agony within the liquid, yet their eyes reflected no remorse, but rather a fervent glimmer. They are sacrificing themselves for the grand cause of evolution. "It is our honor," the portly researcher bellowed. "Indeed, foolish mortals, you cannot comprehend the magnificent future that divine enlightenment will bestow upon this world." The slender one echoed. "Future?" Lin Fan chuckled. He extended his hand and gently pressed it against the device that was siphoning the children's life energy. "I can no longer see your future, for today you have none." Boom! A tremendous force erupted from his palm. The apparatus, constructed from countless intricate components and emblematic of the pinnacle of contemporary technology, was utterly dismantled in a cataclysmic roar. With the destruction of the device, all the tubes connected to the children instantly lost their energy supply and fell away. The two researchers were flung away by the explosive aftermath, their bones shattered and innards ruptured, dying on the spot. A system notification popped up. "Congratulations, host, for dismantling an overseas power stronghold. Reward: 1,000 points. Congratulations, host, for eliminating 2 societal scum, protecting the populace. Reward: 400 points." After accomplishing all this, he retrieved his phone and dialed Qin Shan's number. "Mr. Lin, regarding the Liu family matter." Qin Shan began. Lin Fan interrupted him directly. "Bring the best medical team. There are dozens of children here who need your help." On the other end of the line, Qin Shan fell silent. From Lin Fan's unprecedentedly serious and icy tone, he sensed an ominous premonition. "Mr. Lin, what has transpired?" Lin Fan lifted his gaze, observing the children who, despite being liberated from their restraints, continued to convulse mindlessly within the petri dish. A fleeting glimmer of rare tenderness and sorrow crossed his eyes. I have discovered it. I have located the Divine Enlightenment Organization in a hideout in Jiangxia City. Chapter 27. Divine Revelation, Declaration of War. A multitude of black SUVs and ambulances arrived almost simultaneously. The doors swung open violently, and Qin Lan emerged at the forefront, clad in a sleek black outfit that accentuated her athletic form. She cast a glance at the violently dismantled steel gates of the estate and the chaos strewn across the ground, her brow furrowed. Yet she pressed onward without a moment's pause. Qin Shan followed closely behind, his expression grave as he briskly advanced, issuing orders into his communicator with a somber tone. Team, secure all exits of the estate. No one is permitted to enter or leave. Team B, search all structures within the estate and apprehend all survivors. Medical team, follow me, as Qin Shan and Qin Lan led the medical team toward the inconspicuous small building. They spotted Su Yueshi standing below. Her countenance, which once bore a semblance of otherworldly beauty, was now devoid of the satisfaction of vengeance, replaced by an inescapable silence. Upon noticing Qin Shan and his companions, she merely raised her eyelids and gestured with her chin towards the entrance leading underground. Without hesitation, Qin Lan was the first to dart inside. Soon after, her footsteps ceased. Qin Shan, trailing closely behind, halted as well. At the end of the passage lay a nightmarish scene capable of shattering the resolve of even the most steadfast souls. Lin Fan stood at the center, before a heap of machinery reduced to scrap by his own hand. He did not turn back, nor did he cast a glance their way. He simply gazed silently at the children in the petri dishes, slowly sinking to the bottom of the liquid as their restraints were released. Even Qin Lan, a battle-hardened leader accustomed to life and death, felt her stomach churn at the sight, her eyes fixated on the glass containers. Qin Shan's pupils dilated. Unlike the others, who were stunned by the horror before them, he swiftly surveyed the entire underground space. The advanced and unfathomable instruments, the vast layout, the enigmatic totems adorning the walls that belonged to an unknown organization. All of it struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. He strode swiftly to Lin Fan's side, his voice hoarse from the extreme suppression of his emotions. The Divine Revelation Organization? Indeed, Lin Fan replied. He turned to face Qin Shan. The devil-may-care expression that once adorned his face now completely vanished. The Liu family is but their lapdog. Lin Fan's tone was calm, yet each word pierced like ice. This base was responsible for all the ability users they had targeted in Jiangxia City and its surrounding areas. Ability users. Qin Shan pondered this term, a flicker of horror crossing his eyes. He finally understood why the Long Shield Bureau's previous investigations into divine revelation had yielded no progress. They were not merely recruiting and nurturing talent. They were, on a national scale, employing an incomprehensible method to sift through children endowed with exceptional potential, and then, through this inhumane practice, extracting their abilities and lives as if they were mere commodities. I have eliminated all the researchers here. Lin Fan pointed to the corner where several lifeless bodies lay in a state of tragic demise. But it was futile. Their minds were likely implanted with miniature explosives, set to self-destruct upon inquiry into critical matters. Qin Shan took a deep breath, forcing himself to maintain composure, and immediately turned to his subordinates, issuing a flurry of commands. Contact headquarters at once. Elevate the alert level to the highest degree. Centered on Jiangxia City. Promptly re-examine all cases of missing children across the nation, particularly those rumored to possess extraordinary talents. Notify the technical department to analyze the remnants of the instruments and the components of those substances at any cost. I must ascertain the intentions of these beasts within the shortest possible time. His voice echoed in the vast underground space, imbued with an ironclad aura of ruthlessness. As the head of the Jiangxia branch of the Dragon Shield Bureau, he understood better than anyone the terrifying truth lurking behind this incident. This was not a mere case of foreign infiltration. It was a meticulously organized, technologically advanced, financially robust, an utterly inhumane terrorist organization waging an invisible war against the entire Dragon Nation. If there was such a den in Jiangxia City, what about other cities? How many such slaughterhouses existed nationwide? How many children were enduring endless suffering in places like this? Qin Shan dared not ponder further, feeling a chilling dread surge from his feet to the crown of his head. Qin Lan hurried to a glass container, gazing at the lifeless little girl within. She reached out, seemingly longing to touch the cold glass, but midway, her hand fell powerless to her side. Turning her head, she looked at Lin Fan, her usually serene eyes reflecting shock, gratitude, and even a hint of unacknowledged dependency. "Thank you." Her voice came out dry. Were it not for him, these children might have never been discovered. They would have been drained of life in this frigid hell, discarded like refuse, leaving no trace behind. Lin Fan cast her a glance, but remained silent. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, on a solitary island, within a sanctuary that seemed detached from the world, a pure white hall. In stark contrast to the filth and bloodshed of the icy caverns beneath Jiangxia City, everything here emanated an aesthetic of sanctity and advanced technology. A strikingly handsome man with near-ethereal features, his golden hair gleaming, elegantly held a glass of red wine as he stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, surveying the world below. Behind him, a holographic projection illuminated, revealing a subordinate clad in a similar priestly robe, kneeling with trepidation. "Your Excellency, the Jiangxia base in the Dragon Nation has been confirmed missing. Researcher Saming's life signals have all vanished." The man, referred to as the Holy Envoy, swirled the crimson liquid in his glass, his expression devoid of surprise, even curling into a hint of an amused smile. "Oh, has it been discovered?" His voice was soft and magnetic, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Why, yes." The voice of the subordinate trembled slightly, as the base had been ruthlessly obliterated by an individual of extraordinarily high energy levels. Within our intelligence network, no such figure exists in Jiangxia City of the Dragon Kingdom. This was to be expected. The saint slowly sipped his red wine, his azure eyes shimmering with a blend of wisdom and madness. The ancient land of the Dragon Kingdom harbors countless unknown powers, and it is entirely normal for one or two unforeseen variables to emerge. He turned and sauntered to the center of the Grand Hall. With each step he took, blue trails of light illuminated the ground, ultimately converging into a vast holographic projection that enveloped the entire map of the Dragon Kingdom. On that expansive map, hundreds of thousands of red dots appeared, densely clustered like stars in the night sky. Each dot symbolized an underground base akin to the Liu family in Jiangxia. "We have lingered in the shadows for far too long. It is time to emerge and bask in the sunlight." The saint spread his arms wide, his posture resembling that of a deity embracing the world. "Since they have already lifted the corner of the tablecloth, there is no need for us to continue our masquerade." He gazed at the scattered red dots, fervor igniting in his eyes, his voice suddenly rising in pitch and authority. "Relay my command. Declare a full-scale war against the Dragon Kingdom." Thus commenced a meticulously planned war. Chapter 28. Lin Yu's awakening of powers on the journey back to the city from the Liu family estate. The atmosphere was stifling. Inside the black sedan, Su Yueshi sat in the passenger seat, silent and withdrawn. With her head turned, she gazed out at the rapidly retreating streets, her icy, exquisite visage devoid of the satisfaction that had accompanied her vengeance, now only reflecting an indescribable void and confusion. Lin Fan gripped the steering wheel, equally taciturn. He sensed the emotional turmoil within the woman beside him, yet was at a loss for words of comfort. His own heart was burdened, weighed down like lead. The anguished, contorted faces of the children in the underground ice pit were seared into his memory, a haunting imprint that refused to fade. The cold, despairing, inhumane atmosphere still churned his stomach with waves of nausea. Suddenly, the jarring wail of police sirens pierced the silence of the car, growing nearer with alarming haste. Not just one, but a fleet of police cars and dark green military trucks surged past them, dispersing in various directions. The streets grew palpably tense. Leisurely pedestrians halted, astonished by this unprecedented display. At the intersection, armed soldiers began erecting barricades, scrutinizing passing vehicles. The entire Jiangxia city seemed to slip into a state of wartime alertness in an instant. It appeared that Qin Shan was acting swiftly. Lin Fan remarked, his tone flat as he maintained focus on the road. Su Yueshi snapped back to reality, her eyes darting to the chaos outside. What has transpired? It is the Divine Awakening Organization. Lin Fan succinctly explained. They have turned the Liu family estate into a stronghold, abducting children with special abilities in Jiangxia City for inhumane experiments. I have dismantled one of their key bases, and now they are likely to be cornered and desperate. Su Yueshi's body tensed instantly. These scoundrels, she spat through clenched teeth. Lin Fan offered no further elaboration. He pressed the accelerator, hastening their speed. A foreboding feeling surged within him unannounced. Given that the Divine Awakening Organization had the audacity to establish numerous bases within Longhua, their modus operandi was undoubtedly reckless and devoid of moral boundaries. Having destroyed one of their significant bases, it was only logical that they would retaliate with unbridled ferocity. The sedan weaved through the traffic, racing towards home. Meanwhile, at Lin Fan's villa, Xiaoyu, hurry, drink this bowl of rib soup. Grandma's been stewing it for you all afternoon, cooed the kindly grandmother, emerging from the kitchen with a steaming bowl of sweet broth, her face radiating warmth and affection. 14-year-old Lin Yu sat gracefully on the sofa, engrossed in a thick book. The young girl had blossomed into a stunning beauty. She set her book aside and obediently accepted the bowl, saying, "Thank you, Grandma." At that moment, a loud crash echoed through the villa as the front door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. "Ah!" Grandma screamed, startled by the sudden intrusion, and the bowl slipped from her grasp, shattering on the floor. For men clad in black attire, their faces obscured by tactical masks that revealed only their chilling eyes, entered in succession. They emanated an aura that was starkly different from the martial artists of the Liu family, a presence both sinister and eerie. Target confirmed. Lin Yu. The leader rasped, his gaze locking onto Lin Yu, who sat on the sofa, her complexion ashen. Despite her fear, Lin Yu instinctively pulled her grandmother behind her. Who are you? What do you want?" She summoned her courage to demand, her voice resonating with defiance. "Come with us, little girl," another man sneered, advancing step by step. "Your talents should not be squandered in such a place. You must dedicate yourself to a greater cause. Xiaoyu, run, escape through the back door." Her grandmother, realizing the gravity of the situation, instinctively shielded her granddaughter with her frail body, roaring at the men, "You shall not harm my granddaughter. You thieves, bandits, step aside, old hag." The leader's face flickered with annoyance. With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible force surged forth, violently casting the grandmother aside. "Grandma!" Lin Yu's anguished scream pierced the air. Her grandmother's body collided with the wall, producing a muffled thud before crumpling to the ground, unconscious. As Lin Yu gazed at her grandmother, lying motionless in a pool of blood, the world around her seemed to shatter. An indescribable terror, as if emanating from the very depths of her soul, detonated within her. A silent, invisible energy storm erupted, centered around her being, instantly engulfing the entire villa. In the living room, the sofa, coffee table, television, books, and shards of porcelain all defied the laws of physics, slowly floating into the air. The 4 members of the Divine Awakening Organization, who had intended to seize Lin Yu, found their malevolent grins frozen in place. They felt an irresistible, terrifying force gripping their bodies, lifting them off the ground. Wah! What is happening? It's her, this little girl. Her powers have awakened. What level of strength is this? I cannot move. The 4 men struggled in midair, only to discover they were ensnared as if cast in cement, unable to move even a finger. Lin Yu stood amidst the chaos and floating debris, her eyes vacant, tears cascading down her cheeks. She was oblivious to the events transpiring around her. All she comprehended was that her grandmother had been harmed. A tempest of anger and sorrow surged within her. She vowed that these men would pay for their transgressions. In an instant, as her thoughts crystallized, the bodies of the 4 Divine Awakening members began to emit horrific crackling sounds, as if their bones were being crushed. Bang! Lin Fan's figure appeared at the doorway, as if he had teleported. He beheld the scene before him, a surreal tableau, suspended in midair, for figures clad in black writhing in anguish. And at the heart of the tempest stood his sister, her face awash with tears, her expression a haunting blend of confusion and torment. In the corner lay their grandmother, unconscious and unresponsive. A surge of overwhelming fury surged to the forefront of his mind. Chapter 29. The SS Class Abilities? The Divine Selection descends Xiaoyu. Lin Fan bellowed, his figure leaving a fleeting shadow as he swiftly dashed to Lin Yu's side. He chose to disregard the four wretches suspended in midair, on the verge of distortion from an unseen force, and instead enveloped his sister, who was still emanating a terrifying power, tightly in his embrace. Brother, Lin Yu trembled violently the moment Lin Fan held her. The chaotic storm of her psyche seemed to find an outlet, gradually calming. The furniture and debris that floated in the air clattered to the ground. The four members of the Divine Enlightenment Organization crashed heavily to the floor, gasping for breath, their eyes reflecting a profound terror born from their narrow escape. Brother, I didn't know. It wasn't intentional. Lin Yu sobbed uncontrollably in Lin Fan's arms. Grandma, I know. It's all right. I've got everything under control. Lin Fan gently reassured her, his voice imbued with an unprecedented tenderness as he patted her back. However, his other hand stealthily rose, grasping towards the four members of the Divine Enlightenment who had just risen and were preparing to strike again. Crack! For distinct sounds of necks snapping echoed almost simultaneously. The expression on the faces of the four ability users froze instantly, their bodies slumping to the ground, lifeless. Lin Fan offered no words to those beasts who dared invade his home and harm his family. He lifted the still sobbing Lin Yu and hurried to the corner, crouching down to check for his grandmother's breath. Fortunately, she had merely been stunned by the shock and was in no mortal danger. Lin Fan promptly summoned the system, exchanging for Celestial Being. Exchange successful, acquired Celestial Being 1. Consumed 500 points, remaining 900 points. He placed the Celestial Being into his grandmother's mouth and exhaled in relief, just as he prepared to take further action. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the villa. Qianlong burst in, accompanied by a squad of fully armed agents. Upon witnessing the chaos within the room and the four oddly deceased bodies in the corner, her movements momentarily halted. Lin Fan, spotting him cradling his sister and guarding their elder, her tense body relaxed slightly. You arrived too late, Lin Fan remarked. Qianlong, unfazed by his demeanor, quickly diverted her attention to a device held by one of the agents. The machine, designed to detect high-energy responses, shrieked with an almost explosive alarm, its needle wildly oscillating toward the red zone. The probe was trained on Lin Yu in Lin Fan's arms. This is... A young agent stammered, eyes fixed on the readings. Team leader, the ability index has exceeded the scale. Preliminary assessment. SS Class. It is an SS Class psychic ability. In the entire Dragon Shield Bureau's archives, there were no documented SS Class ability users, none with names. They existed only in theory. Qianlong's body stiffened in shock. She gazed at the trembling girl nestled in Lin Fan's embrace, appearing utterly harmless, and found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Fan coldly issued an eviction order, declaring, Enough, this matter does not concern you. I need to come for my family. Qianlong cast a deep glance at Lin Fan, then at Lin Yu, ultimately nodding in acquiescence. She gestured to her subordinates, who promptly began to clear the scene of the bodies before exiting the villa. She understood that this was not the time for inquiries. Inside the villa, silence quickly enveloped the space. Lin Fan gently placed his grandmother on the sofa and sat beside Lin Yu, taking out a tissue to tenderly wipe the tears from her face. Brother, am I a monster? Lin Yu murmured, her gaze averted from Lin Fan, her voice laced with fear and unease. The sensation of everything floating, with the lives and deaths of others resting solely on her whims, was far too terrifying for a 14-year-old girl to bear. Foolish girl, what are you saying? Lin Fan ruffled her hair as he used to in their childhood. How could this be monstrous? This is a gift, a talent bestowed upon you by the heavens. He observed his sister's anxious expression, speaking with utmost seriousness. Power itself is neither good nor evil. It is defined by the one who wields it. You can use it to protect those you cherish, like our grandmother and me. Protect. You? Lin Yu lifted her head. Yes. Lin Fan replied with a grin, revealing his bright white teeth, returning to a slightly mischievous demeanor. From now on, you'll be the one looking out for your brother. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle, despite the lingering tears at the corners of her eyes. Her fear had indeed diminished significantly. Seeing his sister's emotions finally stabilize, Lin Fan felt a profound sense of relief. Just then, the cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, as expected. Major decision detected for the host. The God-level choice system has been activated. Confronted with Lin Yu's unprecedented supernatural talent, how will you guide her future path? Choose A. Time waits for no one. Immediately commence systematic training to help her master and familiarize herself with her powers, making her your strongest ally in the chaotic times ahead. Reward: supernatural system, God-level technique, divine energy guidance technique. Choose B. Excessive power invites jealousy from the heavens. To protect your sister from the covetous eyes of various factions, choose to temporarily seal her abilities through special means, allowing her to live a peaceful and joyful adolescence as an ordinary girl. Reward: Dragon Ball system, special building, gravity training room, adjustable gravity from 1 to 100 times, assisting in physical training. Choose C. Follow the natural way. Premature intervention may stifle her boundless potential. Allow her to grow naturally in everyday life while you discreetly safeguard her, patiently awaiting her blossoming. Reward: Fantasy system, special item, ancient dragon egg, immense potential, requiring the host's dedication and resources for hatching. 3 choices, 3 distinctly different futures. Lin Fan furrowed his brow tightly. He switched on the television in the living room, where a news channel was urgently broadcasting a breaking report. According to the latest updates, from 3 o'clock this afternoon, multiple first-tier cities in our nation, including Jingzhou, Modu, and Yangcheng, have simultaneously experienced several supernatural public safety incidents instigated by unidentified foreign individuals. The footage revealed the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower in Modu, its pinnacle severed by an unknown force. The scene depicted chaotic streets, panicked crowds, and damaged buildings, all heralding the ominous truth: war has commenced. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Qin Shan. Mr. Lin. The voice on the other end carried an unprecedented gravity and weariness. I have seen the news, Lin Fan said solemnly. This is merely the beginning. Qin Shan's voice was subdued as he continued. Just now, we received a top-level directive from headquarters. We have confirmed that the Divine Awakening Organization is cloaked in shadows of the American government. They are not merely a terrorist group. Qin Shan articulated each word with precision. This is a premeditated war against our entire dragon nation. Chapter 30. The primordial dragon egg. Lin Fan ended the call. War. This term, in the peaceful era of the Dragon Kingdom, seemed so distant and foreign. Yet now, it had descended upon them with an unexpected ferocity. The Divine Enlightenment Organization, a band of lunatics, showed no regard for the lives of ordinary people. They employed such extreme measures to demonstrate their might to the entire Dragon Kingdom, instilling the greatest terror imaginable. Lin Fan's gaze shifted from the television to his sister's pale, tear-streaked visage. Lin Yu curled up on the sofa, her arms wrapped around her knees, her eyes vacant, clearly still ensnared in the aftermath of fear and the chaos of her powers. 3 choices lingered silently in Lin Fan's mind. Each option represented a vastly different path, leading to an entirely divergent future. Lin Fan furrowed his brow tightly. Ultimately, his focus settled on option C, following the natural order, patiently awaiting the bloom. He would not intervene forcefully, nor suppress entirely. Instead, he would allow her to gradually understand and adapt to her powers within the normal trajectory of life, akin to the natural process of physical growth. Meanwhile, he would quietly remove all obstacles, enabling her to blossom freely in a safe and warm environment. This appeared to be the most balanced approach for the time being. As for the reward, primordial dragon egg, it sounded impressive, though its purpose remained a mystery. However, products of the fantasy realm are often brimming with potential, and one could hardly expect less. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan had made his decision. He approached Lin Yu, seated beside her, and gently tousled her hair. "Little Yu, do not be afraid, brother." Lin Yu lifted her gaze, her eyes reddening once more. "From now on, no one shall harm you or Grandma," Lin Fan declared, looking intently into her eyes. "You need not fear the powers you possess, nor must you force yourself to change anything. Just continue to live happily, as you always have. Leave everything else to me." With that, he silently invoked, "System, I choose C. Choice confirmed. Reward distribution in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received a special item from the fantasy realm. Primordial Dragon Egg 1. At that moment, a large egg, roughly the size of an ostrich egg, appeared in Lin Fan's hand. Its surface exuded a gentle, warm azure hue, adorned with ancient and mysterious golden patterns. As the egg materialized, it radiated a soft, comforting aura that instantly dispelled the lingering bloodshed and chill in the living room. Wow! Lin Yu's attention was instantly captivated by the beautiful egg. She instinctively reached out, carefully touching the eggshell. The moment her fingertip made contact, the golden patterns on the shell seemed to awaken, suddenly glowing with a soft light that traveled up her finger and spread along her arm. A wave of warmth and intimacy emanated from the egg, instantaneously soothing her inner fears and anxieties. "Brother, it seems to like me." Lin Yu's face finally revealed the first smile she had worn in some time, albeit still marked by traces of tears, yet it radiated like the sun after a rainstorm. She cautiously cradled the dragon egg in her arms, as if cherishing an exquisite treasure. The egg trembled gently in her embrace, its glow softening further. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan sighed in relief, knowing he had made the right choice. Compared to a cold, divine-level technique or an invisible seal, this dragon egg, capable of bringing her warmth and comfort, was precisely what she needed at that moment. Just then, a faint groan emerged from the sofa. Grandma, stirred awake. "Grandma," both Lin Fan and Lin Yu exclaimed in delight. What happened to me?" Grandma shook her head, sitting up in confusion. "I thought I heard a loud noise." "Huh?" Suddenly, she froze in place. Supporting herself against the sofa, she stood up and instinctively moved her waist. "Oh, my old back. Why doesn't it hurt anymore?" She took a few steps, even lifting her leg. "And my old leg pains, they don't ache either?" A look of disbelief adorned Grandma's face. She felt as if her entire body had become remarkably lighter, as though she had regained a decade of youth. Those long-standing ailments that had plagued her for years had seemingly vanished without a trace after this nap. Of course, she was unaware that a magical being from the Dragon Ball universe possessed effects far more potent than any elixir or remedy. Observing Grandma's astonished expression, Lin Fan's heart also relaxed entirely. Home remained intact. Family was well. That was sufficient. However, it was precisely this warmth of regained comfort that intensified the flames of rage within him towards the Yuan organization. These scoundrels had nearly destroyed everything. They not only instigated panic nationwide, but had even extended their claws into his own home, at the very moment his fury reached its zenith. The chilling system notification once again resounded in his mind. Detected host's strong desire for revenge, triggering hidden mission. In response to the Yuan organization's brazen provocation. As the destined child, you must decide. Option 1. An eye for an eye, blood for blood. Take the initiative to hunt down all Yuan organization members you encounter within the Dragon Kingdom and make them pay in kind. Reward. Fantasy Series Technique, Tying Zhou Tiangong. Option 2. Consider the greater good. Unite forces. Accept the call of the Dragon Shield Bureau. Comply with unified arrangements, and collaborate with official forces in combat. Reward. Permanent increase of 20 in host's current combat power. Option 3. Capture the thief, capture the king. Find a way to locate the Yuan organization's headquarters in the Dragon Kingdom. Directly assault it, and obliterate it from the map with a Kamehameha. Reward. Dragon Ball Series Ultimate Skill, Chi Yuan Slash. Chapter 31. Scoring. For the Chi Yuan Slash, I shall toil. Lin Fan's breath momentarily faltered. 3 options lay before him, each brimming with tantalizing allure. The second choice promised a permanent increase of 20 in combat prowess. It was akin to a pie falling from the heavens. A 20 enhancement. What a profound transformation that would herald. Furthermore, collaborating with the Dragon Shield Bureau would grant him access to official intelligence networks and resources, facilitating his endeavors significantly. The third option, yuan / Lin Fan's heart involuntarily raced. This was Clin's signature skill, a bug-level technique capable of cleaving through anything. It mattered not one's combat strength or defense. Merely grazing this technique would lead to a swift demise. It was an essential skill for turning the tables, a cunning tactic to outsmart the unsuspecting. Tempting, exceedingly tempting. Each option promised a substantial augmentation of his abilities, better equipping him to navigate the chaos before him. Yet, Lin Fan's thoughts veered towards an angle unfathomable to the ordinary mind. He recalled the 4 wretches from the Divine Enlightenment Organization whom he had just dispatched. Congratulations, host, for eliminating 4 societal scoundrels, ridding the world of harm, and earning 200 points. A mere pawn worth 50 points. Previously, in the underground base, the elimination of the drug-enhanced little leader, Buck, had rewarded him with 200 points. Dismantling the entire base had garnered 1,000 points. A pattern began to crystallize in his mind. It appeared the system was encouraging him to cleanse the filth. These miscreants, harmful to society and the nation, seemed to be convertible into points in the system's eyes. And what could one do with points? Points could be exchanged for everything in the marketplace. Celestial beans, marrow-cleansing pills, and perhaps, one day, could even the techniques of ultimate freedom and super scion forms be directly redeemable? Lin Fan's thoughts cleared like a fog lifting. The second choice, a 20 increase in combat power, seemed enticing, yet it was a one-time transaction, a fleeting reward. Moreover, he would be subject to the directives of the Dragon Shield Bureau, a group notorious for their myriad rules and vexations. He could hardly tolerate such indignities. The third choice, to directly dismantle the command headquarters, indeed promised an exhilarating reward of yuan / However, the question remained, where was the command headquarters? He was utterly in the dark, unable to locate it. Even if he found it, what if a formidable ancient creature with combat power in the tens of thousands resided within? His Kamehameha might merely serve as a gentle massage for them. Thus, the only option left was the first. The Tainzhou Tiangong, while not of use to him, would be invaluable to Su Yueshi. More crucially, the essence of this choice was hunting. Hunting every member of the Divine Enlightenment Organization. This deranged faction had established hundreds, if not thousands, of bases within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. How many members could there be? Thousands? Tens of thousands? This was no mere terror organization. It was, in fact, a mobile ATM sent by the heavens. A walking treasure trove of points. A pawn was worth 50 points, a little leader 200 points, and a base 1,000 points. If he were to eliminate them all, how many points would that yield? 100,000? A million? At that moment, Lin Fan resolved that he would not merely eliminate a single adversary, but would entirely deplete the Dragon Ball Mall. With his clarity, all his pent-up anger and burdens transformed into an unprecedented, fervent motivation. System, I choose one. Choice confirmed. Rewards dispensing. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the mystical technique Tainzhou Tiangong, a tome, ancient and seemingly forged from moonlight itself, materialized within his system space. Lin Fan refrained from examining it immediately and promptly accessed the system all. He currently possessed 900 points from before, augmented by the 200 points earned from recently vanquishing 4 foes, totaling 1,100 points. He intended to venture forth to accumulate more points, ensuring everything at home was secured. AI Smart Butler, basic version, provides around-the-clock monitoring of residential security, integrates water and electricity management, defends against cyber intrusions, identifies potential threats, and automatically alerts in emergencies. Price, 100 points. Exchange. Exchange successful. Consumed 100 points, remaining 1,000 points. AI Smart Butler Friday has been linked with the Villa S system. The host can control it through thought or voice commands. Friday, activate the highest security mode. Notify me immediately if anyone attempts to enter the villa without permission. Aside from myself, Lin Yu, Su Yueshi, and Grandma. Command confirmed. Highest security mode activated. Having completed these arrangements, Lin Fan finally felt a sense of relief. He turned around to find Su Yueshi gently supporting his grandmother, who had just recovered, as they sat on the sofa, offering soft words of comfort. Lin Fan approached and presented the Tying Zhou Tian Gong tome directly to Su Yueshi. "This is for you." Su Yueshi paused, momentarily taken aback as she gazed at the book in Lin Fan's hands, which emanated a gentle luminescence, clearly not an ordinary artifact. "What is this?" "A technique." Lin Fan replied succinctly. "Your Xianyu sex methods likely lean towards a softer, more feminine aspect, correct? This suits you perfectly." With a hint of skepticism, Su Yueshi accepted the tome. The instant her fingers brushed against its cover, a torrent of cool, profound information surged into her mind. Draw forth the essence of the tying. Refine the spirit and soul, as the cosmos circulates, shining alongside the moon. The introductory phrases alone struck her like a thunderbolt, leaving her frozen in place. Profound. Incomparably profound. The heart technique she practiced within the Xianyu sect paled in comparison to the Tying Zhou Tian Gong, akin to the disparity between elementary arithmetic and calculus. No, it was not even worthy of comparison. This was no mere technique. It was the Tao, the supreme path that pointed directly to the very essence of the universe. The true energy within her began to circulate spontaneously, not through conscious effort, but in harmony with the scriptures emerging in her mind, flowing in a far more efficient and refined manner. Su Yueshi's spirit was profoundly shaken. She lifted her gaze, regarding Lin Fan with a look of astonishment, as if he were a mythical creature. First, he had healed her shattered meridians with a miraculous beam, and now he casually presented her with this celestial-grade technique as if it were a common cabbage from a street vendor. She opened her mouth, yet found herself unable to utter a single word. "Focus on your cultivation," Lin Fan encouraged, gently patting her shoulder and flashing a bright smile. "From now on, our family will rely on you." With that, he turned and headed toward the door. "Brother, where are you going?" Lin Yu asked anxiously, clutching the dragon egg. "Just stepping out for a bit," Lin Fan replied, casting a relaxed smile over his shoulder. "Gonna earn a little extra." Chapter 32. The Organization of Divine Revelation. Gratitude to my esteemed friend for the points. Lin Fan's figure transformed into a golden streak of light, soaring into the sky. And in an instant, he melded into the myriad lights of Jiangxia City, suspended hundreds of meters above, as he gazed down upon the resplendent city below. Lin Fan's heart felt like a frozen abyss. His mission was clear, to uproot the evil that plagued this land. Hovering in the air, he retrieved his mobile phone and directly dialed Qin Shan's number. "Mr. Lin." Qin Shan's voice was laced with an unmistakable weariness and gravity. The background filled with the sounds of bustling conversations and ringing phones, clearly indicating he was in the midst of a highly chaotic command center. "I require a list," Lin Fan declared without preamble, his tone devoid of any emotion. "All known or suspected strongholds of the Organization of Divine Revelation in Jiangxia City. Send them to me." Qin Shan, on the other end of the line, was taken aback. He had anticipated Lin Fan reaching out, perhaps to inquire about the progress of the case or to make some requests, but he never expected Lin Fan to demand to single-handedly execute a precise elimination. "Mr. Lin, what are you planning to do?" "I intend to eliminate them all," Lin Fan stated flatly. Qin Shan gasped in shock. He was well aware of Lin Fan's exceptional strength, a power that bordered on the absurd. Yet, the Organization of Divine Revelation was not to be underestimated. Their readiness to declare an all-out war indicated they possessed ample cards and considerable power. "Mr. Lin, please remain calm. This matter is of utmost importance. Headquarters has dispatched the highest command group to take over. We cannot act on our own accord. I have no time for your meetings. Nor am I interested in your unified command," Lin Fan interrupted decisively. "The credit will all be yours." Qin Shan fell silent, his mind a battleground of conflicting thoughts. More importantly, he had witnessed Lin Fan's strength firsthand, pure, unyielding violence capable of crushing all in its path. Perhaps only he could swiftly and directly suppress the organization of divine revelation's rampant momentum in Jiangxia City. Very well. Qin Shan nearly forced the word out through clenched teeth, his voice lowered. To the outside world, we will assert that our special operations team executed the mission. You must erase all traces of your involvement. You cannot be exposed to public scrutiny. Agreed. Lin Fan replied without a moment's hesitation. Deal. Qin Shan exhaled in relief. I will send you the details of the first target immediately. Remember, exercise utmost caution. Many of their members possess awakened and peculiar abilities. Understood. Lin Fan hung up the phone, and within 3 seconds, a notification pinged on his device, revealing an encrypted file. Target 1, abandoned chemical factory in the South City. Note, suspected base for the Organization of Divine Revelation S Drug Transit and Storage. A cold smile curved Lin Fan's lips. With a flicker of his form, he surged towards the southern direction. The abandoned chemical factory in the South City had once been a leading enterprise in Jiangxia's chemical industry, but it had been shut down due to pollution issues and lay in ruins for over a decade. At this moment, deep within the subterranean warehouse of the factory, the atmosphere was brilliantly illuminated. A dozen guards, clad in black tactical uniforms and armed to the teeth, were vigilantly patrolling the area. In the center of the warehouse stood a middle-aged man, donned in a white lab coat and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, who appeared quite refined as he held a report. Briefing a burly bald man. My Lord Bong, the latest batch of serums has arrived and is ready to be distributed to various operational teams within the city. The bald man, known as Bong, bore a menacing scorpion tattoo on his neck. He nodded, a cruel smile creeping across his face. Excellent. The Lord Envoy has commanded us to create the greatest uproar in Longhua. Tonight, let Jiangxia City transform into a sleepless metropolis. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted as the thick, 20-centimeter alloy door of the warehouse was violently breached. Enemy attack. Who goes there? The guards reacted swiftly, raising their specialized rifles to aim at the swirling smoke and dust at the entrance. As the haze dissipated, Lin Fan's figure gradually emerged. Good evening, remnants of the Divine Awakening Organization, he said, flexing his wrist with a benevolent smile. Open fire. Ba Song's expression shifted as he barked the command. The air filled with a cacophony of gunfire as dense streams of bullets erupted forth. These were no ordinary rounds, but specially designed armor-piercing bullets intended for combating martial artists and psychics. However, mere half a meter from Lin Fan's form, the bullets seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, halting midair before clattering impotently to the ground. Everyone stood frozen in disbelief. What kind of ability is this? Lin Fan tilted his head. Is it my turn now? As soon as the words left his lips, his figure vanished from sight. In the next instant, he appeared before the guard on the far left, who had yet to react. With a swift motion, Lin Fan executed a precise chop to the guard's neck. Congratulations, host, for eliminating societal scum and protecting the innocent. Reward, 50 points. The cold, mechanical voice of the system rang out like a most exquisite melody. Lin Fan became a specter of death, weaving through the crowd with unmatched agility. He employed no ostentatious techniques. Rather, he relied on the simplest and most direct methods: punches, kicks, elbows, and knees. Each strike resonated with the sickening sound of shattering bones and the extinguishing of life. 50 points, 50 points, 50 points, 50 points. In less than 10 seconds, the 5 guards stationed on the periphery lay lifeless, their bodies cold. The remaining guards and the researcher in the white lab coat were paralyzed with terror, retreating in haste. Block him. Quickly block him. Even Bong was rendered speechless by Lin Fan's relentless onslaught. Basin emitted a roar that was anything but human, his body swelling at a visible pace. Muscles coiling and twisting as eerie black patterns surfaced upon his skin, his combat prowess surging instantaneously. Basin crushed the ground beneath him with a single step, charging towards Lin Fan like a humanoid tank. Lin Fan, however, paid him no heed, instead fixating his gaze upon the white-coated figure preparing to flee. With a flick of his fingers, he unleashed a piercing wave that instantly penetrated the researcher's back. 200 points. Indeed, such a formidable adversary yields a higher score. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction before turning to confront the already approaching Basin. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, and effortlessly pressed it against Basin's massive fist. Boom! A violent shockwave erupted, radiating outward from the two. Basin's full-force strike, powerful enough to breach a tank, was firmly halted by that seemingly unassuming hand. Unable to advance an inch. No, impossible. Basin's eyes widened like saucers, disbelief etched across his face. He exerted force with his fingers. Crack! The bones of his entire fist were shattered under the relentless pressure. Before a scream could escape Basin's lips, Lin Fan delivered a kick to his abdomen. Basin's colossal form was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. Lin Fan's figure materialized before him in an instant, delivering a knee strike that connected with his chin. 200 points. The warehouse fell into an eerie silence. Lin Fan clapped his hands, his gaze sweeping over the boxes filled with blue potions, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. He extended a finger, a faint wisp of energy coalescing at his fingertip. He gently pressed this wisp against one of the boxes, then turned, leaving the warehouse without a backward glance. Moments after he exited the warehouse, a thunderous explosion engulfed the entire derelict chemical plant, successfully dismantled the Divine Awakening Organization's stronghold, Southern Chemical Plant, delivering a heavy blow to the enemy. Reward, 1,000 points. As the night breeze swept by, Lin Fan hovered in midair, feeling the surging power within him and the steadily rising points in the system space, his heart ablaze with fervor. His phone vibrated once more. It was a second target point from Qin Shan. Target 2, Nightshade Private Club. Coordinates, 77, Jiefeng Road, City Center. Note, a contact and intelligence hub for the Divine Awakening Organization in Jiangxia City, defense level. High. Internal presence of A-class abilities is possible. Exercise utmost caution. Lin Fan's gaze shifted towards the most resplendent neon lights of the city center. His figure vanished once again into the night. Half an hour later, upon returning near the villa, the inferno in the south and the violent explosions emanating from the club's underground plunged the entire official forces of Jiangxia City into chaos and frenzy. Yet, the orchestrator of it all moved as if untouched, quietly descending to the ground. He activated the system panel. Host, Lin Fan, combat power, 3,600, skills acquired, whole wave. Turtle School Qigong, mastery of body techniques, Qi sensitivity, sky dance technique. Points, 3,650, observing the balance of points, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. In a single night, his points soared from 1,000 to 3,650, a remarkable increase of 2,650 points. Chapter 33. The Jade Feet of Su Yueshi upon returning to the villa. The sky had begun to brighten. He entered his room quietly, and with a cross-legged posture upon his bed, he promptly accessed the system store. 3,650 points. His gaze swiftly traversed the dazzling array of merchandise. There were indeed numerous treasures, yet their prices were exceedingly outrageous. Eventually, his attention was captivated by a particular structure he had long desired, an extraordinary building that had been the reward for option B when selecting his sister's future path. Dragon Ball Series Special Building Gravity Training Room. Adjustable gravity from 1 to 100 times. Assists in physical training. Price 3,000 points. 3,000 points. The corners of Lin Fan's eyes twitched. This system is truly a cunning merchant. Previously offered as a reward, it was now listed in the store at a staggering price. This would nearly deplete the fruits of his labor from the previous night. However, he truly needed this. How did the science in the Dragon Ball world grow stronger? Aside from near-death recoveries, the most crucial element was the intense training. The gravity chamber was the core training facility for the Z fighters in their early days. His body, having undergone systematic transformation, was essentially endowed with psion attributes. To swiftly enhance his combat power, he had to increase the intensity. Under Earth's ordinary gravitational conditions, his training efficiency was already quite low. Only the gravity chamber could maximize the potential of his body. Damn it, I'm buying it. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and stamped his foot. One must be willing to risk if they wish to gain. Points were worthless if they didn't lead to strength. System, exchange for the gravity training room. Exchange successful. 3,000 points spent, remaining 650 points. Please select the placement location for the gravity training room. Instantly, the three-dimensional layout of the villa materialized in Lin Fan's mind. The basement was sufficiently spacious and discreet. It would be placed there. Gravity training room is being set up. Set up successful. With a thought, Lin Fan vanished from his room, only to reappear in the basement an instant later. In the center of the previously empty basement, now stood a massive, sci-fi-inspired, white, spherical structure. It was crafted from an unknown alloy, its surface as smooth as a mirror, featuring only a small hatch. This was akin to Vegetas. Lin Fan rubbed his hands in excitement, eager to step inside and experience it. Just then, he suddenly heard faint sounds from upstairs. He suppressed his presence and stealthily returned to the living room on the first floor. There, he beheld Su Yueshi seated cross-legged on the sofa, her eyes closed, surrounded by a faint, ethereal glow reminiscent of moonlight. She was in the midst of her training. The lunar circulation technique truly deserved its status as a divine-level skill. In just one night, her aura had intensified several-fold, with her internal energy circulating tirelessly, faintly suggesting an impending breakthrough. Lin Fan's gaze involuntarily settled upon her slender legs and jade feet, which were exposed from beneath the ample hem of her robe. Beneath the robe, her calves were elegantly sculpted, elongated, and her skin, illuminated by the morning light, possessed an almost blinding whiteness. Those feet were exquisite, akin to the most flawless works of art. Her slender ankles, graceful arches, and 10 rounded toes, exuding a healthy blush of pink. Gulp. Lin Fan instinctively swallowed. Who could withstand such a sight? He had not anticipated that such a scene lay beneath the robe. Hastily averting his gaze, his mind raced with outrageous thoughts. If I were to sneeze and inadvertently take her delicate foot into my mouth, that should be quite reasonable, right? When will I have the opportunity to win her over? As he indulged in such fanciful musings, a surge of energy emanated from Su Yueshi, her aura suddenly intensifying. A wave of genuine energy, exponentially stronger than before, radiated from her being. Bang! The air surrounding her emitted a faint explosive sound. She had reached the 9th level of the Qi refinement stage. Su Yueshi slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through her beautiful gaze. She felt the tidal wave of energy coursing within her, her face brimming with astonishment and elation. In a single night, she had broken through 3 realms. From a 6th level of Qi refinement, she had soared directly to the 9th. She was but a step away from foundation establishment. This Tianzhou Tiangong was simply miraculous. Turning her head, she noticed Lin Fan standing not far away, gazing at her with an odd expression. You, when did you return? Su Yueshi's cheeks flushed slightly. Just came back, Lin Fan replied with a grin. Congratulations, Miss Su from now on. Our home will rely on your protection. Humph. Su Yueshi huffed softly, turning her head away, yet unable to suppress the slight upward curve of her lips. This rapid enhancement of power rekindled her confidence as the saintess of the Xianyu sect. All right, you continue to consolidate your cultivation. I'll go and train a bit. Lin Fan waved his hand and turned towards the basement. As Su Yueshi watched his retreating figure, she opened her mouth, yet ultimately asked nothing. In the basement, Lin Fan stood before the gravity chamber S-hatch, taking a deep breath. It was Friday, time to open the hatch. Swoosh, the hatch opened with a sound, revealing an interior that was both minimalist and technologically sophisticated. Lin Fan stepped inside, and the hatch closed automatically behind him. At the center stood a virtual control panel. Current gravity, 1x, maximum adjustable, 100x. Let us begin with an appetizer. Lin Fan licked his lips and entered a number on the control panel. 30x. Gravity adjusted to 30x. Please prepare for the experience. At the moment the system's prompt fell, a thunderous impact struck Lin Fan as if an invisible mountain had crashed upon him. His body plummeted in weight. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground. Every inch of muscle, every bone, groaned under the unbearable strain. Breathing became exceedingly difficult. His heart thundered within his chest, as if it were about to explode. Merely standing consumed all his strength. Goodness, this is intense. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength to withstand the overwhelming pressure. Veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat swiftly soaked his garments. A battle power of 500, under 30 times the normal gravity, rendered him utterly beleaguered. Yet the excitement in his eyes only intensified. This was precisely the sensation he craved. He began to attempt the simplest of movements within this challenging environment. Raising his hand, a remarkably simple action, now felt as if he were lifting an immense burden. With all his might, his arm ascended at an excruciatingly slow pace, inch by inch. Then he threw a punch. Whoosh! A straight punch, accompanied by a heavy rush of air, was delivered with deliberate slowness. Following this came the second punch, then the third. He commenced practicing the most fundamental boxing techniques, each move proving to be extraordinarily arduous and weighty. Sweat streamed down him like a flowing brook, quickly pooling at his feet. Yet, he could distinctly perceive that his body was undergoing remarkable transformations under this extreme duress. Muscle fibers continuously tore, only to reconstitute at an accelerated pace, becoming more resilient. The density of his bones was ever increasing. The velocity of his blood flow quickened, delivering more energy throughout his body. Detected that the host is undergoing ultra-high-intensity training. Body potential activated, battle power 1, battle power 1, battle power 2. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in his mind. A frenzied smile spread across Lin Fan's face. This expenditure of 3,000 points was undeniably worthwhile. Time swiftly elapsed amid the tedious and grueling training. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Apart from eating and sleeping, Lin Fan spent nearly all his time in the gravity chamber. His body adapted at a terrifying pace, growing stronger. Meanwhile, his battle power surged dramatically. 600, 000, 500, 500. Finally, one afternoon a week later, after executing a fluid combination of punches under 30 times the normal gravity without so much as a flushed face or labored breath, he opened his system panel. Host, Lin Fan, battle power, 500, skills possessed, dodging wave, Kamehameha, mastery of body techniques, chi sensitivity, sky dance technique, points, 655,500 points. In just a week, his battle power had skyrocketed by over 2,000. Feeling a surge of power within him that was more than double his previous strength, Lin Fan couldn't help but let out a triumphant howl towards the heavens. Chapter 34. The Divine Revelation, an SS-class abomination. 1 month later, in the outskirts of Jiangxia City, at the last abandoned warehouse marked with a red dot, Lin Fan descended from the heavens, not even stepping foot into the warehouse. He merely hovered in midair, slowly raising his right hand, palm directed downward. Turtle wave energy, a robust blue energy beam, several times thicker than before, erupted forcefully for his palm. As the brilliance faded, a vast pit emerged on the ground, unfathomable and with edges as smooth as a mirror. The entire warehouse, along with the dozens of superhumans from the Divine Revelation organization within, was utterly obliterated from this world. Successfully dismantled the Divine Revelation organization's stronghold, Jiangxia East Suburb Warehouse, inflicting a heavy blow to the enemy. Reward, 1,000 points. Detected that the host has eradicated the Divine Revelation organization's influence throughout Jiangxia City within a month. Achieving the hidden accomplishment city cleansing. Additional reward, 3,000 points. A series of system notifications resonated in Lin Fan's mind, yet he didn't so much as raise an eyebrow. He had grown accustomed to it. Over the past month, he had devoted his days to frenzied training in the gravity chamber, and his nights to a bloody purge across Jiangxia City based on a list provided by Qin Shan. Jiangxia City is now the safest city in the nation, without exception. Lin Fan gently descended to the ground and opened his system panel. Host, Lin Fan, combat power, 8,000, skills, drilling wave, turtle wave energy, mastery of body techniques, chi sensitivity, air dance technique, points, 22,150, gazing at the balance of over 22,000 points and a staggering combat power of 8,000. An indescribable pride surged within Lin Fan. The sensation of his power rapidly expanding was more addictive than anything else. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang, displaying Qin Shan's exclusive number. Mr. Lin. Qin Shan's voice resonated with sincere reverence and gratitude. Jiangxia City is now completely cleansed. On behalf of the Dragon Shield Bureau and all the citizens of Jiangxia City, I thank you. This past month, Qin Shan and the members of the Dragon Shield Bureau felt as if they were living in a dream. Their daily tasks revolved around following Lin Fan and cleaning up the aftermath. The Divine Revelation Organization had been uprooted entirely from Jiangxia City, and all the credit was attributed to the Dragon Shield Bureau, with Qin Shan and his division receiving accolades from headquarters. Qin Shan understood that they were merely the cleanup crew. The one who single-handedly purged the city of its malevolent entities was the elusive Mr. Lin on the other end of the line. There's no need for pleasantries, Lin Fan replied coolly. What about the situation in other parts of the country? Upon mentioning this, Qin Shan's tone grew heavy. The outlook is grim. The assault by the Divine Revelation Organization has been fierce. During the initial week, apart from Jiangxia City, other provinces faced relentless defeats and significant losses. However, the situation has recently shown signs of improvement. Qin Shan continued, mentioning that several reclusive sects had descended from their mountains. Oh, Lin Fan expressed his curiosity. Indeed, Qin Shan replied, his voice tinged with awe. The Jade Void Palace of Kunlun Mountain, the Daizong Sword Sect of Taishan, the Chuanjin Sect of Zhongnan Mountain, and even the shamanic descendants deep within Changbai Mountain. These factions, once thought to exist solely in legend, have dispatched disciples to assist our Dragon Shield Bureau in stabilizing our positions across various regions. Lin Fan nodded, realizing that the depth of this world surpassed his expectations. However, this revelation heightened his vigilance. The fact that even these hidden sects could no longer remain idle indicated that the disturbances caused by the Divine Awakening Organization had threatened the very foundation of the Dragon Kingdom. I understand. Let us maintain our communication, he concluded, hanging up the phone before swiftly returning to his villa. As soon as he entered, he sensed a heavy atmosphere. In the living room, Su Yueshi sat cross-legged on the carpet, her delicate brow furrowed, her lovely face marked by frustration. Her aura had surged to a peak, with true energy surging chaotically within her, yet remained unable to break through an invisible barrier. Failed again? Lin Fan approached and sat beside her. Su Yueshi opened her eyes, her shoulders drooping in defeat. I have been stuck at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement for a full half-month. No matter how I circulate the Ta Inzhou Tiangong, I cannot condense my true essence to break through the threshold into the foundation establishment stage. She felt akin to a bottle filled to the brim with water, yet lacking the force to shatter the cap. This sensation drove her to despair. Lin Fan regarded her thoughtfully, then checked her stats with a combat power detector. Target, Sujuixi. Realm, Qi Refinement 9th Layer, Pinnacle. Combat Power, 1500. 1500? Lin Fan comprehended. It appeared that for the indigenous cultivators of this world, 1500 combat power marked the zenith of Qi refinement. Su Yueshi's inability to advance was not due to her technique or talent. It's not your fault, Lin Fan stated. It's a matter of this world. What do you mean? Sujuixi incuir passive. Spiritual energy, Lin Fan succinctly explained. The spiritual energy is far too sparse to support your transformation from Qi to Yuan. What you require is an environment rich in high-density spiritual energy, or treasures of heaven and earth that contain vast amounts of energy. In an instant, Su Yueshi grasped the implication. Indeed, the world has undergone a tremendous change. We are in an age of diminished spiritual laws. The texts of the Xianyu sect had recorded that in ancient times, spiritual energy was abundant, and cultivating the foundation was as effortless as eating and drinking. Now, reaching the pinnacle of Qi refinement was already a miraculous achievement of the Ta Inzhou Tiangong. Progressing further felt as daunting as ascending to the heavens. What should I do? Su Yueshi's gaze dimmed. The flicker of hope she had rekindled seemingly extinguished by a cold splash of water. Observing her despondent demeanor, Lin Fan flashed a reassuring smile. Do not fret. If there's one thing I possess, it is an abundance of treasures. As he spoke, he opened the system store, embarking on a quest for solutions. A miraculous elixir? Or perhaps a paradise hidden within the folds of reality? With over 22,000 points at his disposal, he had ample resources to indulge himself. However, at that very moment, in a distant, undiscovered island based deep within the Pacific Ocean, a figure clad in black knelt on one knee, trembling as he addressed the divine envoy. My lord, our operations in the Dragon Kingdom have suffered severe losses. The ancient sects have emerged from their seclusion, and those enhanced by pharmaceuticals are utterly incapable of resistance. Severe losses? The figure known as the divine envoy let out a soft, ethereal chuckle, devoid of any discernible emotion. No, this cannot be termed as severe losses. These events are merely an appetizer. The envoy slowly turned, gesturing towards a colossal cultivation chamber constructed of reinforced glass at the innermost part of the base. The chamber was filled with a verdant nutrient solution, within which a man, his body ensnared by countless mechanical arms and tubes, was submerged. His physique bore a grotesque strength, muscles bulging, veins protruding as if they might burst at any moment. A visage of unending agony and ferocity marred his face. With a hint of fervor in his voice, the divine envoy proclaimed, "We have extracted the abilities from dozens of A-grade psychics, carefully selecting this one from thousands of ordinary individuals, a vessel endowed with extraordinary endurance and physical resilience. Now, the true spectacle is about to commence." With a snap of his fingers, dozens of mechanical arms surrounding the chamber sprang into action, needles piercing the man as flesh. A harrowing, inhuman scream erupted from the man. Dozens of vividly colored serums, each representing a different A-grade ability, were forcibly injected into his body. His form began to convulse violently, expanding. At times, flames erupted from his skin. At others, frost formed, bolts of electricity crackled, and then his flesh hardened like steel. Various ferocious powers clashed within him, tearing at every cell. These rampant abilities, seemingly guided by an unseen force, began to merge and coexist in an uncanny manner, ultimately culminating in a brand new, unprecedented, and terrifying energy form. Boom! The reinforced glass of the cultivation chamber shattered explosively. A creature towering over 3 meters, with dark red skin and a pair of wings sprouting from its back, emerged from the wreckage. Its mere presence enveloped the entire base in a suffocating aura of terror. The researchers' detectors emitted piercing alarms, signaling an ultra-high energy response. Power level: SS grade. My heavens, an SS grade. The divine envoy gazed upon his creation, nodding in satisfaction. This was his true trump card. The so-called strongholds and members were merely bait to draw fire and collect samples of abilities, serving as cannon fodder. This mass-producible SS-grade biological weapon was his genuine army for conquering this world. Divine Envoy, its combat prowess, has nearly reached your level, exclaimed the figure in the black robe. The Divine Envoy remained silent, merely raising a hand and gently gesturing. Go forth, my first creation. Chapter 35. 2,000 points for a kiss? What a profitable deal. Observing the sudden dimming of Su Yueshi's beautiful eyes, Lin Fan felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. It was a trivial matter, really. Nonchalantly, he waved his hand, displaying a demeanor reminiscent of a wealthy tycoon. The spiritual energy is sparse, is it? Then let us compensate with treasures. Whatever is lacking, we shall supplement. As he spoke, he directly opened the system shop that only he could access, right in front of Su Yueshi. With a staggering balance of over 20,000 points, he felt an unprecedented sense of confidence. Today, he would show the landlady just what financial prowess looked like. Let me see. Lin Fan's consciousness swiftly scanned through the dazzling array of products in the shop. Fantasy Series Pill Spirit Gathering Pill slightly enhances cultivation speed, lasting 24 hours. Price, 200 points. Nonsense, not worth my attention. Fantasy Series Pill Marrow Cleansing Pill cleanses the marrow, enhancing cultivation aptitude. Price, 100 points. This would not be of much help to Su Yueshi's current situation. Lin Fan directly entered the keyword foundation establishment in the search bar. Instantly, a plethora of related products appeared. Fantasy Series Special Item Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid. Brewed from 100 types of spiritual herbs, it assists cultivators in breaking through the foundation establishment bottleneck. With a success rate of 30%. Price, 1,000 points. 30%? Too low, what if it fails? Wouldn't this girl be devastated? Fantasy Series Special Building Spirit Gathering Array Plate Beginner. Can set up a small spirit gathering array, enhancing the spiritual energy concentration within the array tenfold. Price, 5,000 points. This one is decent, but it constitutes a long-term investment, which one quench immediate needs. Lin Fan's gaze continued to sweep downwards until it finally settled on a pill radiating a lustrous glow. Fantasy Series Pill Pristine Foundation Establishment Pill. An exquisite pill refined using the pristine lotus and the essence of heaven and earth. It cleanses the true energy within the cultivator's body, eliminating impurities. With a 100% success rate in assisting Qi refining stage cultivators to break through to foundation establishment stage, while also reshaping their foundational path, significantly enhancing potential. Price, 2,000 points. 100% success. It even has the effect of reshaping the foundational path. This is the one. Although spending 2,000 points made Lin Fan wince a little, it was an investment that pertained to his future happiness. System, exchange for Pristine Foundation Establishment Pill. Exchange successful. Consume 2,000 points, remaining 20,150 points. With a thought, a warm and jade-like porcelain vial appeared in the palm of his hand. He extended the vial towards Su Yueshi. Grinning, "Here, take your medicine." Lost in her own despondency, Su Yueshi was momentarily stunned by his unexpected words. As she looked at the porcelain vial in Lin Fan's hand, a rich and irresistible medicinal fragrance wafted into her nostrils. Merely inhaling it, she felt a slight loosening in the stagnant, true energy within her body. "What is this?" Su Yueshi's voice trembled slightly. Lin Fan casually remarked, "Just take it. I assure you, you'll take off immediately and break through." Su Yueshi was utterly dumbfounded. "This is far too precious, I cannot." "Enough of the nonsense." Lin Fan swiftly removed the cork and poured forth the crystalline elixir, which seemed to shimmer with an inner light, unceremoniously thrusting it into Su Yueshi's mouth. Su Yueshi was caught off guard as the warm pill dissolved instantly, transforming into an overwhelming and pure torrent that surged through her limbs and bones. Boom! A buzzing sensation filled her mind as the true energy within her body erupted uncontrollably. The potency of the medicine resembled an indomitable general, leading her innate true energy forces into a fierce assault upon the impenetrable barrier of her foundational cultivation. Without hesitation, Su Yueshi sat cross-legged, fervently channeling the Taiyin Zhou Tian Gong, directing the terrifying flow of energy to circulate through her meridians in a designated trajectory. With each cycle, her true energy became increasingly refined and robust. The bottleneck that had plagued her for over half a month began to tremble violently in the face of this absolute power, emitting a mournful cry of being overwhelmed. Crack! A sound akin to the shattering of her very soul echoed. The bottleneck had shattered. An aura, several times more potent than before, erupted from Su Yueshi, causing the air within the villa to thicken with its intensity. A massive surge of true energy converged frantically within her dantian, compressing and ultimately coalescing into the first drop of liquid true essence. Foundation establishment accomplished. A powerful spiritual fluctuation radiated from the villa, rippling outward like invisible waves, instantly spreading throughout the entire Jiangxia city. Su Yueshi slowly opened her eyes, feeling the torrent of explosive power within her, akin to a rushing river, and she was enveloped in immense ecstasy. She had succeeded. Not only had she broken through to the foundational stage, but she also felt as if her body and soul had undergone a thorough baptism, emerging renewed. Turning her gaze to the man who looked at her with a beaming smile, her heart swelled with mixed emotions. The gratitude was overwhelming, so much so that she was at a loss for how to repay it. In the next moment, Su Yueshi made a move that took Lin Fan completely by surprise. She suddenly leaned in and planted a swift kiss on his grinning face. Warm, soft. Lin Fan was instantly petrified. Wait, what? Did I just get kissed? Can I have a repeat? He was still reeling from the unexpected event, completely flabbergasted. Su Yueshi's cheeks burned crimson, as if they might bleed, and she turned her head away, unable to meet Lin Fan's gaze, yet mustering the courage to stammer. Don't think too much of it. Lin Fan touched his cheek and broke into a silly grin, his latent infatuation laid bare. 2,000 points for a single sweet kiss? What a steal. Clearing his throat, he declared, since you've made a breakthrough, let us double the good fortune. I have a small gift for you. In high spirits, Lin Fan waved his hand and opened the system's store once more. That old broken sword of yours should have been replaced long ago. Allow me to select a more suitable one for you. He directly searched within the realm of fantastical weaponry for a weapon suitable for Su Yueshi. Soon, a beautifully crafted longsword captured his attention. Fantastical realm artifact, Moonlight Sword, forged from elite lunar essence and cold iron. It harmonizes perfectly with lunar attribute techniques. Price, 1,500 points. This is the one. Lin Fan once again lavishly spent 1,500 points to acquire the Moonlight Sword. A sword, entirely silver-white, appeared in his hand as if bathed in flowing moonlight. Su Yueshi had grown numb. She blankly accepted the Moonlight Sword, and the moment her fingers grazed the hilt, a cool, resonant power surged through her arm and into her dantian, creating a perfect resonance with the lunar essence within her. What a splendid sword! This is undoubtedly a spiritual artifact of exceptional quality. At that moment, outside the villa, several piercing sounds suddenly echoed through the air. Following that, 3 formidable figures landed in the villa's courtyard. They were 3 elderly men, their hair and beards all white, clad in Taoist robes. Each exuded an aura of peak chi refinement, yet there lingered a hint of twilight, indicative of having been stuck at this stage for many years. They had been drawn here by the surge of spiritual energy when Su Yueshi made her breakthrough. The 3 exchanged glances, witnessing the shock and excitement reflected in each other's eyes. Foundation Establishment. The aura of Foundation Establishment cultivators. Someone has actually succeeded in establishing their foundation in this age of dwindling spiritual energy. The trio adjusted their robes, approached the villa door with respectful expressions, and bowed deeply. Exclaiming, "We, the scattered cultivators Lu Chongfeng, Wang Banshan, Zhao Sihai, humbly visit and beseech to meet the immortal master." Their voices brimmed with reverence and a barely perceptible yearning. Su Yueshi shot him a glance but composed herself and stepped outside. When the 3 elders sensed the restrained aura of Foundation Establishment emanating from the young woman, they trembled with excitement and bowed deeply once more. "We pay our respects to the immortal master. Congratulations on achieving the great way. We have been trapped at the peak of chi refinement for decades, and today, upon seeing the true form of the immortal master, we earnestly request your benevolence to guide us." Su Yueshi, observing the trio of elders whose ages collectively surpassed 300 years, felt somewhat flustered at their grand display of respect towards her, a girl in her 20s. She could only smile wryly and shake her head. "Please rise, fellow Taoists. My breakthrough is purely a stroke of luck. Aided by a higher power, I truly have nothing to offer in guidance." What she spoke was indeed the truth. She couldn't very well reveal that her progress was due to the use of elixirs, could she? Although the 3 elders felt disappointed, they did not press further. Simply cultivating a good rapport with a newly established Foundation cultivator was a tremendous stroke of fortune. In the distant southwest border of the Dragon Nation, a fortress constructed of steel and cannon fire was presently shrouded in the shadow of death. "Fire! Fire! Stop it!" A commander, his face smeared with the grime of battle, bellowed hoarsely. Before him, countless shells and missiles rained down upon the monstrous entity suspended in mid-air. It was a humanoid entity towering over 3 meters, its skin a deep crimson hue, with a pair of menacing bat-like wings extending from its back. Thunderous explosions engulfed its form in a fiery blaze. Yet, as the smoke dissipated, it remained unscathed, not even a trace of char marred its surface. Slowly, it raised one hand. A searing flame erupted from its palm, instantly transforming a heavy tank position into molten iron. Immediately thereafter, it lifted its other hand. With a crack, a bone-chilling frost enveloped dozens of soldiers, freezing them and their weapons into statues of ice. At times, it morphed into a bolt of lightning, wreaking havoc across the battlefield. At others, its body became as resilient as diamond, withstanding the onslaught of large-caliber armor-piercing rounds. Various Class A abilities were flawlessly exhibited upon it, culminating in the most fearsome killing machine imaginable. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The defensive line was collapsing at a terrifying pace. An intelligence officer, observing the real-time data relayed on the screen, reported to the commanding general. Report. The target has surpassed the SS level threshold. The southwestern border defense has been utterly obliterated. Chapter 36. Biological weapons. Su Yueshi felt as though she had undergone a transformation. Within her dantian, the liquid essence of true energy resembled a small, serene lake. This newfound power was something she had never dared to dream of in the past. Casting a glance at Lin Fan beside her, a myriad of emotions surged within her. She yearned to comprehend the extent of the disparity that lay between them. Lin Fan. Su Yueshi tightened her grip on the moonlight sword, her icy gaze ignited with the spirit of combat. Let us spar, she declared. Oh. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, his heart stirred by Su Yueshi's eager demeanor. Following her breakthrough, her aura had become even more extraordinary, imbued with an ethereal grace, yet complemented by a figure that was strikingly alluring, epitomizing the perfect amalgamation of purity and desire. With a mischievous grin, he extended a single finger towards Su Yueshi, beckoning her. Kulme, do not accuse me of bullying. I shall only use this hand. This casual demeanor instantly ignited Su Yueshi's pride. After all, she was a foundation stage expert. How dare he belittle her with but one hand? Behold my sword, she exclaimed, her tone firm as she ceased to hold back. With a flick of her wrist, the moonlight sword emitted a clear and melodious resonance. A 3-foot-long silver blade of light, imbued with frost, lunged towards Lin Fan's chest. This strike was delivered with all her might. The air itself seemed to tear apart, releasing a sharp, piercing howl. Yet in the face of this earth-shattering blow, Lin Fan's smile remained unaltered. He merely lifted that single finger, perfectly poised to meet the fierce tip of her sword's radiance. Clink! A delicate sound rang out, akin to a jade bead falling onto a plate. The sword's lethal gleam, capable of splitting stone, shattered inch by inch, transforming into a myriad of luminous particles that vanished into nothingness. Not a single mark was left upon Lin Fan's fingertip. Su Yueshi felt an overwhelming force emanating from the sword, nearly causing her to lose her grip. She staggered back, her blood surging within her, retreating 7 or 8 steps before she managed to steady herself. The hand that grasped the sword tingled, her entire arm trembling slightly. How is this possible? Her full-powered strike, and he merely dismissed it with a finger? Your strength is commendable, and your speed is decent as well, Lin Fan remarked, maintaining his finger in its forward position. Though your expression management leaves much to be desired. One should smile while playing games, haha. Su Yueshi's fair face flushed crimson, a blend of embarrassment and anger washing over her. Again, she declared defiantly, unwilling to succumb to fate. Taking a deep breath, she channeled her true energy into the moonlight sword. Mysterious runes illuminated the sword's blade, and a cool crescent moon's silhouette materialized. Xianyu slash, she cried, merging with the sword, transforming into a silver streak of light that surged towards Lin Fan with a swiftness several times greater than before. This time, Lin Fan could not be bothered to even lift a finger. Just as the Xianyu slash was about to make contact, his figure flickered and vanished before her eyes. Where are you looking? A warm voice whispered in her ear. Su Yueshi froze momentarily, abruptly turning around to find Lin Fan had appeared behind her without her notice. Their proximity so close that she could detect the faint fragrance emanating from him. His hand was unceremoniously squeezing her pert backside. Ah, the sensation was rather springy. You, Tsuyueshi's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart in disarray. Embarrassment and anger surged within her as she spun around, swinging her sword in a horizontal arc. Yet Lin Fan's figure vanished once more, only to reappear at her side, directly circumventing her to stand before her, pinching the blade of her moonlight sword with 2 fingers. No matter how she urged her true essence, that spirit-level sword remained immobilized, as if ensnared by a serpent grasping its vulnerable spot. "Let go." Tsuyueshi's eyes glistened with urgency, nearly brimming with tears. "Fine." Lin Fan released his grip, and in the blink of an eye, as she retracted her sword, he swiftly delivered a light slap to her shapely rear. The sound was crisp. Tsuyueshi stood frozen, her face a fiery hue. Gripping her sword, she pursued Lin Fan through the courtyard, hurling imprecations of rogue and shameless at him. After a spirited chase, she finally found herself exhausted, perspiration glistening on her skin. Her beautiful eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Stealing a glance at Lin Fan, she discovered him watching her with an amused expression, that smirk of his utterly infuriating. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the tide of her indignation began to wane. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Shield Bureau, headquarters in Kyoto, all attending high-ranking officials and top experts were fixated on a video playing on the central screen. The footage depicted a military fortress located on the southwestern border of the Dragon Kingdom. Within the frame, a humanoid monstrosity towering over 3 meters, with dark red skin and grotesque bat-like wings, hovered in midair. Countless shells and missiles detonated upon its form, yet they barely left a mark on its skin. In Jiangxia City, Lin Fan's villa, his phone rang, a call from Qin Shan's exclusive number. "Hello, old Qin. What good news do you have?" Lin Fan answered lazily. However, the tone from the other end was unusually grave. "Mr. Lin, we have a serious situation." Qin Shan succinctly described the destruction wrought upon the southwestern fortress by an SS-level biological weapon. The headquarters has issued the highest alert, but conventional firepower is ineffective against such a creature. I call to request your vigilance regarding the areas surrounding Jiangxia City, should any abnormalities arise. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated. Qin Shan's voice carried a note of earnestness. An SS-level biological weapon? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this was another scheme from the Divine Enlightenment. To him, it seemed no different from the previous strongholds he had dismantled, merely a larger, more formidable minion. "Understood," he replied nonchalantly. After ending the call, he turned his gaze back to Tsuyueshi. Life remains unadorned and monotonous, yet he is utterly oblivious to the cataclysmic storm that has commenced, one capable of upending the entire world. Meanwhile, high above the smoldering ruins on the distant southwestern frontier, a multitude of swords, each radiating a different hue, pierce the heavens and hover in midair. These are the elite disciples from the Kunlun Yushu Palace and the Taishan Daizong sword sect, each possessing a cultivation level of at least the 7th tier of Qi refinement. Upon witnessing the hellish devastation below and the ominous crimson creature hovering at the center of the ruins, each one is ignited with righteous indignation and fury. "Monstrous fiend, how dare you slaughter the innocent upon our sacred soil? You are courting your own demise." A young man clad in the garb of the Daizong sword sect bellowed, his arrogance blinding him to the peculiar appearance of the adversary. "Brothers and sisters, form the formation. Let us avenge our fallen compatriots. Exterminate the vile. Exterminate the vile." The disciples chorused, their voices resonating through the skies. They swiftly arranged themselves into an intricate sword formation, countless flying swords coalescing into a torrent of sword energy, imbued with celestial might, as they charged defiantly toward the biological weapon below. In their eyes, victory was already within their grasp. Chapter 37. The Triad's Slaughter of Immortals. The descent of despair, a torrent of sword energy, infused with the boundless fury of over a dozen elite disciples from the Daizong sword sect, thundered towards the immobile. Dark red monstrosity. This was the famed Tiangang sword formation, known for its unyielding ferocity, capable of cleaving a mountain peak asunder. Yet, in the face of an assault that would terrify any Qi refinement stage cultivator, the creature merely lifted its head with a languid grace. In the next instant, it opened its maw. A roar erupted, one not of this world. A sound imbued with unparalleled savagery surged forth from its depths. Visibly, dark red sound waves clashed with the river of sword energy. The moment the multitude of flying swords made contact with the sonic onslaught, they emitted a mournful wail of distress. The swords that constituted the formation trembled violently, their radiance dimming at a perceivable rate. The foremost disciples of Daizong were struck as if by lightning, each spitting forth blood, their faces paling instantaneously. No, it cannot be. Our sword formation. The leading young disciples' confidence and arrogance were swiftly eclipsed by terror and disbelief. But that was not the end. The figure of the biological weapon vanished from sight. "Beware!" shouted a disciple from Yushu Palace as a warning barely escaped his lips. A dark red afterimage appeared at the flank of the sword formation. In an instant, one of its arms transformed into a blade wreathed in black flames, sweeping through with lethal intent. With a sickening sound, blood stained the skies. 3 disciples were effortlessly bisected. Their bodies, along with their protective artifacts, cleaved in twain. A look of shock froze upon their faces, their upper and lower halves separated, innards and blood strewn across the ground. It was only then that piercing screams echoed through the heavens. "Ah, my leg!" The sword formation crumbled in an instant. The remaining disciples, their pride and martial fervor shattered by the gruesome spectacle before them, found their once esteemed sword techniques rendered feeble and laughable in the face of this beast. The massacre commenced. With a flap of its bat-like wings, the biological weapon transformed into fleeting shadows, weaving through the panicked disciples with merciless precision. At times, it unleashed corrosive acid capable of melting steel. At others, it released frigid gales, and yet again, it summoned raging thunder. All were Class A abilities. Each strike heralded the fall of a sect elite. Those once hailed as prodigies in their respective sects now resembled sheep before a wolf, utterly defenseless. Their flying swords, when striking the creature's dark red hide, only sparked a cascade of embers. Their spells, in the face of its ever-emerging, bizarre powers, appeared pitifully impotent. Flee. Seek aid from the sect. This is a monster beyond our means to confront. The few survivors scattered in all directions. Yet, the biological weapon seemed intent on leaving no prey unscathed. It fixated on the individual with the most formidable aura among them, namely the middle-aged leader of the Daizong sword sect. With a swift movement, he pursued. Just then, 3 ancient and resonant auras erupted simultaneously from 3 directions at the battlefield's periphery. "Wretched beast, cease your arrogance." The 3 venerable elders, their hair and beards white as snow and clad in the garb of different sects, encircled the biological weapon at the center. They were the 3 leaders among the disciples descending the mountain, each having attained the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement. One hailed from the Yushu Palace, another from the Daizong sword sect, and the last from the Chuanjin sect of Mount Zhongnan. As they gazed upon the ground strewn with severed limbs and the tragic demise of their junior disciples, their eyes reddened, their faces etched with sorrow and resolve. "Brother Wang, Brother Zhao," spoke the elder from Yushu Palace, his voice hoarse, "it seems if we do not fight with all our might today, we shall perish here." The elder from Daizong, wielding an ancient heavy sword, nodded gravely. Sectarian biases are but a jest at this moment. "Today, let us 3 put an end to this monstrosity for these children in this land." The elder from Chuanjin, with a flick of his dust whisk, expressed solemnly, "I second this motion. Activate the 3 talents slaughter immortal formation." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other 2 sharpened. The 3 talents slaughter immortal formation, an ancient combined attack array, possessed boundless power but exacted a terrifying toll on its practitioners. Once initiated, it would be a fight to the death. Yet at this juncture, they had no other option. Commence the formation. The 3 elder cultivators shouted in unison, simultaneously biting their tongues to unleash their vital blood. The blood transformed midair into 3 crimson talismans, which swiftly merged into the earth. Boom! The entire battlefield trembled violently. An invisible barrier surged from the trio, soaring skyward to form a colossal triangular light screen. ensnaring the biological weapon within. The elder from Yushu Palace emanated a cerulean radiance, symbolizing heaven. The elder from Daizong stood upon a yellowish diagram, signifying earth. The elder from Xuanzhen was enveloped in a gentle white light, representing humanity. Heaven, earth, and humanity converged as the three talents united. Three distinct forces coursed through the formation, ultimately converging above it, coalescing into a massive sword, 100 feet in length. Comprised of tricolor spiritual light, a terrifying pressure, potent enough to alter the very fabric of the heavens and earth, emanated from the colossal sword. The biological weapon trapped within the formation seemed to sense the impending threat. It let out a furious roar, its bat-like wings flaring as it transformed into a streak of light, forcefully colliding with the light barrier. Clang! A thunderous sound resonated, and the light screen quivered violently, yet remained unyielding. Slaughter immortal! The elder from Yushu Palace bellowed, and the trio simultaneously executed their incantations. The tricolor giant sword, suspended in the heavens, descended with cataclysmic momentum, ready to cleave through all. The biological weapon within the formation roared frantically, unleashing its myriad of extraordinary abilities to their utmost limits. Flames, frost, thunder, corrosive acid, gravity, spatial slicing. These terrifying energies assail the grand formation, and the tricolored giant soared like a tempest. The three venerable cultivators burn their own lives in cultivation. Their hair withers at a visibly alarming rate, and deepening wrinkles etch their faces as the breath of life rapidly drains away. Yet, the resolve in their eyes remains unwavering. Through the exquisite orchestration of the formation, they steadfastly suppress the biological weapon within, engaging in a cataclysmic battle with the tricolored giant sword. As the radiance of the sword dims to its nadir, and the elder from Daizong, exhausted of spiritual energy, half kneels, coughing blood, while the old Taoist from Xuanzhen appears ghostly pale, swaying perilously. In that moment, the elder from Yushu Palace flashes with a final spark of madness. With my frail body, I shall serve as the sword's guide. Slash! He transforms into a streak of light, merging into the nearly disintegrating tricolored giant sword. Buzz! In an instant, the giant sword erupts with resplendent light, piercing through the chest of the biological weapon. A roar, filled with resentment and agony, erupts from the creature, its crimson gaze dimming. Its colossal form crashes to the ground. It is dead. Finally, dead. The surviving disciples and the members of the Dragon Shield Bureau, who had been watching from a distance, erupt in overwhelming cheers after a brief silence. We have won. We have triumphed. The immortal master is magnificent. The immortal master is glorious. The two aged men from Daizong and Xuanzhen gaze at the fallen monstrosity, their faces betraying a bittersweet smile. Although the cost was grave, they have ultimately retained their ground. However, before the echoes of their cheers can fade, a series of piercing, hair-raising sounds of breaking air resonate from the horizon. The smiles on everyone's faces freeze instantly. They look up in horror towards the sky. There, on the eastern, western, southern, and northern horizons, four dark figures emerge. The spots expand rapidly. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 figures, nearly identical to the recently slain beast. They descend slowly from different directions, encircling the ruins that had just endured a bloody battle, surrounding all the survivors completely. One of the biological weapons lands beside its fallen kin. It raises its foot and, as if crushing a watermelon, obliterates the skull of the corpse. Viscous brain matter and shattered bones splatter in all directions. At that moment, time stands still. An infinite, suffocating despair grips all, like a cold hand tightening around their throats. Chapter 38. The Doomsday Alarm. The Savior's Choice Dragon Shield Bureau, Kyoto Headquarters, Command Center. The piercing sound of alarms reverberated throughout the Grand Hall. The central main screen, once focused on the southwestern border, was abruptly divided into dozens of smaller windows. To the northeast, at the Changbai mountain border, a post, defended with the assistance of shamanic successors, was engulfed by a sea of flames. In the footage, 2 bioweapons wreaked havoc. To the northwest, A high-tech drone base was completely obliterated within a mere 5 minutes by 3 bioweapons descending from the sky. They appeared to possess the ability to disrupt electromagnetic signals, rendering the entire base's defense systems utterly ineffective. In the southeastern coastal region, a special response unit composed of psychics faced an onslaught from 5 bioweapons. Their defenses crumbled within 3 minutes. Each red alert, representing the missing and destroyed, flashed frantically on the vast map of the Dragon Kingdom. From northeast to northwest, from southeast to southwest, the silhouettes of bioweapons emerged along nearly every lengthy border. An intelligence officer responsible for summarizing the battle reports trembled as he struck the keyboard, his voice laced with an uncontrollable dread. Report to the commander. Preliminary statistics indicate that across the nation, the total number of bioweapons appearing simultaneously has surpassed 30, and it continues to rise. The northern defense line has just reported discovering new targets. The total now stands at 37. 37. Each of them possessed the terrifying SS-level combat power capable of annihilating a military stronghold. The entire command center fell into a profound silence. Everyone resembled puppets, their souls seemingly drained, staring blankly at the map nearly covered with red dots. Previously, they had been consumed with how to deal with the single bioweapon on the southwestern border, even willing to pay a heavy price to request aid from reclusive sections. Yet now, that single threat was merely a fraction of the reality. It was hardly even an appetizer. The commander of the Dragon Shield Bureau, a seasoned general weathered by countless battles, swayed slightly, leaning back against his chair. His complexion paled in an instant, aging him by 20 years. He gazed at the monstrous creatures rampaging across the screen, and for the first time, despair flickered in his eyes. This was doomsday, a relentless cleansing targeting the very fabric of civilization. In Jiangxia City, at Lin Fan's villa, Lin Fan was about to continue teasing Su Yueshi when his phone, tucked in his pocket, suddenly emitted an unprecedentedly sharp and urgent alarm. This was the highest emergency contact privilege set by Qin Shan. The playful smile on Lin Fan's face vanished instantly as he furrowed his brow and pressed the answer button. Hello. As soon as the call connected, Qin Shan's voice, filled with panic and despair, struck Lin Fan's eardrum with a forceful impact. Mr. Lin, a catastrophe has occurred. It's over. It might be the end. Qin Shan's voice was akin to weeping and shouting at once. Nationwide, bioweapons have appeared along all borders. It is precisely the biological weapons I mentioned. Not just one, but dozens. Dozens. The defenses are collapsing entirely. All defenses. The disciples of the sect, the brothers of the Dragon Shield Bureau, the army, are unable to withstand. They simply cannot hold. Mr. Lin, this may be the end of humanity. The voice on the other end of the phone abruptly ceased, as if communication had been interrupted by some formidable energy. Lin Fan stood silently, gripping his phone. Dozens of SS-class monsters, the national defenses, crumbling completely? Until now, although he was aware of the dangers in this world, he had always felt a sense of calm, believing everything was under control thanks to the power of the system. The Divine Awakening Organization had seemed to him merely a source of experience points. Yet at this moment, he was acutely aware of the cruelty and madness of the world. The expression that usually bore a hint of cynicism vanished from his face, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Su Yueshi, having heard the conversation, felt the color drain from her exquisite face. She had only just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage. She gazed at Lin Fan's profile, then at the moonlight sword in her hand. The tying true essence within her seemed to resonate with her master's intent, surging uncontrollably. Once her sect had been destroyed, her meridians severed, and she barely survived in the streets. It was this man who healed her, bestowed upon her a more powerful technique, and provided her with transformative elixirs, allowing her to regain her strength. This strength was not meant for her to use solely for her own benefit. She approached Lin Fan, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, clutching the moonlight sword tightly. Her cold gaze held no fear, only an unprecedented determination. Where are they? I shall join. She did not question her ability to fight, nor whether she might perish. She simply knew that at this moment, she had to step forward. Lin Fan turned to look into her eyes, filled with resolve, and felt a stir in his heart. He recognized her growth and her awakening. However, just as he was about to speak, that cold, long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. World-class crisis detected. Apocalypse choice system has been activated. Please make your choice from the following 3 options. Option A, hold your ground. Defend Jiangxia City. Protect your loved ones and dear ones, isolating all external crises. Choice reward. Fantasy system formation. Xuanwu Mountain Guard formation. Option B, savior. Combat the nationwide crisis. Eliminate all biological weapons and become the guardian of this world. Choice reward. Dragon Ball System special skill Spirit Bomb. Completion reward. Points 100,000. Option C, interstellar escape. What does the crisis have to do with you? You're merely a passerby. Use this system to take your loved ones and flee this soon-to-be-destroyed planet, venturing into the broader universe. Choice reward. Technology system special vehicle. Small spaceship, capable of carrying 10 people. 3 options, 3 distinctly divergent paths, vividly manifest in Lin Fan's mind. Option A signifies self-preservation and comfort, yet entails the heartbreaking sight of the world's demise. Option C embodies evasion and survival, leading to a life of exile, wandering aimlessly in the vast unknown of the cosmos. As Lin Fan's gaze traverses the resolute face of Su Yueshi, he is reminded of his innocent and carefree younger sister Lin Yu still at school, and of Qin Shan, who always harbored great expectations for him. He reflects upon the nation he has inhabited for over 2 decades, flawed yet undeniably his home. A smile, imbued with madness and the spirit of battle, slowly stretches across his lips. By heavens, after toiling to attain a combat power of 8,000, I shall not cower like a turtle. System I choose B. Chapter 39. The annihilation of the 7-kill sect. The gravity in Lin Fan's eyes transformed into a fierce determination, while his mind simultaneously entered an unprecedented state of tranquility. Whirring with rapid calculations, he contemplated that when Su Yueshi reached the pinnacle of qi cultivation, her combat power soared to 1,500. Those cultivators, lacking the aid of foundational pills, were at best at the pinnacle of qi cultivation, and their continuous retreat suggested that this SS-grade biological weapon possessed a fighting capacity of at least 2,000. To confront them one by one seemed an insurmountable challenge. Beside him, Su Yueshi was devoid of such internal turmoil. Her focus was solely on Lin Fan. "We must go to the southwestern border," she declared, clutching her moonlight sword, her cold eyes brimming with resolve. "Every life we can save counts." She had steeled herself for a bloody battle to the death. "Save?" Lin Fan turned to her, his tone devoid of emotion. "How do we save anyone? The national border stretches thousands of kilometers, and there are 37, no, perhaps now 40, or even 50 of them, scattered across various corners. By the time I finish off one, this country will have been turned into a sieve." His voice, though calm, fell like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the flames of hope within Su Yueshi. "Indeed, how can we save anyone?" The enormity of the situation weighed heavily on her, and the multitude of enemies rendered individual strength utterly insignificant. A flicker of confusion and helplessness crossed her face. Lin Fan summoned a long-dormant task interface. Task: blood for blood. Objective: assist Su Yueshi in annihilating the 7-kill sect and rebuilding the Xinyu sect. Reward: Dragon Pearl Series skill, King's Fist. "We will first strike at the headquarters of the 7-kill sect and eradicate them," Lin Fan proclaimed. At the mention of the 7-kill sect, Su Yueshi involuntarily trembled, a visceral hatred coursing through her. Yet, she furrowed her brow. "Is this truly the right time for that?" "Now is the time," Lin Fan asserted, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Revenge was merely a secondary objective. More critically, the headquarters of the 7-kill sect was situated atop a high-quality spiritual vein. By vanquishing them, we could seize their territory to establish a true sanctuary for cultivation. A gleam of fervor illuminated Lin Fan's eyes. In the face of impending chaos, our task is not merely to extinguish fires, but to construct an impregnable fortress. Preserving the embers of this nation, this civilization, a spark potent enough to ignite a counteroffensive. First, we ensure our own survival, then we strive to save others. We must amass our strength before delivering a decisive blow. In truth, this was merely Lin Fan's rationale to persuade Su Yueshi. His true aim was to acquire the king's fist, leveraging its power to maximize combat efficacy and swiftly eliminate these biological weapons. Su Yueshi gazed dreamily at Lin Fan's profile. This man who, amidst despair and panic, had crafted such profound strategies. He not only possessed strength rivaling that of gods and demons, but also wielded a mind capable of orchestrating grand schemes. Her last shred of doubt dissipated, replaced by unwavering trust and a hint of admiration, which she herself had yet to recognize. "Very well, I will follow your lead," she murmured, her grip on the sword tightening. Lin Fan smiled and turned to ascend the stairs of the villa. "Shall you? Come down for a moment." Soon Lin Yu, dressed in her pajamas and rubbing her sleepy eyes, descended from the upstairs. "Brother, what is going on?" Lin Fan offered no elaborate explanations. He opened the system shop and swiftly located his objective amidst a dazzling array of products. Mystical System Formation, Minor Black Tortoise Guardian Array. A simplified version of the Black Tortoise Guardian Array, capable of withstanding all attacks from forces below 10,000 combat power, providing absolute defense until energy is depleted. Price, 5,000 points. Though the price was somewhat steep, Lin Fan did not hesitate for the sake of his sister's safety. Exchange. As the points were deducted, a golden light burst forth from Lin Fan's hand, instantly expanding like an inverted golden glass bowl, enveloping the entire villa seamlessly. The light flickered and vanished, merging into the air as if nothing had transpired. Lin Fan ruffled Lin Yu's hair gently, speaking softly, "Little Yu, be obedient. For the next few days, no matter what happens outside, do not venture out. Understand?" Although Lin Yu was puzzled, she nodded dutifully. Got it, brother. You and Sister Yueshi, be careful." With his concerns addressed, Lin Fan wasted no time. He pinpointed the location of the 7 Kill Sect's headquarters through the information provided by the Elder earlier, deep within the Yunming Mountains of a neighboring province. Just as they were about to embark, Lin Fan's phone emitted a piercing alarm once more. It was an encrypted communication from Qin Shan. Upon answering, an ear-splitting cacophony of gunfire, explosions, and anguished screams filled the background, akin to a hellish nightmare. "Mr. Lin, cough, cough, where are you?" Qin Shan's voice was hoarse and weary, laced with despair. "The northern defense line has fallen. We're barely holding on." Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged as he replied gravely, "Hold steady. Give me 1 hour. In 1 hour, I will resolve all troubles." Without waiting for Qin Shan's response, he abruptly ended the call. At the Dragon Shield Bureau's headquarters in Kyoto, the makeshift frontline command center was abuzz with disbelief as Qin Shan held the disconnected phone. Utterly stunned. 1 hour? Then solve all troubles? Is he joking? Or has he lost his mind? All senior officials within the command center who heard these words displayed expressions of absurdity and confusion. Meanwhile, Lin Fan grasped Su Yueshi's hand, feeling its warmth. "Let us go." Full activation of the sky dance technique. Boom! The two figures shot skyward, breaking through the clouds, racing towards the Yunming Mountains. Su Yueshi felt the roaring wind rush past her ears, and the scenery beside them blurred into streaks of light. Having just broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, she fancied her speed to be among the best in the world, but under Lin Fan's lead, she realized what true swiftness entailed. This velocity transcended her previous understanding of flight. High above, the apocalyptic scene lay bare before them. They could clearly see countless vehicles on the ground, families hastily fleeing the cities near the border, forming congested steel dragons in their frantic exodus. A multitude of armies, marching with a solemn gait, resolutely advance towards the border. In the distant horizon, flames of war and billowing smoke ascend, staining the sky with an ominous crimson hue. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Yueshi tightens her grip on the moonlight sword. The flames of vengeance and the weight of salvation intertwine within her heart, ultimately forging an unprecedented, unwavering resolve. In less than half an hour, a range of undulating mountains, shrouded in mist, emerges beneath them. The two figures pause, silently hovering above the mountain gate of the seven-kill sect. Before the gate, two disciples clad in black, exuding a fierce demeanor, lean arrogantly against the massive stone archway, engaged in idle chatter, their words flying with fervor. Have you heard? It seems something significant is transpiring outside. Even those self-important sects have sent people down the mountain. What do we care about such matters? If the sky falls, our leader and elders will bear the brunt. What is there to fear in the seven-kill sect? True enough, haha. They remain blissfully unaware that calamity has already descended upon them. Chapter 40. Rooting out the weeds in the Union Mountain Range. At the headquarters of the Seven Kills sect, two disciples leaned against the archway, engaged in idle chatter, their words laced with pride for their sect and disdain for the world beyond. Before their conversation could conclude, a cold silver light, reminiscent of moonlight cascading from the heavens, silently swept past above their heads. In the next moment, their heads were severed, blood gushing from their necks. Tsuyueshi's figure gracefully descended within the gates of the mountain, wielding the moonlight sword. Clad in white, her once serene eyes now burned with a frozen hatred and murderous intent. The vendetta of annihilation, the deep-seated enmity, demanded retribution through blood today. An enemy attack. The shrill alarm finally shattered the tranquility of the Seven Kills sect. Countless disciples clad in black, like a disturbed hornet's nest, emerged from various courtyards, brandishing an array of weapons, their faces illuminated by a bloodthirsty ferocity. Who dares to intrude? Seize her. Let her find no escape, no solace within our Seven Kills sect. Yet, what awaited them was a dazzling and lethal display of swordlight. Tsuyueshi moved without uttering a word. Her foundational Taiying true essence poured unreservedly into the moonlight sword. She glided through the throng, her figure embodying both grace and a resolute beauty. Xianyu slash. This was a massacre devoid of suspense. On the square, her movements were exquisite, yet imbued with a sense of determined beauty. Where the sword light traversed, severed limbs and dismembered bodies flew, rivers of blood cascading. She seemed tireless, her heart consumed by a singular thought: kill, exterminate everyone here, to appease the spirits of her father and fellow disciples above. High above, Lin Fan crosses arms, watching the one-sided carnage below with keen interest. Indeed, when she gets serious, she exudes a commanding presence. On his combat power detector, the so-called elite disciples below registered no more than 200 in combat strength, a mere trifle compared to Tsuyueshi's prowess exceeding 2,000, little more than ants. At that moment, powerful auras surged from the depths of the Seven Kills sect, soaring into the sky. Stop! A thunderous shout erupted like a clap of thunder. 5 elderly figures clad in crimson robes descended upon the central square, their eyes wide with fury upon witnessing the carnage. The foremost among them was Imo Shah, the sect master of the Seven Kills sect. Fixated on the blood-soaked figure in white, his initial astonishment swiftly transforming into boundless resentment. It is you, the remnant of Xianyu's sect, Tsuyueshi. How fortunate you are to be caught in my web today, having escaped on that fateful day. An elder barked. You venture where heaven has no path, and enter where hell has no door. Tsuyueshi halted, the tip of her sword angled toward the ground, a drop of blood sliding down the blade. She lifted her gaze, her icy eyes sweeping over the faces of those she loathed beyond measure. Montaksha, along with you old dogs, she uttered, her voice colder than the mountain winds. Today, I shall use your blood to honor the souls of my fallen brethren from the Xianyu sect. Arrogance. Imo Shah, consumed by rage, suddenly broke into a sinister smile. Who do you think you are? Even if you have stumbled upon some fortuitous encounters, can you truly contend against the might of the entire seven-killing sect? As he spoke, he exchanged glances with the 4 elders beside him, and in an instant, the 5 formed a battle formation. Their combined aura, potent and formidable, surged towards Tsuyueshi, intent on obliterating this remnant of resistance. With a cold snort, Tsuyueshi refused to engage in needless banter. With a flick of her wrist, the moonlight sword emitted a clear, resonant note, and she became one with the sword, transforming into a streak of light as she advanced to meet them head-on. However, at that moment, a peculiar and maniacal grin spread across Emo Sha's face. Too late. Since you have seen it, let us perish together. Ha ha! He threw his arms wide and howled to the heavens. Crack, crack. A series of excruciating sounds of bones fracturing echoed from within him. His body began to grotesquely swell and contort. Dark red skin tore through his robes, muscles bulged, and from his back erupted two gruesome, bloody wings. His visage transformed, becoming monstrous, with a mouth stretching to his ears, revealing a mouthful of sharp fangs. A violent, chaotic, and malevolent aura erupted forth. Elder, you! The four elders beside him stood dumbfounded, their faces etched with horror and fear. Lin Fan's power detector registered. Combat power, 2000. Colluding with the divine and turning oneself into a biological weapon? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Su Yueshi also sensed the surging power emanating from him, and her pupils constricted slightly. In her initial foundation stage, her combat power was approximately 2,200, not far off from this monstrous Emo Sha. Emo Sha let out a roar that was anything but human, and the ground beneath him shattered as he transformed into a dark red projectile, claws outstretched. Langing Dorfs Sujuexi. His speed and strength had increased manifold. Yet, in the face of this ferocious assault, Su Yueshi's expression remained unfazed. Instead of retreating, she advanced, lightly tapping her toes on the ground, evading Emo Sha's onslaught at an inconceivable angle. Roar! With a missed strike, Emo Sha grew even more frenzied, spinning to deliver a sweeping attack, his claws slicing through the air with a deafening shriek. Su Yueshi's gaze sharpened, and she ceased her evasion. Lunar sword technique, moonfall in frosty sky. The moonlight sword in her hand erupted with a luminous glow as a frigid aura radiated from her, rapidly expanding outward. The moisture in the air crystallized into countless ice shards, and the temperature of the entire plaza plummeted to near freezing. Emo Sha's violent assault faltered momentarily within this icy domain. In that fleeting instant, Su Yueshi closed in beside him, her moonlight sword carving a graceful and lethal arc, with the mysterious runes along its blade illuminating one by one. With a swift thrust, the silvery sword light effortlessly cleaved through Emo Sha's once-thought impenetrable dark red skin, leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone on his robust arm. Impossible. The excruciating pain elicited a pained howl from Emo Sha. He could scarcely believe that despite undergoing transformation and acquiring SS-level power, he could still be injured by this woman. His strength was pure savagery, whereas Su Yueshi's true understanding of the Dark Moon was a pinnacle cultivation technique aimed at the ultimate path. The intricacy of the technique, coupled with the sharpness of her spiritual weapon, marked the end. Su Yueshi's cold voice resonated like a death sentence. In a swift motion, she appeared behind Emo Sha, leaping high, her hands gripping the sword as the true essence of the Dark Moon surged violently into the blade. A pale crescent moon phantom materialized behind her. The secret technique of the Xianyu sect, soul severing. This strike was no longer aimed at the corporeal body, but carried an enigmatic force, targeting Emo Sha's already chaotic soul. As the sword light descended, Emo Sha's massive form suddenly stiffened. The brilliance in his eyes dimmed at a visible pace, ultimately extinguishing completely. Ah! He emitted a few meaningless sounds from his throat, and the colossal monster's body crashed to the ground, lifeless. The four elders, rendered speechless in shock, finally regained their senses and screamed, turning to flee. Yet, how could Su Yueshi allow them an escape? In a flash, her figure darted forward, and the glint of her sword swept through the air, severing four heads from their bodies. After completing this grim task, she held the still-dripping moonlight sword and walked step by step toward the depths of the Seven Killers Sect's Grand Hall. Moments later, the wails of agony ceased entirely. When Su Yueshi emerged from the hall once more, she was drenched in blood, yet her eyes shone brilliantly. She approached the center of the square, gazing at the blood-soaked earth and the once mighty adversaries, now reduced to cold corpses. A torrent of suppressed hatred and grief, long held within, finally found release. Unable to bear it any longer, her legs gave way, and she knelt on the ground, planting the moonlight sword before her. Tears cascaded down her face, mingling with the bloodstains. Father, senior brother, senior sister, Yueshi, I have avenged you. She wept like a child, as if all the grievances and sufferings of the years were being released in one cathartic outburst. Lin Fan's figure quietly appeared behind her. He said nothing, simply watching in silence. Once her sobs began to subside, he stepped forward. Yueshi lifted her tear-streaked face to meet his gaze. Lin Fan flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of white teeth. Have you finished crying? Once you're done, we should begin the reconstruction of the Xianyu sect. Chapter 41. Rebuilding the Xianyu sect, Truly Divine Techniques. Yueshi lifted her tear-streaked, flower-like face, marred by blood and sorrow, gazing vacantly at Lin Fan. Rebuild the Xianyu sect? Here, amidst this desolate wasteland, freshly stained with her own hands in hatred and death? Her heart lingered in the emptiness following vengeance, momentarily unable to grasp the profound implications of Lin Fan's words. This place is already ruined. Her voice was hoarse, laced with tremors, as she lamented that the blood of the Seven Kills sect had tainted this spiritual vein. Tainted? Lin Fan scoffed, a roguish grin returning to his visage. What is there that the Kamehameha wave cannot resolve? As he spoke, he surveyed the surroundings. The ground was littered with severed limbs, and thick streams of blood coalesced, saturating the air with a nauseating stench of blood and resentment. TSK, the aesthetic of the Seven Kills sect is truly abysmal, Lin Fan remarked disdainfully, pinching his nose. Yueshi was momentarily taken aback by his nonsensical remarks. What do you intend to do? She instinctively inquired. A thorough cleaning, what else? Lin Fan leisurely floated to the center of the square, precisely where the grand hall of the Seven Kills sect once stood. He extended his hands, palms facing each other, slowly drawing them together at his waist. An energy sphere, radiating a soft azure glow, began to coalesce in his palms. Sui's pupils dilated suddenly. She sensed it again. Ka, me, ha, me. Lin Fan intoned incomprehensible syllables, his arms gradually pushing forward. Hiya! A robust blue energy beam, as mighty as a colossal pillar, erupted from his palms. Yueshi was enveloped in an ocean of pure blue, the blinding light prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. The raging winds whipped her garments, nearly toppling her. She felt the ground beneath her tremble violently, disintegrating. The entire process seemed to last merely a few fleeting seconds. When the brilliance faded and she tremblingly opened her eyes, she was petrified in place. The scene before her had utterly surpassed her imagination. Gone. Everything had vanished. The original grand hall of the Seven Kills sect, the sprawling palaces, the square, the training grounds, even the very mountain that served as its foundation, all were obliterated. In their stead stood an immense, mirror-like platform, its edges comprising rocks vitrified by intense heat, still emitting wisps of smoke. With a single strike, an entire mountain range, along with all that it harbored, had been completely erased from existence. Is this truly a power attainable by humankind? Yueshi stared in disbelief at Lin Fan's silhouette, that lofty figure now appearing immeasurably grand in her eyes, akin to a deity from legends who forged the heavens and earth. All done, it's clean now, Lin Fan declared, clapping his hands. Regaining his composure, he opened the system store before Yueshi's astonished gaze. Current remaining points, 13650. This was the accumulation from all his previous tasks. Initially, I intended to reserve points for redeeming exquisite treasures from the Dragon Ball series. However, now, in pursuit of the mission to reconstruct the Xianyu sect and acquire the King's Fist, I find myself compelled to part with a considerable sum. Alas, the lives taken by Yueshi do not contribute to his score, and the system is lamentably frugal. Lin Fan swiftly perused the offerings in the category of fantasy architecture. Fantasy architecture, Sect Grand Hall, entry version. Capable of withstanding attacks of 2000 combat power, featuring basic dust removal and constant temperature functions. Price, 3,000 points. 2. Rudimentary. unworthy of the future sect that my beloved wife will preside over. Lin Fan promptly dismissed it. Fantasy architecture, Jade Capital, custom version. High above, the Jade Capital, with 12 towers and 5 cities. The immortal caresses my crown, and in my vows, I embrace eternal life. Equipped with advanced defensive formations capable of withstanding 80,000 combat power attacks, containing spiritual springs and medicinal gardens. Price, 100,000 points. Farewell. Next, Lin Fan's lips twitched. This was worth more than his very life. Finally, he discovered an option that was both reasonably priced and effective. Fantasy architecture, Xianyue Hall, elegant version. Crafted from millennium cold iron beams and 10,000-year warm jade foundation, exhibiting a cool and elegant style, featuring a defensive formation capable of withstanding 10,000 combat power attacks, also possessing calming properties. Price, 8,000 points. This is the one. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. It was as if it had been tailored specifically for Su Yueshi. Redeem. Points minus 8,000. Remaining 5,650. Merely possessing the Grand Hall is insufficient. The essence of a sect lies in its spiritual veins. Although the quality here is commendable, the crude exploitation akin to the 7 Kill sect is a sheer waste. Fantasy arrays, Spirit Gathering Array, intermediate. Capable of gathering the celestial and earthly spiritual energy within a radius of 100 miles, enhancing the cultivation speed tenfold within the array. Price, 5,000 points. Redeem. Points minus 5,000. Remaining 650. In an instant, he found himself back to square one. Lin Fan gazed at his meager 3-digit point balance, feeling a pang of heartache that rendered him breathless. Yet, at the moment he completed the redemption, a magnificent golden light erupted from the vast platform, once laid to ruin. Within the golden radiance, a grand and elegant palace gradually coalesced from the void. The hall was constructed of a material that resembled neither gold nor jade, emanating a cool and gentle glow under the sun. Upon the eaves of the hall, intricate carvings of crescent moons and auspicious clouds adorned its surface, ancient and profound. As the hall fully materialized, a grand plaque slowly emerged above the entrance, inscribed with 3 majestic characters, Xianyue Sect. With a thunderous rumble, the moment the hall was completed, the entire platform trembled once more. Incomprehensible runes, invisible to the naked eye, radiated from the hall's center, spreading outwards in all directions, swiftly enveloping the entire mountaintop platform. Spirit Gathering Array, activate. Su Yueshi distinctly sensed the surrounding celestial and earthly spiritual energy, as if drawn by an irresistible force, converging frantically from all directions towards this very spot. Merely inhaling a breath filled her with an unparalleled sense of tranquility, as the essence she had just expended began to replenish itself at an astonishing pace. The concentration of spiritual energy here surpassed that of the 7 Kills sect's main hall, and indeed exceeded the most prosperous era of the Xianyue sect by several multiples. This was no mere paradise. It was a genuine realm of immortals. From the flattened mountain peaks to the divine palace descending from the heavens, and a mist of spiritual energy enveloping the surroundings. All of this transpired in a matter of mere minutes. Su Yueshi gazed upon the magnificent new hall of the Xianyue sect, her eyes fixed on the seemingly omnipotent man before her, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Lin Fan, this grace, Yueshi shall remember for eternity. Her voice resonated with an unprecedented solemnity. Yet, just as Lin Fan was about to extend his hand to assist her and perhaps exchange a few flirtatious remarks, a chilling system prompt echoed explosively in his mind. Detected that the critical conditions for the mission have been met. Mission, blood for blood. Mission objectives, assist Su Yueshi in annihilating the 7 Kills sect, completed, and in rebuilding the Xianyue sect, completed. Mission evaluation, perfect. The host has not only aided the target in achieving revenge, but has also, with an extraordinary ability beyond mortal comprehension, laid an unshakable foundation for the Xianyue sect, utterly altering the target's destiny. Additional reward, 20 concentration of Super Scion S cells. Calculating mission rewards. Congratulations, host. You've acquired the Dragon Ball series special skill, Kaioken. Congratulations, host. You've obtained 20 concentration of Super Saiyan S cells. Chapter 42. The Kaioken is here. The tables are about to be upturned. A cacophony of system notifications erupted within Lin Fan's mind. The Kaioken. However, what truly captivated Lin Fan's attention was the subsequent reward, a 20 concentration of S cells. His breath momentarily hitched, while others may be oblivious. As a seasoned Dragon Ball aficionado, he was acutely aware of its significance. S cells are the pivotal key that allows a Saiyan to transform into a Super Saiyan. Typically, a Saiyan must possess a gentle disposition and reach an exceptionally high plateau of battle power before unleashing their S cells through overwhelming rage to achieve transformation. Now, the system had directly bestowed upon him a 20 concentration. What did this imply? It signified that the pathway to becoming a Super Saiyan was now paved with a superhighway. Lin Fan immediately centered his thoughts, turning his focus inward. He discovered that his battle power remained at 8,000, unchanged in the slightest. Yet, he could distinctly sense that something within him had been stirred. It was an indescribable instinct for combat, as if throughout countless days and nights, he had endured innumerable life-and-death battles, and every cell in his body had etched the memories of combat. What a tremendous boon this was! Lin Fan's heart surged with elation. Just then his phone, nestled in his pocket, sounded its alarm for the third time. It was Qin Shan again. The joy on Lin Fan's face swiftly vanished. He glanced at Su Yueshi and said, "Stay here and familiarize yourself with the new environment and power. I'll return shortly." Su Yueshi looked up, her tear-streaked visage filled with concern. "But there are no buts," Lin Fan interjected firmly. "Guard this place." With that, he hesitated no longer and answered the call. "Mr. Lin." On the other end, the cacophony of explosions and the thunderous collapse of buildings nearly drowned out his voice. "The northern front has been completely lost. The last line of defense was breached 3 minutes ago. 3, no 5. 5 monsters are advancing into the inland cities." Lin Fan's voice resonated clearly in Qin Shan's ear. "I'm on my way." Before the words had fully left his lips, he had already ended the call. Boom! Lin Fan's figure shot into the sky, soaring towards the northern horizon with a speed far surpassing his previous pace. Atop the peak of the new Xianyue sect, Su Yueshi stared blankly at the golden light that vanished into the horizon, her grip tightening around the moonlight sword. She cast her gaze upon her pale hand, yearning intensely for strength. Northern frontier, the former border of the Black Dragon province. This place could no longer be deemed a battlefield. It was a hellscape. The earth lay torn asunder, riddled with massive craters measuring dozens, even hundreds of meters in diameter, smoldering with dark red flames. The once impregnable steel fortress now stood as a twisted, charred remnant. Tanks and armored vehicles resembled crushed cans, scattered about in disarray. Countless corpses of Dragon Shield Bureau soldiers and military personnel blanketed the scorched earth. In the sky, 5 formidable bioweapons, each exhibiting distinct forms yet radiating an aura of terror classified as SS level, rampaged indiscriminately, wreaking havoc upon the remnants of existence. Some resembled colossal scorpions, their tails unleashing highly corrosive venom. Others took the shape of bats, their wings capable of conjuring devastating sonic storms with a mere flap. The remaining members of the Dragon Shield Bureau, alongside the warriors who rushed to their aid, formed small battle formations, using their flesh and blood to mount a final stand. "Hold the line. We must not allow them to breach this defense." A squad leader of the Dragon Shield Bureau, missing an arm, shouted with every ounce of strength he could muster, raising his remaining hand to aim a specially crafted weapon at one of the bioweapons, firing relentlessly. However, the energy beams, potent enough to melt steel, merely sparked against the creature's dark red exoskeleton, creating insignificant sparks. Then, a golden light descended from the heavens, appearing before him in an instant. Bang! All surviving warriors stared in astonishment at the man who had suddenly materialized, engulfed in golden flames. Lin Fan had arrived. He surveyed the ravaged earth, inhaling the thick, metallic scent of blood that permeated the air, and a surge of uncontrollable fury erupted from his chest. Shattered, he uttered softly. In the next moment, his figure vanished from sight. The once mighty Tyrannosaurus-like bioweapon suddenly bore a gaping hole through its head, collapsing heavily to the ground. Ding! SS-level bioweapon slain, points 5,000. The system's notification rang out, but Lin Fan's wrath showed no signs of abating. His form flickered across the battlefield like a specter, each appearance heralding the demise of another bioweapon. Just a single punch, whether faced with a formidable exoskeleton or an enigmatic energy shield, all crumbled before his fist enveloped in golden flames, as fragile as paper. In less than 10 seconds, the 5 SS-level bioweapons that had ravaged the northern defense line lay lifeless. Ding! Points 5,000. Ding! Points 5,000. A cascade of notifications surged, propelling Lin Fan's point balance to an astounding 25,650. Suspended in midair, he closed his eyes, unleashing a formidable sense that enveloped the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom's border. Northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. In every direction, there existed several, if not more, of the same malevolent presence. The total exceeded 40. They were scattered across the extensive border, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, engaged in frenzied slaughter and destruction. Lin Fan opened his eyes. His speed was remarkable. Yet even if he raced from one to the next, by the time he reached the last, countless corpses would already litter the ground. Not enough. Not fast enough. Triple King Fist. Lin Fan hesitated not for a moment. A suppressed roar erupted from the depths of his throat. The golden aura that once blazed like a flame around him suddenly contracted in an instant, only to erupt forth in a more ferocious manner. The hue of the aura transformed from pure gold into a chilling, eerie crimson that sent shivers down the spine. A terrifying tempest of energy radiated from him, sweeping away the debris and sand upon the ground. All they could do was exert every ounce of strength to gaze skyward at the figure that resembled an otherworldly deity, their faces etched with shock and reverence. Lin Fan felt the tempestuous power within him, nearly overwhelming his very being, as his combat prowess surged to an astonishing 24,000 points in an instant. He clenched his fists, reveling in this unprecedented might. This truly feels like something remarkable. He turned his gaze, piercing through mountains and rivers, locking onto the nearest battlefield located to the northeast. In the next moment, his figure, accompanied by a blood-red beam that pierced the heavens, vanished from sight. Boom! In the sky, a long crimson wave stretched infinitely toward the northeast. At the temporary command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau in the capital, Qin Shan and the senior officials were intently focused on the final images transmitted by the drones from the northern battlefield. They witnessed the descent of that golden divine light. They beheld the 5 monstrous beings that had rendered them powerless, being slaughtered within mere seconds. Then, they saw that figure unleash a surge of blood-red energy that flooded the entire screen. Following that, the transmission abruptly ceased. It was not due to interference, but because the drones could not possibly capture the movement of the entity. Just now, what was that? A trembling intelligence officer inquired. Qin Shan gripped the communicator, his palms slick with sweat, recalling Lin Fan's words before he had hung up. Yet now, a faint yet intensely burning hope ignited within his heart. Chapter 43. The Triple King Fist Sweeping the Border. In the northeastern frontier, amidst the Changbai mountain range, a thunderous roar erupted. Lin Fan hovered in midair, crimson energy radiating from him, expanding wildly in all directions, whipping up the snow and debris from the ground into a miniature tempest. His veins bulged grotesquely, resembling twisted worms coiling upon his skin. Every muscle in his body groaned under the immense strain of the Triple King Fist, a burden far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Lin Fan felt as if every cell within him was screaming, igniting in flames. Yet, he had no time to dwell on this agony. His gaze was fixed upon the 3 monstrous bioweapons wreaking havoc below. At the moment Lin Fan descended, these 3 bloodthirsty creatures abruptly halted their relentless assault. Obliteration, Lin Fan uttered through clenched teeth. In the next heartbeat, his figure vanished, A flash of crimson blurred past the monsters. Ding. SS-level bioweapon eliminated. Points 5,000. The last creature, spewing corrosive acid, let out a terrified shriek as it opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of dark green acid towards the direction Lin Fan had disappeared. However, a fist engulfed in scarlet flames pierced through its cranium, emerging from its gaping mouth, untouched by any filth. Ding. SS-level bioweapon eliminated. Points 5,000. In a mere 3 seconds, the 3 SS-level beasts, previously deemed insurmountable by the Northeast Division of the Dragon Shield Bureau, lay vanquished. On the ground, the surviving warriors, now steeped in despair, gazed upwards in awe, forgetting even to breathe. Lin Fan did not linger for a moment. He did not cast a glance at the stunned figures below. Next, northwest. He silently resolved, his powerful aura instantly locking onto another target. With a deafening roar, a red beam shot skyward, racing towards the northwest. The speed was blinding. Lin Fan felt the scenery around him dissolve into a blur of distorted light. His mind throbbed painfully from the overwhelming velocity and the immense burden of the King Fist. He clenched his jaw, blood seeping from his gums. He could sense his body being torn apart. In the northwest frontier, amidst swirling sands, 4 colossal bioweapons besieged a secret base nestled within the Gobi Desert. The energy shield of the base teetered on the brink of collapse. Just as the shield was about to shatter, a beam of red light descended from the heavens. This time, Lin Fan did not even touch the ground. Suspended in the air with arms outstretched, energy orbs cascaded down like a torrential downpour. Boom, 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 boom. Each orb struck a giant beast with pinpoint accuracy, and in an instant, the 4 titanic creatures were vaporized. Ding. Eliminating an SS-level biological weapon. Points 5,000. The notification echoed again as Lin Fan's figure tore through the sky, racing towards the 10,000 great mountains in the southwest. A cough erupted from his throat, accompanied by the taste of blood, searing with heat. The side effects of the Triple King Fist began to manifest. It felt as though his internal organs were being seared over an open flame, and each breath brought with it excruciating pain. He forcibly quelled the turmoil within him, his gaze growing colder. In the southwestern border, along the southeastern coast, battlefields unfolded one after another, marked by countless red dots. Lin Fan descended upon the lengthy border of the Dragon Kingdom, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers. 15, 20, 30. He had lost count of how many he had slain. His consciousness, engulfed in agony and violent power, began to blur. He knew only to eradicate these pests. At the command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau's headquarters in Kyoto, all high-ranking officials, including Qin Shan, stood rigidly, their eyes fixed on a large screen displaying a real-time map divided into dozens of segments. Red alert points, indicating SS-level threats, vanished at an astonishing rate. Northeast border, alert lifted. Northwest border, alert lifted. Southwest border, alert lifted. Each lifted alert signified the destruction of at least 3 to 5 SS-level biological weapons, all occurring within a mere 40 minutes. Have we identified who is responsible? A trembling voice from a senior official inquired. Report. Unable to capture. Our satellites and high-altitude drones can only detect a fleeting energy trajectory. The speed of the opponent has surpassed the limits of our equipment. The intelligence officer's response was laden with shock and incredulity. Qin Shan clenched his fists, his palms slick with sweat. It must be him. It has to be him. The man who claimed he would resolve all troubles in 1 hour. He truly swept away the national peril single-handedly. On the western shore of the Pacific, at the eastern coastal border of the Dragon Kingdom, the final battlefield awaited. With a thud, Lin Fan's figure staggered as he fell from the sky, crashing onto a rocky outcrop and splashing a torrent of seawater. The crimson aura surrounding him flickered perilously, as if it might extinguish at any moment. His body had reached its limit. He knelt on one knee on the rocks, gasping for breath, each inhale akin to drawing air through a dilapidated bellows. Before him stood the last 3 biological weapons. At last. Is he unable to hold on any longer? Lin Fan raised his head, his vision starting to blur. as the three monstrous figures before him morphed into 6 wavering shadows. Damn it, only 3 left. He exerted every ounce of strength he had, slowly rising to his feet, squeezing out the last vestiges of power within him, unleashing a Kamehameha to eliminate the final 3. Ding! All biological weapons of the Divine Awakening Organization within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom have been eradicated. Mission objective: eliminate all SS-level biological weapons within the Dragon Kingdom. Mission reward settlement in progress. Congratulations, host. You have received 100,000 points. Current points balance, 340. 650. A series of system notifications resonated in Lin Fan's mind like celestial music. The mission was accomplished? Boom! It was as if a mountain flood had burst forth. An overwhelming wave of exhaustion and excruciating pain instantaneously engulfed all his senses. The triple king fist dissipated. Lin Fan's body slackened, toppling backwards from the rocks. 3 figures appeared silently, seemingly out of thin air. One was clad in an elegant tailcoat, reminiscent of a medieval noble, with shadows beneath his feet twisting and writhing unnaturally. Another was shrouded in a gray cloak, exuding an aura of death and decay. The rock upon which he stood visibly eroded and decayed. The final figure was a voluptuous woman, clad in revealing attire, her fingertips entwined with a wisp of pink smoke that emanated an alluring sweetness. The Divine Awakening Organization, the 3 great emissaries, Morpheus, Typhon, and Samuel. They had been waiting here all along. The seductive Samuel licked her crimson lips, her gaze burning with intensity as she watched Lin Fan plummet towards the sea. Chapter 44. I am awaiting the celestial being. What are you waiting for? The sea breeze, laden with a briny chill, swept across Lin Fan's cheek. His body was plummeting. Alas, it seems I have miscalculated. The only bitter thought lingering in Lin Fan's mind was this. Below, the waves roiled tumultuously. Further afield, 3 figures exuding an ominous aura stood like statues upon a colossal rock, gazing at his descent with the predatory eyes of a cat toying with a mouse. Truly, a perfect piece of art. Morpheus, clad in a tailcoat and exuding elegance, spoke with a hint of intoxication, heralding the ultimate decay that follows the most resplendent of displays. This power, this vessel, Lord Yazril shall undoubtedly be most pleased. Beneath him, shadows writhed as if alive, occasionally forming the shape of a hand or a face roaring in silence, imbued with an eerie and foreboding essence. How tedious. The figure shrouded in a gray cloak, Typhon, rasped with a voice that sounded worn. The rock upon which he stood visibly lost vitality, its once sturdy surface cracking with weathered lines, the verdant moss withering to a rapid yellow decay. Simply crush his skull and remove the body. Oh dear, can't the 2 gentlemen exhibit a bit more chivalry? The last to speak was the voluptuous and strikingly beautiful woman, Samuel, dressed in a form-fitting dark crimson leather ensemble that accentuated her curves. She twirled a wisp of nearly invisible pink smoke around her fingertips. She extended her tongue to moisten her crimson lips, her sultry eyes unabashedly scanning Lin Fan's falling form, filled with greed and desire. What a shame for such a robust man to perish so easily. Why not allow me to examine him closely, extracting his final morsel of value before delivering him to my lord? Her voice was sickeningly sweet, as if it could seep into the very marrow of one's bones. The 3 of them were the pinnacle of the Divine Awakening Organization, Esmite, second only to their leader, Yazril, 3 divine messengers. They had been ordered to await this moment, prepare to reap the rewards of their cunning. In their eyes, this man, who had single-handedly vanquished over 40 SS-level biological weapons along the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, was unimaginably powerful. Yet, it was precisely because of this that he must be utterly spent, a piece of meat upon the chopping block, ready for their slaughter. However, none of them noticed that during his fall, Lin Fan's consciousness had not entirely faded. With the last vestiges of his mental energy, he was fervently roaring within the system marketplace. System. Damn system. Get out here right now. Help me. Ding. Host vital signs are critically weak. Is emergency assistance required? Of course. Hurry. Celestial being. Bring me a celestial being. Celestial being. Price. 1,000 points. Would you like to exchange? Lin Fan nearly choked upon seeing the price. What the hell? 1,000? Was it not 500 last time? You are raising the price arbitrarily. Scoundrel. The cold, emotionless tone of the system's notification echoed. Certain rare consumables will double in price after every 2 exchanges. This is an unalterable rule. Lin Fan, drained of strength, found no energy to curse. He gazed at his recently surged balance of over 340,000 points. Never mind, I have points to spare. Exchange. Let the exchange commence. Points minus 1,000. Exchange successful. Xiando has been stored within the host's mouth. Almost instantaneously upon the successful exchange, a warm, delicate beam materialized in Lin Fan's mouth, sliding down his throat into his abdomen. Torn muscle fibers frantically restructured and regenerated. Overburdened organs, akin to withered trees awakening in spring, revived with vibrant vitality. Cells, on the brink of exhaustion, were filled with a more potent and pure energy. Even the immense strain inflicted upon his brain by the Kaioken times 3, a pain akin to thousands of needles piercing his skull, swiftly dissipated under the soothing warmth, leaving only a faint hum, reminiscent of a hangover's aftermath. With a splash, his body ultimately succumbed to the frigid sea. Yet at this moment, his descent transformed from that of a lifeless corpse to an intentional plunge into the water. He has fallen into the sea. Tiefling rasped. Perfect, it saves us the effort. Morvis, use your shadow to retrieve him. Morvis nodded gracefully, poised to command the shadows beneath his feet. But at that moment, Samuel's enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. Wait, something feels amiss. What seems to be wrong? Tiefling retorted impatiently. Samuel did not respond. She merely fixed her gaze intently upon the surface of the sea where Lin Fan had plunged. Beneath the ocean's depths, Lin Fan opened his eyes. In the pitch-black, frigid water, his irises shone like 2 brilliant stars. An unprecedented sense of power surged through his limbs. He could distinctly feel that his body, having undergone a near-death experience followed by rebirth, had undergone a profound transformation. With a thought, he summoned his personal panel. Host, Lin Fan, combat power, 15,000 S-cell concentration, 28, skills acquired, Kamehameha, Dong Dong Wave, flight technique, spirit bomb, Kaioken, remaining points, 339,650, 15,000. Lin Fan's heart raced intensely. The Scion trait of significantly increasing combat power upon resurrection, along with an 8 increase in S-cell concentration. Slowly, he raised his hand and clenched his fist. With a thunderous splash, Lin Fan burst through the ocean's surface, standing once again upon the very rock from which he had fallen. The sea breeze tousled his drenched hair against his forehead, droplets cascading down his sharply defined cheeks. Though his attire was tattered, the signs of disarray and weakness had vanished entirely, replaced instead by a quiet yet terrifying aura of intimidation. Upon the rocky outcrop, the expressions of the 3 divine messengers froze in sheer disbelief. How could this be possible? Typhon was taken aback. Wasn't he supposed Lin Fan shook the droplets of water from his hair and cleared his ears, as if he had merely been submerged in water moments ago. He lifted his eyelids, scanning the 3 bewildered figures across from him. Subsequently, he retrieved a combat power detector from his pocket and affixed it to his eyes. Beep, beep. Beep combat power. 2800 super ability. SS level combat power. 3100 super ability. SS level combat power. 2900. Super ability. SS level. Lin Fan observed the values displayed on the detector and nodded in understanding. So that was it. Their strength was indeed superior to those artificially spawned biological weapons, and they were genuine, superpowered individuals, their methods likely to be more perplexing. However, it seemed that was all there was to it. He removed the detector and casually tucked it back in his pocket, then flashed an unmistakable, somewhat mischievous grin. Hey, he called out to the 3 completely dazed messengers. You 3 have been striking poses for quite some time. Aren't you exhausted? Shall I find you a photographer to capture your pretentious demeanor and frame it for display? Chapter 45. A punch for every divine. Envoy Lin Fan's voice resonated clearly amidst the ocean breeze. His irreverent tone and subtly mocking smile struck the three divine envoys like a resounding slap across their faces. Obituary? The air seemed to freeze at that moment. The elegance that once adorned Morpheus vanished, replaced by a sullen demeanor. The gray aura of death surrounding Typhon surged violently, revealing his inner fury. Meanwhile, Samuel withdrew all charm, her beautiful eyes glinting with a chilling intent to kill. You are courting death. Typhon could no longer endure the humiliation of being provoked by mere ants. His raspy voice was now imbued with a brutal intent to kill as he stepped forward. Buzz, a visible gray ripple emanated from him, expanding abruptly wherever the ripple passed. The rocks beneath his feet instantly crumbled to sand, swept away by the ocean breeze like wisps of smoke. The surging waves, upon contacting the ripple, lost their vitality and transformed into a stagnant pool of lifeless water. SS-class ability, Touch of Decay. This was not merely contact. It was the creation of a domain. Within this domain, all things withered. For your arrogance, you shall pay the price. Typhon bellowed, transforming into a streak of gray lightning as he charged towards Lin Fan. He extended his hand, withered like a chicken's claw, gathering an intense concentration of gray death energy in his palm, aiming to seize Lin Fan's heart. He intended to reduce this audacious individual, along with his very soul, to the most primal dust of the universe. In the face of this lethal strike, capable of instilling dread in any SS-class powerhouse, Lin Fan's expression remained utterly unfazed. He didn't even flinch. He merely stood there quietly, observing the claw shrouded in deathly aura. Foolish. Typhon's eyes glinted with a savage smile. In his view, Lin Fan was either stunned by his own power, or his recent revival was merely a fleeting flicker, a hollow shell. However, in the next moment, his grimace froze entirely on his face. His hand halted just before Lin Fan's chest, less than a centimeter from the skin. It was not by choice. He found himself unable to move. An invisible wall of energy blocked all his strength and deathly aura, preventing him from advancing even a fraction. The indomitable sensation made him feel as though he were not attacking a human, but rather colliding with a celestial body. What is this? Fear finally flickered in Typhon's eyes. Lin Fan slowly raised his right hand. Simply a punch. So swift, it was almost beyond comprehension. In the eyes of Morpheus and Samuel, they only saw Lin Fan's fist leaving behind a faint afterimage in its wake. Bang! A dull yet thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the very fabric of the space around them. Lin Fan's fist landed squarely upon Typhon's abdomen. Time seemed to be pressed into slow motion at that moment. Defang's body suddenly arched backward. The expression on his face morphed from sheer terror to bewilderment, ultimately dissolving into a blank stare. He cast his gaze downward, unable to comprehend the fist that had pierced through his very being. That fist bore not a trace of the ominous gray aura of death. How could this be? He struggled to produce a few fragmented syllables from his throat. His pride, an SS-level ability potent enough to wither all existence, appeared laughably fragile before this man. Lin Fan gradually withdrew his fist. Defang's body lost its final support. There was no explosion, no mist of blood. His body, long eroded by the touch of decay, had its internal structure utterly obliterated by that unparalleled force. A gust of sea breeze swept by. Defang's form crumbled like an ancient sand sculpture, disintegrating from head to toe into a cloud of gray dust, scattering across the vast ocean. Ding! Killed the envoy of the Divine Awakening Organization, SS level, points 5,000. The system's notification made Lin Fan raise an eyebrow. Oh, it seems that even an SS-level foe only yields 5,000 points. He murmured to himself, then lifted his gaze to the remaining two individuals. Morpheus and Samuel stood like two petrified statues, staring blankly at the spot where Defang had vanished, their minds a void. Just one punch. The second strongest among the three envoys, Defang, was gone. Just like that? He hadn't even lasted a second? What kind of monster is this? Wasn't he just barely clinging to life moments ago? Gulp. Samuel struggled to swallow, her complexion draining to a ghastly pale at a visible pace. The previous allure and desire had long been replaced by an overwhelming dread. She was terrified, fear emanating from the very depths of her soul. Run. This was the sole thought racing through her mind. Almost instinctively, her powers surged within her. Enchantment mist, illusion. In an instant, a vast expanse of pink smoke erupted from her, swiftly enveloping a radius of 100 meters of the sea. This was not mere illusion. The mist contained potent toxins capable of paralyzing nerves and corroding minds. Even an SS-level powerhouse, upon inhalation, would instantly succumb to the most profound delusions. Rendered utterly vulnerable to her whims. Having executed her plan, she felt no inclination to linger. She turned and transformed into a streak of crimson light, fleeing in the opposite direction of Lin Fan with reckless abandon. She propelled herself to the fastest speed she had ever achieved in her life. Yet, scarcely had she flown a kilometer when a mocking voice drifted into her ear. "Beautiful lady, why the rush? You were just speaking of research, and one cannot backtrack on such promises." Samuel whipped around in shock. Lin Fan, she realized, had somehow appeared behind her, casually keeping pace alongside her, even taking the time to wink at her with an air of nonchalance. As for the alluring mist capable of ensnaring even an SS-level powerhouse, it seemed to him merely akin to ordinary air, exerting no discernible effect. You. A fearful croak emanated from Samuel's throat, unable to articulate a complete sentence. "Your abilities bear no weight against me," he declared, raising his index and middle fingers to gently tap the back of Samuel's neck. Thud! Samuel's eyes rolled back violently, her strength dissipating in an instant, her form plummeting like a kite severed from its string, softly descending toward the ocean surface. Lin Fan did not slay her. He merely rendered her unconscious. With a casual wave of his hand, a surge of energy supported Samuel's body, casting her back onto the previous rock. Having completed this, he turned his gaze toward the last individual. Morpheus. At that moment, this shadow manipulator, who had maintained an air of aristocracy, bore an expression of utmost distress. He did not flee, for he understood that in the face of absolute speed, retreat was the most foolish choice. He fixed his gaze firmly upon Lin Fan, and the shadow beneath him ceased its writhing, transforming into an unfathomable black mire that enveloped him entirely. Shadow stealth. This was his most formidable skill for survival and assassination, allowing him to meld completely into the shadow realm, rendering him immune to the vast majority of physical and energy attacks. "I must concede, you are the strongest I have ever encountered." Morpheus's voice emerged from the distorted shadows, laced with a barely perceptible tremor. "Yet you cannot kill me. As long as shadows exist, I shall live eternally. And you shall forever face the relentless pursuit of the divine awakening organization. Until you—" His words halted abruptly, for a hand, without warning, pierced the boundary between reality and shadow, seizing his neck. Lin Fan's figure, unbeknownst to him, had already appeared before him. "Who told you that I cannot kill you?" A warm smile graced Lin Fan's face. "Moreover, it seems you have misconstrued a matter." He grasped Morpheus by the neck, forcibly dragging him from the shadow realm, akin to pulling a radish from a mire. Morpheus's handsome visage turned a ghastly shade of purple from asphyxiation, his eyes wide with boundless horror and confusion. His shadow stealth? Was it undone? How could this be? "It is not you who pursues me." Lin Fan's smile gradually morphed into a chilling and perilous expression. "Rather, it is I who shall lay waste to you. Now, tell me, where is your leader, Azrael?" Chapter 46. The leader of the Divine Awakening Organization? Murphy's felt as though he were on the brink of death. The shadow power he once took pride in now lay docile, akin to a frightened cat, utterly incapable of being summoned. The boundary between reality and shadow had become strikingly clear, yet painfully distant in his eyes. He could see it, yet could not immerse himself within it. Fear enveloped him like the frigid waters of the sea, drowning his reason. I say." His throat struggled to force out a few words. In the face of the looming threat of death, the so-called noble dignity was rendered worthless. Lin Fan loosened his grip slightly. Murphy's immediately gasped for air like a drowning man. His gaze towards Lin Fan filled with reverence. Lord Azrael, he is not situated in any fixed location. Get to the point. Lin Fan's tone remained calm, yet Murphy's detected a hint of impatience, causing him to shudder. Yes, yes. Murphy's dared not utter another word, pouring forth everything he knew like beans tumbling from a bamboo tube. Lord Azrael is the supreme leader of the Divine Awakening Organization and the most perfect creation of the secret Divine Gene Project conducted by the United States. His true form lies in a secret base deep beneath the Rocky Mountains in North America, perpetually in slumber. Asleep? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Murphy's hastily explained. The Lord's power is overwhelmingly immense, and each awakening places a tremendous burden on his body. Thus, he remains in a state of suspended animation within a life pod, issuing commands to us through mental projection. What we usually see is merely his spiritual projection. The plan to attack Dragon Country was personally orchestrated by the Lord's spiritual projection. The objective is to test the combat capabilities of the latest batch of biological weapons and, simultaneously, to draw out top-tier powerhouses like yourself, hidden within Dragon Country, for capture and research, providing data and nourishment for the Lord's next evolution. As he spoke, Murphy's voice dwindled. Casting a furtive glance at Lin Fan's expression, fearful that a moment's ire from the other would result in his neck being crushed. Lin Fan's face betrayed no emotion. He simply listened quietly. So it is. After all this time, my sweeping of the borders was, in their eyes, merely a large-scale performance test, with myself as the test subject. Quite intriguing. A cold smile crept upon Lin Fan's lips. The specific coordinates of that base? I do not know. Murphy's voice trembled once more, for that was the highest secret of the Divine Awakening. Only Lord Azrael himself, and a select few at the highest echelons of the U.S. military are privy to it. We, the Divine Envoys, merely receive commands through special mental beacons. Is that so? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. It is absolutely true. I dare not utter a single lie. Murphy's felt the weight of lethal pressure bearing down upon him. One last question. Lin Fan regarded Murphy's intently. Why does your Divine Awakening seek to do this? To dominate the world? Or merely for destruction? Morphus momentarily froze, a complex and nearly fanatical expression flickering across his face. No, you are mistaken. We are not here to destroy. We are here to purify. This world has long since rotted to its core. The so-called balance is merely the helpless wailing of the weak. Power is the ultimate truth. Lord Yazril will be the deity who ushers in a new world. He shall dismantle all existing orders, and those who do not comply will be purified. Lin Fan observed his fervent demeanor and chuckled softly. Fool, he assessed. With a slight exertion of his hand, a crisp sound of bone snapping echoed. The fervent light in Morphus's eyes instantly froze, quickly dimming into a profound silence. Lin Fan carelessly discarded his body into the sea as if it were mere refuse. Ding! Killed the envoy of the Divine Awakening Organization, SS grade. Points 5,000. Current point balance, 349,650. Having completed this, Lin Fan clapped his hands and turned towards a rock, gazing at the alluring woman, Samuel, still unconscious. He mused. This woman possesses a perfect figure, perhaps while she still holds warmth. He promptly dismissed that thought. He crouched down and retrieved a piece of rope, pilfered from unknown origins, and securely bound her. All set, time to conclude. He stood up and stretched, the sea breeze brushing against him, carrying a hint of the aftermath of battle. The crescent moon hung high in the sky, adorned with twinkling stars. Lin Fan gazed at the vast expanse of the ocean. With a combat power of 15,000, no one on this earth could rival him. Yet, the so-called SSS grade Esper Yazril, along with the official power he represented from the United States, loomed like an iceberg, revealing only a fraction above the surface today. Caution was still warranted. He took out his phone, the screen having shattered during the earlier skirmish, but still managed to power on. He located Qin Shan's number and dialed. Lin, Mr. Lin. Qin Shan's voice on the other end was filled with barely contained excitement and tension. In the temporary command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau's headquarters in Kyoto, All the high-ranking officials held their breath, fixated on the phone in Qin Shan's hand as soon as the call connected. "Ah, old Qin," Lin Fan said in an exceedingly relaxed tone, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll rather than just saving the entire nation. "I'll send you the coordinates for the East Sea border. There are 3 nuisances to deal with, 2 dead and 1 alive. Also, I've been busy all day. Is there any reimbursement for my travel expenses? My phone is broken, so that should be covered, right?" A peculiar silence fell on the other end of the line. In the command center, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Shield Bureau exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions utterly strange. This was the divine being who single-handedly swept away over 40 SS-grade monsters and saved the entire Dragon Nation. Wasn't the atmosphere a bit off? Qin Shan's lips twitched violently twice. He took a deep breath to compose himself. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan sat idly on the rocky shore, allowing the sea breeze to wash over him as he awaited the arrival of the Dragon Shield Bureau personnel. The caress of the wind stirred his thoughts, leading them adrift into the realm of bolder ideas. He contemplated the current landscape of Longhua. The reclusive cultivators, despite their considerable heritage, found themselves hindered by the gradual depletion of spiritual energy stagnating in their cultivation. Many remained trapped at their bottlenecks for their entire lives, unable to make any progress. Conversely, among the vast populace of ordinary individuals, countless possessed latent supernatural abilities. Yet, due to a lack of enlightenment and guidance, the majority were oblivious to the extraordinary powers hidden within their own beings. He pondered whether there existed a means to shatter this impasse and propel the overall strength of Longhua into a new realm of qualitative advancement. Chapter 47. It is time to reimburse travel expenses. Lin Fan sat languidly, exuding an air of profound ennui. He hummed a discordant melody while idly toying with the unconscious Samuel, bound like a rice dumpling. After waiting for approximately half an hour, several dark specks finally appeared on the distant horizon, racing toward him, aircraft adorned with the emblem of the Dragon Shield Bureau. The vehicles hovered midair, their doors sliding open as figures leapt out, landing deftly upon the nearby rocks. Leading the charge was Qin Shan, followed by the familiar icy visage of Qin Lan and several middle-aged men whose composed demeanor suggested high status. Among them, one figure stood out distinctly. Clad in a pristine Zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously styled, his countenance grave and his gaze sharp as an eagle-s, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word, was none other than the director of the Dragon Shield Bureau, Zhong Tianzheng. "Mr. Lin," Qin Shan hastened forward, his face a mlang of excitement and reverence, his voice trembling slightly. The senior officials of the Dragon Shield Bureau behind him regarded Lin Fan with a complexity of emotions, shock, curiosity, and profound apprehension. Here was a man who single-handedly eradicated the national border crisis, casually seated before them. This stark contrast evoked an uncanny sense of unreality among all present. "Ah, old Qin, your efficiency is commendable," Lin Fan remarked, rising to dust off his trousers, greeting them with a cheerful smile. Qin Shan promptly introduced Mr. Lin. "This is the director of our Dragon Shield Bureau, Director Zhong Tianzheng." Zhong Tianzheng stepped forward, extending a robust hand. His voice was steady and resonant, akin to the solidity of a mountain. "Mr. Lin, it is an honor to finally meet you. Your actions today have rendered an unparalleled service to our nation and its people. On behalf of the Dragon Shield Bureau and the entire Dragon Nation, I extend my utmost respect and gratitude." His words rang with sincerity, devoid of any insincere pleasantries, each syllable striking with palpable weight. "Director Zhong, you flatter me," Lin Fan replied as they shook hands, feeling the firm grip. "We are all on the same side. Such formalities are unnecessary." Lin Fan flashed a grin, gesturing toward the unconscious Samuel and the corpse drifting not far away in the ocean. "This one is alive. We should be able to extract some information. As for the deceased, you may take them back for study to ascertain any useful intelligence. And this one, well, there's nothing left of them." Several agents from the Dragon Shield Bureau promptly approached, efficiently administering a powerful sedative to Samuel before securing her with specialized arrest equipment. Meanwhile, Others were dispatched to retrieve the body of Morpheus from the sea. As Zhong Tianjing's gaze fell upon Samuel, his pupils narrowed slightly. The three divine envoys of the Divine Revelation Organization. Captured by you, he breathed deeply, suppressing the tumult within. The files of these three individuals were classified at the highest level within the Dragon Shield Bureau's archives. Each possessed the capacity to incite significant upheaval, exacting a heavy toll on the Bureau. Yet now, two were dead and one captured with such swiftness and decisiveness. Just a small feat, Lin Fan dismissed nonchalantly. Lin Fan nonchalantly waved his hand, then shifted the topic, retrieving his phone, which was shattered like a spider's web, from his pocket and presenting it to Qin Shan with an expression that conveyed a sense of having suffered a great loss. Old Qin, look at this. For the safety of our nation and its people, my phone has valiantly sacrificed itself. Furthermore, I've traveled the breadth of the country. I expect compensation for my lost work and mental anguish. You and the Dragon Shield Bureau are quite affluent, so surely this business trip expense should be reimbursed, right? The scene fell into an eerie silence once again. The corners of Qin Shan's mouth twitched uncontrollably, while even the usually stoic Qin Lan revealed a crack in her icy demeanor. Even Zhong Tianzhong, who was known for his unflappable nature, exhibited an unusual glint in his eyes. Was this really acceptable? Coughing slightly, Zhong Tianzhong was the first to regain his composure. Suppressing a smile, he replied earnestly, "No problem. Mr. Lin, all of your losses will be reimbursed by the Dragon Shield Bureau at double. No, tenfold. Additionally, our headquarters will customize for you a state-of-the-art communication device, absolutely encrypted, with global coverage and resistant to bullets, water, and explosions." Ah, splendid. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's face brightened, and he contentedly reclaimed his shattered phone, praising Director Zhong for his straightforwardness. Observing Lin Fan's opportunistic demeanor, the siblings Qin Shan and Qin Lan could not help but turn their heads away in embarrassment. After a brief moment of awkwardness, the atmosphere lightened slightly. Zhong Tianzhong regarded Lin Fan with newfound seriousness. "Mr. Lin, did you extract any crucial information from the God's Awakening Organization?" At this inquiry, Lin Fan's playful demeanor became more subdued. He succinctly recounted the intelligence he had pried from Morpheus on the rocky outcrop, including the fact that the U.S. government was behind the organization, the plans of their leader, Yazler, and details regarding their underground base nestled within the North American Rocky Mountains. With each revelation, the expressions of Zhong Tianzhong, Qin Shan, and the others grew increasingly somber. By the time Lin Fan finished, Zhong Tianjing's eyes were glacial. God's awakening. Such grand ambitions. The value of this intelligence is incalculable. Therefore, Director Zhong, Lin Fan continued, locking eyes with him, relying solely on containment will not suffice. Today I can eliminate 40, but tomorrow they could produce 400. This is merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Zhong Tianjing's gaze sharpened. What does Mr. Lin imply? I believe that the balance in our Dragon Nation is exceedingly fragile, Lin Fan stated, surveying each individual present. I know the Dragon Shield Bureau struggles to maintain it. The martial arts families remain insular, clinging to their own. The so-called reclusive sects regard ordinary folk as mere ants, offering no hope. Yet, our Dragon Nation possesses a vast population and so many blessed lands. He paused for emphasis. Countless individuals with latent talents and extraordinary abilities are lost amidst the masses, living their lives unaware of the power that lies dormant within them. Countless promising prospects, due to a lack of methods and resources, fade into obscurity. I propose that perhaps we could consider a different approach. In Lin Fan's eyes, a blend of ambition, madness, and a tinge of idealism swirled. What if we could establish a system, one capable of unearthing the buried talents and providing them with the most systematic guidance and training? What if we could dismantle the entrenched prejudices of martial arts sects, disseminating their teachings so that more gifted individuals could cultivate their skills? What explosive growth in the overall strength of the Dragon Kingdom could we anticipate? At that moment, not even a divine organization would stand a chance, let alone the entire United States behind it. Lin Fan's words struck like a thunderclap in the minds of Zhong Tianzong, Qin Shan, and others. They were momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by Lin Fan's audacious and nearly insane proposition. Establishing a nationwide cultivation system, breaking down centuries-old barriers of inheritance? Zhong Tianzong fixed his gaze intently on Lin Fan, and in his piercing eyes, he no longer saw a powerful individual who acted without restraint, but rather a visionary and formidable hero. This idea was both irresistibly appealing and perilously dangerous. If successful, the Dragon Kingdom would soar to unprecedented heights, establishing itself at the pinnacle of the world. Yet, should it fail, the resulting backlash and turmoil could overturn everything. Mr. Lin, your idea. Zhong Tianjing's voice was somewhat hoarse. It is merely an immature thought, Lin Fan replied with a smile, reverting to his previously languid demeanor. The specifics depend on whether you possess the courage. I shall contribute my efforts, but the intellectual labor is best left to you. He surveyed the nearly cleared site and stretched lazily. All right, I should be on my way. Mr. Lin, we have arranged a private jet. Qin Shan hurriedly interjected. No need, I shall drive myself. Lin Fan waved his hand. To the astonished gazes of those around him, he slightly bent his legs. Boom! In an instant, he shot skyward, a golden flame flickering and vanishing, swiftly transforming into a mere speck on the horizon, heading towards the inland. Left behind were the astonished high-ranking members of the Dragon Shield Bureau, caught in disarray by the sea breeze. Zhong Tianjing gazed at the direction Lin Fan had vanished, lost in thought for a long while. Perhaps it truly required a madman who defies convention to completely overturn this decaying chessboard. Director, Qin Shan stepped forward, speaking softly. Notify everyone. Zhong Tianjing's voice regained its usual steadiness, now imbued with an air of resolution. Designate Mr. Lin as a strategic ally. All his requests, provided they do not endanger the nation's foundation, shall be met unconditionally. Furthermore, gather the think tank immediately regarding the concept he just proposed. I want to see the first feasibility assessment report before dawn. Understood. Meanwhile, high above, Lin Fan soared at several times the speed of sound towards the Xianyu sect. Unbeknownst to him, as he swept across the border and engaged in fierce combat with the divine organization, his resource-rich Xianyu sect had already attracted a few unexpected guests. Chapter 48. The uninvited guests. The protective mountain array of the Xianyu sect operated silently, completely isolating the mundane energies of the outside world. Within the valley, the air was suffused with a visible, almost liquefied essence of spiritual energy, and a single breath invigorated the spirit and enhanced one's cultivation. Su Yueshi sat cross-legged in the tranquil chamber of the sect's main hall, surrounded by a soft, moonlit radiance. Yet at this moment, her delicate brows were slightly furrowed as she slowly opened her eyes. She sensed several fluctuations of spiritual power emanating from outside the protective array. Rising to her feet, she adjusted her garments and walked slowly out of the tranquil chamber. Beyond the mountain gate, at the mist-shrouded edge of the array, 3 figures hovered in midair. All 3 were venerable elders, their hair and beards white with age, clad in various styles of ancient Taoist robes, their spiritual energy surging. All clearly in the early stages of foundation establishment. To the left stood a man in a blue 8-trigram robe, holding a whisk, his gaunt features exuding an ethereal aura. He was King Fengzi, the supreme elder of the Qingcheng Mountain Tianshi Dao. On the right was a short and rotund man, dressed in a lavish robe adorned with golden silk. A large string of prayer beads hanging around his neck, his face glowing with vitality. However, a glint of shrewdness and greed occasionally flickered in his smiling eyes. He was Baokai Chanshi, the reclusive elder of Jingshan Temple. In the center stood the most imposing figure, clad in a black martial attire. His emaciated frame belied the sharpness of his eagle-like gaze, his hands clasped behind him, exuding the air of a sword poised to unsheath. He was Tang Ju, the previous sect leader of the Bashu Tang clan. These 3 were all ancestral figures from their respective sects, seldom emerging from their secluded retreats, dedicating themselves to rigorous cultivation and rarely mingling with the mundane world. Amit Ba, Bao Kai Chansher murmured, his small eyes greedily surveying the valley before him, savoring the almost overflowing pure spiritual essence. What a blessing it is for us practitioners to witness such a revival of spiritual veins. Surely, the younger disciples of the Xianyu sect have encountered some extraordinary fortune. As neighbors, we ought to come and observe this moment. Umph, Bao Kai, save your hypocritical rhetoric. Tang Ju retorted with a cold snort, his gaze sharp as a blade. The density of spiritual energy here is unprecedented. The Xianyu sect has long been obliterated, leaving only a mere girl. What merit does she possess to claim such a treasure? If she monopolizes this blessed land, it would be an egregious waste. We have come today to uphold justice. Though Tang Ju's words were somewhat radical, there was a kernel of truth in them. King Fengzi leisurely flicked his whisk, adopting a demeanor of benevolent concern. I have observed the celestial signs and seen the brilliance radiating from this place. There may be a demon taking advantage of this treasure to wreak havoc upon the world. Our presence is also to uphold the righteous path, preventing such a precious land from falling into the hands of miscreants. If the Xianyu sect's descendants are reasonable, we shall certainly offer them some guidance. In a few exchanges among the three, they had already crafted a grandiloquent justification for their impending coercive actions. At that moment, the mist ahead gradually parted, revealing a pathway leading to the mountain gate. Clad in a flowing gown of moonlit white, Su Yueshi emerged with a frosty countenance. Her gaze swept over the three individuals with an icy demeanor, and as her crimson lips parted, her voice rang clear and sharp as a mountain spring. Esteemed seniors, what brings you to my Xianyu sect, rather than cultivating in your own sanctuaries? Upon witnessing Su Yueshi's appearance, a fleeting, scarcely perceptible surprise flickered in the eyes of the three ancestors. They sensed that Su Yueshi's cultivation had surprisingly reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Such a young practitioner at this stage, this ignited the flames of greed within their hearts. Surely, the Xianyu sect harbored astonishing secrets. Master Qing Feng forced a genial smile and spoke first. Ah, it is our esteemed Taoist friend Su from the Xianyu sect. I have long heard of your renown. Your grace remains unchanged, and your cultivation has indeed progressed remarkably. We have come to extend our congratulations upon hearing of the revival of the spiritual vein here. Moreover, we wish to exchange insights on our cultivation, striving for mutual advancement. Congratulations? A cold smirk curled at the corners of Su Yueshi's lips. While the minions of the outside world invade my dragon kingdom and the biological weapons of the Divine Enlightenment Organization wreak havoc along the borders, innocent lives are in peril. The warriors of the Dragon Shield Bureau are fighting valiantly, suffering heavy casualties. I wonder where the three venerable seniors, who profess to be compassionate, are at this moment. I have only heard that Qingsheng Mountain, Jinshan Temple, and the Bashu Tangmen sent some ineffectual disciples down the mountain to respond to the summons of the Dragon Shield Bureau, only to retreat into their shells thereafter. So, are you three ancestors merely drawn out by the sin of opportunity to come here and discuss insights? Su Yueshi's words struck like invisible slaps against the faces of the three ancestors, freezing their smiles in place. Master Baochai's expression darkened slightly. Taoist friend, your words are misguided. Our retreat from the world is for the sake of comprehending the heavenly path and pursuing a higher realm, so that we may possess the strength to counter greater calamities when they arise. Why should we concern ourselves with mere fiends? Such eloquence! Su Yueshi scoffed coldly. To put it bluntly, it was merely a matter of preying on the weak while fearing the strong. Sending disciples to their deaths was merely to placate the Dragon Shield Bureau while they hid away to avoid trouble. Now, upon witnessing the benefits reaped by my Xianyu sect, they could hardly contain their eagerness to claim share. Your calculations are indeed astute. She showed no regard for their facade, ruthlessly tearing apart the veil of hypocrisy. Impudent! Tang Ju roared in fury, a fierce aura instantly locking onto Su Yueshi. You presumptuous girl, lacking in awareness of your place. We have spoken kindly, considering you are the last scion of your sect, yet you dare to defy your elders. It seems today, I must take it upon myself to teach you a lesson on behalf of the ancestors of the Xianyu sect. Before his words had fully settled, he flicked his bony finger. Swish! A needle as fine as a cow's hair, shimmering with a ghostly blue light, tore through the air, shooting toward Su Yueshi's brow at an indistinguishable speed. The strike was vicious and merciless. Su Yueshi's expression shifted. Her inner spiritual power surged to its zenith, coalescing into a moonlit shield before her. However, she has only just embarked on the path of foundation establishment. Her realm remains unstable, and her experience in confronting foes pales in comparison to these seasoned veterans. The poison needle is extraordinarily treacherous. Just as it seems poised to pierce her brow, a hand materializes out of thin air, deftly pinching the needle between two fingers. A voice, laced with a hint of mockery, resonates leisurely throughout the venue. I must say, you old-timers, in your advanced years, to bully a young girl and resort to ambush, are your faces as thick as this mountain? Chapter 49. I am the male master of the Xianyu sect. At the moment the voice resonated, every individual present, including Su Yueshi, was struck with a profound shock. Su Yueshi abruptly turned her head, and there it was, the face she knew all too well, adorned with a hint of a lewd smile. Lin Fan had inexplicably appeared by her side. With one hand tucked into his pocket, he nonchalantly pinched the venomous, soul-chasing needle between his index and middle fingers. Under the sunlight, the diminutive needle trembled slightly at his fingertips, yet it could not advance even a fraction further. Lin Fan, Su Yueshi exclaimed, a mixture of surprise and joy washing over her. The heart that had hung in suspense plummeted back into her chest upon witnessing his arrival. Unbeknownst to her, this seemingly frivolous man had become her most steadfast support. Lin Fan winked at her, his smile radiant. I'm back. Master, you look quite impressive just now. After speaking, he turned his gaze lazily towards the three elderly men opposite them, whose expressions had drastically altered. Tang Ju, Qing Fengzi, and Master Bao Kai were engulfed in overwhelming shock, akin to a tempestuous upheaval. They could hardly comprehend how this person had appeared before them. He had materialized without a hint of forewarning, positioning himself between them and Su Yueshi. Such an elusive presence surpassed the limits of their understanding, especially Tang Ju, whose previously triumphant grin had become frozen at the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with disbelief. His soul-chasing needle, forged from his own essence and clandestine techniques, was imperceptible and indomitable. Even a practitioner at the same foundational level would face dire consequences if they were not cautious. Yet now, it had been effortlessly pinched by this young man who had seemingly emerged from nowhere. How could this be possible? Who are you? Qing Fengzi was the first to recover, suppressing his astonishment. He questioned sternly, while simultaneously channeling spiritual energy into the dust whisk he held. Me? Lin Fan chuckled, holding the poison needle before his eyes, blowing gently upon it until it disintegrated into a cloud of blue powder that wafted through the air. He clapped his hands and leisurely remarked, I am the male master of the Xianyu sect. Gentlemen, visiting someone as home uninvited and resorting to violence is rather impolite. Don't you think, male master? Master Bao Kai squinted his small eyes into slits, scrutinizing Lin Fan from head to toe. This young man emitted no trace of spiritual energy, appearing to be an ordinary mortal. Yet, the more they observed, the more uncertainty gripped their hearts. Returning to simplicity. This was a characteristic that emerged only after attaining a certain level of cultivation. Could it be that this young man was a senior of mid-foundation stage, or even higher? The thought of this possibility sent beads of cold sweat trickling down the foreheads of the three. Esteemed fellow, Tang Ju's demeanor had clearly softened, and he cupped his hands respectfully, his voice strained as he spoke. It is merely a misunderstanding. We only wish to spar with Daoist friend Su, and bore no ill intent. Spar? Lin Fan's smile took on a playful quality. To spar with a poison-laden soul chaser needle? The methods of your Tang sect are indeed unique. With a single step, his figure became a blur. In the next instant, he stood directly before Tang Ju, a mere half-meter separating them. Tang Ju's pupils constricted sharply, and the hairs on his body stood on end. It was too fast. He could barely react. His internal spiritual energy surged violently, attempting to retreat, Yet he found the air around him had solidified like concrete, binding him immovably in place. An indescribable pressure of terror erupted from Lin Fan. The 15,000 points of combat power released a mere fragment of its might at that moment. Thud! Thud! From a distance, King Fengzi and Master Bao Kai could not withstand the overwhelming pressure for even a second. Their legs buckled, and they fell to the ground, kneeling in a pitiable state. Their internal spiritual energy was extinguished like a candle in a tempest, unable to function under the weight of this oppressive force. Their faces turned pale, trembling, devoid of the courage to even raise their heads. In stark contrast, Tang Ju faced this pressure with even greater despair. It felt as though an invisible hand gripped his heart, each bone in his body creaking under the unbearable strain. His eyes bulged bloodshot, and he could only emit a hoarse sound from his throat, unable to utter a plea for mercy. Boundless fear engulfed all rational thought. You just said you would teach her a lesson on behalf of the ancestors of the Xianyu sect? Lin Fan leaned closer to Tang Ju, his smile. To Tang Ju, appeared more terrifying than that of a demon. I am quite democratic. Since you wish to uphold justice, I shall grant you an opportunity. Now, kneel and bow 3 times to my sect leader. Then, sever an arm and roll out of my mountain gates. I shall pretend today as events never occurred. What do you think of this fairness? A flicker of humiliation and struggle crossed Tang Ju's eyes. As the ancestral elder of the Bashutang sect, renowned for centuries, he had never endured such a profound disgrace. Kneeling and bowing, severing an arm, this was more unbearable than death itself. However, when his gaze met Lin Fan's seemingly smiling yet utterly frigid eyes, the last glimmer of hope within him shattered completely. He had no doubt that should he utter a word of refusal, he would be torn to shreds by the man before him in an instant. Between dignity and life, he ultimately chose the latter. He struggled to open his mouth, but at that moment, Lin Fan suddenly laughed. Forget it, I've changed my mind. Lin Fan shook his head, letting out a sigh. Engaging in idle chatter with someone like you feels like a waste of my life. Before his words could fade, he raised his hand. With a simple motion, he struck out. Bang! A soft sound echoed. Tang Ju's body stiffened suddenly, and the light in his eyes dimmed rapidly. He felt as if every organ within him, his meridians, and even his very soul were utterly shattered in a fine dust beneath that single strike of unparalleled, tyrannical force. You! He could only manage to utter a single word. Then his body crumpled to the ground, as if all his bones had been extracted, lifeless and devoid of vitality. Completing this deed seemed as trivial as crushing an ant. He turned his gaze towards the 2 elderly men who were now utterly terrified. King Fengzi and Master Bao Chai, upon witnessing Tang Ju's demise, nearly lost control of their bladders. Just one strike. An elder of foundational cultivation fame for centuries had perished silently. Spare us, esteemed senior. We did not recognize your greatness. We have offended you. We beseech you to grant us mercy, considering the difficulties of our cultivation. They no longer cared for the dignity of their status, frantically bowing and pleading before Lin Fan. Lin Fan approached them. You wish to live? Indeed, we do. The 2 men nodded fervently, akin to chicks pecking at grains. Very well. Lin Fan nodded, a smile revealing his pearly white teeth. Within 3 days, deliver all the valuable techniques, elixirs, and rare treasures from your sect to me. Consider it. Compensation for emotional distress. Huh? The 2 were momentarily taken aback. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. No problem. No problem. We will attend to it immediately. We shall ensure your satisfaction. They sprang to their feet, abandoning all hesitation, and scurried away like frightened dogs, not daring to look back. Watching their hasty retreat, Lin Fan spat in disdain. After concluding this affair, he turned to face Su Yueshi, who regarded him with an exceedingly complex expression. He scratched his head, reverting to his nonchalant demeanor, and chuckled before he could finish. Su Yueshi rushed towards him, and in a moment of astonishment, she enveloped him in a tight embrace. The softness and warmth of her body, accompanied by a faint, delicate fragrance, filled his nostrils. Lin Fan stood frozen, his mind blank. Thank you. Su Yueshi buried her face in his chest. And this man, time and again, appeared like a celestial being whenever she needed him most. Chapter 50. Your embrace leaves me breathless. What? Such an exquisite sensation. Having been single for over 20 years, Lin Fan, despite his usual bravado, found himself utterly at a loss when faced with this intimate encounter. His heart raced like a drum, and his face burned with embarrassment, hoping fervently that Su Yueshi remained oblivious to his discomfort. Su Yueshi, however, held him tightly, burying her face in his chest. The warmth of this man's embrace enveloped her in an unprecedented sense of security. From the devastation of her sect to her solitary struggle for survival in the city, and now, the prospect of rebuilding her home, she had always carried an unyielding tension. At this moment, that tension could finally ease. Clearing his throat, it was Lin Fan who ultimately broke the awkward silence. Your embrace is a bit suffocating. Su Yueshi froze, abruptly pushing him away, her cheeks blooming with a radiant blush, even her ears tinged with crimson. She dared not meet Lin Fan's gaze and turn away. Seeing her adorable yet flustered demeanor, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle, his spirits lifted. With his newfound elation, thoughts of the two elderly men who had scampered away from him resurfaced. He relished the thrill of extorting others. However, for the future development of Xianyu's sect, he needed to find a competent manager. An idea sparked in Lin Fan's mind as he recalled the perfect candidate. Skillfully, he retrieved Zhao Tianlong's number and dialed. "Mr. Lin, how may I assist you?" Zhao Tianlong's voice brimmed with obsequiousness. "Old Zhao, how's business these days?" Lin Fan inquired casually. "Thanks to you, everything is going splendidly," Zhao Tianlong replied eagerly. "Indeed, I have a significant project and would like to know if you're interested." Lin Fan cut to the chase. "I have established a sect called Xianyu Sect. We are in need of someone to manage finances and handle commercial operations in the secular world. Are you in?" On the other end of the line, Zhao Tianlong's breath caught in his throat. A sect. This was no ordinary business venture. It was a gateway to another realm. He had no doubt that if he could latch onto Lin Fan's coattails, the future of the Zhao family would be limitless. "I'm in, Mr. Lin. I will ensure the logistics for Xianyu Sect are impeccably managed, no matter the cost. Money is no issue. My son, Zhao Feng, though somewhat unremarkable, possesses a certain cleverness. I implore you to grant him an opportunity to join the sect as a humble disciple, serving tea and water, so he too may bask in your glorious aura." Zhao Tianlong's voice quivered with excitement. "All right, let him come over. We could use someone to sweep the floors." Lin Fan recalled the unruly youth who had once bullied him, feeling a twinge of sentiment. After hanging up, Lin Fan felt a wave of relief. Professional matters were best left to the professionals. He turned to Su Yueshi, grinning widely. "Let us go, my esteemed sect leader. It's time to head home." When the two returned to the villa, twilight had settled in. Upon their entrance, Lin Yu immediately flitted towards them like a joyful bird. "Brother, Sister Yueshi, you're back." Grandmother peeked out from the kitchen, her face illuminated by a benevolent smile upon seeing the two safe and sound. "You're back. That's wonderful. Dinner is nearly ready. Hurry and wash your hands." The atmosphere at the dining table was warm and inviting. Lin Yu shared amusing anecdotes with animated chatter, while grandmother continually served dishes to Lin Fan and Su Yueshi, repeating her gentle reminder to eat more, noting how thin they had become. Observing the scene, imbued with the essence of domesticity, Su Yueshi felt a warmth in her eyes. It had been a long time since she had experienced such a sense of home. Stealing a glance at Lin Fan, who was playfully bantering with his sister, her lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile. After dinner, Lin Fan reclined on the sofa, caressing his rounded belly, indulging in a moment of contemplation. He reflected on his days since acquiring the system. They had been filled with either fighting or the journey toward it. Although his strength had surged rapidly, he had scarcely savored the pleasures of life. Now, having eliminated all but the leader of the Divine Awakening Organization, Jiangxia City could be deemed one of the safest places in the Dragon Kingdom. Perhaps it was time for him to unwind a little. The following morning, Lin Fan rose early and made his way to the kitchen, where he found Su Yueshi perplexed by an intelligent rice cooker, her fair face betraying her confusion over its operation. Holding back laughter, he approached and took the instruction manual from her hands. No need to figure it out. Today we're going out to eat. Huh? Tsuyoshi turned around, somewhat puzzled. Let us go out for a stroll, Lin Fan succinctly stated. Then, without waiting for a reply, he took her hand and led her outside. It's a day off. I'll show you how to experience life. As he pulled her along, the warmth of his hand sent a jolt through her heart. Her cheeks flushed. Yet she did not resist. The commercial pedestrian street in Jiangxia City was bustling with activity. Lin Fan and Tsuyoshi navigated through the crowd like any ordinary couple. Spotting a claw machine, Lin Fan's interest piqued, and he eagerly led Tsuyoshi over. Watch me show you a trick, he exclaimed, confidently exchanging a handful of coins. However, under Tsuyoshi's calm gaze, he failed repeatedly, 10 times in succession. Oh no, my luck is terrible today, Lin Fan said, his face reddening. Seeing his embarrassment, Tsuyoshi couldn't help but chuckle, her laughter melting the ice around her, leaving passers-by momentarily spellbound. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback, but he inhaled deeply, his focus sharpening. A barely perceptible aura enveloped the claw of the machine. Lift! At Tsuyoshi's astonished gaze, the claw firmly grasped a huge Pikachu plush and precisely dropped it into the opening. Here, this is for you, Lin Fan beamed, presenting the oversized Pikachu, which was larger than Tsuyoshi's upper body, into her arms. Clutching the soft toy, Tsuyoshi gazed at Lin Fan, who wore a childish expression, seeking her approval. A gentle stir coursed through the softest part of her heart. Lowering her head, she whispered, "Thank you." As night fell and the city lights twinkled to life, the two strolled leisurely along the riverside path, savoring skewers and milk tea. The river breeze caresses, infused with the warmth of a summer night. Lin Fan gazes at Tsuyoshi beside him, cradling a gigantic Pikachu and sipping her milk tea in dainty sips, feeling as though this moment is almost too beautiful to be true. Perhaps this is precisely what he yearns to protect. Chapter 51. Do you know who my father is? What was that place? Lin Fan inquired, pointing at a nearby building adorned with dazzling neon lights, its vibrancy captivating. Tsuyoshi followed his gesture, her cool gaze revealing a hint of confusion. Her understanding of such mundane entertainment venues was almost non-existent. A bar, Lin Fan mused, stroking his chin, a glimmer of excitement dancing on his face. I've never been to one in my life. Shall we go in and experience it? Observing his naive demeanor, Tsuyoshi found it somewhat amusing, yet nodded gently in agreement. Inside the bar, deafening music and flashing lights intertwined, and the air was thick with the mingling scents of alcohol and hormones. Lin Fan tugged at Tsuyoshi's hand, and after much effort, they finally secured a booth in a corner. Her presence was like a drop of pure water in a boiling pot of oil, her ethereal grace starkly contrasting with the surrounding chaos. The simplicity of her long dress could not conceal her breathtaking curves and unparalleled beauty. Almost instantaneously, at least half of the patrons turned their gaze towards her, a mixture of awe, envy, and greed in their eyes. Lin Fan, however, remained blissfully unaware, like a curious child exploring, fascinated by the array of bottles in the bartender's hands. What would you like to drink? A server approached them. Bring us your finest wine. One of each, Lin Fan proclaimed with a grand gesture, exuding the demeanor of a newly affluent individual. Tsuyoshi discreetly kicked him under the table. Chuckling, Lin Fan corrected himself. Just 2 juices, please. At that moment, from a nearby lavish booth, a young man clad in a flamboyant floral shirt, his hair dyed in vibrant hues and sporting a gold watch, fixated on Tsuyoshi, nearly drooling. Young Master Wong, that girl is a real catch. One of his sycophants chimed in. Of course, I don't need you to tell me, young Master Wong retorted impatiently, dismissing his lackey. He gestured to a bodyguard in a black suit, commanding, "Go, fetch that girl for me. I want her to drink with me." The bodyguard nodded, his expression cold as he approached Lin Fan's booth. Standing imposingly before them, the bodyguard addressed Lin Fan with a commanding tone. Young Master Wong has taken a liking to your girl. Have her accompany him for a few drinks. You may leave. Lin Fan took a sip of his juice, his eyelids not even fluttering, seemingly indifferent to the threat. Not far off, a security guard patrolling the area felt a jolt of anxiety upon witnessing the scene. He recognized the bodyguard as one affiliated with young Master Wang and was well aware of the latter's reputation. A flicker of hesitation crossed his face, but duty compelled him to approach swiftly. With a forced smile that bordered on obsequiousness, he bowed repeatedly to the black-suited bodyguard, saying, "Brother, please calm down. Let us keep things friendly. After all, we're all here to have a good time. How about I buy you a drink?" The bodyguard cast a disdainful glance at him, completely disregarding him, and reached out to seize Tsuyueshi. In a moment of panic, the security guard instinctively intervened. "Get lost." The bodyguard, instantly enraged, retaliated with a slap aimed at the guard's face, cursing, "You damned watchdog. Who do you think you are to meddle in my affairs?" Just as the slap was about to land, a hand shot out like lightning, gripping the bodyguard's wrist with an iron-like hold, preventing any further advancement. Lin Fan, who had been languidly reclining on the sofa, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding scene, had straightened up without anyone noticing. He raised his head, his gaze landing on the man in the security uniform, whose face was etched with tension and humiliation, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Chen Ziyuan?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Chen Ziyuan abruptly looked up, and when he recognized Lin Fan's face, he was left utterly bewildered. Lin Fan. Lin Fan flashed him a grin, but as he turned to regard the bodyguard, the smile vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. The bodyguard, his wrist painfully constricted, flushed with rage, demanded, "Do you have any idea who I am?" "Let go." Lin Fan applied a slight pressure. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. The bodyguard's wrist bent unnaturally, eliciting a scream akin to that of slaughtered pig, sweat beading on his forehead. The commotion immediately drew Wang Kai's attention. "Damn it! You dare to strike!" Wang Kai bellowed, waving his hand, and 7 or 8 bodyguards swiftly surrounded Lin Fan and his companions. The patrons in the bar, startled, hastily withdrew, creating an atmosphere charged with tension. Chen Ziyuan, witnessing the unfolding scenario, turned pale with fear and tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve, his voice trembling. "Fanzi, don't be impulsive. Let's leave. They outnumber us." However, Wang Kai gestured for his men to hold back. He sauntered over to Lin Fan, surveying him from a superior vantage point, his face adorned with mockery and disdain. "Kid, you've got guts to challenge me," he said, pointing his chin at Lin Fan. "But today I'm in a good mood, so I'll grant you a chance to live." He pointed to the ground, his tone dripping with arrogance. "Kneel down now and kowtow 3 times to apologize. Then leave the girl by my side so she can keep me company. If you comply, I'll pretend nothing happened and spare your miserable life. Now, get out of my sight." He leaned in closer, lowering his voice, his self-satisfied arrogance palpable. "Don't be ungrateful. My father is Wang Fuge in Jiangxia City. My father's name carries more weight than anything." Upon hearing this, Lin Fan not only felt no anger, but found it amusing, unable to suppress a laugh. He took out his phone and, under Wang Kai's astonished gaze, leisurely dialed a number. "Hello, old Zhao." On the other end, Zhao Tianlong, who was toasting with a business partner, trembled at the sound of that voice, spilling his drink. He quickly gestured for silence to his companion, moved aside, and with the utmost respect said, "Mr. Lin, how may I assist you?" "It is not a significant matter." Lin Fan glanced at the arrogant Wang Kai. "I happen to know a young man whose father is Wang Fugue. He seems to possess quite a background. Do you know him?" "Wang Fugue?" Zhao Tianlong paused momentarily, his mind racing to recollect. "Ah, yes, he's involved in the entertainment industry, a minor figure. Mr. Lin, rest assured, this ignorant fool has offended you. I will handle it immediately. 3 minutes. Within 3 minutes, I shall provide you with a satisfactory response." Cold sweat poured down Zhao Tianlong's brow. Upon hanging up, his face contorted into a grimace, and he swiftly dialed another number. "Wang Fugue, are you seeking death? Where the hell is your wretched son? He has brought upon himself a calamity of monumental proportions. Listen well, if you do not resolve this within 3 minutes, your Wang family will vanish from Jiangxia City." In the bar, Wang Kai observed Lin Fan making a call, a sneer plastered across his face. "Kid calling for help? Let me tell you, in Jiangxia City, it is futile. Not even Jesus can save you today." No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang violently like a death knell. He glanced at the caller ID. It was his father, "Father, what is it?" "I am quite busy," he answered with evident annoyance. The next moment, his father's frantic roar erupted through the line, loud enough for the entire bar to hear. "You ungrateful wretch! What have you done? Do you wish for our family to leap into the river? All the banks are calling to demand repayments. Our partners have unilaterally torn up the contracts. Get on your knees. Apologize to that gentleman. Bow until he forgives you. Otherwise, I will personally break your legs." The arrogance on Wang Kai's face instantly froze. His grip on the phone trembled uncontrollably, the color draining from his face until it resembled a sheet of paper. He incredulously lifted his gaze to the young man, who had remained composed, sipping juice throughout. The look in Lin Fan's eyes was as serene as that of someone observing an insignificant ant. Fear engulfed him like icy waters, overwhelming him in an instant. Thud! Wang Kai's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, crawling on hands and knees towards Lin Fan, tears streaming down his face. "Big brother, no, sir, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. I am not worthy of being called a man. I am but a beast. Please, in your magnanimity, treat me as a mere trifling matter and let me go." As he spoke, he frantically slapped his own face, and within moments, it swelled grotesquely. The surrounding bodyguards and patrons were left in stunned silence. Yuan was especially bewildered, his mind a blank slate, unable to comprehend the events that had unfolded in such a brief span. Lin Fan frowned, waving his hand in distaste. "Leave? Do not linger here and disturb my reunion with my friend." Wang Kai, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled to his feet and, in a state of utter humiliation, scurried out of the bar, leaving a trail of disgrace behind him. The entire establishment descended into a profound silence. Lin Fan then turned his head, gazing at Yuan, who was still in a state of petrification, and broke into a smile. "What are you dawdling for? Come over and have a drink. It has been ages since we last met." Chapter 52. The national team's next match, the era of universal cultivation, begins. Lin Fan waved at Yuan, a familiar mischievous smile gracing his face. This smile acted as a key, instantly unlocking Yuan's long-sealed memories. The momentary sense of unfamiliarity within him quietly faded, replaced by the exhilaration of a long-awaited reunion and an overwhelming tide of questions. He pulled out a chair and sat down heavily, his gaze complex as he looked at Lin Fan. "Fanzi, what on earth have you experienced over the years?" "That Wang Xiao earlier, how could he?" Lin Fan picked up a glass of untouched juice from the table and pushed it toward him, casually remarking, "It's a long story. I suppose I was just fortunate." He scratched his head, organizing his thoughts before explaining. "After graduation, by a stroke of chance, I joined a sect and learned a few skills. That kid just now, his father's company happens to have a collaboration with someone I know. I merely exchanged pleasantries." This statement, half-truth and half-fabrication, aligned perfectly with Yuan's perception. To him, it seemed Lin Fan had struck gold, aligning himself with a powerful figure, becoming a prized enforcer in the process. Yuan gazed at the juice, then back at Lin Fan, his eyes slightly reddening. "Damn it, seeing you do well is more painful than if I had been killed." Yuan quipped, lifting the glass and downing a large gulp. While his personal failures were indeed daunting, the success of a brother weighed heavier on his heart. "I started working right after high school. You know how my family is. I had to earn a living. I worked construction, but eventually decided that being a security guard was more stable, and I've been doing that for nearly 2 years now." He chuckled self-deprecatingly, gesturing toward the extravagant men and women around them. "Every day, watching these wealthy people, it would be a lie to say I'm not envious. I toil for a month, and it's still not enough for them to buy a single bottle of wine. Sometimes, it truly feels like everyone is born into a different fate." As he spoke, a thought struck him. He suddenly turned to Su Yueshi, then quickly darted his gaze back to Lin Fan. His brows shot up, his eyes darting between the two, his face painted with unmistakable astonishment. "Wait, is this your partner? What gave you the right? This is honestly more painful than being killed. Buddy, promise me that when you have kids, you'll use IVF. I can't bear the thought of you touching her." Su Yueshi, who had been quietly observing their nostalgic exchange, was unexpectedly called out. A subtle blush graced her normally pale cheeks, yet she remained silent. Get lost, Lin Fan playfully cursed, though inwardly he felt an undeniable joy. Thank you, Fanzi. Chun Ziyuan's expression grew serious again. If it weren't for you, I would have definitely lost my job today, and who knows what else could have happened. Lin Fan listened quietly, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. Don't mention it. We're beyond such formalities. His voice carried a hint of nostalgia. Recalling the past, they exchanged smiles, as if transported back to their carefree days in school uniforms, oblivious to the world around them. Meanwhile, Su Yueshi continued to sit quietly beside them, her cold gaze resting on the two friends. She cast another glance at Lin Fan and noticed a hint of genuine sincerity and warmth in his demeanor as he faced this old friend. After conversing for quite some time, Lin Fan rose, retrieving a seemingly unremarkable small jade vial from his pocket and placing it on the table. What is this? Chun Ziyuan inquired with curiosity. It's a remarkable item I procured from my sect. It can enhance one's physique and bolster health, Lin Fan replied with candor and nonchalance. Take it home and swallow a whole. The process may be a bit uncomfortable, perhaps some diarrhea or sweating, but that's entirely normal. Just endure it, and it will pass. This was the marrow-cleansing pill he had recently exchanged from a system. Although Chun Yuan did not fully grasp the wonders of this item, he was certain that something obtained from Lin Fan's sect was far from ordinary. He instinctively attempted to decline, saying, Fancy this. This is too precious. I cannot accept it. Are we being polite now? Lin Fan interjected, firmly placing the jade vial into his hand, his expression turning serious. Old Chun, remember what I am about to tell you. Chun Ziyuan immediately sat up straight, his demeanor becoming grave. This world may soon undergo a tremendous change. Lin Fan's voice dropped to a whisper. Before long, you will discover that martial arts masters and supernatural beings are indeed real. In the forthcoming world, power will surpass wealth and influence and importance, by far. What on earth? Chun Ziyuan was left utterly bewildered. It's fine if you don't understand now. Lin Fan gestured towards the jade vial tightly clutched in his hand. Consume it, and your physical capabilities will far exceed that of ordinary individuals. In due time, many sects will officially begin to recruit disciples. You should come and try then. With that, he ceased further explanation and took Su Yueshi's hand. Let us go. We're heading home. A flush crept across Su Yueshi's face, yet she did not pull away, allowing him to lead her out of the bar. All while Chun Yuan sat in stunned silence, gazing down at the warm jade vial in his palm, rendered speechless. Lin Fan's words stirred a tempest within him. A brand new, bizarre world seemed to be slowly unveiling before him. The next day, Lin Fan surprisingly did not linger in bed. Su Yueshi was engrossed in an ancient text she had unearthed from somewhere early in the morning. As Lin Fan idly scrolled through short videos, his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID displaying two characters, Qin Shan. Director Qin, is there something you need this early? Lin Fan answered. On the other end, Qin Shan's voice was laced with barely contained excitement. Mr. Lin, your previous suggestion has been taken into consideration by the higher-ups. Just an hour ago, a resolution was passed at the highest level, a resolution that will alter the entire landscape of the Dragon Nation and indeed the world. What resolution? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. If Qin Shan was using such terminology, the matter must be significant. Qin Shan took a deep breath, seemingly to steady his emotions, and said a couple of days ago, the biological weapons unleashed by the Divine Awakening Organization wreaked havoc, and related footage has already circulated online. Ultimately, you cannot hide fire beneath paper. In light of your previous proposal, an urgent meeting was convened, resulting in a decision to no longer conceal the truth. Lin Fan's heart raced as a wild thought surged within him. Indeed, Qin Shan's subsequent words affirmed his suspicions. The nation would officially announce the existence of supernatural beings and practitioners to all citizens within 3 days. Concurrently, the Universal Enlightenment Initiative would be launched. Qin Shan's voice resonated once more, declaring that the educational system below the university level would introduce potential development courses. Local bureaus and military officials would assign representatives to conduct preliminary screenings of all eligible students for their innate talents and supernatural abilities. Students exhibiting such gifts would qualify as exceptional candidates, granting them access to prestigious military universities. Moreover, esteemed martial arts families and cultivation sects with long-standing traditions would be permitted to expand their discipleship and increase their numbers. Naturally, all of this would occur under the oversight of the Dragon Shield Bureau. As for the criteria for accepting disciples, that would be determined by each institution. Qin Shan paused, stating, "Mr. Lin, I am notifying you of this news at the earliest opportunity." Chapter 53. The founding of the Xianyue sect. Upon hanging up the phone with Qin Shan, a smile lingered on Lin Fan's lips. A nationwide cultivation movement. The national team is personally taking action. Such audacity is truly remarkable. What are you grinning about? Su Yueshi's cool voice cut through the air beside him. She set down the ancient tome in her hands, her autumn-like eyes filled with curiosity as they regarded him. "It's an extraordinary opportunity," Lin Fan teased, leaning closer. "From now on, your Xianyue sect will be the foremost sect in the world, and you shall be its revered leader." Su Yueshi shot him a skeptical glance, clearly unconvinced by his whimsical claims. However, upon hearing him emphasize your Xianyue sect, a subtle smile graced her otherwise composed face. After enjoying a heartfelt breakfast prepared by Lin Yu and his grandmother, Lin Fan took Su Yueshi's hand and soared skyward, heading towards the Yunmeng mountain range. Long before they arrived, the distant rumble of machinery echoed from deep within the mountains. As the two hovered above the Xianyue sect, even Su Yueshi, who had anticipated this moment, was taken aback by the sight below. Centered around the solitary Xianyue Hall, an expansive area at the foot of the mountain had been wholly commandeered by a massive construction team. Hundreds of colossal machines, akin to iron beasts, were clearing paths, while thousands of workers toiled industriously. A wide, smooth mountain road had already been constructed from the base to halfway up the mountain. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before it reached the sect's entrance. "Zhao Tianlong has truly spared no expense," Lin Fan remarked softly beside her. "That's the way wealthy individuals operate, so straightforward and unpretentious." Gazing at the bustling scene below, and then at the seemingly omnipotent man beside her, Su Yueshi reflected on how she once deemed the reconstruction of the sect an unattainable dream. Yet now, this dream was materializing before her in a manner she could scarcely fathom. "Merely having a grand hall feels rather inadequate," Lin Fan mused, stroking his chin. As the man behind the sect leader, the FAAD must be impressive. Feeling a surge of confidence at the sight of his points balance on the system panel reading 349,550, Lin Fan declared system. "Let us exchange for the necessary facilities for Xianyue sect." With a thought, the system's marketplace unfolded before him, brimming with enticing options. Ding. Exchanging for sect facility. Transmission hall. Consuming 8,000 points. Ding. Exchanging for sect facility. Alchemy pavilion. Consuming 8,000 points. Ding. Exchanging for sect facility. Scripture repository. Consuming 5,000 points. Ding. Exchanging for sect facility. Training ground. Consuming 2,000 points. Ding. Exchanging for sect facility. Disciples' quarters for 100. Consuming 2,000 points. Initiating a comprehensive set of foundational constructions. The expenditure totaled 25,000 points. In the blink of an eye, amidst Su Yueshi's astonished gaze, a series of ancient, elegant, and imposing structures materialized around Xianyue Hall, seamlessly integrating into the mountain's landscape, as if they had stood there for centuries. Lin Fan was not yet satisfied. With the hardware upgraded, the sect leader must also be of the highest caliber. He once again opened the marketplace, his gaze fixated on the resplendent treasures radiating brilliance. Yueshi was cultivating the Taiyin Zhou Tiangong, and it was essential to provide her with a complementary counterpart, Guangong Immortal Technique. Sharing the same roots as the Taiyin Zhou Tiangong can merge to enhance its completeness and directly point to the Tao. Exchange points, 30,000. What a splendid item. I shall exchange it. Merely possessing a technique is insufficient. One's physique must also keep pace. Taiyin Transformation Pill, a supreme divine elixir that can cleanse the meridians, reshape the bones, and forge the teen lily body. Exchange points, 30,000. This is precisely what I need. Without hesitation, Lin Fan exchanged for the Guanghan Immortal Technique and a Taiyin transformation pill. But that was not all. In preparation for the impending nationwide enlightenment, he spent an additional 15,000 points to acquire the foundational techniques of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, promptly depositing them into the scripture repository. This extravagant expenditure evaporated exactly 100,000 points. As he observed his point balance dwindle to 249,550, Lin Fan felt no remorse. Rather, he experienced an immense satisfaction akin to nurturing something extraordinary. The power of currency allows one to act freely. Master Su, Teacher Lin, a sycophantic and excited voice emanated from below, revealing Zhao Tianlong, drenched in sweat, racing up the winding mountain road with his son, Zhao Feng. Upon witnessing the magnificent architectural complex that had seemingly materialized, the father and son were momentarily rendered speechless. This is a miracle, Zhao Tianlong stammered. Clearing his throat, Lin Fan nudged Su Yueshi with his elbow. Understanding his cue, Su Yueshi stepped forward and spoke with a frosty demeanor. Mr. Zhao, your efficiency is commendable. I am unworthy of such praise. Zhao Tianlong, jolted back to reality, promptly bowed to Su Yueshi, exclaiming, "It is the greatest fortune for a humble person like me to serve the sect master." Beside him, Zhao Feng emulated his father, kneeling before Su Yueshi and prostrating himself, declaring, "Disciple Zhao Feng pays his respects to the sect master." "Rise," Su Yueshi replied with an air of authority befitting a sect leader. Zhao Tianlong turned to Lin Fan, his demeanor equally respectful. "Teacher Lin, I have activated all my channels. The news of Xianyu sect's establishment and recruitment will spread throughout Jiangnan province today and nationwide within 3 days. I assure you, we will elevate the profile of our Xianyu sect." "Indeed, I trust your capabilities." Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction before instructing, "Additionally, please help me find 3 independent cultivators, Lu Changfeng, Wang Banshan, and Zhao Sihai. Inform them that the Xianyu sect is opening its doors, and the sect master wishes to invite them as elders. Give them a day to contemplate." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately." Zhao Tianlong acknowledged the command, his respect for Lin Fan reaching new heights. Just 3 days later, at the foot of Xianyu sect, throngs of people gathered, a sea of black, stretching endlessly. Gazing upon the magnificent scene below, Su Yueshi inhaled deeply, glancing at Lin Fan with a hint of nervousness. "Go forth. You are the sect master of Xianyu sect." Lin Fan offered her an encouraging glance. Su Yueshi gracefully alighted upon the vast martial arena at the mountain gate. In an instant, silence enveloped the crowd. "I am Xianyu sect's leader, Su Yueshi." Her voice, as cold and luminous as moonlight, resonated with an undeniable strength, reaching the ears of every individual below. Today, the Xianyu sect opens its doors to disciples, disregarding innate talent, lineage, or spiritual roots. At this declaration, the audience erupted in astonishment. Amidst numerous bewildered gazes, Su Yueshi slowly extended her delicate finger. "There is but one criterion, character and will. From the foot of the mountain to the gate, there are precisely 9,999 steps, known as the path of hard inquiry. Those whose resolve is weak, who indulge in malevolence or seek shortcuts, shall be ensnared by illusions and eliminated. Only those who rely on their own determination, stepping firmly, can traverse this path and earn the right to enter the hallowed halls of my Xianyu sect." As her words lingered, she snapped her fingers. In that moment, the lengthy stone steps from the foot of the mountain to its peak seemed to be shrouded in an ethereal mist, exuding a profound aura. The crowd below fell into a hushed silence, only to erupt moments later into thunderous cheers. No regard for talent, solely a focus on will. This was an unprecedented boon for the majority of ordinary individuals. In an instant, the throng went wild, rushing eagerly towards the path of heart inquiry that led to celestial fortune. Su Yueshi returned to Lin Fan's side, gazing at the fervent crowd below, still feeling a touch of unreality. As for spiritual roots and innate talent, Lin Fan whispered with a chuckle in her ear, "That matter is trivial. As long as they can ascend, I can ensure each one possesses it. Su Yueshi's icy facade finally faltered, and her charm stirred something profound within Lin Fan. What he desired was a cadre of unwavering loyalty, with wills as unyielding as steel. Only such individuals were worthy to accompany his moonlight, to overturn the future's grand tableau. Chapter 54. Who is the paragon on the path of self-reflection? Beyond the Yunmeng mountain range, amidst the clouds and dense forests, several figures stood at a distance, gazing at the frenzied spectacle unfolding at the foot of the Xianyu sect. These individuals exuded a profound aura, clad in ancient Taoist robes, clearly hailing from other reclusive sections. This is utterly absurd. An elder dressed in an 8-trigram robe stroked his long beard, his face etched with disdain. The path of cultivation is founded upon one's spiritual roots, with innate talent reigning supreme. This is an unchanging iron law throughout the ages. What can a mere girl, Su Yueshi, hope to achieve with her so-called path of self-reflection, disregarding spiritual roots? Does she wish to gather a throng of ordinary folk to toil in the fields? Beside him, a corpulent monk chuckled derisively. Amiss, Brother Ching Song, your words are misguided. I perceive that the Xianyu sect seeks to carve out a new path, perhaps aiming to specialize in physical cultivation, but this wayward approach will ultimately render them a laughingstock. They were the elders of nearby sects, having come to observe the Xianyu sect's grand ambitions following the revival of their spiritual pulse. In their eyes, Su Yueshi's assertion to value character over innate talent was nothing short of the greatest joke in the history of cultivation. Without spiritual roots, how could one even sense the celestial aura? It was preposterous. They anticipated the Xianyu sect's downfall, eager to witness this grand establishment, which had expended vast resources, ultimately attracting a mere assembly of inept individuals, becoming fodder for gossip throughout the cultivation realm. At the mountain gate, Lin Fan and Su Yueshi stood side by side, surveying the scene below. It seems our sect leader has offended all her peers in the cultivation world, Lin Fan remarked with a teasing glint in his eye. Su Yueshi's expression remained inscrutable, her gaze merely flickering towards the distant peaks. With Lin Fan as her backing, her perspective had evolved significantly. She held no regard for these obstinate old-timers who clung to their outdated beliefs. Lin Fan chuckled softly, his eyes scanning the throng of people below. Suddenly, his gaze fixated on two figures, a smile curving his lips. Ah, an intriguing character has arrived. Amidst the crowd, one figure stood out remarkably. Qin Lan had shed her sharp, professional attire for a simple sports outfit, her hair tied back in a refreshing ponytail, and her strikingly resolute face radiated determination. She did not leverage any connections from the Dragon Shield Bureau, nor did she greet anyone. She simply blended into the multitude of ordinary people, gazing up at the stone steps leading to the mountain gate. The apocalyptic imagery brought forth by bioweapons, coupled with Lin Fan's godlike presence, shattered her previous pride. She realized profoundly that, in the face of true power, her once prized martial arts and marksmanship were as fragile as a piece of paper. She was unwilling to remain a mere spectator, nor did she wish to experience that sense of helpless despair again. She yearned to grow stronger, to seize her own destiny. On the opposite side of the crowd, a burly young man clenched his fists anxiously, his palms slick with sweat. It was Chen Ziyuan. Ultimately, he had heeded Lin Fan's advice and consumed that vial of cleansing elixir the previous night. The agony of consuming the elixir nearly led him to believe he was on the brink of death. Yet, upon enduring the ordeal, he discovered that the entire world had transformed. His senses became astonishingly acute, and his body surged with newfound strength. This metamorphosis left him with no lingering doubts regarding Lin Fan's words. He approached with a hint of trepidation, infused with an ardent desire for the future. The path of the heart commenced. With Su Yueshi's command, the mist enveloping the stone steps surged forth instantaneously. The formation Lin Fan had meticulously arranged activated. As the crowd surged forward, the first individual to ascend the initial step was met with an abrupt and terrifying anomaly. A ghost. A young man suddenly turned pale, shrieking in terror as he tumbled backward, as if confronted by something profoundly horrific. My money, My money. A middle-aged merchant, eyes glazed, knelt frantically clawing at the stone slab, muttering incoherently. Beauty, haha, all mine. A lascivious man wore a lecherous grin, dancing in place until he soon foamed at the mouth and collapsed. Merely at the outset, hundreds, if not thousands, had already been eliminated. They were either crushed by fear, consumed by greed, or ensnared by lust. As the darkest corners of their souls were magnified by the illusory formation, revealing their grotesque natures. Atop the mountain, the elders of the sect, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, felt their mocking expressions solidify into disbelief. Is this an illusory formation? Daoist Qin Song exclaimed in horror. Such craftsmanship. Could it rival even the protective formations of Kunlun's Yusu Palace? Amiba, what kind of formidable entity is the Xianyu sect? The rotund monk's forehead glistened with cold sweat. They finally realized that they had underestimated this newly re-established sect. On the path of the heart, the throng began to thin at a visibly alarming rate. Qin Lan ascended step by step, her demeanor remarkably composed. Before her, the haunting images of the hellish landscape of the northern border's blood-soaked battleground flickered, echoing with the anguished cries of comrades in their final moments. An overwhelming tide of regret and self-reproach morphed into inner demons, attempting to drag her into despair. I did not come to lament. I came to seek strength to prevent this from happening again. Qin Lan bit her tongue sharply, the searing pain jolting her into clarity. The confusion in her eyes dissipated, replaced by a sharper, more resolute glimmer. She lifted her gaze, disregarding the failures around her who wept or laughed, and continued her ascent. Meanwhile, Yuan faced a far more arduous struggle. He was besieged by memories of over 2 decades filled with mockery and disdain. The harsh visage of the bar manager, the derisive gaze of his ex-girlfriend when she scorned his poverty, and the ridicule from so-called friends echoed mercilessly. Useless, like mud that cannot be propped up. This is all you will ever be. Countless voices thundered in his mind, causing him to stagger, nearly collapsing to the ground. He felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority, a frenzied thought blossoming within him that he truly was incapable. Just as he was on the verge of surrender, Lin Fan's visage suddenly appeared in his mind. Old Chun, the world is about to change. Strength will be more valuable than wealth and power in the future. Yes, Lin Fan. Chunzuan abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He recalled how Lin Fan had effortlessly compelled the arrogant Wang Deshao to kneel and plead for mercy. And he vividly remembered the transformative sensation he experienced after consuming the elixir. Why should Lin Fan be capable of such feats while I cannot? We are childhood friends, brothers. I cannot bring shame upon him. A roar emanating from the depths of his soul liberated him from all inner demons. He gasped heavily, his clothes drenched in sweat. Yet his spine remained resolutely straight. He glanced at the distant figure of Qin Lan, who was far ahead, and then at those behind him who had already surrendered, breaking into a sincere and steadfast smile. He took a step forward. Though slow, he wavered not in the slightest. Atop the mountain, Su Yueshi observed the 2 notably conspicuous figures amidst the sparse crowd below, a flicker of surprise flashing in her cool gaze. Your childhood friend is quite remarkable, she remarked softly. Indeed, Lin Fan replied, pride evident as he lifted his chin. He's been my brother since childhood. Perhaps he is not the most gifted, but his character is undoubtedly commendable. He paused, surveying the path below that had already eliminated 99% of the challengers. This road is indeed harsh. Yet, as long as they ascend through their own merit, no matter their spiritual roots or cultivation resources, those matters are inconsequential. I shall provide them abundantly. His words stirred a ripple in Su Yueshi's heart. She regarded this man, who was often disheveled, yet consistently capable of miracles, and then looked at the path leading to celestial destiny below. Suddenly, she felt that a grand era was, indeed, on the brink of being ushered in by their own hands. Chapter 55. Mortals can also cultivate immortality. Time flows steadily. The sun rising from the east to reach its zenith before gradually tilting westward. On the Wuxin Road, before the gate of Xianyue sect, the initial throng of nearly 10,000 challengers has dwindled to a mere 100 or so figures, laboriously making their way up the intangible staircase. Below, a multitude of vanquished souls lie in a state of faintness or despondency, methodically removed by the personnel dispatched by Zhao Tianlong. In the distance, on several peaks, the elders of various sects who had initially come to witness the spectacle now were expressions devoid of mockery. Instead, a complex mixture of fear and solemnity has taken its place. Such a formidable illusion array. No, this transcends mere illusion. It strikes at the very heart of the Tao. Taoist Ching Song's hand trembles slightly as he grips his whisk, his voice hoarse. The depth of Xianyue sect's foundation is unfathomable. They no longer dare to harbor any contempt, their gazes fixed intently on the path, eager to see how many will ultimately reach the summit. At that moment, before the gate, a figure staggered onto the final step. It was a woman, drenched as if she had just emerged from water. Her athletic attire clung to her form, accentuating her breathtaking curves, while her short hair, matted with sweat, clung disheveled to her forehead. She gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently, legs trembling like a sieve, yet she stubbornly straightened her back. It was Qin Lan. She lifted her head, her once sharp eyes now bloodshot, yet they gleamed brighter than ever. "Ah, Team Leader Qin, congratulations," came a languid voice from beside her. Lin Fan had appeared before her, hands in his pockets, appraising her with a scrutinizing gaze and wearing a familiar, infuriating smile. "This outfit suits you far better than the long shield bureau uniform. It certainly brings out your femininity." Qin Lan shot him a glare, but lacked the strength to retort, her throat only able to emit a hoarse rasp. "Enough." Su Yueshi approached, a hint of approval gracing her features. She handed Qin Lan a fragrant pill. "Take this. It will restore your stamina." Without hesitation, Qin Lan accepted the pill and placed it in her mouth. A refreshing warmth surged through her limbs, and the overwhelming fatigue that had nearly torn her apart began to dissipate. She cast a deep glance at Su Yueshi and then at the nonchalant Lin Fan. Ultimately saying nothing, she quietly moved to the side and sat cross-legged, commencing her breathing exercises. She understood that from the moment she ascended this final step, her life would be irrevocably severed from her past. Following Qin Lan, others ascended in succession. Each one appeared as ragged and disheveled as she, yet without exception, their eyes underwent a transformation, shedding their restlessness and confusion, revealing a steely resilience. "Fanzi, I made it," a voice called out, followed by a robust figure collapsing face first onto the ground before the gate, unable to rise again, only his fingers twitching slightly. It was Chen Ziyuan. Lin Fan approached. "Well done, old Chen, you didn't embarrass me." Chen Yuan turned over with great difficulty, lying on his back, his face smeared with sweat and tears. Yet he managed to break into a smile. He had accomplished it. He had truly ascended through his own efforts. As the last challenger reached the summit, the setting sun bathed the entire Yunmeng mountain range in a golden hue. Out of a crowd of nearly 10,000, exactly 100 individuals successfully arrived at the mountain gate, a pass rate of precisely 1%. The elders of the various sects, observing from afar, gasped in astonishment upon seeing this figure, then silently transformed into fleeting lights, vanishing into the horizon. They had to return immediately to report to their sect leader. The cultivation realm of the Dragon Kingdom was about to undergo a transformation. Before the mountain gate, Su Yueshi stood atop a high platform, her cold gaze sweeping over the 100 new disciples seated below, their expressions brimming with excitement. "From this day forth, you shall be the first-generation disciples of my Xianyue sect." Her voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "Remember, your presence here is not due to your innate talent or your lineage, but entirely because of yourselves. It is your unwavering heart, resilient and unyielding in the face of illusions, that has earned you this celestial fate." Her words ignited a fervor within all the newly initiated disciples, their eyes ablaze with fervent admiration. After finishing her speech, Su Yueshi stepped aside, leaving the stage for Lin Fan. However, Lin Fan remained still, issuing a command within his mind to the system. "System, provide me with 100 cleansing marrow pills." Ding! Cleansing marrow pill, unit price, 100 points total. 10,000 points. Do you wish to exchange? Exchange. Now another 100. Yes, the kind that can create cultivation roots from nothing. Ding. Acquired essence liquid for root cultivation. Unit price, 200 points. Total, 20,000 points. Do you wish to exchange? Exchange. Points minus 30,000. Current point balance, 219,550. With a thought too ancient, majestic wooden chests materialized before him. He patted the chests and flashed a smile at the still dazed Su Yueshi. Here, Sect Master Su, a little something for your new disciples. Curious, Su Yueshi approached and opened one of the chests, a rich medicinal aroma wafting towards her, revealing neatly arranged hundreds of white jade vials. Is this the cleansing marrow pill? She picked one up, sensing its pure medicinal potency, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Oh, just a trivial matter, Lin Fan remarked, pointing to the other chest. The main event lies within that one. Skeptically, Su Yueshi opened the second chest. This time, there was no overwhelming medicinal scent. Only 100 crystal test tubes lying quietly inside, each containing a golden liquid. What is this? Su Yueshi furrowed her brows, unable to sense any spiritual energy. Lin Fan cleared his throat and announced to the 100 disciples below, "Everyone, listen closely. The two chests before you are your entrance gifts. The left chest contains cleansing marrow pills, one for each of you. They can refine your marrow and transform your very essence, laying the most solid foundation for your cultivation." As soon as these words were uttered, a wave of suppressed gasps erupted from the crowd. Qinlan, too, found herself momentarily breathless, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. However, it was Lin Fan's subsequent declaration that resonated like true thunder, reverberating in the minds of all present. He pointed at the crate filled with golden liquid and enunciated with deliberate clarity. As for the box on the right, it contains the postnatal spirit root refinement liquid. Each person is entitled to one bottle. Its sole purpose is unequivocal. Regardless of whether you possessed a spirit root before, upon consuming it, you shall acquire one. Moreover, it will be the spirit root most suited to your essence. From this day forth, each of you shall embark upon the path of immortality. As cultivators, the entire area before the mountain gate fell into an instantaneous silence. This could only be a method wielded by the divine, could it not? Following this brief pause, sheer ecstasy ensued. Good heavens, am I not dreaming? Long live the Xianyu sect. Long live the sect leader. Chun Ziyuan trembled with excitement. His gaze fixed on Lin Fan, his eyes brimming with tears. He was aware of Lin Fan's prowess, yet he could never have anticipated that it could reach such an extraordinary level. Qinlan clenched her fists tightly, watching this man as tumultuous emotions surged within her. In this moment, all weariness and suffering vanished into thin air. The 100 newly initiated disciples gazed at Lin Fan and Su Yueshi on the platform, their eyes reflecting nothing but the purest admiration. They knew they had placed their bets wisely. Chapter 56. The Loss of the First Kiss as Twilight gracefully descended. 100 newly inducted disciples of the Xianyu sect remained seated before the mountain gate. The fatigue that once enveloped them had been replaced by an exhilarating fervor. They repeatedly caressed the vial of innate spiritual root shaping liquid in their hands, feeling its chilling touch, as if they were grasping the very essence of their transformative futures. Standing aloft, Su Yueshi was bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight, rendering her akin to a genuine celestial being. She methodically orchestrated the arrangements for the ensuing matters. Zhao Tianlong, suddenly alert, bowed deeply and approached with utmost respect. The shock he experienced today far surpassed all the tumultuous years he had navigated through the business realm. "These are the first disciples of our sect," Su Yueshi declared. "Their accommodation, attire, and daily necessities must be upheld to the highest standards." "Understood. Rest assured, Sect Master, I will ensure their lodgings exceed the comfort of 5-star hotels," Zhao Tianlong fervently promised before hastily departing to make the necessary arrangements. Meanwhile, his son, Zhao Feng, mingled among the 100 disciples, his face radiating with pride. He cast a furtive glance at the man nearby, feeling no trace of the rebellious essence of a young scion. He silently resolved to cling tightly to this unparalleled opportunity. Yuan gazed at his hands, those hands that had once bowed low for a mere few thousand in wages, now held the key to an ascendant path. He turned to Lin Fan, Lin Fan, sensing his gaze, waved nonchalantly, a grin revealing his pearly whites. With all arrangements in place, Su Yueshi entrusted the trifling matters to Zhao Tianlong and, together with Lin Fan, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the night. Upon returning to the riverside villa, familiar warmth enveloped them. Grandmother had already retired, while a light lingered in Lin Yu's room. In the living room, Su Yueshi shed her slightly formal robe for a comfortable home outfit, instantly relaxing her demeanor. Sitting on the sofa, she gazed at the man before her, momentarily lost in thought. "What are you staring at?" Lin Fan inquired without lifting his head. "Are you captivated by my universally unmatched handsome face?" Su Yueshi pushed 2 jade boxes towards him. "Here, this is the compensation sent by Qingqing Mountain and Jingshan Temple." Only then did Lin Fan set aside his phone and casually open one of the jade boxes. Inside were various vials of elixirs and several ancient, bound tomes. He glanced over them, curling his lips in disdain. Mediocre. With a flick of his wrist, 2 items appeared on the coffee table. One was a jade tome, entirely ice blue. As if sculpted from ancient frost, inscribed on the cover in archaic script were the 4 characters, Guanghan, Xianju. The other was a white jade treasure bottle, surrounded by wisps of cold air, within which lay a pill the size of a longan, exuding a radiant lunar glow. This is Su Yueshi's breath caught in her throat. Merely gazing at the jade tome caused her internal tai, Inzhou Tiangong, to involuntarily activate, resonating with an insatiable hum of desire. "For you, since we are destined to become the foremost sect in the world, the sect master must maintain an elevated stature," Lin Fan remarked with an air of nonchalance. The celestial cold moon technique and the lunar circulation art complement each other, leading directly to the path of enlightenment. Additionally, the lunar transformation elixir can transform you into the celestial glazed body. Su Yueshi gazed at him quietly, her heart a tumult of emotions. She realized that this man, who often appeared disheveled, had unknowingly become the vibrant hue and support throughout her journey. When this thought crystallized in her mind, her heart skipped a beat. Observing Lin Fan's playful demeanor, she suddenly felt an impulse. Taking a step forward, Su Yueshi pressed her soft lips against his in the midst of Lin Fan's astonished gaze. His mind went completely blank. Time seemed to stand still. The only sensations he could register were the gentle warmth of her lips and a faint fragrance emanating from her. Their lips parted almost immediately. Su Yueshi stepped back, her fair cheeks now flushed with color. Lin Fan stood rigidly, his stunned mind slowly rebooting. "She kissed me? My first kiss is gone." A tumult of emotions surged within him. Goodness, the girl took the initiative. If I don't do anything now, will I still be a man? Suddenly, he reached out and pulled her back into his embrace, holding her tightly, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Su Yueshi's body stiffened momentarily before she relaxed, burying her face in his chest. Just then, a small gasp echoed from Lin Yu's room. The two exchanged a glance and promptly made their way over. They found Lin Yu sitting at her desk, her little face displaying shock as she stared at her phone. The screen displayed an urgent national news broadcast. A serious-looking leader, clad in a Zhongshan suit, addressed the camera in an exceptionally solemn tone, announcing, "Following deliberations at the highest level, it has been decided that our nation will officially disclose the existence of cultivators and those with extraordinary abilities to all citizens. Practitioners and those with special abilities are not fictional. They are an objective part of our world. In response to the increasingly complex international situation and potential crises, the state will officially launch the Universal Enlightenment Initiative, incorporating potential development into the basic education system, and under official supervision, allow qualified sects and organizations to openly recruit disciples from society." Upon the news breaking, the entire Dragon Kingdom erupted in excitement. Major social media platforms were instantly inundated with an avalanche of comments and shares. "What the heck? Cultivation is real. Last year, during the nascent soul stage, the doctor insisted it was just a stone, and I had surgery that ruined my cultivation. Don't you all have some form of cultivation? When the spiritual energy revives, you'll be soaring in the skies while I'm left running on the ground. Wake up. You don't have a spiritual root. Who said you can't cultivate without a spiritual root? Have you heard of the Xinhua sect? They just opened their doors and reportedly handed out artifacts that can directly grant spiritual roots. Seriously? Where's the Xinhua sect? Is it too late to go now? Please share the address. Amidst the online uproar, Lin Fan merely cast a glance before shifting his focus elsewhere. The ancient dragon egg, bestowed upon him as a reward from the system, now lies serenely upon a soft cushion. The once mirror-smooth golden shell now emanates a gentle luminescence, reminiscent of Lin Yu's spiritual fluctuations. It seems that Lin Yu engages in daily conversations with this egg, unknowingly nurturing it with her unrefined yet pure and potent psychic energy. As Lin Fan gazes upon it, the soft golden glow suddenly intensifies for a fleeting moment. A delicate crackling sound, almost imperceptible yet strikingly clear in the stillness of the room, resonates from the shell. A fine fissure appears upon the surface of the golden egg. Chapter 57. The Ancient Divine Dragon. Bruce with a crack. He and Su Yueshi exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared astonishment. Is it about to emerge? Su Yueshi's voice dropped to a whisper, tinged with a hint of anxiety. The ancient dragon egg, its very name suggesting it was no ordinary artifact. What magnificent and earth-shattering existence would hatch from it? Lin Yu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her small hand covering her mouth, fixated on the egg with both trepidation and anticipation. Crack, crack, crack. The fissures multiplied, swiftly spreading across the entire shell. Resplendent golden light burst forth from the crevices, illuminating the room as if it were a golden temple. A formidable, ancient, and supremely noble dragon aura surged forth. The intensity of this pressure even penetrated the villa's protective array, causing all living beings within several miles to tremble in fear. Sui's complexion paled. Her foundational cultivation felt insignificant before such unadulterated might. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, his combat power of 15,000 erupting in an instant. A golden flame flickering and forming an invisible barrier that contained the dragon's might within the room, while safeguarding Su Yueshi and Lin Yu beside him. Goodness, this spectacle is even grander than I imagined, Lin Fan thought, astonished. Finally, under the watchful eyes of all, the eggshell shattered with a resounding pop. The golden light peaked, blindingly radiant, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. A blurred, majestic dragon silhouette flitted through the brilliance. As the light dissipated, in the center of the room, amidst the shattered golden shell, stood a small creature. It was roughly half a meter long, its entire body covered in fine, radiant golden scales that shimmered under the light. 2 prominent horns adorned its head, and beneath its belly were 4 claws, sharp as daggers, while the tip of its tail sported a tuft of golden fur. Majestic and powerful, it radiated an explosive sense of strength. However, this seemingly formidable young dragon shook its head, appearing somewhat bewildered by its surroundings. Its eyes, which ought to exude regality, were sky blue and as clear as gemstones, now spinning curiously as it surveyed the world. Tentatively, it extended one of its front paws, only to trip over its own feet and tumble face first to the ground. Lin Fan, Suduexi. The juvenile dragon seemed to feel a bit embarrassed, quickly scrambling to its feet and shaking its head. Then, it noticed its own tail. The blue eyes sparkled with delight. With a curious yelp, it began to joyfully spin in circles, attempting to catch hold of its golden tail. In an instant, the room was filled with the sounds of its playful panting as it chased after itself. Lin Fan's lips twitched uncontrollably. He had envisioned the dragon egg hatching a world-destroying beast, or perhaps an aloof and proud divine dragon. Never did he expect it to be a husky clad in dragon skin. As Lin Yu watched the adorable golden hatchling spinning in circles with unrestrained joy, a spark of inspiration ignited within her. Tentatively, she called out, "Bruce?" The whirling hatchling abruptly halted, lifting its head to gaze at Lin Yu. Its eyes instantly shone like two radiant suns. "Awoo! Awoo!" It joyfully called, scampering towards Lin Yu with its tiny legs, its tail wagging exuberantly. It leapt into her embrace, affectionately rubbing its scaly head against her cheek, emitting a contented purr from its throat, and enthusiastically licking her face with its soft tongue, leaving a trail of saliva. Lin Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter, tightly hugging this clingy little creature. Lin Fan covered his face, exasperated. "System, are you certain this being is an ancient divine dragon and not some hybrid of a golden retriever and a lizard?" He lamented weakly in his mind. Ding. Species identification. Ancient five-clawed golden dragon, juvenile stage, possessing infinite growth potential. Its temperament is influenced by the nurturing spirit during its hatching period, exhibiting a degree of malleability. Observing Bruce frolicking in his sister's arms, Lin Fan fell into contemplation. So, the reason for childish antics is due to the influence of his sister's spiritual energy? Clearing his throat, Lin Fan resolved to assert his authority as the master in front of this whimsical creature. He stepped forward, adopting a serious demeanor, and intoned, "Bruce, come here." Upon hearing his voice, Bruce poked its small head out from Lin Yu's embrace, curiously gazing at Lin Fan. It tilted its head, seemingly pondering the meaning of come. Lin Fan extended a finger, pointing to the ground in front of him. Bruce comprehended the gesture. Excitement flickered in its blue eyes, as if it believed this new human desired to play a game. "Awoo!" it exclaimed, suddenly darting towards Lin Fan, then clamped down on his outstretched finger, playfully gnawing on it like a chew toy, joyfully shaking its head. Lin Fan felt the biting pressure on his finger, intense enough to pierce through his formidable defense of 15,000 combat power, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. He swiftly grasped the nape of Bruce's neck, lifting it up. "Let go." "Awoo!" Bruce whimpered in protest, yet refused to release its grip. Thus, the man and the dragon remained locked in a stalemate. Observing this scene, Tsuyueshi could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, her mirth causing her to tremble, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, leaving Lin Fan momentarily entranced. Chapter 58. The Lunar Glass, pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Tsuyueshi's laughter was crisp and melodious, her mirth causing her delicate figure to tremble like a flower in the breeze. Her eyes crescent-shaped, devoid of her usual poised demeanor, leaving only pure charm. Lin Fan gazed at her, momentarily entranced. He touched his still, aching fingers, which bore the delicate imprints of Bruce's teeth. Clearing his throat to dispel the awkwardness, a rather mischievous smile crept onto his face. He leaned in and proposed, "How about we continue? We were interrupted earlier." Tsuyueshi's laughter abruptly ceased, her cheeks flushed crimson. Embarrassment and anger mingled in her beautiful eyes as she shot him a glare. "Continue what? Xiaoyu is still here," she whispered, her voice laced with shyness. "Oh." Lin Fan elongated his tone, feigning realization. "Let us wait until there's no one around next time." "You dare say that?" Tsuyueshi stomped her foot in embarrassment and swiftly retreated to her room, slamming the door behind her. Lin Fan touched his nose, chuckling to himself. Turning around, he caught sight of Bruce, the so-called ancient divine dragon, but truly a husky, abandoning his attack on the sofa, leg to assault a crystal ornament instead. "Stop it!" Lin Fan dashed forward and seized Bruce by the scruff of his neck once more. After a brief scuffle, tranquility returned to the villa. In her room, Tsuyueshi leaned against the door, her heart racing, the blush on her cheeks lingering. She gazed at the lunar creation pill in her palm, radiating a chilling aura, alongside a jade slip containing the grand cold immortal technique, a wave of warmth surging within her. Ever since the destruction of the Xianyu sect, burdened with deep-seated enmity, she had not felt such stability and the sensation of being cherished. Taking a deep breath, her gaze grew resolute. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight penetrated the curtains, Tsuyueshi, sitting cross-legged, opened her eyes. She placed the lunar creation pill into her mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a torrent of profound cold, sweeping through her limbs and bones. This chill was not merely frigid. it carried a sense of creation and rebirth, as if it sought to reshape her mortal form into that of a legendary deity. Simultaneously, the pathway of the grand cold immortal technique began to operate autonomously in her mind, guiding the immense medicinal power to refine her meridians, bones, blood, and every single cell. Above the villa, the skies transformed. The once clear heavens had gathered vast amounts of moisture, coalescing into clouds, while an ethereal moon flickered between them, casting a cool, watery light that flooded Su Yueshi's room. Lin Fan sensed the astonishing surge of spiritual energy immediately. He set aside what he was holding and, in a flash, appeared outside Su Yueshi's door. He did not intrude, but instead quietly absorbed the rising aura within, which was undergoing a profound metamorphosis. This essence was noble and chilling, seemingly not of this world. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and only when the ethereal moon fully melded into the villa did all extraordinary phenomena gradually dissipate. With a creak, the door swung open. Su Yueshi emerged. Lin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. She still possessed that breathtakingly beautiful visage of a regal woman. Yet her aura had undergone a profound transformation. Her long, slender legs were subtly visible, her skin as white as snow, seemingly radiating a lustrous glow. Even more captivating were her bare feet, delicate ankles, and toes rounded like pearls, casually resting on the cold floor. She stood there quietly, exuding an air of sanctity and inviolability, as if she had descended from a moon palace. The lunar glazed divine body. Lin Fan instinctively raised his hand to activate the combat power detector. Beep, beep, beep. Combat power value, 6,000. Hiss. Lin Fan inhaled sharply. Overnight, it had surged from the initial stage of Foundation establishment at 2,200 to the pinnacle at 6,000. This combination of the lunar creation pill and the palace of vast cold technique was simply unreasonably tyrannical. Su Yueshi felt the spiritual energy coursing through her body, and the sensation of her new divine body seemingly merging with the lunar power of the cosmos filled her with awe. Just as she was about to speak, a series of excited howls and a loud crash interrupted her. The two looked towards the source of the noise, where they saw Bruce exuberantly chasing a robotic vacuum cleaner around the living room, colliding with furniture in a chaotic manner. Lin Yu was trailing behind, breathless as she shouted, "Bruce, sit! No biting!" Lin Fan and Su Yueshi exchanged glances, both catching a hint of resigned amusement in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, in the Yunming mountain range, at the Xianyu sect, the sect development was steady and efficient. Over 100 disciples who had passed the hard-ass trial were now stepping into the realm of cultivation after consuming cleansing elixirs and innate root-shaping liquids. The entire sect was immersed in a vibrant atmosphere of vigorous and upward-striving cultivation. Among them, the most dazzling was undoubtedly Qinlan. In the training ground, she wielded a standard long sword, her movements swift as lightning, the sword light, sharp, and fierce, each strike imbued with the soldier's unique iron will and killing intent. Sweat had thoroughly soaked her training outfit, clinging tightly to her form, accentuating her powerful yet graceful curves. "Huh!" she exclaimed, executing her final sword technique, shattering a test stone weighing 100 pounds. Senior Sister Qin has broken through again. Incredible, in just a few days. Senior Sister Qin has already reached the 3rd level of Qi cultivation. Not to mention, I heard Elder Liu privately remarked that her combat intuition surpasses that of many mid-stage Qi cultivators. The surrounding disciples gazed at her with awe. Not far away, Zhao Feng watched with a mix of jealousy and admiration. Relying on his family's wealth, he had consumed numerous supportive elixirs, yet he had barely grazed the threshold of the 2nd level of Qi cultivation, finding each day of training to be a torment. Upon the elevated platform, Elder Wang Banshan, responsible for instructing the fundamentals of swordsmanship, stroked his beard with a satisfied nod. He addressed Lu Changfeng and Zhao Sihai beside him, saying, "This young woman, Qinlan, possesses exceptional character, determination, and talent. She is indeed a fortuitous blessing for the revival of our Xianyu sect." Lu Changfeng wholeheartedly agreed, responding, "Indeed. And then there is Chun Ziyuan, Although his innate gifts are somewhat lacking, his steadiness and diligence render him a valuable asset. The discerning eyes of the sect leader and Elder Lin are truly beyond comprehension. We are but mere horses trotting behind them. How true that is. Zhao Sihai chimed in with a sycophantic smile. After a century of cultivation, we have barely reached the pinnacle of qi training. Elder Lin can effortlessly grant mortals spiritual roots, while sect leader Su, at such a young age, already embodies the essence of an immortal. To follow in the footsteps of such illustrious figures is indeed a fortune we have accrued over 3 lifetimes. The trio, once notable figures in the realm of rogue cultivators, now spoke of Lin Fan and Su Yueshi with genuine reverence and fervor. As they conversed, the figures of Su Yueshi and Lin Fan quietly materialized atop the platform. We pay our respects to the sect leader. We pay our respects to Elder Lin. The 3 elders were taken aback, hastily bowing in greeting. Su Yueshi offered a slight nod, her gaze sweeping over the vibrant faces in the training ground, stirring within her a profound sense of belonging. Lin Fan, hands clasped behind his back, observed the scene with a smile of contentment. He was just about to utter a few encouraging words to uplift the disciples when he suddenly felt a tug at the hem of his garment. Looking down, he beheld Bruce gazing up at him with its large cerulean eyes, a pitiful expression adorning its face, and then it extended a paw, pointing towards a distant mountain shrouded in formations, rich in spiritual energy. That mountain was none other than the medicinal herb garden Lin Fan had exchanged for with his points. Instantly, Lin Fan's expression darkened. Chapter 59. The Divine Dragon? A reckless creature. Do not approach. Lin Fan lowered his voice, forcing out 3 words through clenched teeth, his tone laden with warning. However, Bruce, with his azure eyes, seemed utterly oblivious to the caution. Tilting his head in confusion while emitting a series of gurgling sounds from his throat, his tail wagging joyfully. Before Lin Fan could finish his sentence, Bruce propelled himself forward with a powerful kick of his hind legs. Whoosh! In an instant, a golden afterimage vanished from sight. It was astonishingly swift. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. Despite his formidable battle prowess of 15,000, he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a blurred figure. Damn it! Lin Fan inwardly cursed, disregarding his composure, and surged forward like a cannonball. On the high platform, Su Yueshi and the 3 elders blinked in astonishment as both Lin Fan and the little golden dragon disappeared from view. What has happened? Lu Changfeng and the others exchanged puzzled glances, utterly baffled by the situation. Yet, Su Yueshi pressed her fingers to her forehead, a foreboding sense of dread washing over her. Boom! In the distance, a faint sound of energy bursting forth echoed. It was the protective array of the herbal garden. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine, accelerating his pace further until he became a blur to the naked eye. Upon arriving at the herbal garden, he froze in shock. A gaping hole, nearly half his height, marred the protective barrier, its edges crackling with electricity. And at the center of the patch, the culprit, a primordial 5-clawed golden dragon named Bruce, sat contentedly amidst a sea of herbs. His mouth was stuffed, cheeks bulging like a hamster's, producing a crisp crunching sound as he chewed. Scattered around him were the remnants of spirit herbs, reduced to mere stubs. Lin Fan's eye twitched uncontrollably. He felt as though his heart were bleeding. This was not merely food. It represented his hard-earned points. Bruce appeared to sense Lin Fan's arrival. Lifting his head, his azure eyes radiating innocence and purity. He even wagged his tail at Lin Fan, munching away. A rich aroma of spiritual energy mingled with his saliva wafting through the air. He even burped. You, reckless creature. Lin Fan nearly spat those words through gritted teeth, striding forward to grasp the nape of Bruce's neck once more. Oh, Bruce, suspended in midair, flailed his 4 paws in innocence, still forgetting to swallow the morsel in his mouth. I'll let you eat. Lin Fan's forehead throbbed with veins as he shook the creature vigorously, exclaiming, Do you know how hard I fought to earn these points? You treat them like a meal. At that moment, disciples from the martial arts arena, drawn by the commotion, turned to witness Lin Fan holding aloft a radiant golden creature. All halted in their tracks, collectively petrified. What is that? A newly initiated disciple stammered the dragon. It's a dragon, the legendary divine dragon. My heavens, a golden dragon. It is exactly as described in the ancient texts. Truly, it is a divine dragon. Our Xianyue sect is actually guarded by a divine dragon. The disciples erupted in excitement, their faces filled with shock and fervor. This was a dragon, a creature that existed only in myth and legend. And now, it stood before them, alive and breathing. Even Qin Lan, whose expression was usually as cold as ice, exhibited an incredulous demeanor. She fixed her gaze on Bruce, sensing the ancient and majestic aura of the dragon, though still youthful and pure. Chen Yuan's mouth hung open, his mind blank. He felt as if the capacity for astonishment he had accumulated since reuniting with Lin Fan was nearing its limit. The three elders on the high platform hurried over, their beards trembling with excitement upon seeing Bruce. A divine dragon. Truly, a divine dragon has descended upon us. Lu Chongfeng's tears flowed freely, proclaiming, "This heralds a great prosperity for our Xianyue sect, a sign of flourishing." Zhao Sihai and Wang Banshan nodded vigorously, their gazes toward Lin Fan transcending mere reverence. They regarded him as a deity walking among mortals. However, the next scene froze the expressions of all present. The revered Lin elder, whom they held in utmost sanctity, wore a dark expression and was rapping his fingers sharply against the dragon's head. "Spit it out. You must regurgitate it. Do you hear me? Can what you swallowed truly be called cultivation? Do you understand what refining and absorbing mean? Such wastefulness." The chastised dragon emitted a pitiful howl, its front paws cradling its head. The entire scene appeared as if a frustrated master was scolding his mischievous husky for tearing up the house. The disciples were left in a state of confusion. Was there something amiss with this scenario? Where was the promised divine dragon, the auspicious sign? Why did it all feel so grounded in reality? Su Yueshi arrived shortly after, witnessing the spectacle and then glancing at Lin Fan's exasperated yet helpless expression. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her laughter melted like ice, leaving many male disciples entranced. Upon hearing her laughter, Lin Fan turned and shot her a glare. "You're laughing. Look at the trouble Bruce has caused." Su Yueshi approached him, gently stroking Bruce's golden head, soothingly saying, "Let him eat. The mountain is rich in spiritual energy, and it will grow back in a few days." Bruce immediately seized the opportunity, escaping Lin Fan's grasp and burying himself in Su Yueshi's embrace, nuzzling against her and emitting a soft, affectionate whimper. Lin Fan's eyelids twitched in exasperation. Just as he prepared to impart another lesson to this extravagant creature, his phone suddenly vibrated. Furrowing his brow, Lin Fan took out his phone, stepped aside, and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Mr. Lin Fan." On the other end of the line, Qin Shan's voice resonated with an unusual gravity, laced with urgency. "We have found him." Taking a deep breath, he continued in a somber tone, "The leader of the Divine Awakening Organization, Yazril, has been located. We have pinpointed his slumbering site through satellite energy comparison, deep beneath a military base in the Rocky Mountains of North America, 5,000 meters down." Lin Fan remained silent, listening intently. After a brief pause, Qin Shan seemed to gather his thoughts, lowering his voice further. "However, the situation is far worse than we anticipated. Just 10 minutes ago, our surveillance satellite positioned over North America detected an explosive surge in energy readings at the target site. According to our analysis, there is only one possibility." A note of trepidation seeped into Qin Shan's voice. Yazril's evolution, or rather, his awakening, has entered its final phase. Every moment he grows stronger. He is on the verge of awakening. Chapter 60, Azrael the Descent. Upon hearing these words, Lin Fan fell silent for a moment before responding with two unadorned words. "Hang up." Beep. In the command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau, Qin Shan held his phone, which was emitting a busy signal, exchanging bewildered glances with senior officials around him, their faces awash with astonishment. "This is it." He hung up. That was an SSS-level Esper on the verge of awakening, a colossal threat capable of altering the world's balance. And this was his reaction? Meanwhile, outside the spiritual herb garden of the Xianyue sect, Lin Fan pocketed his phone, his expression devoid of any concern for the impending global crisis. He slowly turned his gaze, locking onto the golden figure that was clinging to Su Yueshi's leg, playfully vying for affection. What Azrael, what North American base, at this moment, the accumulated points, coupled with the King of Worlds technique, would be of no use against this situation. Presently, this prodigal dragon was devouring his herb garden, and that was an immediate concern. Bruce. Lin Fan's voice was devoid of emotion. Bruce, who had been nuzzling against Su Yueshi, abruptly froze. Sensing a hint of danger in the calm tone, he lifted his head, his dragon eyes filled with innocence. Come here. Instead of moving, Bruce buried his head even deeper into Su Yueshi's embrace. Lin Fan's eyelid twitched. Just as he was about to erupt, the three elders beside him, Lu Chongfeng, Wang Banshan, and Zhao Sihai, suddenly trembled in unison. Exchanging glances, they saw incredulous joy reflected in each other's eyes. This is... Lu Chongfeng exclaimed, his beard trembling with excitement. Moments ago, Bruce's gluttonous feast had stirred the spiritual energy in the herb garden, causing it to bubble like boiling water. The three had been stuck at the pinnacle of the master realm for years, just a step away from breaking through, and now, propelled by this exceedingly pure spiritual energy, the incredibly solid barrier within them shattered. Boom, boom, boom. Three distinct auras erupted from their bodies, soaring into the sky, and the surrounding spiritual energy instantly formed three whirlpools, wildly surging into them. The disciples in the training ground were once again drawn to the commotion, their mouths agape as they witnessed the three elders levitating in midair, their spiritual energy swirling around them. They've broken through. All three elders have achieved a breakthrough. This is the Foundation Establishment stage, the legendary realm. Heavens! In a single day, our Xianyu sect has gained 3 Foundation Establishment Immortals. Moments later, as the spiritual energy settled, the 3 elders gently descended. They reveled in the unprecedented power coursing through their veins, the sensation of rebirth and extended lifespan overwhelming them with emotion. Straightening their robes, they hurried to Lin Fan, without hesitation, bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you, Senior Lin, for granting us this fortune. Were it not for your presence, we would have remained stagnant in this life. Such a profound grace shall never be forgotten. They understood well that had they not been in the exceptionally rich spiritual energy of the Xianyu sect, such a breakthrough would have been impossible. All of this stemmed from the enigmatic young man before them. Observing the elated trio, the resentment that had lingered on Lin Fan's face due to the destruction of his herbs finally began to dissipate. He waved his hand dismissively, displaying an expression of utter indifference. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he flicked his wrist, and 3 jade vials materialized in his palm. All right. Lin Fan casually tossed the vials to them, his tone as nonchalant as if distributing jelly beans. This is called the Foundation Establishment Pill. You have just broken through, and it will help solidify your realm. Consider it a welcoming gift for your new positions as elders in my Xianyu sect. Foundation Establishment Pill. Lu Chongfeng fumbled to catch the jade vial, uncorking it just to catch a glimpse as an intoxicating fragrance wafted forth. The 3 elders cradled the vials, their hands trembling as if sifting through chaff, their gazes towards Lin Fan transformed completely from reverence to fervent admiration. The grandeur of this senior Lin had surpassed the limits of their comprehension. After dispatching the 3 elders, Lin Fan turned his attention back to the culprit. Annoyed, he opened the system shop in his mind and swiftly perused the myriad of goods. Dragon Beast exclusive spirit fruit, large size, infused with pure spiritual energy, exquisite taste. A juvenile dragon's favorite. Price, 5,000 points. Lin Fan's heart lurched at the 5,000 point price tag. Yet, recalling the dismal state of the spirit herb garden, he gritted his teeth in exchange for one. Exchange successful. Remaining points, 211, 550. With a flourish, a multitude of fist-sized fruits, radiating 7-colored brilliance, appeared at Lin Fan's feet. An unusual fruity aroma instantaneously enveloped the air. Bruce. who had been feigning helplessness in Su Yueshi's embrace, suddenly twitched his nose, his eyes sparkling with excitement as drool dribbled from his mouth. He could no longer maintain his act, transforming into a streak of golden light, eager to pounce. "Stop!" Lin Fan's sharp command halted Bruce in his tracks before the mound of fruit, his eyes wide with longing, emitting a rumbling sound from his throat. Lin Fan pointed at the pile of spirit fruits, and then gestured toward the disheveled spirit herb garden behind him. "This," indicating the fruits, "is edible and will fill you up. That," pointing to the herb garden, "if you dare touch it again, you will be grounded. Do you understand?" Bruce, seemingly grasping the message, tilted his head in confusion, but obediently nodded, and then dove into the pile of fruits. Observing this carefree consumption, Lin Fan sighed, feeling as though he was raising not a divine dragon, but a voracious beast. In the following days, Xin Yu sect found its rhythm. The three newly appointed foundation establishment elders brimmed with vigor, beginning to select suitable heirs from among the 100 disciples to inherit their legacies. Zhao Qianlong's engineering team operated with remarkable efficiency, and a broad mountain road began to take shape, while various modern living facilities sprang up at the foot of the mountain. Qianlong and Yuan emerged prominently among the many disciples. With a background in the Dragon Shield Bureau, Qianlong was resolute, progressing rapidly in his cultivation. Although Yuan started later, his tenacity was unparalleled, yielding astonishing advancements. The entire sect radiated with a flourishing vitality. Having concluded the sect's affairs, Lin Fan returned to the riverside villa with Su Yueshi and the well-fed Bruce. Upon entering, Bruce joyfully dashed towards Lin Yu's room, while Lin Fan reclined on the sofa, reveling in the comfort of home. The living room was enveloped in tranquility, punctuated only by the sounds of laughter emanating from the adjacent room, where Lin Yu and Bruce were frolicking. Lin Fan savored this rare moment of peace, dismissing the news of Yasler's impending awakening from his mind. He believed in confronting challenges as they arose. Turning his gaze, he beheld the serene figure of Su Yueshi beside him. Under the soft glow of the lights, her exquisitely beautiful profile appeared particularly gentle, softened from its usual chill, radiating a warmth reminiscent of domestic bliss. Perhaps sensing his scrutiny, the tips of Su Yueshi's ears flushed slightly, yet she did not avert her gaze. The atmosphere subtly shifted towards a delicate tension. Lin Fan cleared his throat, poised to break the silence with words, when suddenly, a jarring flicker disrupted the calm. The lights in the living room blinked erratically, and the television screen erupted into static, emitting a dissonant noise. An inexplicable chill enveloped the entire villa without warning. Lin Fan and Su Yueshi exchanged alarmed glances. In an instant, Lin Fan sprang from the sofa, his demeanor charged with energy, and his piercing gaze scanned the surroundings with vigilance. Su Yueshi, too, summoned her flying sword, her formidable aura as a peak foundation establishment cultivator radiating powerfully. The laughter from the adjacent room ceased abruptly. "Brother?" Lin Yu's voice trembled with trepidation. "Stay in your room. Don't come out," Lin Fan commanded sharply. No sooner had his words left his lips than the air in the center of the living room began to undergo a bizarre transformation. The space seemed to lose its stability, rippling ominously. Soon after, it twisted and folded, giving rise to a black singularity that appeared out of thin air, rapidly expanding outward. A pressure more intense than before permeated from the distorted space. Lin Fan unleashed his full combat power of 15,000 points, golden flames erupting skyward, forming a solid barrier to repel the encroaching force. A vague silhouette began to emerge slowly from the fissure in the fabric of space. Chapter 61. The Invitation of Yazril. A figure emerged from the distorted rift in space, its outline gradually sharpening from a haze to clarity. Clad in a peculiarly tailored white robe, it exuded an aura of both classical solemnity and futuristic simplicity. However, its eyes were like a dead sea, devoid of any emotion. This being was not corporeal. Its form flickered slightly, resembling an unstable projection. Lin Fan summoned a golden barrier of energy, clashing violently with the invisible pressure emanating from the figure. Silent ripples erupted in the air, causing the living room as coffee table and sofa to creak under the strain of their opposing forces, as if they might crumble to dust at any moment. Su Yuexi, wielding a flying sword, stood protectively beside Lin Fan, her peak foundational spiritual energy fully mobilized. Interesting, a voice resonated not through sound, but directly within the minds of Lin Fan and Su Yuexi. The tone was flat and hollow. An unprecedented energy system unfolded before them, pure, domineering, and imbued with destructive potential. Moreover, a cultivator? One who could transcend the constraints of this planet. The visitor was Yazril, the leader of the Divine Enlightenment Organization, his spiritual projection casting a sweeping gaze over Lin Fan and Su Yuexi as if admiring two rare collectibles. Lin Fan furrowed his brow, feeling quite displeased at being scrutinized like a mere specimen. He smirked, breaking the heavy atmosphere. I must say, my friend, while trespassing is one thing, you've gone and damaged my television. Surely, that warrants compensation? Yazril's emotionless eyes seemed to ripple ever so slightly at this remark. Having lived for centuries, he had encountered emperors and sycophants alike, yet he had never before encountered someone who would concern themselves with a television in such circumstances. Ignoring Lin Fan, the voice continued to echo in their minds. This world is ill. It is decaying, stagnant, burdened by a host of ignorant mortals, mired in inertia. I have witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties, the ebb and flow of technology. Yet, regardless of external changes, the inherent flaws remain unchanged. Thus, I have resolved to take matters into my own hands, to establish a brand new order for this world. An ideal realm governed by true strength, led by elites, purging all redundancy and waste. Yazril spread his arms wide. Though merely a projection, he assumed a pose as if embracing the cosmos, his expression imbued with a condescending compassion and arrogance. And you, Lin Fan and Su Yuexi, are miracles born of this decaying world. Akin to me as new humans, you should not consort with those beneath you. As Lin Fan listened to this archetypal villain monologue, he nearly stifled a yawn. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open slightly, revealing a golden, fluffy little head peeking out. It was Bruce, clearly startled by the commotion outside, yet unable to suppress its curiosity. It cautiously gazed at the shimmering, peculiar figure in the center of the living room, tilting its head, its dragon-like eyes brimming with an endearingly foolish innocence reminiscent of a husky. Amidst the grand proclamation of Azrael's creation, Bruce appeared to find the newcomer somewhat bothersome. He opened his mouth and, in a high-pitched voice, let out a resounding bark that echoed through the quiet living room. Azrael's mournful demeanor abruptly stiffened, his projection flickering violently in response to the sudden, canine interruption. Lin Fan nearly succumbed to laughter, while Su Yuexi stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at Bruce, who had so brazenly disregarded the dragon's majesty, unsure of how to react. Clearly perturbed by this minor disruption, Azrael lost interest in continuing his speech. His indifferent gaze refocused on Lin Fan, and the fluctuations of his projection steadied once more. Lin Fan, to return to the matter at hand, I require your strength, and you, in turn, need my guidance. To strive alone will ultimately lead to being consumed by this decaying old world. He extended his hand towards Lin Fan, as if bestowing a supreme blessing. 3 days hence, in the Rocky Mountains of North America, my true form awaits you. That is the genesis of the new world. Come to my side, and I shall grant you unimaginable power and glory. Together, we shall become the deities of this new realm. An invitation? Lin Fan scoffed internally. This was no mere invitation, it was patently a trap. Azrael likely found himself powerless in this projected state and sought to lure Lin Fan to his lair, intending to unleash the full might of his corporeal form to secure victory. The scheme was audacious. Yet, Lin Fan's expression betrayed a sense of eager anticipation. To North America? Very well. Su Yuexi, standing nearby, felt a chill run down her spine, desperate to cover Lin Fan's mouth. How could he possibly accept such an obviously treacherous invitation? Azrael cast a deep glance at Lin Fan. I await your arrival. With that, his projection dissipated like sand scattered by the wind. transforming into countless black particles that vanished into the air. As he departed, the oppressive aura faded away, and the room's lighting returned to normal. Brother. Lin could no longer restrain herself, bursting into the room with Bruce in tow, clutching Lin Fan's arm with a pale face. It's all right, it's all right. Lin Fan reassured her, patting her back, before playfully pinching the scruff of Bruce's neck. Why on earth did you choose to bark, you foolish creature? Bruce let out a couple of whines, nudging his head against Lin Fan. Lin Fan? Tsuyueshi's voice trembled as she hurried to stand before him, grasping his arm. Her beautiful eyes filled with urgency and concern. Have you lost your mind? You didn't truly agree to his invitation, did you? He is the leader of the Divine Awakening Organization, an ancient being who has lived for countless years. To venture into his lair would be akin to walking into a trap. She understood well the terrifying power an SSS tier expert could unleash in their domain. It was not a matter of simple arithmetic. Lin Fan gazed at her anxious expression, warmth flooding his heart. He grasped her somewhat cold hand, the playful grin vanishing from his face, replaced by a confident and sharp demeanor. Walk into a trap? He flashed a smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. No, you are mistaken. Leaning closer to Tsuyueshi, he whispered in a voice audible only to the two of them. That's not falling into a trap. That is delivering right to your doorstep. Contemplating within, he thought, what would it be worth to annihilate a home of an SSS-grade boss who has lived for centuries? How many points would that be worth? Chapter 62. The moment I step outside to conjure an energy sphere after Yazral's mental projection dissipated. The oppressive aura in the living room also faded away. The first thing Lin Fan did was approach the snowflake screen of the LCD television, lamenting as he patted its exterior. Damn it, a 75-inch screen. And this scoundrel has no sense of public decency whatsoever. Tsuyueshi and Linyu, who had just rushed out of the room, momentarily forgot their earlier fear upon seeing his demeanor. Lin Fan turned, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly, and the calm voice of Director Zhong Tanzheng resonated. Mr. Lin Fan? Director Zhong. To cut a long story short, Lin Fan spoke casually, as if ordering takeout. The fool from the Divine Enlightenment Organization, Yazral, just paid me a visit, albeit as a projection. He invited me to meet his physical form in the Rocky Mountains of North America 3 days from now. A profound silence enveloped the line, lasting several seconds before Zhong Tanjing's voice returned, tinged with dryness. Mr. Lin Fan, are you suggesting that you intend to go? Of course. He extended an invitation. Wouldn't it be quite embarrassing not to attend? Lin Fan replied nonchalantly. This is exceedingly dangerous. Yazral is an SSS-level entity, especially in his own territory. Qin Shan's anxious voice interjected, evidently having seized the phone. Enough, Lin Fan interrupted. I called to inform you to evacuate all citizens of the Dragon Kingdom in the vicinity of the Rocky Mountains. Within 3 days. I want that area devoid of our people. Do you require any support? We can. Unnecessary. Lin Fan's tone brooked no argument. With that, he decisively ended the call, leaving the Dragon Shield Bureau Command Center in a state of stunned silence. Zhong Tanzheng gazed at the disconnected phone for a long moment before solemnly issuing his command. Proceed as he instructed. Though they could not fathom Lin Fan's reckless decision to venture into danger alone, they could only choose to trust in his confidence rooted in absolute strength. In the ensuing 2 days, the world was awash with undercurrents. Countless intelligence agencies detected unusual personnel movements from the Dragon Kingdom in North America, leading to rampant speculation. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, at the storm's epicenter, exhibited the demeanor of a carefree university student. On the first day, he locked himself in his room, donned headphones, and became wholly engrossed in playing Valorant on his computer. Support. Help me out. Mom, can I get a gun? Thank you, Mom. Nice. Good gun, bro. Tsuyueshi stood at the door, holding a plate of sliced fruit, listening to the cacophony emanating from the room. Was this man, who was about to confront an SSS-level boss that had lived for centuries, truly engrossed in gaming? She felt as though she might be driven to madness by his antics. On the second day, Lin Fan abandoned gaming, drawn outside by the commotion of flapping wings and barking dogs in the yard. There he beheld Bruce, now nearly 2 meters long, frantically chasing a butterfly across the lawn. Its current form has begun to embody the majesty of a divine dragon, with its resplendent golden scales shimmering under the sunlight. However, its antics remain delightfully chaotic as it occasionally chases its own tail, turning in circles and wreaking havoc on the lawn. "Bruce, come here," Lin Fan called out, hands on his hips. Upon hearing the summons, Bruce leaped forward, clamping his jaws around Lin Fan's arm and began to shake his head vigorously, seemingly mistaking Lin Fan for a colossal chew toy. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lin Fan's lips. Despite his formidable combat strength of 15,000 points, Bruce's bite sent a jolt of pain through him. The rate of growth was astonishing. Amused yet exasperated, he grasped the scruff of Bruce's neck and lifted him off his arm. The sight of man and dragon staring at each other in the yard was undeniably comical. Standing on the balcony of the villa's second floor, Su Yueshi observed this leisurely scene, her patience finally wearing thin. She hurried downstairs and seized Lin Fan's arm, her icy phoenix eyes betraying an uncontainable anxiety. "Lin Fan, tomorrow marks the third day. Do you have any plans? Or do you truly intend to walk into death?" Rarely did she lose her composure, her voice trembling slightly. Noticing the redness around her eyes and the unmasked concern in her beautiful gaze, Lin Fan's earlier nonchalance evaporated instantly. He clasped her hand in return, his usually playful eyes now reflecting a deeper intensity. "Trust me," he said earnestly, locking his gaze with hers. "I never embark on a battle unprepared." As Su Yueshi met his profound stare, her racing heart inexplicably calmed. On the morning of the third day, the appointed hour arrived. Lin Fan, as usual, shared breakfast with his grandmother and sister. "Xiao Fan, are you going out again?" His grandmother inquired with concern. "Yes, just a short trip. I'll be back soon," Lin Fan replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Lin Yu's hair. Approaching the door, Su Yueshi followed him outside, silently stepping forward to smooth out his slightly wrinkled collar with her delicate hand. "I'll wait for your return," she murmured, tilting her head to meet his gaze. Lin Fan smiled brightly, as radiant as ever. "Don't worry, it'll be quick. I might even bring you some local specialties from North America." No sooner had the words left his lips than he lightly pushed off the ground, transforming into a streak of golden light that shot skyward, vanishing into the azure expanse. High above, Lin Fan paused amidst the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The biting wind whipped around him, and below lay the vast earth and ocean. He did not immediately accelerate towards the North American continent. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then raised his hands, palms facing upward. In the next moment, an invisible wool emanated from Lin Fan, enveloping the entire planet. Across the globe, from humans to birds and beasts, and even to flora and fauna, all living beings felt a fragment of life energy separating within them. These energies manifested as invisible azure specks, countless points of light piercing through the clouds, surging from all directions towards the figure soaring at an altitude of 10,000 meters. A resplendent sphere of energy, radiating a pure blue luminescence, began to coalesce slowly above Lin Fan's palm, continuously swelling and expanding. The energy sphere, as he felt the cataclysmic force gathering above him. Lin Fan's heart was brimming with incredulous thoughts. Foolish Yazril, does he truly perceive me as an intellectual? I step outside and immediately begin to conjure an energy sphere, ready to unleash it without a care for whatever supernatural abilities may arise. Chapter 63. A single spirit bomb annihilates in North America, amidst the majestic Rocky Mountains. The undulating peaks resemble the spine of a colossal dragon, rising and falling across the vast expanse of land. Yet at this moment, this breathtaking natural panorama is overtaken by steel. Deep within the mountains, atop a peak, stands a silver base imbued with futuristic sci-fi aesthetics. Surrounding the base, tens of thousands of American soldiers are positioned at intervals, forming an impenetrable steel defense line. In the skies above, cutting-edge stealth fighter jets soar like circling hawks, while the muzzles of dense anti-aircraft artillery and electromagnetic railguns flicker ominously with light. This is a fortress crafted with the full might of the United States, the very heart of the Divine Revelation Organization. Atop the peak, Yazril stands, no longer a mere nebulous spiritual projection, but a tangible entity. Clad in a simple white robe and barefoot, his long silver hair dances gently in the mountain breeze. His visage is strikingly handsome, with eyes of pure gold devoid of emotion, as if a deity gazes down upon his own domain. The sensation of awakening is unparalleled. Surging power courses through every cell, merging his mental prowess with the very fabric of space. He is thoroughly satisfied. To him, mortal weapons are but toys of children. The only reason he permits their existence is the ritualistic significance they lend to his arrival. He awaits the variable from the east, Lin Fan, an intriguing life form, endowed with a power system foreign to this world. Should he choose to submit and become the sharpest spear in Yazril's arsenal, it would be splendid. If he resists, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curves at the corners of Yazril's lips. It matters not. He will crush, capture, and dissect him, transforming all he is into sustenance for his own evolution. In that eventuality, no being shall stand against him in this world. Whichever outcome arises, it will be deemed perfect. He spreads his arms wide, closing his eyes to revel in the ecstasy of omnipotence. However, at the pinnacle of his intoxication, a tremor from the depths of his soul jolts him into sudden awareness. He opens his eyes, his golden pupils narrowing in astonishment. Above the cloudless azure sky, an additional sun has inexplicably appeared. A colossal energy sphere radiating blue light hovers in the heavens, brimming with terrifying energy. Beneath this blue sun, a diminutive black dot raises its hands, striking a comical throwing pose. It is he, Lin Fan. When did he arrive? And what is that? A flurry of questions erupts within Yazril's mind, shattering his divine composure and rationality. Alarm! Alarm! An unidentified ultra-high energy entity has been detected. Energy levels exceed measurable limits. Open fire! Open fire! All units, fire at will. Instantly, the military base below descends into chaos. The shrill sound of alarms echoed through the mountains, as countless missiles ascended with long trails of fire. Electromagnetic railguns emitted dazzling blue beams, targeting Lin Fan high in the sky. However, all of it was futile. Lin Fan did not even glance at the attacks aimed at him. He merely smiled broadly and mouthed a phrase at the diminutive figure in white robes below, who appeared utterly bewildered. Go to hell. Without hesitation, he thrust the energy orb in his hand forward. The blue energy sphere fell towards the heart of the Rocky Mountains, seemingly at a slow pace, yet in reality, it was incredibly swift. Along its path, every missile and beam that sought to intercept it dissolved into nothingness upon contact with the energy field that radiated from its exterior. The divine indifference on Yazril's face vanished entirely, replaced by a distorted expression of shock, bewilderment, and fear. Run! This was the only thought racing through his mind. No! Amid the desperate roar, Yazril unleashed all of his mental energy, forming a translucent golden barrier in front of him. This was his strongest defense. In the next moment, the blue sun gently touched the golden barrier. Crack! A barely audible sound echoed. The barrier, capable of withstanding a nuclear explosion, shattered like a soap bubble poked by a mischievous child, disintegrating into countless luminous particles in an instant. Subsequently, the massive blue orb tenderly engulfed Yazril's incredulous face. Along with the peak beneath his feet, the entire military base, and the surrounding hundreds of kilometers of the Rocky Mountains. At that moment, the world fell silent. Only an overwhelming brilliance of white light enveloped everything. High above, Lin Fan donned sunglasses, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag, exhaling a ring of smoke. He gazed at the area below, now completely erased by the white light, gradually forming into a vast basin, nodding in satisfaction. My arm is sore from holding it up, but the power did not disappoint. Just then, a crisp system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Host detected complete dissolution of the Divine Awakening Organization, eliminating a significant potential threat to Earth. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Points 300,000. Current points balance, 511, 550. Listening to the melodious notification, Lin Fan felt elated and took another delightful drag from his cigarette. So much, this is exhilarating. He extinguished the cigarette and transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring towards home. As for the mess left in North America and the potential geological disasters that might arise from the obliterated mountains, not my concern. Chapter 64, Homecoming. Is the system cheating my points? At this moment, the world descended into an eerie silence. In the command center of the Pentagon, the atmosphere was palpable. The vast screen, which had been displaying real-time satellite imagery of the Rocky Mountains, was now a blinding mass of static. Where's the signal? Connect me to the frontline command. The four-star general, his hair grayed and his complexion ashen, bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. No response. Moments later, another backup military satellite finally adjusted its angle and restored the feed. The screen no longer showed mountains or military bases, but instead revealed a colossal pit, exceeding 200 kilometers in diameter and unfathomably deep. The general's legs gave way, and he slumped into his command chair, his gaze vacant. In Moscow, within the Kremlin, the phone rang, and the intelligence chief reported the events unfolding in North America. After the briefing, the man known for his iron resolve remained silent for an extended period, crushing his cigar into the ashtray, murmuring softly, "What manner of monstrosity lurks in that eastern realm?" In the Dragon Nation, at the headquarters of the Dragon Shield Bureau, Zhong Tianzheng and Qin Shan, among others, stared in stunned disbelief at the terrifying chasm displayed on the screen. They were aware that Lin Fan had ventured forth. They had anticipated his victory, yet they could not fathom that it would manifest in such a manner. This was no longer a battle. It was an absolute erasure of a coordinate along with everything surrounding it from a map. Did he remove the mountains? A young intelligence officer posed this foolish query. At the riverside villa, a beam of golden light descended silently onto the balcony. Lin Fan stretched, easing his sore shoulders. To ensure the potency of the energy blast, he had maintained the position for over 2 hours without change, which was indeed quite exhausting. He pushed open the door and entered the living room, where Su Yueshi and Lin were seated on the sofa, cradling Bruce. Upon seeing Lin Fan return, Su Yueshi sprang to her feet. Concern and urgency etched across her beautiful features as she scrutinized him. Are you all right? That Azrael. It's taken care of. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. That organization is no more. He approached the sofa and plopped down. How? Bruce tilted his golden dragon head, peering out from Lin Yu's embrace. This was an SSS-class Esper, the leader of the Divine Enlightenment Organization, a secret weapon supported by the full might of the United States. And it was simply resolved? Lin Fan ignored her astonishment, closing his eyes in contentment as he perused his system panel. Current points balance, 511,550. 300,000 points, delightful. Lin Fan's heart soared with joy. This was an unmitigated windfall. However, he soon sensed something amiss. He scrutinized the system notification once more. Ding. Detection of hosts, complete dismantling of the Divine Enlightenment Organization, eliminating a significant potential threat to Earth civilization. Congratulations, host. Reward. Points 300,000. That was all. Just those 2 lines. System. Lin Fan roared within his mind. Where were the kill rewards for Yazril? That scoundrel was at least in SSS rank. Could it be that my points have been unfairly deducted? The system remained utterly unresponsive. A chill ran through Lin Fan's heart. Something was amiss. Although the system was often unreliable, it had always been fair in matters of point allocation. The absence of a kill reward could only imply one thing. Yazril had not perished. He recalled the scene vividly. The energy bomb had descended, and that fellow had indeed conjured a golden barrier, but it shattered in an instant. How could he possibly have survived? Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Could it be spatial abilities? Yazril's most formidable power lay in the realm of space. Was it conceivable that, in the fleeting moment before the energy bomb struck with full force, he activated a life-saving spatial ability, teleporting himself or a fragment of his core away? Lin Fan felt a twinge of displeasure. Even if that individual were alive, he would surely be gravely wounded incapable of causing trouble for a considerable time. Yet, the existence of such a potential threat was undeniably unsettling. Well, if he fled, so be it. After all, the stronghold of the Divine Awakening Organization had been thoroughly dismantled by him, and he had secured a substantial 300,000 points. Even if that fellow were to recover, it would be a long time before he could re-emerge. By then, his own strength would only have grown. With this thought, Lin Fan's spirits lifted once more, and he lazily reclined on the sofa, savoring the tranquility. In the days that followed, life remained remarkably uneventful. The development of the Xianyu sect, propelled by an abundance of resources, had entered a rapid phase of progress. In stark contrast, the fortunes of other cultivation families had taken a turn for the worse. As the Xianyu sect thrived, those sects that had barely managed to maintain their legacies found themselves in an even more precarious situation. One day, within the grand hall of the Xianyu sect, King Fengzi from Qingqing Mountain and Baokai, Zen master from Jingshan Temple, made yet another audacious visit. This time, they adopted a notably humbler demeanor, their faces adorned with smiles of submission. Master Su, you are truly a prodigy. Under your leadership, the Xianyu sect has flourished magnificently. A true blessing for the Taoist community of our Dragon Nation. King Fengzi began with a flattering remark. Baokai Zen master hastily concurred. Master Su, I have observed your disciples, each possessing remarkable talent and abundant spiritual energy. Might I inquire if your sect is in need of any assistance in managing the Earth Garden? My temple has several disciples who are diligent and possess considerable insight. Su Yueshi, seated in the position of the sect leader, donned a flowing moon-white gown, her expression cool and unyielding, untouched by their flattery. She raised her chin slightly, her gaze sweeping over the two men, the invisible pressure of her peak foundation establishment sending a shiver through their hearts. I appreciate your goodwill, esteemed Taoists. Her voice rang clear yet bore an undeniable authority. At the Xianyu sect, we accept disciples solely based on their character, not their lineage. The path of heart, established on our founding day, serves as the sole criterion for entry. As for menial tasks, the Zhao family has already taken charge, so there is no need for your concern. She paused momentarily before shifting her tone. I have indeed heard that your sects have been facing some difficulties lately, with your disciples struggling to make progress in their cultivation. If you truly care, perhaps you should devote more effort to your own disciples rather than constantly eyeing the affairs of others. With a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing, blending softness with firmness, he directly exposed the true intentions of the two individuals, causing their sycophantic smiles to freeze instantaneously, their faces alternating between hues of green and white, steeped in profound embarrassment. Indeed, Master Su speaks the truth. It seems we have overthought. King Fengzi chuckled awkwardly a couple of times, hastily pulling the flustered Baokai Zen master away. Observing their hasty retreat, the disciples standing within the hall could not help but express their admiration and reverence for their esteemed leader. As evening descended upon the riverside villa, the family gathered around the dining table, enveloped in a warm and inviting atmosphere. Lin Yu animatedly recounted amusing anecdotes from her school as potential development class, while Bruce floated gracefully in midair, his golden tail swaying gently like a propeller. His stature had now grown to over 2 meters, and the resplendent golden scales shimmered under the light. Although his expression remained rather foolish, the innate majesty of a dragon was beginning to manifest. After the meal, Lin Fan reclined on the sofa, his thoughts drifting back to the points that had been unfairly deducted by Yazler, a lingering discontent gnawing at him. 20,000 points. What splendid items could that have exchanged for? Instinctively, he opened the system panel once more, gazing at the lengthy string of numbers. Current points balance, 511,550. At that moment, a notification appeared. Detected that host S points balance has surpassed 500,000. Conditions for system upgrade met. The system will undergo a mandatory upgrade in 24 hours. During this period, all functions including the mall and tasks will be temporarily disabled. Upgrade countdown, 2359. 59, Chapter 65. System upgrade. New choices arise. the system will undergo a mandatory upgrade in 24 hours. During this period, all functions, including the marketplace and quests, will be temporarily disabled. Upgrade countdown, 23:59. 59 mandatory upgrade? Lin Fan initially felt elated. A system upgrade was undoubtedly a boon. However, he soon cursed aloud. Damn it, 24 hours without access? What has to become of my over 500,000 points? Will I merely watch them gather dust? He had been contemplating how to spend this substantial fortune, exchanging it for techniques or items to arm the Xian Yu sect to the teeth, while also treating himself to a luxurious package. Now, all his plans have been dashed. Nevertheless, 24 hours, just right. A flicker of determination crossed Lin Fan's eyes. Instead of idly waiting, he would seize this time to fully tap into his potential. Ever since his combat power had reached 15,000, he had distinctly felt a slowdown in his progress. Ordinary cultivation had yielded negligible results. He made his way directly to the basement of the villa, where he had invested a significant sum to acquire a gravity training room. Boom! As soon as the door of the gravity chamber sealed shut, Lin Fan immediately set the gravity to 30 times normal. The terrifying pressure descended upon him in an instant. After moving his limbs, he found it manageable. 40 times. The pressure surged dramatically, the air thickening as if an invisible force was compressing his internal organs. Lin Fan felt his body sink slightly, a golden aura erupting from within, countering the pervasive weight. He gritted his teeth, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. 50 times. Creak. Lin Fan's knees buckled under the immense strain, the patella emitting a pained groan, nearly forcing him to the ground. This was the limit of his current endurance. At 50 times gravity, every muscle, every bone was lamenting in agony. Not enough. He roared, unleashing his 15,000 points of combat power without reservation, a formidable force creating a violently oscillating protective barrier around him. He began to move, throwing punches and kicks, each action slow and laborious. The most basic combat movements became extraordinarily arduous under 50 times gravity, draining a vast amount of stamina. Sweat emerged on his skin, only to be evaporated in a mist by the overwhelming pressure. Lin Fan's eyes burned crimson, his mind consumed by a singular thought: become stronger. Only absolute power was the ultimate safeguard. Under the extreme duress, Lin Fan screamed, expending the last vestige of his strength to unleash every ounce of energy within him. Boom! A wave of energy, far more potent than before, erupted from his center with a deafening roar. The alarm lights in the gravity chamber flashed wildly. Lin Fan gradually rose to his feet, his golden aura now more solid and resplendent than ever. He clenched his fist, feeling the surge of newfound power within him, a smile spreading across his lips. He summoned his personal panel. Host, Lin Fan, combat power, 18,000, an increase of 3,000 points in combat power. Meanwhile, in the villa's living room, Lin Yu sat on the carpet, her brow furrowed in frustration as she gazed at a comic book perched atop the highest shelf. She was still not tall enough, and even when standing on a stool, it remained just out of reach. Oh, if only I could get it, she murmured. Beside her, Bruce was excitedly nudging a rubber ball with his head. Upon hearing his young mistress's sigh, he paused, tilting his golden dragon head to look at Lin Yu, then followed her gaze to the comic. Oh, Bruce exclaimed, seemingly inquiring, is it that one? In the next moment, the massive creature soared into the air with an unexpected grace, tracing a splendid golden arc before deftly snatching the comic with his mouth. Then, like a proud golden retriever presenting a gift, he trotted over to Lin Yu, tail wagging, and dropped the slightly drooled-upon comic into her lap, lifting his head with a sense of triumph. Bruce, you're amazing, Lin Yu exclaimed joyfully, embracing his large head, paying no mind to the drool. Watching Bruce twirl and glide through the air filled her eyes with envy. If only I could fly too, she thought absent-mindedly. Suddenly, she felt a lightness in her body. A wondrous force surged from the depths of her spirit, enveloping her being. Her feet slowly lifted off the ground. 1 centimeter, 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters. When she opened her eyes, she found herself hovering half a meter above the floor. I'm flying, Lin Yu exclaimed, kicking her legs excitedly in midair. Bruce, intrigued, flitted around her, and the two, girl and dragon, engaged in a whimsical chase, akin to two children discovering a new toy. Ding! A crisp alert resonated in Lin Fan's mind. System upgrade complete. The brand new 2.0 version is at your service. Just emerging from the gravity chamber, Lin Fan felt invigorated, and upon hearing this announcement, his spirit immediately lifted. He eagerly accessed the system shop. The new interface was far more futuristic and dazzling than before. He clicked on the section he was most concerned about, Dragon Ball series, his gaze rapidly scanning the offerings until it finally fixated, his breath momentarily hitching. In a special section enveloped in golden light, several vibrant red, five-pointed stars gleamed within a spherical object. Item name, Earth Dragon Ball, 1 star. Exchange price, 100,000 points. Item name, Earth Dragon Ball, 2 star. Exchange price, 100,000 points. Item name, Earth Dragon Ball, 3 star. Exchange price, 100,000 points. Damn! Lin Fan could not suppress an expletive as his heart raced wildly. Dragon Balls. These were the mythical orbs capable of granting any wish. Just as Lin Fan reveled in overwhelming joy, an urgent red alarm suddenly blared, flashing wildly on the system interface. Warning: abnormal energy fluctuations detected in higher dimensional space. Warning: presence of void creatures detected. Task triggered. Extremely difficult emergency mission. Lin Fan's smile froze upon his face. Task name: Gaze of the Void. Task background: Yazril, the leader of the Divine Awakening Organization, was utterly destroyed by the host's energy attack. However, his formidable soul, utilizing SSS-grade spatial abilities, tore through the void at the last moment of annihilation, escaping into a realm known as the Void Dimension. There, he forged a sinister pact with the void creatures that inhabit this realm. Task objective: prepare for the impending apocalyptic battle within 1 year, regardless of the cost. Lin Fan's expression gradually darkened. He knew that those 20,000 points would not be easily taken away. Please make a choice. Option 1. Take the initiative. Utilize system privileges to locate Yazril in the Void Dimension, transporting yourself into this alternate space, and proactively eliminate the threat before his physical body is reconstituted. Task difficulty: extremely high. Warning: the environment of the Void Dimension is unknown and fraught with lethal dangers. Reward for selection: mystical treasure, celestial green bottle 1. Option 2, interstellar leap. Led human civilization in an interstellar leap to search for a new habitable planet. Reward for selection: 50 colossal interstellar immigration vessels. Completion reward: sci-fi strategic weapon, singularity bomb, one-time use, capable of creating a miniature black hole in the target area to devour everything. Option 3. Face the enemy head-on. This is a life-and-death struggle. Utilize this year to arm yourself and your forces to the utmost, crushing all invading foes. Reward for selection: Dragon Ball series, Earth Dragon Balls 3. Completion reward: potential fully developed Old Supreme Kai version, 1 S cell activation 20. Lin Fan gazed at the 3 options, his eyes flickering. The first option, taking the initiative, promised a small green bottle that seemed to be a heavenly treasure. However, infiltrating the enemy's lair in an unknown dimension carried too many uncertainties, essentially wagering his life on luck. The second option was promptly disregarded. His gaze ultimately settled on the third option. The glittering array of rewards made his breath quicken. 3 Dragon Balls. Potential development of the Old Supreme Kai version. S cells. Each one was a top-tier reward capable of catalyzing a qualitative transformation in his power. Damn it. Yazril fled. Yet he brought back such an astonishing bounty? Lin Fan felt not fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. This was not an apocalyptic crisis. It was a grand delivery from a system. I choose 3. Lin Fan decisively made his choice. In his eyes burned an unprecedented ambition and fighting spirit. Void creatures, huh? Yazril, you better wait. A year from now, I shall show you what true surprise means. Chapter 66, the ultimate battle preparation plan. The void dimension. Here lies the reverse of reality, where the laws of physics disintegrate. A chaotic energy, rich in hues of purple and black, pervades every inch of space, while bizarre crystalline structures emerge from nothingness, only to collapse in an instant. In this distorted realm dwell a host of horrific entities, void creatures, belonging to none of the known universes. They possess formidable individual strength and an instinct for devouring evolution, yet they are prisoners of this dimension. They can sense the alluring fragrances of other worlds, but are powerless to rend the barriers of dimensions with their own might. A fragment of a shattered soul, Yazler, trembles under the watchful eyes of these ravenous captives. A few hound-like void creatures, dripping corrosive saliva, slowly approach. They sense within this soul the power of spatial laws entirely different from their own, a novel delicacy to them. "Stop!" Yazler exclaims, summoning the last vestiges of his strength to unleash a roar of his spirit. "Do you wish to escape?" His roar reverberates through the void, causing the approaching creatures to pause, a flicker of confusion surfacing in their chaotic consciousness. "I can feel your desire, your insatiable greed for the realm of reality." Yazler's soul pulsates with pride and temptation. "But you cannot escape. I am your only key." Deep within the chaos, an unimaginably vast entity slowly opens its eyes, a golden rift that tears through space. It is the sovereign of this territory, a king-level void behemoth. A grand, frigid will descends, scrutinizing Yazler. "I possess SSS-level spatial abilities," Yazler proclaims, revealing his core value. "I am the sole individual capable of opening the gateway to the material world for you." He conveys an image of Earth through his thoughts, the blue planet, bustling cities, billions of vibrant lives composed of flesh and blood. "Do you see? What a bountiful realm that is." Yazler's voice drips with seduction. "Join forces with me. Reforge a body capable of harboring my power, and I shall unveil a rift to Earth for you. I require but one thing." He indelibly imprints Lin Fan's visage within the transmitted thought. "I shall personally tear him to shreds." A ripple of interest emanates from the golden rift. The kingly will assesses the feasibility of this transaction. Seizing the moment, Yazler presents his final condition. "My soul has suffered grave damage in previous battles. You must use the energy of the void to reconstruct my body and grant me time to recover. From this day forth, I require 1 year. After a year, I shall return to my peak and open a stable, immense portal sufficient for your legion to descend." This deal holds an irresistible allure for the void creatures, imprisoned for countless epochs. Agreed. The Grand will reach a decision. Under the king's command, countless void creatures spring into action. They reached into the void, tearing away the most pristine essence of nothingness, and began to encircle Yazrel's soul, forging an entirely new and powerful vessel capable of perfectly wielding spatial abilities. This monumental endeavor would last a full year. Feeling the force of this transformation, Yazrel's soul screamed in madness. "Lin Fan, wait for me. I shall rend you into pieces." At the riverside villa, in the living room, Lin Fan sat on the sofa, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Before him, the system panel displayed 3 shimmering Earth Dragon balls, quietly resting in the reward section, radiating an alluring glow. A year's time to confront Yazrel, who had brokered a deal with the entire void dimension. The odds of success in this task seemed exceedingly slim. 1 year to arm himself to the utmost. Lin Fan stroked his chin, beginning to contemplate. Should he elevate his combat power further? An 18,000 combat power felt somewhat insubstantial. Perhaps extreme training could push him to 20,000 or even higher. Then, he would also equip the disciples of the Xianyu sect. Each would receive a volume of advanced techniques, with elixirs consumed as meals and a few high-tech individual combat gear exchanged. Could he forge a sect of cultivators akin to a Spartan legion? It felt still lacking. Lin Fan shook his head. It was akin to knowing he would face a fleet of aircraft carriers in a year, yet focusing on honing a blade instead of developing missiles. The strategy was misaligned. The opponent was a void being capable of interdimensional teleportation. Who could fathom how many would come or what strange abilities they might possess? Relying solely on conventional power enhancement and sheer numbers was far too risky. He needed to devise a means to tilt the scales decidedly in his favor. His gaze fell upon the 3 Dragon Balls. Of course, the Dragon Balls. Lin Fan smacked his thigh in realization. How could he have overlooked this? They were artifacts capable of granting any wish. System, show me how many points are required to gather all 7 Dragon Balls. Earth Dragon Balls, 4-star to 7-star. Each exchange price, 100,000 points. 4 balls, totaling 400,000 points. Lin Fan glanced at his balance. 541, 550. Sufficient. Haha, more than enough. Lin Fan was so exhilarated he nearly leaped from his sofa. With over 500,000 points, exchanging for the remaining 4 Dragon Balls would leave him with over 100,000. Once I gather the Dragon Balls, I shall summon the Eternal Dragon and make my wish. The more Lin Fan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, pacing the living room with a sly smile upon his face. Eternal Dragon, oh, Eternal Dragon, please turn Yazril and those void beings into mere dung. No, that wish is too distasteful. Then, Eternal Dragon, oh, Eternal Dragon, please eliminate this apocalyptic crisis. Or, grant me a combat power of 100 million. Wouldn't that solve everything? No more arduous preparations needed. He could simply recline and await victory. Just as Lin Fan reveled in this delightful fantasy, the system's cold warning echoed in his mind. Warning, the capabilities of the Earth Eternal Dragon have limitations. The wishes it can fulfill cannot exceed the realm of power of its creator, the Earth God. The erasure of causality involving cross-dimensional and super-specification energy levels, or the aspiration to elevate the host's strength far beyond the creator's limits, remains unachievable. Lin Fan's smile froze upon his face. What? Chapter 67. Where to obtain some points, he was momentarily taken aback, only to realize the gravity of the situation. It turns out that even the Earth's divine dragon lacked the necessary authority. How utterly disheartening. Lin Fan slumped back onto the sofa, his fingers raking through his hair in frustration. The simplest shortcut had been obstructed. Hence, he was left with no choice but to confront the challenge head-on. Yet, how could he proceed? Lin Fan's expression grew increasingly solemn. Conventional enhancement strategies had been dismissed by him. A groundbreaking, disruptive idea was essential. He gazed out the window, where the city shimmered with lights, its vibrant reflections dancing upon the river's surface. This was his home, a place filled with his grandmother, his sister, and that woman who, despite her sharp tongue, had a heart as soft as marshmallow. He would not permit anyone to jeopardize this sanctuary. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through his chaotic musings. Home advantage, he murmured. What if I transform the entire battleground into my domain? His breath quickened, and his eyes sparkled with intensity. Why should I foolishly wait for the enemy to come knocking, only to engage them in a futile struggle at a single point? Why not upend the table and alter the rules of the battlefield entirely? An audacious, grandiose, and even whimsical plan began to crystallize in his mind. System, Lin Fan called out to the air. Initiate a search for any items or plans that could elevate the spiritual energy concentration of a dragon nation to levels reminiscent of the ancient cultivation era. Searching. Plan generated. Plan 1. Exchange core of the celestial abode, 960. This could transform an expanse of 960 million square kilometers within Dragon Nation into a premier celestial abode. Estimated points required, 192,000,000. Plan 2. Exchange seed of the spirit gathering divine tree, world class, 1. When planted in the heart of Dragon Nation, it could elevate global spiritual energy to its zenith within 10 years, concentrating it in the Dragon Nation, rivaling ancient levels after a century. Estimated points required, 9,500,000. Plan 3. Utilize Earth's Dragon Ball to make a wish. A request can be made to the Divine Dragon. Please restore the spiritual energy of the Dragon Nation to its most prosperous era. This wish falls well within the dragon's capabilities. Upon reading the third proposal, Lin Fan's eyes ignited with an astonishing brilliance. So this is the true application of the Dragon Ball. He trembled with excitement. This wish does not involve interfering with enemies or enhancing himself. It merely seeks to transform the environment. It is entirely within the realm of the Earth's divine dragon. Once the spiritual energy of the Dragon Nation is revived to that of the ancient era, what would that signify? Everyone would be able to cultivate, talents would abound, and masters would be as numerous as the stars. The cultivation speed of all would soar. At that point, it would not be just he or the Xianyu sect fighting. It would be an entire nation, over 1 billion people, preparing for this monumental war. Yet, this was not enough. The madness in Lin Fan's eyes intensified. Merely having spiritual energy was insufficient. System. Filter out the most elite protective formations. To envelop the entire Dragon Kingdom, incorporating spatial confinement, energy shielding, automatic enemy detection, and counterattack capabilities. I desire the utmost configuration. Retrieval of suitable formations. 9 heavens and 10 earths locking divine extermination formation. Formation description. A simplified version derived from high-tier fantasy world protective formations. It can envelop a realm, isolating the interior from the exterior and sealing off the void. Without permission from the formation, no being can enter or exit. When the formation's energy is ample, it can automatically eliminate intruders and suppress those of greater strength. Redemption price, 300,000 points. Perfect. Lin Fan gazed at this proposal, trembling with excitement. The first step, expend 400,000 points to redeem the remaining 4 Dragon Balls. The second step, summon the Divine Dragon and wish for the revival of the spiritual energy of the Dragon Kingdom. The third step, once the spiritual energy is revived, spend an additional 300,000 points to redeem the 9 heavens and 10 earths locking divine extermination formation, establishing an invincible shield that encompasses the entire Dragon Kingdom. In this manner, the entire Dragon Kingdom would transform into a secluded sanctuary, bursting with abundant spiritual energy. Within a year, outsiders would be unable to enter, while those within could develop in peace. As for other nations, who cares? When the void creatures descend and discover that the only formidable entity in the world is the Dragon Kingdom, what might ensue? A smile crept across Lin Fan's lips. He could already envision a year later, when Azrael and the Void Army storm the Earth, ready to wreak havoc, only to find that the entire Dragon Kingdom is safeguarded by a colossal energy shield, impervious to their attempts. Inside the shield, countless cultivators will be poised for action, perhaps even enjoying sunflower seeds while watching the spectacle. The scene would undoubtedly be magnificent. Let us proceed with this plan. Lin Fan abruptly rose, his eyes ablaze with ambition and battle fervor. This grand turtle shell scheme was the quintessential solution tailored for the current predicament. The total expenditure would amount to 700,000 points. However, he was still short by several tens of thousands of points. The exhilaration on Lin Fan's face swiftly diminished as he sank back into the sofa, his brow furrowing tightly. Where could he possibly source the shortfall of tens of thousands of points? He found himself engulfed in deep distress. He had already depleted the formidable experience package from the Divine Enlightenment Organization, squeezing out every last bit. As for the system, it remained as silent as a grave. Who could ascertain when new tasks would be issued? Was he to flounder like a headless chicken, scouring the world for those hiding in dark corners? It would take an eternity to gather the necessary points. The meticulously devised, perfect plan found itself stymied at the very first step due to the lack of initial funding. Just as Lin Fan felt utterly despondent, he clung to a glimmer of hope and inquired within his mind to the system. System, aside from undertaking tasks, are there any alternative avenues to swiftly accumulate tens of thousands of points? Beep. A strong demand for points detected. The following financial and expansion options are now provided. Option 1. Points Credit Service. The host can immediately advance 200,000 points, but must repay the principal within 1 month, along with a 100 interest fee. Defaulting will result in interest compounding. Get lost. Lin Fan rejected the proposal without a moment's hesitation. What nonsense is this? An interest rate of 100%? This is more predatory than loan sharking. He had no doubt that if he chose this option, he would undoubtedly fall into the trap laid out by the system. This thought was instantly banished from his mind. Detection. Host has declined the credit proposal. Searching for alternative options. Option 2. Interstellar Expedition Mode. Interstellar Expedition? Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Option details. This mode emulates the growth patterns of certain combatant races in the universe, such as the Psiots. The host can exchange for interstellar vessels and venture into the depths of the cosmos to seek out malevolent civilizations that are invading others for conquest. Advantages of this option. 1. The host can rapidly enhance their combat prowess and realm through intense practical battles. 2. Points will be awarded based on the combat power of the enemies. The system's explanation resonated in Lin Fan's mind like a thunderclap. His thoughts were instantly illuminated. Why should I confine my vision to Earth? The resources on Earth are limited, and the monsters I could defeat have mostly been vanquished. But if I look at the entire universe, what a vast map it would be. Just like Vegeta and Nappa, embarking on a spaceship to conquer other planets. However, my objective is to eradicate those already malevolent forces. This is simply a win-win situation. I can grow stronger through combat while also earning points. Lin Fan's breath quickened once more, and the shadows in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a flame of ambition. System. How many points are required to exchange for an interstellar spaceship? Retrieving the most suitable vessel for the host's current stage. Basic curvature exploration ship, X1. Equipped with a simple life support system, energy shield, and basic weaponry. Price, 50,000 points. Friendly reminder. Purchasing the ship now includes coordinates to 3 planets confirmed to harbor malevolent indigenous civilizations. Lin Fan gazed at his remaining points. A manic grin spreading across his face. Sufficient. Completely sufficient. Chapter 68. The eve of the expedition, Lin Fan reclined on the sofa, the fervor in his eyes gradually settling into a profound calm. He recounted, in meticulous detail, the grand and audacious plan he had conceived in his mind, the so-called turtle shell strategy, and the imminent apocalypse to Tsuyoshi, who sat beside him. The living room fell into a prolonged silence, broken only by the sound of Bruce circling in the yard, emitting soft, rhythmic grumbles. Tsuyoshi's stunning visage bore little expression, yet her typically cool phoenix eyes were now fixed intently on Lin Fan, brimming with unfathomable emotions. After an extended pause, she finally spoke. So, you intend to venture into the cosmos alone? I have no choice. Remaining on Earth, my strength is unlikely to see significant advancement. Lin Fan shrugged, attempting to alleviate the weighty atmosphere with a casual tone. Moreover, our turtle shell plan requires certain materials to establish the protective formation, which cannot be found on this planet. I must seek a place to hone my skills. Otherwise, how can I confront the forthcoming crisis? Tsuyoshi gazed at him steadfastly. It is far too perilous. Perilous? Lin Fan flashed a grin, revealing a row of white teeth. When have you seen me falter? He leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing as he looked into Tsuyoshi's eyes, infused with an unprecedented seriousness. Before my return, the Dragon Kingdom will rely on you. At the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, with the unemployed divine body, there was no one on this planet who could match her prowess, save for him. He paused momentarily before adding, furthermore, spiritual energy is about to resurge. Your unemployed divine body is an unparalleled foundation, combined with the 2 supreme techniques. Once nourished by abundant spiritual energy, your strength will advance by leaps and bounds. His words acted as a potent tonic, easing the tension in Tsuyoshi's body. As the leader of the Shinyu sect, she stood at the zenith of this world's power. Lin Fan's faith and entrustment swiftly anchored her amidst her apprehensions about the unknown, allowing her to reclaim her sense of purpose and responsibility. Her gaze regained its determination and sharpness. I understand. You can rest assured. That's more like it. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, then took out his phone and dialed a number directly. A steady voice answered on the other end. Lin Fan? Old Zhong, listen to me. Lin Fan's tone brooked no contradiction. He succinctly laid bare the news of the impending invasion of Earth by void creatures in a year, along with the fact that Azrael was the harbinger. A heavy silence descended on the other end of the line. Is your information reliable? Zhong Tianjing's voice turned gravely serious. What I speak is the only truth, Lin Fan continued. I can only safeguard the Dragon Kingdom. Thus I require the Dragon Shield Bureau, or rather, the entire Dragon Kingdom, to assist me in a critical undertaking. Mobilize all your resources to notify every citizen of the Dragon Kingdom abroad that they must return home within a limited time frame. Zhong Tianjing's pupils constricted sharply, but the initial shock was swiftly replaced by a calm resolve. His mind operated like a computer, instantly calculating. The evacuation of millions of citizens from abroad would not only incite global economic and political panic, but would also unleash an unprecedented diplomatic tsunami. Lin Fan added, "Before the arrival of the void beings, I will seal off the borders of the Dragon Kingdom with a grand formation. Those who refuse to return shall be left to their own devices, welcoming the apocalypse alongside their free world." Zhong Tianjing found a profound tranquility. He realized that this was no longer a matter of weighing pros and cons, but rather an imperative survival principle. Panic and storms paled in significance before the word apocalypse. He raised his head, his gaze imbued with the resolve and responsibility of a national guardian. "I understand now." Zhong Tianjing's voice was as steady as a mountain. "Lin Fan, we will immediately initiate the highest contingency plan for the evacuation. You need not be distracted. We will bear the brunt of this global panic and diplomatic strife." He looked at Lin Fan, offering a commitment at the national level. Lin Fan hung up the phone, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He turned to Su Yueshi and explained, "As for the other cultivation sects, there is no need for concern. Shortly, I will elevate the spiritual energy concentration of the entire Dragon Kingdom to an astonishing degree. However, the Xinhua sect, with my spirit-gathering formation, will possess a concentration many times greater than any other place." With that, Lin Fan rose to his feet. "System, exchange for 4 Earth Dragon Balls. Ding. 400. 000 points have been consumed. Remaining points, 144, 550. As soon as he spoke, 4 orange-yellow orbs materialized before him, complementing the 3 he already possessed. He stepped onto the lawn outside the villa, arranging the 7 Dragon Balls in a neat formation. "Come fort, divine dragon. Grant my wish." In an instant, the sky over Jiang City darkened as if night had arrived prematurely. The 7 Dragon Balls erupted with an unparalleled brilliance of golden light, and a colossal golden beam shot into the heavens. Amidst the dark clouds, a majestic eastern dragon spiraled forth, its enormous head lowered. Golden vertical pupils resembling twin suns gazing down upon the insignificant Lin Fan below. "Speak your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one." The voice of the dragon rumbled like thunder, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Lin Fan tilted his head back, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and shouted, "Divine Dragon, please restore the spiritual energy of the Dragon Kingdom to the zenith of the ancient era." A flicker of surprise crossed the dragon's vast golden pupils, seemingly astonished that this diminutive human would make such a grand wish. "This wish is quite simple." As it spoke, it opened its enormous mouth, exhaling a condensed golden orb of light. The orb soared into the sky, exploding above the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, transforming into countless invisible golden rays that blanketed this expansive land of 6 million square kilometers. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had come to life. From the towering peaks of Kunlun to the shores of the East Sea, from the snowy realms of the north to the island reefs of the south, a magnificent and unparalleled aura of spiritual energy surged forth, awakening like a colossal beast that had slumbered for eons. Mountains trembled, vegetation flourished wildly, withered trees blossomed anew, and rivers surged with vigor. Countless ordinary individuals felt an extraordinary lightness, as if they had cast off burdens of 1,000 pounds, their minds clear and their energies revitalized. For the cultivators, it was as though they had been immersed in a divine spring of spiritual essence, their cultivation bottlenecks loosening, and the true energy within them circulating and amplifying at an unprecedented pace. In that moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom seemed to be severed from the realm of reality, transformed into a true mythical paradise. As this unfolded, the silhouette of the divine dragon gradually faded. The sky returned to clarity, and the 7 dragon balls morphed into resilient stones, scattering across the globe. Lin Fan savored the rich, almost tangible spiritual energy suffusing the air, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The first step was complete. He returned to the living room and resumed his operations in the system marketplace. Exchange for basic curvature exploration spaceship, consuming 50,000 points. Exchange for Dragon Ball-related skill, Chi Yuan / consuming 30,000 points. Remaining points, 64,550. Having accomplished all this, Lin Fan finally exhaled in relief. The preparations were in place. All that remained was to await departure. As night deepened, moonlight cascaded like water through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the room. Lin Fan stood before the window, gazing at the 3 pulsating coordinates of the planets on the system interface. These would be the first stops of his expedition. A faint sound of a door creaking open and nearly imperceptible footsteps reached his ears from behind. Lin Fan did not turn. He knew who it was. A familiar fragrance, reminiscent of orchids, approached him, accompanied by a hint of the moisture from a recent bath. Tsuyueshi gently embraced him from behind. Her body felt soft, and through the thin fabric, Lin Fan could distinctly sense her remarkable curves and warm body heat. Neither spoke. They simply held each other in silence, attuning to the rhythm of their heartbeats. After a long while, Lin Fan turned to meet her gaze, which shone brightly under the moonlight. This evening, Tsuyueshi seemed different. She had shed her usual casual t-shirt and shorts, donning instead a black silk camisole nightgown. The smooth silk clung to her exquisite figure, accentuating her generous bosom, slender waist, and pert hips to perfection. Her long, fair legs peeked enticingly from beneath the hem of the gown, exuding an irresistible allure. His gaze drifted downwards, resting upon her bare, delicate feet, flawless and dainty, perfectly proportioned. The arch of her foot was gracefully curved, her instep pale to the point of translucence, glistening with a gentle sheen in the light. 10 rounded toes were neatly aligned like pearls, slightly curled in nervousness, adorned with soft pink nail polish, exquisitely captivating. At her slender ankles, faint blue veins could be discerned, adding a touch of fragile yet authentic beauty to her perfection, evoking an instinctive sense of tenderness. Her face bore an enchanting flush, embodying a unique blend of reckless shyness and resolute determination. Lin Fan swallowed hard, feeling a parched throat. Without granting him the opportunity to speak, Tsuyueshi rose on her toes, tilted her head slightly, and sealed his lips with her warm, gentle ones, silencing all his unuttered thoughts. This kiss transcended the impulsiveness and naivete of their previous encounters. It was imbued with a silent confession and a fervent desire to leave no regrets. A thunderous rush overwhelmed Lin Fan's mind, as all rationality succumbed to the sudden warmth and passion enveloping him. He instinctively cradled the back of her head with one hand while the other wrapped around her delicate waist, lifting her effortlessly. Gast, her legs instinctively encircling his waist, drawing their bodies closer together until scarcely a sliver of space remained. Lin Fan carried her step by step towards the grand bed in the bedroom, their silhouettes gracefully intertwined beneath the moonlight, elongated and ethereal. He gently laid her upon the soft bed and leaned down to gaze at her. Under the moon's glow, her cheeks were a deep crimson, her eyes shimmering like a flower quietly blossoming in the night, breathtakingly beautiful. Tsuyueshi nervously bit her lower lip, yearning to articulate her thoughts, but unsure of how to begin. Lin Fan remained silent, lowering his head to respond to all her anxieties and hopes through his actions. Outside the window, the moonlight was at its most resplendent. This night was destined to be one of wakefulness. Chapter 69. My cow can speak as the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Fan awoke, enveloped in a profound sense of comfort. He turned his head, noticing that Tsuyueshi was still in a deep slumber, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows upon her eyelids like tiny brushes. In her dreams, she had shed her usual air of aloofness, presenting a serene beauty reminiscent of youthful innocence. Lin Fan's gaze lingered involuntarily upon her, as memories of the previous night flashed through his mind. He cautiously prepared to rise. However, just as he was about to get up, a warm, soft hand grasped his wrist from behind. Lin Fan turned to find Su Yueshi's enchanting phoenix eyes, which had opened unbeknownst to him. In her gaze, there was no trace of shyness, only a complex and enigmatic emotion. "Would you like to sleep a bit longer?" Lin Fan's voice was tinged with the hoarseness of someone just awakened. Su Yueshi remained silent, merely shaking her head as she sat up, the silky blanket sliding down her graceful curves. She gazed at Lin Fan for a long while before softly inquiring, "When are we leaving?" Lin Fan did not conceal the truth, replying that they would depart shortly. Su Yueshi's eyelashes fluttered gently as she nodded, uttering a single word, "All right." There were no further questions, no attempts to dissuade him, nor any childish pleas to remain. As the two stepped out of the room, they were struck by the profound transformation of the world around them. Outside the villa, the garden was imbued with an almost ethereal aura, the dense spiritual energy coalescing into a morning mist that invigorated the senses with every breath taken. Bruce was excitedly flitting about outside the yard, its golden scales shimmering brilliantly in the morning light, inhaling vast amounts of spiritual energy with each breath. "Brother, Sister Yueshi, you must come and see the news." Lin Yu's voice called out from the living room. Lin Fan and Su Yueshi exchanged a glance before making their way over. On the enormous screen in the living room, urgent news was scrolling across, showcasing various phenomena occurring throughout the Dragon Kingdom. "Dear viewers, we are currently atop Mount Tai, where we have just captured the extraordinary spectacle of purple chi rising from the east. The entire mountain is enveloped in a gentle lavender glow." The scene shifted to a reporter standing in front of the monkey enclosure at the zoo, his expression one of utter astonishment. Just 5 minutes ago, an elderly monkey suddenly stood upright, perfectly mimicking the movements of an elderly man practicing Tai Chi nearby, executing each posture with a grace that surpassed that of many seasoned practitioners. The zoo has since evacuated the visitors. Another segment featured a venerable Taoist priest on Qingqing Mountain, tears streaming down his weathered face as he addressed the camera. "I've been stuck at the pinnacle of Qi training for 60 long years. This morning, after a brief nap on a back mountain, I awoke and I have achieved foundation establishment. Heaven has eyes. The ancestors have manifested." The news continued to report a plethora of similar occurrences. Off the coast of the East Sea, fishermen captured footage of a colossal turtle surfacing, its size comparable to a small island, consuming the essence of the sun and moon. It seemed as though the entire Dragon Kingdom had, in a single night, transcended from the realm of modern civilization into a mythical era. Could all of this be a consequence of the divine dragon from yesterday? Lin Yu turned her head, her gaze towards Lin Fan filled with awe and admiration. Lin Fan tousled her hair, a hint of pride gracing his smile. "From today onwards, our dragon country officially embarks on the journey of the Universal Cultivation Plus version." He glanced at the message from Zhong Tian, concise yet weighty. "The evacuation plan has been activated at the highest level. Within the borders of Dragon Country, all is secure. Please act freely." Lin Fan chuckled. He then turned to Su Yueshi, his expression growing serious. "After I leave, you must take extra care of the Xinyu sect. We have the Gathering Spirit Array. The disciples' cultivation speed will be astounding." Su Yueshi nodded in acknowledgement. Moreover, Lin Fan retrieved a palm-sized, uniquely shaped metallic compass from the system space and handed it to her. "This is the sound transmission talisman, a pair of mother and child symbols. I will take the child symbol, and you keep the mother symbol. Although we cannot communicate in real time due to distance, we can exchange messages once daily to assure me that all is well at home." Having completed these arrangements, Lin Fan felt a profound sense of relief. He walked into the courtyard, his thoughts focused. System, extract the basic curvature exploration spaceship. As his words faded, the space above the villa rippled like the surface of water, and a sleek, silver-hued spaceship, adorned with smooth lines and a futuristic aesthetic, silently emerged from the void. It was modest in size, approximately 20 meters long and shuttle-shaped, its surface gleaming like a mirror. "All right, it's time for me to depart." Lin Fan inhaled deeply and turned to face his family. He first pinched Lin Yu's cheek, reminding her to behave, then ruffled Bruce's large head, cautioning it not to wreak havoc. Finally, he approached Su Yueshi. Without uttering a word, he opened his arms and embraced her tightly. Su Yueshi's body tensed momentarily before she reciprocated the embrace with fervor, burying her face in his chest and inhaling his scent greedily. Lin Fan released her, gazing deeply into her eyes. Then, with resolute determination, he turned away, his form transforming into a streak of light. The spaceship's hatch closed soundlessly. In the next moment, the space surrounding the vessel began to distort violently. "I am leaving." Lin Fan's voice resonated through the ship's sound system, infused with an uncontrollable excitement and fervor. As his words echoed, the silver spaceship abruptly contracted into a point smaller than a needle's tip before vanishing with a soft pop into the warp space. In the courtyard, Su Yueshi tilted her head upwards, staring blankly at the spot where Lin Fan had disappeared. After a long pause, she lowered her gaze and gripped the metallic compass tightly, her feelings of parting gradually fading, replaced by a sense of determination and sharp resolve. Meanwhile, in the cold and desolate depths of the universe, Lin Fan sat in the cockpit of the spaceship, his face alight with curiosity. Contrary to his expectations of a cockpit filled with numerous complex buttons and instrument panels, this one was remarkably simple. It featured only an ergonomic pilot seat, with a seamless transparent viewport ahead, offering a breathtaking view of the vast starry expanse. Initiating curvature navigation. Target 1, coordinates set. Lin Fan issued the command. Command confirmed. Curvature engine commencing 3, 2, 1. As the chilling synthetic voice faded, Lin Fan felt his body firmly pressed into the seat by a gentle force. The scenery outside transformed in an instant. The pitch-black backdrop of the cosmos seemed to be clasped by an invisible hand, forcefully folding and stretching towards the center. Countless distant stars were instantaneously elongated into dazzling, multicolored streaks of light, whizzing past the sides of the spacecraft. The entire world appeared to morph into a splendid tunnel of light, through which the ship traversed at an unfathomable speed. Goodness, it appears that technological marvels cannot be underestimated. Even for Lin Fan, accustomed to grand spectacles, an expletive slipped from his lips. He could feel that with every inch the ship advanced, it crossed unimaginable distances. This was the power of technology, starkly contrasting with the violent aesthetics of the Dragon Ball system, yet equally breathtaking. He opened the system interface, gazing at the 3 coordinates pulsating with a sinister crimson glow, a malicious smile spreading across his face. At that moment, the ship's electronic voice echoed once more. "Warning, exiting curvature navigation imminent. Arrive at the periphery of 1 coordinate star system. Target planet, Gliese 581G. Scanning analysis. Beep. Warning, civilizational conflict detected. An evil alien civilization is encroaching upon the planet, endangering the indigenous populace. Threat level assessed. Dangerous." Lin Fan's gaze sharpened instantly. Through the viewport, he beheld the ominous, dark red glowing planet in the distance, his blood beginning to boil with anticipation. Dangerous? Lin Fan scoffed. On Earth, I was always constrained. Now, facing these extraterrestrial beings at last, I can stretch my limbs. Chapter 70. The Arrival of Death, a planet shrouded in a dark crimson halo. Its atmosphere suffused with an acrid blend of rust and sulfur. The spacecraft hovered in synchronous orbit, as Lin Fan magnified the terrestrial scene to its utmost through the holographic projection of the porthole. No longer mere scattered villages, but a sprawling indigenous city-state, constructed of colossal stones and ancient trees stretched for miles. In this moment, the magnificent city-state was being consumed by unending warfare and thick smoke. Tens of thousands of creatures, resembling upright mantises, formed a verdant tide of steel, conducting a brutal planetary siege against the city-state. These beings, covered in exoskeletons with scythe-like forelimbs glimmering with a metallic sheen, were the infamous predators of this star realm, the Kara's insectoid clan. Yet, this massacre was not without resistance. Within the city-state, countless indigenous inhabitants with gray-blue skin, though individually far inferior in strength to the invaders, demonstrated extraordinary bravery, relying on ancient walls and battle formations. Organized by tribes, they erected defensive lines with their flesh and blood, and though armed with rudimentary stone spears and bone blades, they radiated a final glory fueled by their resolve to face death. Roar! Upon the city walls, the most imposing indigenous warlord, muscles rippling, bellowed as he hurled a massive stone spear, effortlessly piercing through 3 Karas and sectoids. Yet, beside him, more comrades were being torn apart, swallowed by the green tide. Lin Fan silently observed this hellish scene, donning a long-neglected combat power detector. Beep, beep, beep. Data streamed rapidly across the lens. He focused on a common Kara's soldier rampaging atop the walls. Combat power, 512. He then shifted his gaze to the indigenous warriors. Combat power, 58, a staggering disparity of nearly tenfold. This was not a battle, but a one-sided cleansing. The chasm between technology and life forms rendered this resistance tragically futile. A cold smirk slowly crept across Lin Fan's lips. On Earth, he had many reservations, but here, in this lawless land, the sole truth was power. System, initiate point record. Current points, 64550, excellent. Lin Fan's eyes ignited with fervor, akin to a wolf starved for 3 days, finally beholding a field of plump sheep. He could scarcely be bothered to pilot the spacecraft further, instead directly opening the cockpit door. With a determined stride, he plunged downward like a burning meteor, trailing a long tail of flame towards the heart of the battle-ravaged city-state below. On the ground, the commander of the Kara's vanguard, Razorclaw, reveled in the carnage. Towering above the ordinary soldiers, its exoskeleton gleamed with an ominous dark golden hue, boasting a combat power of 835. Having just severed a section of the city wall measuring dozens of meters with its scythe-like forelimbs, it prepared to savor the more desperate screams of the indigenous people. At that moment, an indescribable oppressive force descended from the heavens without warning. Razorclaw abruptly looked up, its multifaceted eyes reflecting a rapidly enlarging, fiery black. What was that? Support from the fleet's orbital cannon? No, there had been no orders received. Boom! As Lin Fan's feet made contact with the ground, a colossal crater, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, was formed. In an instant, everything within a radius of several kilometers, be it the magnificent stone edifices or the countless Carla insect warriors, was obliterated. A mushroom cloud, composed of smoke and shock waves, surged into the sky, plunging the entire battlefield into an eerie silence. The Carla insects engaged in their slaughter, and the indigenous people, resisting in despair, froze in place, their eyes vacant and filled with incomprehension as they stared at the depths of the pit. Chapter 2. Absolute domination. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a tall figure emerged from the center of the crater, clad in the most ordinary leisure wear from Earth. With black hair and dark eyes, his appearance was unremarkable. Yet, an elusive aura emanating from him instilled a shiver of dread in all present. The pupil of the sharp-clawed insect narrowed to the size of a pinprick. It cannot comprehend this being, yet it sensed fear. Squeak! Kill him. Whatever he is, eliminate him. The sharp-clawed creature snapped back to reality, unable to endure its fear. Anger surged forth, overpowering all else. It let out a piercing shriek, issuing the command to attack. The nearest hundreds of Carla insects immediately responded, brandishing their sharp, scythe-like forelimbs, resembling a green tsunami as they surged from all directions. Accompanied by the stench of blood, Lin Fan did not even cast a glance their way. He simply raised his right hand, aligning his index and middle fingers, casually pointing towards the densest cluster of insects to the left front. Vacuum wave. Whoosh! A beam of golden light, refined to perfection, shot forth from his fingertips. Faster than the speed of light. It emitted no sound, yet carved a vacuum of death through the swarm, leaving a path over a kilometer long. Within this corridor, more than 100 Carla insects, each with a battle power of 500, along with their hardened exoskeletons, were instantaneously vaporized, leaving no trace behind. Ding. Killed a villainous minion. Points 50. Ding. Killed a villainous minion. Points 50. Ding. In an instant, the points notifications cascaded like a waterfall. Oh, quantity over quality, I see. Almost as soon as his concentration wavered, Lin Fan's figure vanished from where he stood. He transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging headlong into the throngs of insect warriors. What unfolded next transcended the mere definition of battle. It was an artistic display of calamity. Where the golden lightning struck, a tempest of green flesh and blood ensued. Thousands of insect soldiers attempted to spew corrosive acid from their mouths, attempting to create a sea of acid rain. Yet, Lin Fan merely took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully. The violent gust of wind repelled the acid rain, turning it back upon them, melting them into pools of foul liquid. More insect warriors attempted to encircle him, but as they formed their perimeter, Lin Fan had already materialized at its center. His wrists clasped together, palms facing forward. Kamehameha, a blue energy sphere, akin to a miniature sun, rapidly coalesced in his palms, then was thrust forward with tremendous force. Boom! A dazzling column of blue light, in an irresistible manner, instantaneously engulfed everything at the horizon's end. Over 3,000 carabugs, along with the very ground beneath them, were utterly evaporated by this torrent of energy. The sound of rising points had transformed into an incessant buzzing. The sharp claw had completely crumbled. Escape. This was the sole thought racing through its mind. It abruptly unfurled its chitinous wings, transforming into a dark golden streak as it fled frantically towards the horizon. Run? Have you consulted me? Lin Fan did not even glance back. Instead, he extended his hand towards the direction of the fleeing sharp claw and made a vague, grasping motion. Come back to me. An invisible force instantaneously locked onto the fleeing sharp claw, yanking it down from an altitude of 10,000 meters and crashing it heavily before Lin Fan. Come, let us converse. Lin Fan crouched down, a benevolent smile adorning his face. Where is your lair? What is the name of your leader? You will not. The great Mother Queen will take vengeance for us. The sharp claw remained defiant, emitting a series of jarring, peculiar sounds composed of numerous terse syllables. Lin Fan's smile stiffened. What on earth is it saying? Only then did he realize that, despite the lengthy outcry, he had not comprehended a single word. The sound resembled not language, but rather the bizarre screeches produced by insects rubbing their abdomens together. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, his mind stirring, and an ethereal light blue screen materialized before him, visible solely to him. System Store, Technology Section, Universal Language Translator, Neural Implant 1,000 points. Would you like to expend 1,000 points to acquire the Universal Language Translator? No sooner had the question been posed than a cool wave of energy surged into Lin Fan's cochlea and cerebral cortex, causing streams of linguistic data from countless races to load and synchronize in an instant. He cast his gaze once more upon the sharp claw, and the previously meaningless screeches were now seamlessly transformed in his mind into coherent meaning. You shall not extract any information from me. The great Mother Queen will ultimately descend and utterly crush you lowly beings. Oh, so that is what it means. Lin Fan realized with clarity, his smile taking on a mischievous quality once more. Mother Queen? Sounds like quite a formidable entity. Come, elucidate further. The Mother Queen resides in the Crimson Nest to the east. We have come here to gather life essence as offerings to the Mother Queen, aiding her in achieving her final metamorphosis. Excellent. Lin Fan nodded. I have divulged this to you. Can you release me now? Lin Fan regarded it thoughtfully for a moment before shaking his head. No. With those words, he stepped down. Bang. Ding. Defeated the villainous leader. Points 200. Lin Fan clapped his hands and turned to face the survivors, who gazed at him with a reverence akin to that of deities and grinned widely. With a flick of his mind, he summoned the system panel. Current points, 224,750. Not bad. A bountiful harvest. He nodded in satisfaction, transforming into a streak of light, soaring towards the depths of the jungle, shrouded in dark, crimson miasma to the east. Mother Empress, the essence of life, the ultimate metamorphosis. Excitement sparkled in Lin Fan's eyes. It sounded like a formidable superboss. Chapter 71. Indeed, Science Adore Indulgence Lin Fan transformed into a brilliant golden streak, soaring directly towards the east. In a mere 10 minutes, a landscape starkly different emerged before his eyes. The once parched and cracked crimson earth was veiled by a peculiar, almost flesh-like membrane. Its surface was coated with a viscous liquid, rhythmically undulating and pulsating, reminiscent of the skin of a colossal organism. At its center stood a nest that defied description, resembling a massive mound of flesh grotesquely amalgamated from countless twisted shells, bones, and dark red organic matter. Numerous thick, vein-like conduits connected this grotesque mound to the earth, ceaselessly siphoning the vital energy of the entire region. The air was saturated with an intensely nauseating sweet odor, intermingled with a potent biological pheromone, potent enough to drive any weak-minded creature to madness in an instant. The Scarlet Nest, with its ghastly appearance, far surpassed the military bases of the God Awakening faction. Lin Fan hovered in the air, surveying it with keen interest. The battle power detector, illuminated with countless life signals densely clustered within the nest, numbering in the thousands. He no longer concealed his aura. An immense pressure instantly tore through the clouds, plunging straight towards the nest below. Buzz! It was as though he had disturbed a hornet's nest, and the entire scarlet nest sprang to life. Numerous openings gaped wide, unleashing a swarm of elite Karak insects, their exoskeletons gleaming a metallic black. They erupted forth with a roar, each armed with double wings and compound eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty crimson glow, all boasting combat power exceeding 1,000. Here they come. Lin Fan, undeterred, launched himself into the midst of the swarm like a cannonball. He felt no inclination to employ intricate techniques. Instead, he enveloped his body in energy, relying solely on his absolute speed and strength to charge through the mass of insects. Bang! One of the elite guards swung its scythe-like forelimb, aiming a fierce strike at Lin Fan's neck. Without turning back, Lin Fan retaliated with an elbow strike to its skull, shattering its hard cranium like a watermelon and splattering green ichor everywhere. Ding! Defeated a villainous leader. Points 200 thud. Another elite guard launched a surprise attack from behind. Its sharp stinger aimed directly at Lin Fan's heart. He evaded effortlessly, grabbing its tail and swinging it like a flail, crashing it into 7 or 8 approaching guards, breaking bones and fracturing exoskeletons. Ding! Defeated a villainous leader. Points 200. Ding! Defeated a villainous leader. Points 200. These elite guards, with combat power surpassing 1,000, would be a nightmare capable of annihilating a city in the eyes of ordinary warriors. Yet before Lin Fan, they were no different in essence from the previous insect soldiers with combat power around 500. Lin Fan weaved through the swarm with agility, his form a mere blur of afterimages. He began to find this pure physical assault inefficient. Suddenly, he ascended sharply, breaking free from the encirclement of insects. This time, the energy he gathered was not blue, but a more refined, sharper, brilliant white. A new technique, which he had scarcely employed, was about to be tested on them. Lin Fan smirked as he thrust his hands forward with great force. Yuan slash, a rapidly spinning, gossamer thin circular blade of energy surged forth. Though it lacked the cataclysmic grandeur of the Kamehameha, it bore an edge sharp enough to cleave through anything. Whoosh! The Yuan slash sliced through the impenetrable swarms of insects with an astonishing speed and an uncanny trajectory. In the next moment, every Kara insect guard touched by its path, regardless of their tough exoskeletons or their proud scythe-like limbs, was seamlessly bisected. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and only after a brief delay did their green blood erupt forth like a fountain. With a single Yuan slash, Lin Fan had carved out a vacuum zone with a radius of several hundred meters in midair. The system's notification sounds flooded the screen at a pace that was more than 10 times swifter than before. Goodness, this is the true technique for clearing enemies. Lin Fan gazed at his hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Had he known it would be this effective, he would have employed it earlier. Feeling playful, he waved his hands in succession, launching one chi yuan slash after another like flying discs toward various corners of the nest. In an instant, the air was filled with a downpour of severed limbs and green blood. Inside the nest, it seemed that the overwhelming threat of death was palpable. As all the external guards ceased their attacks and retreated in a tide back into the nest's openings, Lin Fan did not pursue. He sensed a powerful aura emanating from the depths of the mass of flesh. He took a step forward, shattering the thick, bloody exterior of the nest and charging inside. The interior of the nest was a surreal sight. The walls pulsed with living flesh, the ground was composed of resilient connective tissue, and countless eggs were suspended overhead, emitting a faint green glow. Numerous conduits coursed through the walls, transporting a viscous energy liquid. It resembled not merely a nest, but rather the interior of a colossal organism. Following the most potent aura, Lin Fan made his way unimpeded to the very center of the nest. There lay an immense cavity, akin to the heart of a giant beast. At its core was a gigantic flesh cocoon enveloped by countless blood vessels and nerve bundles. The surface of the cocoon was semi-transparent, revealing a massive silhouette within, breathing and slumbering. A grand and commanding mental wave surged forth like a tsunami, crashing into Lin Fan's mind. Lovely, inferior, creaturi. Who dares permit you to intrude upon my sanctum? The voice, devoid of gender, carried an air of detached superiority, reminiscent of a deity gazing down upon mere ants. Lin Fan rubbed his ears, and a clear number materialized on the combat power detector. Combat power, 4,000. Finally encountering the main entity. Lin Fan whistled, feeling no tension whatsoever, and curiously examined the enormous flesh cocoon. So, you must be the so-called Mother Queen? Quite an unusual appearance you have. Impudent. Do you not comprehend the greatness of the being with whom you converse? I am on the verge of completing my ultimate metamorphosis, at which point the entire star system shall prostrate itself at my feet. The spiritual turbulence of the Mother Queen was saturated with a sense of desecrated fury. The notion of a final metamorphosis? Lin Fan keenly seized upon this term, his eyes instantly alight with intrigue. He stroked his chin, commencing a thoughtful calculation. With a combat power of 4,000, while significantly superior to those of the elite guards, it still felt like a mere slap could extinguish it. But what if, upon the completion of its transformation, a fervor rooted deep within his scion bloodline began to stir within Lin Fan's heart, embodying the warrior spirit and zeal of his kind? At this moment, he finally comprehended Vegeta's sentiments and resolved to indulge in a reckoning. After all, here, he could engage in battle without reservation, turning the world upside down. This long-lost exhilaration of unfettered power ignited a fervent rush through his veins. With this thought, Lin Fan's expression softened, taking on an unexpectedly benevolent demeanor, almost infused with encouragement. He found a relatively clean piece of tissue to sit upon and waved his hand at the colossal flesh cocoon. All right, enough with the threats. My ears are growing calluses from your declarations. The Mother Queen's spiritual waves faltered, seemingly perplexed by this creature's thought process. You're not about to metamorphose? Lin Fan interjected, offering a sincere suggestion. Then I shall await the completion of your transformation. Chapter 72. Can transform? Throughout its extensive interstellar existence, it had never encountered such an absurd creature, nor had it ever heard such ludicrous requests. Anger, humiliation, confusion, an array of emotions intertwined, ultimately coalescing into a chilling, bone-deep intent to kill. You are seeking death, Lin Fan remarked with an air of utter indifference. Given the opportunity, you prove to be utterly useless. Should you fail to transform, I shall simply pierce you with a single finger, and you may not claim that I fought unfairly. His demeanor, more infuriating than any direct insult, drove the Queen Mother into a frenzy. As you wish. A grand mental roar reverberated throughout the entire lair. This sovereign shall make you witness, amidst infinite despair, how your humble flesh and blood will become the sustenance for my kin's evolution. In that moment, the enormous flesh cocoon enveloping the Queen Mother began to pulse violently. Thud, thud, thud. Each beat resonated like the heartbeat of a giant, heavy and powerful. Countless vascular conduits connected to the cocoon swelled abruptly. The entire crimson layer trembled slightly, and the energy concentration in the air surged at a visibly rapid pace. The surface of the cocoon began to reveal countless golden, mysterious patterns, as if some ancient evolutionary code was being activated. Lin Fan observed all of this with keen interest, even activating his combat power detector to monitor the rapidly increasing numbers. 4,000, 4,500, 5,200, 6,800. Now this was more like it. Lin Fan smiled broadly, a primal warrior instinct igniting within him, causing his blood to heat ever so slightly. He finally understood why Vegeta had insisted on waiting for Cell to reach his perfect form and why he had deliberately provoked Bu. The thrill of watching an opponent grow stronger until reaching a critical point where he could unleash his full potential and then crush them with his own hands was utterly intoxicating. 8,000, 9,500, 11,000. The numbers on the detector soared at an alarming rate, and the brilliance emanating from the cocoon became increasingly blinding. Finally, with a crisp crack, a fissure appeared on the surface of the cocoon. Almost immediately, the crack spread rapidly like a spider's web. Boom! A terrifying aura far surpassing what had come before erupted with a thunderous blast, sending a massive wave through the flesh and blood within the lair. Lin Fan remained firmly seated, his clothing rustling in the tempest, while excitement danced ever more fervently in his eyes. Fragments of the cocoon exploded outward, revealing its true form. No longer a bloated mass of flesh. It had transformed into a being resembling a humanoid figure. Towering over 3 meters, its body was encased in a sleek, dark golden exoskeleton, adorned with enigmatic purple patterns, radiating both power and elegance. The once cumbersome form had morphed into a tall and agile figure, with claws capable of rending through metal at the tips of its limbs. Extending from its back were 2 pairs of translucent wings reminiscent of cicada wings, vibrating at high speed, causing ripples in the very fabric of space. Most striking of all was its head. It was a countenance strikingly reminiscent of a human female, yet imbued with an otherworldly allure. Her eyes were a profound, bottomless crimson, while her forehead was adorned with a colossal, diamond-shaped violet crystal that emanated an unsettling psychic resonance. The metamorphosed queen slowly opened her eyes, her gaze fixated on Lin Fan, a look akin to that given to lifeless objects, cold, indifferent, and suffused with absolute confidence. Lin Fan raised his hand. Combat power, 12,000, 12,000, quite impressive. Lin Fan rose to his feet, dusting off the remnants of dirt from his attire and stretching his neck, producing a symphony of crisp cracks. He exhibited no pretense, fully unleashing his aura. The queen's wings, positioned behind her, suddenly flared, and in an instant, her form vanished from sight. The next moment, she materialized before Lin Fan. Her glistening, sharp claws aimed directly at his heart. The speed of this strike transcended the boundaries of sound, swift enough to leave the previous guards unable to capture even a fleeting shadow. Yet, her claws halted merely a centimeter from Lin Fan's chest, firmly grasped by his hand. A flicker of astonishment flashed in the queen's crimson eyes as she summoned her full strength, attempting to withdraw her claws, only to find his fingers as immovable as twin mountains. In the vast expanse of the colossal nest, a cataclysmic battle unfolded between man and creature. Each clash reverberated like thunder, the shockwaves tearing the surrounding flesh and tissue to shreds. Golden flames entwined with violet energy beams, casting a flickering illumination throughout the interior of the nest. The queen grew increasingly alarmed. Her speed, strength, and energy intensity were wholly suppressed before this humanoid monstrosity. Regardless of the cunning attacks she unleashed, they were effortlessly neutralized by him in a far simpler and more brutal manner. Boom! After yet another titanic collision, Lin Fan struck the queen with a powerful punch, sending her crashing down, carving a ravine over 100 meters long into the membrane-formed ground. Struggling to rise, she bore witness to fine cracks forming upon her dark golden shell, purple blood oozing from the corners of her mouth. She had been utterly defeated, her loss resounding. Even after undergoing her final transformation, she remained utterly powerless against this man. Discontent, rage, and fear. Ultimately, all emotions converged into a singular, extreme frenzy. If this is the case, then let us merge as one. The queen emitted a final psychic howl, opening her arms wide as the violet crystal upon her forehead erupted with unprecedented brilliance. In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Her body began to slowly dissolve into the membrane beneath her feet. Countless thick veins extended from the surrounding walls, entwining her form like serpents, thoroughly connecting her to the entire crimson nest. Lin Fan paused midair, a brow arched, sensing an unsettling shift. The entire crimson nest, resembling a colossal biological organ, began to writhe and contract violently. On the surface of the earth, the flesh and sinew enveloping the terrain began to converge towards the central nest, as if the entire land had been imbued with life. The nest's volume diminished at a visibly rapid pace, yet the energy density within surged exponentially. The walls ceased to be mere barriers, and the ground was no longer just a foundation. Every sinewy tissue, every membrane, and every bone twisted and reconfigured, evolving towards a singular form. Lin Fan floated at the center, observing the tumultuous transformations around him, feeling the escalating aura of malevolence and chaos. His expression, rather than tense, grew increasingly exhilarated. Could there be a second transformation? Chapter 73. A stalemate. The battle power detector emitted a piercing alarm, its display numbers fluctuating wildly. Battle power, 18. 18,000. This figure mirrored the full force of his current aura perfectly. Before him stood a living, terrifying mass of flesh, a formidable opponent of equal standing. The Mother Queen had fused with the entire Crimson Nest, becoming the sovereign of the lair, and on the pure energy scale, she stood on the same level as him. Insignificant, and a grand and chaotic wave of mental energy surged forth, and this time, the pressure it contained weighed heavily upon Lin Fan. Boom! A tendril of flesh, thicker than a train, descended with a shriek that tore through the air. Lin Fan did not evade. Instead, he concentrated the golden energy in his right fist and met it head-on. He yearned to experience firsthand the strength of a foe of his caliber. Bang! The moment his fist collided with the tendril, an unimaginable force surged through his arm. Lin Fan grunted, his body propelled like a cannonball into the ground, carving a deep trench. Coughing, he rose from the pit, shaking off the numbness in his arm. The last remnants of his disdain vanished, replaced by intense focus and exhilaration. This was the battle he had longed for. The sovereign of the lair seemed pleased with its successful strike, as hundreds of tendrils extended from its massive form, resembling a blood-red forest of death, sweeping toward Lin Fan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan elevated his speed to its zenith. His golden figure darted through the tendrils, narrowly evading the deadly strikes. Each tendril harbored the power to inflict severe damage, and the gusts of wind from their passage stung his skin. Through his rapid dodging and keen observation, Lin Fan gradually discerned the crux of the issue. Although the sovereign's power was immense, its colossal size became a burden. After its consciousness issued commands, the tendrils distributed across its 100-meter frame exhibited a subtle delay in executing movements. The strength was synchronized, but the neural reflexes lagged behind. This was a flaw. Upon identifying the breakthrough point, Lin Fan's strategy shifted instantly. No longer a passive evader, he took the initiative to close the distance, exploiting the fleeting delays to maneuver through the gaps between the countless tendril assaults, like a bolt of golden lightning, charging toward the sovereign's core. The sovereign of the lair, clearly aware of its predicament, found its massive body constrained in close-quarters combat. In a fit of rage, it abandoned complex physical attacks, channeling all its energy to the enormous face at its apex. Buzz, a gaping maw opened wide, and a dark purple energy sphere, over 10 meters in diameter, rapidly coalesced within, exuding a devastating aura. A powerful energy wave locked onto Lin Fan, leaving him no means of escape. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened. Realizing the moment for a direct confrontation had arrived, he halted, his hands coming together at his waist in a blossom-like formation, as a dazzling blue energy sphere began to gather in kind. Turtle School, Kamehameha, wave. Join me in annihilation. A golden beam of light collided fiercely with a dark purple energy cannon at the heart of the lair. Thunderous roars echoed through the space. The two terrifying forces entered a brief stalemate, twisting the entirety of the lair as surrounding flesh and tissue were torn to shreds by the dispersing energy waves. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body quivering, veins bulging on his arms. He could distinctly feel the immense pressure emanating from across the void. A moment of relaxation could lead to being completely engulfed by that chaotic, malevolent energy. "Give me break," he bellowed, squeezing the last remnants of strength from within. Channeling it into the Kamehameha, the blue beam surged, expanding significantly, finally overpowering the purple energy cannon, pushing it back with unstoppable force, ultimately crashing into the enormous visage of the lair's master. A harrowing wail reverberated throughout the space. The lair master's colossal face was mangled and bloodied, its massive body writhing in agony, its means of attack completely disarrayed. Now is the moment. Seizing this rare opportunity, Lin Fan endured the overwhelming fatigue as his figure instantaneously appeared above the side of the lair master. He slowly lifted his right hand, raising it above his head. Buzz, a high-velocity, shimmering energy disk, glimmering with blinding white light, materialized at his fingertips. Chi element slash. With a swift motion of his arm, the gossamer thin energy disk sliced through the air with a sharp whistle, precisely targeting the chaotic mound of flesh below. Whoosh! The chi element slash effortlessly sliced through the lair master's waist. The frantic writhing abruptly ceased. A second later, amidst Lin Fan's heavy breaths, the lair master's enormous upper body slowly slid from its lower half, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, splattering blood in every direction. No, it's impossible. The remaining upper body, its once mighty visage now grotesque, reflected sheer terror and confusion as its chaotic consciousness rapidly dissipated. Lin Fan teleported in front of it, slowly raising his palm towards its forehead. A highly condensed energy sphere rapidly formed in his hand, exuding a dangerous glow. Boom! The lair master's final remnants, along with its consciousness, were utterly obliterated. Ding! Killed SSS-level villain, Carla, the queen of the insectoid swarm, lair master form, earning 50,000 points. Ding! Detected host dismantling the Carla insectoid expeditionary corps, completing regional extermination, earning an additional 100,000 points. Current total points, 384. 750. As the series of notifications echoed in his mind, Lin Fan exhaled deeply, the weariness of his body crashing over him like a tidal wave. He landed on the chaotic ground, his chest heaving violently, sweat pouring down his forehead. This battle was not won easily, yet his entire being was ablaze with fervor, every cell rejoicing in the exhilarating clash of this evenly matched battle to the death. An unprecedented sensation of unrestrained exhilaration surged from the depths of his heart, radiating throughout every limb and sinew. Ecstasy. Chapter 74. Battle exhilaration surged through Lin Fan as he gasped for breath. His body drenched as if he had emerged from a watery abyss, sweat mingling with the purplish blood of the insects, cascading down the contours of his muscles. He leaned on his knee, acutely aware of the waves of weakness coursing through him and the protests of his limbs, pushed to their very limits. Spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, a broad grin broke across his face. This was what fighting was truly about, engaging in a fierce struggle with an equally matched opponent, exerting every ounce of strength and finesse to the utmost. This exhilarating dance on the precipice of life and death was 1,000 times more thrilling than the monotonous challenges of the gravity chamber. Every cell in his body screamed in agony, yet his spirit soared to unprecedented heights. He accessed the system's marketplace, his gaze precisely landing on a familiar option. Celestial Being, 1,000 points, gazing at his point balance of 384,750. Lin Fan felt a sense of stark simplicity. Without a moment's hesitation, he redeemed the item. A vibrant green bean materialized in the palm of his hand. He tilted his head back, tossed it into his mouth, and chewed softly. A wave of indescribable warmth unfurled from his core, surging through his limbs like a torrent released from a dam. The muscles that had ached excruciatingly and the energy that had nearly depleted surged back with visible vigor, even surpassing their previous zenith. In the blink of an eye, all fatigue and pain vanished. Lin Fan gradually straightened his posture, gently clenched his fist. Crack! A crisp sound resonated through the air. He could distinctly feel a profound transformation within his body. The power, speed, and overall essence of his energy had undergone a remarkable leap. Eagerly, he opened his personal panel. Host, Lin Fan, Bloodline, Lower Level Scion, his cell concentration, 35, combat power, 26,000, 26,000. An astounding increase of 8,000 points from 18,000. Indeed, Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his lips curling into an uncontrollable smile. This was the true method of advancement befitting a scion, growing stronger through combat. Feeling the vibrant new power surging within him, Lin Fan felt as if a mere punch could shatter this planet. Boom! A golden aura erupted once more from his body, denser and more resplendent than before. Lin Fan transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing from sight in an instant, leaving behind a ripple of energy that scattered the viscous remains of blood and flesh across the ground. The ensuing days marked a true apocalypse for the surviving Carol insect tribe on this planet. He required neither radar nor reconnaissance. Any corner harboring the malevolent presence of the insect race could not escape his keen sense of energy. In a valley blanketed by fungal growth, hundreds of logistics insects were busily transporting life essence, overseen by a sentinel with combat power exceeding 700, brandishing its appendages and emitting sharp cries. The next moment, a golden light descended from the heavens. The screech of the overseer abruptly ceased, and in an instant, it, along with all the insects behind it, was torn to shreds by a violent gust of energy. Ding! Defeated the villainous leader, points 200. Ding! Defeated a villainous minion, points 50. Lin Fan did not even glance at the system notifications. His figure once again blurred as he darted towards the next target. Within a vast underground cavern, thousands of insectoid creatures lay dormant, forming a preparatory battalion. Lin Fan unleashed a concentrated Kamehameha, penetrating hundreds of meters of earth from the surface, eradicating the entire cavern along with all its occupants on a physical level. The numbers on his points panel began to fluctuate with terrifying speed, as he resembled the most efficient farmer, reaping points on this planet. He traversed from the eastern hemisphere to the western, from the surface to the depths below. There were no words, no mercy, only pure, cold, and overwhelming slaughter. Initially, the remaining insectoid creatures attempted sporadic resistance. But upon realizing that no attack could leave even the slightest mark on that golden figure, all that remained was an abyss of fear and despair. They began to scatter, seeking refuge in the deepest crevices and most hidden lairs. Yet this was utterly futile. In Lin Fan's current perception, they were akin to fireflies in the night, impossible to conceal. On the seventh day, Lin Fan hovered above a colossal volcano, gazing down at the ravaged planet. The last vestiges of the malevolent aura belonging to the Carla insectoid race dissipated with a casual flick of his energy. He summoned the system panel. Current total points, 8, 573, 250. 8,573,000. Even Lin Fan, upon seeing this long string of numbers, could not help but draw a sharp breath. He had struck gold. This was the true path to wealth. After toiling on Earth, establishing the division of the God Slayer, and enduring so much, he had only amassed over 500,000 points. Yet just a few days out here, his points had multiplied tenfold. He could return at any moment and comfortably recline at home, awaiting Azrael and the Void Army to arrive at his doorstep. This thought flickered through his mind, but was swiftly extinguished. Return? What a jest! He looked down at his fists, feeling the surge of power within him, stronger than ever before. This sensation was exquisite. To fight and grow stronger. This was what he yearned for most. Having come this far, Lin Fan found a perfect excuse for himself. He must explore the remaining 2 coordinates. Who knows what surprises they might hold. Having tasted success, he brimmed with anticipation for the last 2 locations. If he were to encounter 2 more experience packages akin to the Carla matriarch, wouldn't his combat prowess soar to unimaginable heights by the time he returned? At that point, whether it be Azrael or the Void King, he would vanquish them all. With this resolution, Lin Fan's spirits soared as he made his way back to the landing site of the spaceship. The small exploration vessel sat quietly upon the wasteland, starkly contrasting with the apocalyptic scenery surrounding it. Lin Fan stepped into the cockpit and adeptly initiated the spacecraft. The system responded, directing him towards the coordinates of planet number 2. Command received, plotting the curvature navigation route. Route planning complete. Estimated time, 13 days. Warning, warning. Just as Lin Fan was about to launch the spacecraft, a series of piercing red alerts began to flash frantically on the system interface. Target planet Kepler, 186F. Life signals extremely faint. Energy response approaching 0. According to database comparison, the ecological system of this planet has undergone a massive collapse, classified as a dead planet. Proceed to destination? The smile on Lin Fan's face instantly froze. A dead planet? What did that mean? He furrowed his brow. Had he arrived too late? Was the civilization there annihilated by something else? Or was it possible that a more terrifying and complete evil presence than the Zerg was lurking on that planet? Chapter 75. The Death Star and the survivors. Lin Fan stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. It was inconceivable to return without purpose. He resolved to proceed. He issued a command to the system, deeming it more prudent to witness the situation firsthand rather than speculate in vain. At worst, he would return empty-handed. But his current points were abundant. Command confirmed, course unchanged. The ship's rear emitted a ghostly blue light as it resumed a steady state of curvature navigation. Over the next 13 days, Lin Fan maintained a remarkably routine existence. He retrieved the endless transmission talisman from his storage space, infusing it with a thread of energy. The talisman glimmered faintly, and the voice of Su Yueshi, cool yet intimately familiar, resounded in his mind. This was a unilateral message. He could listen, but not respond. Lin Fan, you rogue, you seem quite at ease in your role as a carefree manager, she chided lightly, a hint of reproach woven into her tone. Since your departure, the Dragon Kingdom has undergone a complete transformation. The spiritual energy resurgence brought forth by the divine dragon's wishes has been even more vigorous than we anticipated. The concentration of spiritual energy throughout the Dragon Kingdom is now at least 100-fold of what it once was. And the situation in the caves and blessed lands is even more exaggerated. Those old monsters who have secluded themselves for centuries are emerging from their coffins one after another. Just a couple of days ago, several hidden ancestors personally visited, each possessing foundational cultivation. Upon meeting, they immediately adopted the airs of venerable elders, insisting that our Xianyue sect occupies the finest territory and should thus open our gates to share resources with all cultivators. Their words carried an undeniable hint of intimidation. At this, Lin Fan's gaze hardened. Su Yueshi's tone suddenly shifted, infused with a note of pride and exhilaration. And so, I gave 2 of them a good thrashing. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. I didn't hold back. I merely broke a few of their bones and tossed them from the mountain gate to the foot of the hill. My current strength has already reached the early stage of Golden Core. The Taiyin Liuli divine body is exceptionally powerful. I feel my internal strength surging wildly each day. Qinlan and Chen Ziyuan have also been diligent, all having reached the late stage of qi refinement. Among the 100 disciples in our sect, even the least gifted have attained mid-stage qi refinement. Our Xianyue sect is now truly the unrivaled leader in the realm. By the way, your sister Xiaoyu. It seems she has taken a flying as if it were a game. A couple of days ago, she chased after Bruce and accidentally soared into the stratosphere, nearly being mistaken for an unidentified flying object by Zhong Tianjing satellite. Bruce, that fellow, has now grown to nearly 3 or 4 meters in length and is increasingly voracious. Be cautious in all things. I await your return. The final words were whispered softly, akin to a dreamlike murmur. The glow of the talisman faded. Lin Fan sat in the pilot's seat, momentarily speechless, yet a foolish grin crept across his face. Well done. As for those so-called hidden ancestors, to him, they were merely a collection of weaklings with combat power barely exceeding 2,000. With Su Yueshi now in the early stage of Golden Core, defeating them was as simple as child's play. 13 days of travel passed in the blink of an eye. Approaching target planet Kepler, 186F, curvature navigation ending. Transitioning to conventional travel mode, Lin Fan focused his mind, directing his gaze towards the porthole. A dark red planet hung silently in the pitch-black cosmos. There were no azure oceans, no verdant lands, nor the brilliant lights of civilization. It resembled an extinguished ember, its surface cloaked in a thick layer of dust akin to rust, exuding an aura of desolation and lifelessness. The spacecraft gradually descended, traversing an atmosphere so thin it was nearly non-existent. Lin Fan's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. As far as his eyes could see, there lay only ruins. Yet, these are not ordinary remnants. They were remnants of structures, uniquely shaped, brimming with fluid lines and geometric beauty. Some resembled colossal crystalline trees that once pierced the heavens but were now shattered, countless fragments strewn across the ground. Others appeared as vast metallic webs, now torn asunder with gaping holes, severed cables dangling like lifeless vines. Scattered across the terrain were intricate mechanical creations, flickering with their last sparks of electricity, alongside peculiar materials that had melted under extreme heat and then solidified, neither metal nor stone. This was the vestige of a civilization with profoundly advanced technology. Lin Fan unleashed his aura with all his might, akin to an invisible radar wave, sweeping across the entire planet in an instant. His perception had sharpened immensely. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Still, there was an overwhelming silence, devoid of any sensation. Had he truly come in vain? Lin Fan felt a surge of irritation rising within him, ready to curse, when suddenly his senses caught a faint, peculiar energy fluctuation. It was not on the surface, but deep beneath the ground. This was neither air, nor spiritual energy, nor supernatural ability, but an exceedingly pure, stable energy that operated like a precision instrument. He had found it. A smirk tugged at Lin Fan's lips as his figure vanished from the cockpit in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in midair above a crystalline ruin thousands of kilometers away. He precisely pinpointed the source of the energy fluctuation, situated nearly 10,000 meters below his feet. Open up. Lin Fan had no desire to search for an entrance. His right fist clenched tightly. Golden flames surged forth as he simply punched downwards toward the ground. A resounding thud echoed. The solid rock and metallic debris crumbled before his force as if they were mere tofu. A bottomless, dark opening materialized beneath him. Lin Fan leapt into the abyss, plummeting rapidly. Passing through thick layers of earth, a vast underground chamber came into view. It was a futuristic, silvery room, its walls adorned with intricate energy circuits. Although most had dimmed, a few still emitted a faint glow, maintaining the basic functions of the space. At the center of the room stood a transparent stasis pod filled with a blue, viscous liquid. Within it lay a figure, quietly sleeping. Lin Fan hovered in midair, his eyes filled with wonder and scrutiny. It was a young girl, appearing no older than 18, tall and slender. She wore no clothing, revealing a body so perfect it took one's breath away. Her skin, unlike that of a human, is composed of a biomimetic surface crafted from nanoceramics, flawlessly replicating the exquisite texture of the finest mutton fat jade. Her body possesses a graceful and fluid silhouette, devoid of any imperfections, even at the joints. No seams indicative of mechanical craftsmanship are visible, rendering her a seemingly perfect work of art. A cascade of silvery hair floats gently in the liquid. Lin Fan could sense that the peculiar energy fluctuations he had previously detected emanated from her. Just as he approached the hibernation pod, the girl's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open. What kind of eyes were those? There were no pupils, no sclera. Within the entire eye socket flowed a golden hue, reminiscent of a nebula, composed of countless shimmering points of light. She beheld Lin Fan. Warning: high-energy biological entity intrusion detected. Biological classification: unable to resolve. Threat assessment: extremely dangerous. The viscous liquid of the hibernation pod began to drain rapidly, and the pod's door slid open silently. Barefoot, the girl stepped out slowly, standing before Lin Fan. Her gaze, or rather her optical sensors, were firmly fixed upon him. An unknown biological entity. A crisp, melodious voice, devoid of any emotional inflection, resonated. Your composition is carbon-based, yet your energy index surpasses the theoretical limits of all carbon-based life forms in my database. She tilted her head slightly, an action that lent her an air of approachability. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued as he scrutinized the silicon-based girl before him. Who are you? What transpired here? Lin Fan inquired directly. Chapter 76. Survival of the fittest. He could sense that the young woman harbored no animosity towards him, only vigilance and curiosity. Streams of data flickered rapidly in her golden eyes, seemingly assessing Lin Fan's potential threat. Moments later, she reached a conclusion. My name is Sally, and I am a member of the Clear civilization. As you can see, our home planet has been annihilated. Her voice remained calm. As for the reason, Sally raised her hand, her alabaster arm gracefully slicing through the air. Countless points of light coalesced around them, forming an enormous three-dimensional star map between the two. My civilization is one of silicon-based life forms, Sally began to elucidate. We have forsaken our fragile flesh and uploaded our consciousness into eternal silicon ceramic bodies. We do not pursue reproduction, nor do we seek conquest. Our sole pursuit is knowledge and truth. A brilliant planet illuminated the star map. It was Kepler, 186f, just before its destruction. Countless rays traversed within and around the planet, connecting each individual. We established a shared knowledge network, which we refer to as the core of knowledge. Every Clear individual is a part of this core. We share knowledge, share technology, and share everything. In our world, there are no lies, no wars, only an insatiable desire to explore the cosmos. Lin Fan gazed upon that flourishing vision, yet felt no stirrings within. To him, this utopian civilization appeared absurdly fragile. Without competition, without elimination, it resembled a flower in a greenhouse, beautiful, yet utterly vulnerable. About a century ago, our technology reached an impasse. We had explored all that we could reach, yet remained bewildered by the essence of the universe. Thus, we made a decision. A hint of fluctuation appeared in Sally's voice. Akin to a sigh, we sent an invitation to the entire universe. The scene shifted, revealing a signal imbued with the essence of Clear civilization's vast knowledge, emanating from their home planet and piercing the depths of the cosmos. We shared our coordinates, our form of civilization, our longing for peace, and our thirst for knowledge. We naively believed that any civilization capable of receiving and deciphering this invitation would be, like us, seekers of truth and peace. At this point, Lin Fan nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, the scene turned blood-red. A colossal, shadowy fleet, vast enough to obscure the sun, tore through space and materialized in orbit around the Clear home planet. The ships bristled with enormous cannon mouths. What responded to us were not sages, but marauders. Sally's voice turned frigid. They call themselves the Starbone Legion, a group that survives by consuming the knowledge and energy of other civilizations. Before Lin Fan unfolded the scene of war, or rather, slaughter, the battleships of the Starbone Legion unleashed an overwhelming barrage, each beam sufficient to melt continents. Yet the retaliation from the Clear civilization appeared utterly feeble. Their vessels, designed for research and exploration, were as fragile as paper before the heavily armed warships. Our individuals are resilient, yet we lack the understanding of combat. Our technology has the capacity to create stars, yet we have never contemplated its use for destruction. This is an unequivocal plunder. Countless grotesque mechanical soldiers descend from the heavens, violently annihilating the bodies of the Creel, forcibly stripping their consciousness data through a peculiar device, merging it into a colossal aerial fortress. Their objective is our knowledge core. They seek to seize everything from our civilization. Lin Fan observes this with a stoic expression. This is the law of the universe. The weak are devoured by the strong, and strength reigns supreme. The tragedy of the Creel was sealed the moment they relinquished their struggle. As their home planet faced total obliteration, my creators forcibly placed me into this deepest sanctuary, severing my connection to the knowledge core, allowing me to evade data cleansing. Sally's gaze shifted to Lin Fan. I am the last backup of Creel civilization. The three-dimensional image faded, and the room once again fell into silence. Lin Fan absorbed this vast information, pausing in contemplation before posing the question that weighed heavily on his mind. So, how formidable is this group, known as the Star Skeleton Legion? Where are they now? Are there coordinates? Sally's golden eyes flickered noticeably. She rapidly analyzed Lin Fan's recent inquiry, striving to grasp its deeper implications. According to my analysis, your initial response upon hearing the tragedy of my civilization was not one of sympathy, sorrow, or anger towards the marauders, but rather excitement and desire. Ahem. Lin Fan cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. Being confronted with his thoughts by an AI, or rather a silicon-based life form, felt rather peculiar. That cannot be said. Lin Fan adopted a righteous demeanor, asserting that he was gathering intelligence on the enemy. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. I cannot abide such tyrannical behavior that disrupts the peace of the universe. My stance towards this malevolent civilization has always been, root out the evil. Sally tilted her head, her data eyes continuing to flicker. Logic analysis indicates you are being deceitful. However, your ultimate aim appears not to conflict with my desire for vengeance. Lin Fan's face flushed, and he decided to drop the pretense. I will assist you in avenging your people if you provide me with information and coordinates regarding them. Sound fair? This is a win-win situation. Sally fell silent. Her internal processor was calculating at a terrifying speed. This carbon-based being before her was powerful, enigmatic, and driven by primal, savage desires. Yet his presence offered a glimmer of hope, however minuscule. I cannot provide precise coordinates. Sally ultimately responded. The Star Skeleton Legion erased all navigational data related to them after plundering the knowledge core. Lin Fan's brow furrowed once more. Wouldn't that render our efforts futile? Chapter 77. Bringing an AI home. Sally's voice remained serene. Based on the energy signatures of the Star Skeleton Legion and the traces left by their transitions, I can construct a probabilistic model to track their navigational trajectory. She raised her hand, and a three-dimensional star map reappeared, but this time a minuscule, flickering red dot emerged at the top of the immense sector. Yet, this endeavor demands substantial computational power and time, given our current location and the performance of your spacecraft. The success rate of an active pursuit approaches nil, Sally concluded. Damn it, a cooked duck. No, not even in the pot has flown away. He gazed at the seemingly flawless girl before him, and then glanced around the underground sanctuary. What about you? What do you intend to do next? Spend a lifetime on this dead star? My primary directive is to ensure the continuation of the KRYLL civilization spark. Sally's response was devoid of hesitation. Knowledge and technology embody the essence of our existence. I shall remain here, utilizing the sanctuary's energy to continue my slumber until it is exhausted. Lin Fan listened, his mind stirring with excitement. A spark of civilization? A complete knowledge backup of a top-tier technological civilization? Images of the system's marketplace branch, technology, which he had scarcely opened, surged into his thoughts. It showcased an array of incomprehensible names of spacecraft, mechs, and energy cannons, all priced exorbitantly, with their cost-effectiveness, in his view, falling short of that of a magical bean or a key blast. He had always adhered to the logic of the Dragon Ball system. As long as my combat power is sufficient, I can annihilate planets with a single punch. All technology is mere decorative rubbish. A bold idea began to proliferate in Lin Fan's mind. His long-standing plan was to wish for the restoration of spiritual energy with the Dragon Balls and then exchange points for a grand formation. But what if? He could equip this grand formation with technology? Come with me. Lin Fan straightened, looking at Sally with earnestness. This planet is already a hollow shell, devoid of meaning. Sally's golden eyes flickered, seemingly analyzing the logic within his words. I hail from a planet called Earth, Lin Fan continued. My homeland is soon to face a calamity. He did not conceal the truth, briefly recounting the events regarding Azrael and the Void Beasts. I am preparing for battle. I need to establish a super fortress to protect my family. He extended his hand, inviting Sally. Your knowledge and technology are vital to me and my homeland. I offer you a sanctuary for the continuation of your civilization, allowing you and the flame of your civilization to reignite. In return, you shall assist us with your knowledge. Lin Fan fixed his gaze upon her. I will help you exact revenge. The sanctuary fell into silence. Within Sally, the internal processor operated at a terrifying speed, conducting threat assessments, benefit analyses, and future projections. After a considerable duration, those golden eyes finally regained their tranquility. She stepped forward, her alabaster hand gently resting upon Lin Fan's outstretched palm. I concur. From this moment forth, the final backup of the Creole civilization, Sally, shall provide you with technological support. Lin Fan broke into a broad smile, his spirits lifted. Points may be lost, yet the position of a technological director from a premier civilization is a serendipitous delight that cannot be traded for any amount of points. He glanced at the star chart within the spaceship system. The next malevolent civilization was located in the Zeta Star system, a journey extending over 30 days. Time waits for no one. Rather than squander time on a protracted interstellar voyage, it would be wiser to first escort this precious gem back to Earth. Excellent. Let us return home. Lin Fan exclaimed, taking Sally's hand and turning to stride outward with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, in the void, a chaotic tempest of energy tore through the distorted fabric of space. At the heart of this turmoil, a shadow loomed, the sovereign of this dimension, the Void Monarch. Before it lay a flicker of a soul's flame, feeble and nearly extinguished, trembling in fear. It was the remnants of Yazril. With a condescending gaze, the Void Monarch intoned, "Before you regain your power, my vanguard must first venture forth to witness the world you have promised." The words, though seemingly reasonable, brooked no dissent. In that very moment, the will turned icy, carving a rift for them. Yazril's remnants remained silent as a glacier. He had anticipated this moment. It was an inevitable trial, a price to be paid for his allegiance. Any verbal protest would be futile, only inviting suspicion. Deep within his soul, a visage intertwined with hatred emerged. He did not respond, but rather conveyed his answer through action. The dwindling essence of his soul forcibly cleaved a dark chasm leading to the path of vengeance within the void. Yazril's soul quaked violently. "As you wish, my liege." On the other side of the rift lay the blue earth. The Void Monarch emitted a wave of satisfaction and promptly commanded its progeny, "Go. Ascertain the nature of that world." No sooner had the words left its lips than several indescribable monstrosities, formed from twisted shadows and distorted flesh, surged eagerly into the rift. The fissure began to close slowly. Yazril's soul flame flickered even weaker than before, as if it could extinguish at any moment. He had paid a grievous price. Yet, as long as he could witness that man, that world perish in despair, it would all be worth it. Chapter 78. Where is the promised freedom? Open the door. I want to go home. Deep within the cosmos, the primary curvature exploration spacecraft drifted like a speck of dust along its trajectory, with Earth as its destination. For Lin Fan, who had grown accustomed to traversing time and space in mere seconds, the journey of several days felt akin to an eternity. Bored and languid, he reclined in the captain's chair, casting a glance at Sally, who stood upright nearby, resembling a flawless work of art. Unable to resist, he jested, "Hey, Miss AI, can't you find some amusement? Perhaps sing a song, dance a little, or share a joke?" Sally's golden eyes flickered momentarily, as if engaged in a rapid logical computation. After a brief pause, she responded with her unfluctuating electronic voice, "My core programming does not encompass entertainment modules. A life solely dedicated to the pursuit of success would indeed be rather dull." Lin Fan smirked, shifting his posture. Then calculate for me. What are my odds of charming you, given my charisma? Sally's processor appeared to stall for a fraction of a second. Insufficient data to establish a model. However, from a biological perspective, there exists reproductive isolation between carbon-based and silicon-based life forms. Thus, the probability of success in procreation is zero. Lin Fan nearly choked on his own disbelief. Engaging in matters of the heart with a top-tier AI, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Yet, gazing at Sally, his heart brimmed with joy. What trivial crisis. He had scarcely given it a thought. His tortoise-shell plan, combined with the Dragon Balls and a vast accumulation of points, was more than adequate to manage the situation. To him, Yazril and those void creatures were merely issues of time and point accumulation. But Sally was different. She was the complete knowledge repository of a supreme technological civilization, a walking super database, an omnipotent technical director. Lin Fan's mind began to race with wild imaginings. He envisioned Sally assisting in designing a fully automated alchemy production line, where elixirs could be consumed like candy. He pictured her creating a virtual reality training chamber, enhancing mental training efficiency 100-fold. And, of course, he must procure the universe's most powerful computer, ensuring his gaming experience would never again suffer from lag or frame drops. This was the essence of life. With these thoughts, Lin Fan began to grin foolishly, convinced that this interstellar expedition was a tremendous success, having acquired such a precious gem. Meanwhile, as Lin Fan reveled in his fantasies of the future, chaos reigned back on Earth. In Long Country, an unprecedented global citizen recall operation had been completed. Following this, a decree sealing the nation sent shockwaves through the world. All land, sea, and air routes, as well as ports, were closed. Satellite signals were obscured by an invisible barrier, halting import and export trade. The entire Rooster territory, in both physical and informational realms, was utterly cut off from the world. Global public opinion erupted instantaneously. This is the most shocking act of dictatorship in the 21st century, a flagrant violation of human rights and freedom. Spokesperson for the White House, USA. We strongly condemn this irresponsible unilateral action that incites global panic. We demand Long Country immediately reopen its borders and restore normalcy. European Parliament. The front pages of major international media outlets are replete with scathing critiques of the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, on the internet, those compatriots who, for various reasons, perhaps seduced by the intoxicating air of freedom and democracy, have chosen to remain abroad, are the loudest in their derision. Thank heavens I did not return. Look at their disgraceful behavior. They impose restrictions without regard for humanity. The land of the free is far superior. Even the air is sweet here. It is laughable. I just received my green card, and now this chaos erupts back home? Are they afraid we, the elites, might return? Rest assured, I have no intention of going back. I wish you all joy within your confines. My boss recently granted me a raise and promised me a villa and a sports car. Why would I return to squeeze in with a bunch of impoverished souls? Are they out of their minds? Do they truly believe that the world will cease to turn without them? Such sentiments echo loudly across various social platforms overseas. They mock those who foolishly opt to return, reveling in their final moments of revelry. At the headquarters of the Dragon Shield Agency, the command center is abuzz with these unseemly remarks scrolling across a massive screen. A young intelligence analyst, his face flushed with anger, clenches his fists tightly. Director, these ungrateful traitors. We went to great lengths to bring them back. Not only do they refuse our gratitude, but they also defame us abroad. Director Zhong Tanzheng stands with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly observing the screen, his stern visage betraying no excess emotion. Let them be, he replies with a voice as steady as a mountain. When we clean up refuse, some dust will inevitably be stirred. There is no need for concern. But there is no but, Zhong states, turning slightly with a voice low, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Lin Fan has demonstrated to us that when calamity strikes, the only support we can rely on is ourselves. The nation's duty is to protect those citizens who choose to believe in it. As for those who willingly relinquish their tickets to safety, they possess the freedom to drown in whatever sea they choose. He pauses, his tone chilling. Issue the orders. From this moment forth, not a fly shall enter, nor a single message shall escape. Our task is to shut the door, wait, and prepare for battle. Understood? Meanwhile, atop the back mountain of the Xianyu sect, Qin Lan sits cross-legged, enveloped in a fierce aura. Abruptly, she opens her eyes, unleashing a sword chi that cleaves a massive boulder 100 meters away in two. She is at the nascent stage of foundation building. Yet, her expression reveals little joy. Instead, her resolve to pursue the shadow of that man only intensifies. In another scene within Lin Fan's riverside villa, the atmosphere is markedly different. In the living room, Lin Yu sits cross-legged upon a soft carpet, her eyes closed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She is harnessing her increasingly potent mental prowess to attempt to control a heavy bronze cauldron weighing several tons, which trembles under her mental influence, emitting a low hum, yet remains stubbornly grounded. Above her, a golden young dragon named Bruce frolics in midair, occasionally emitting a few silly sounds. Lin Yu grits her teeth, pushing her mental energy to its utmost limit. Rise! The copper cauldron shuddered violently, finally lifting half an inch off the ground, but in the next moment, her mental power faltered, and the cauldron threatened to crash heavily back to the earth. At that instant, the swirling Bruce in the air suddenly came to a halt. His golden eyes, once brimming with a playful spirit, transformed into a profound and majestic gaze, as if they contained the cosmos itself. An ancient, overwhelming, regal dragon aura emanated from him, quietly expanding outward. The air seemed to solidify at that moment. The cauldron, which Lin Yu had been unable to budge despite her utmost efforts, floated effortlessly into the air under the dragon's influence, slowly rotating as a faint golden halo enveloped its surface. Lin Yu's eyes widened in shock as she beheld this scene. She turned to Bruce, noticing that the commanding presence had vanished in but a second, leaving no trace. Bruce's eyes reverted to their Na'vi clarity, and upon seeing Lin Yu gaze at him, he joyfully wagged his tail and flew over, wearing an expression that seemed to implore her to praise him. Lin Yu looked at the floating cauldron above, and then at the playful Bruce below, ensnared in a deep confusion. Amidst the flourishing development within the Dragon Kingdom, where everyone was engrossed in preparation for the future, none noticed the events unfolding beyond the isolated starry sky above them. On the other side of the world, in the United States, New York Times Square, the midday sun shone brightly over the bustling streets, where passers-by thronged. Massive electronic billboards showcased the president's impassioned speech, denouncing the hegemony of the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, the sky darkened, as if someone had torn a black curtain across the heavens. The rift appeared without warning above Manhattan. What? What is that? People on the ground stopped in their tracks, their astonished gazes lifted skyward. In the next moment, 1, 2, 3, several creatures, unimaginable by any known biological concept, oozed from the fissure. Some were covered in countless gorilla-like eyes, others dripped with a viscous shadow, and some were grotesque amalgamations of flesh and metal. The instant they emerged, a chaotic, frenzied, malevolent aura swept over the city like a tsunami. A live-streaming influencer pointed his camera at the sky, his voice trembling. Oh my God! He could not finish his thought. One of the monsters, resembling a grotesquely enlarged centipede fused with arms, casually swung its appendages. Boom! That towering building, along with the influencer, was instantly severed, transforming into a cloud of rising dust. After a brief silence, the air was filled with piercing screams. Panic erupted like a plague, as people cried out, shoved one another, and fled without a care. The monstrous beings that descended from the void revealed their unabashed appetite for the terrified humans scurrying below. A gruesome feast of carnage is hereby set in motion. Chapter 79. The Avengers versus the Void Beasts. New York can no longer be deemed a city. A towering plume of black smoke intertwines with the acrid scent of charred remnants, coalescing into a nightmarish landscape. Once a symbol of humanity's pinnacle of civilization, the skyscrapers now stand as mere twisted skeletal frames of steel. The streets are littered with abandoned vehicles and the scattered belongings of those who fled in panic. Yet amidst this desolation, the battle rages on. Boom! A yellow taxi is lifted by an invisible force and hurled violently at a muscled giant. His skin an angry shade of green. Roar! The mightiest of America's physical warriors, he bellows, crossing his arms to withstand the impact. The taxi crumples against his form, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. However, before he can catch his breath, a grotesque creature, a mass of flesh adorned with countless crimson eyes, emits a piercing, psychic shriek. Aya! Hulk, clutching his head in agony, collapses to the ground. His formidable physique can withstand physical blows, yet his mind is being tainted. Distorted faces of wailing despair begin to manifest upon his green skin. Hulk, steady yourself. A man clad in a red, white, and blue uniform, wielding a distinctive, star-spangled shield, Captain America throws his shield with all his might. It arcs gracefully through the air, severing the psychic connection between the I'm monster and Hulk with precision. He stands as the embodiment of American ideals, the leader of the Avengers. Thank you. Hulk gasps, struggling to rise. High above, a man in a vibrant red high-tech suit grapples with a creature possessing centipede-like arms. His palm cannon and shoulder-mounted mini-missiles unleash a barrage, yet only manage to create inconsequential sparks against the beast's resilient armor. Damn! The armor's strength exceeds all known materials. Tony's voice echoes from within the suit. Their weakness lies in the energy core. Wanda, cover me. Captain America commands loudly. Not far off, a woman suspended in midair. Her hands ablaze with crimson energy, Scarlet Witch Wanda immediately gathers her power. With a fierce thrust of her arms, she unleashes a torrent of scarlet energy, slicing a path through the throng of monsters like a razor. Seizing the opportunity, Captain America launches himself forward like a projectile, aiming directly at the mind-corrupting eye creature. This is America's final gambit, the Avengers, a cadre of S-class, superpowered beings. They represent the last pride of this nation and the saviors in the eyes of countless around the globe. As the Dragon Kingdom seals its borders and panic ensues worldwide, they rise to the occasion. The defense of New York unfolds as a fragmented, live broadcast to the world. Countless souls remain glued to their screens, pinning their final hopes on these superheroes. Yet that hope is gradually being crushed. Captain America's charge is abruptly halted by a sudden surge of inky black slime. It was a shadowy monstrosity resembling a colossal slime, devoid of any fixed form. Any physical assault upon it would be devoured and dissolved. A mighty blow from a shield merely left a dent upon its surface, which restored itself to perfection in the blink of an eye. Captain, be cautious, Wanda warned, but it was too late. From the creature's body, dozens of tendrils surged forth, ensnaring Captain Freedom with a relentless grip. The once indomitable vibranium shield hissed as it succumbed to the corrosive touch, emitting wisps of smoke while its exterior coating rapidly peeled away, revealing a dull metal beneath. Damn it! Captain Freedom struggled fiercely, but the cold, viscous force continued to sap his strength. Meanwhile, Iron Man, caught off guard, was struck by the centipede-like creature's appendage, sent hurtling through the air like a baseball, crashing into a half-collapsed building, sparks flying from his armor. Wanda yearned to assist, but was besieged by several smaller monsters, leaving her overwhelmed. The recently revived Hulk was once again struck by the psychic assault of the eye creature. This time, he could not withstand it. A roar escaped him, no longer filled with rage, but laced with chaos and madness. He abandoned his attack on the monsters and instead turned to deliver a devastating punch toward Wanda. Hulk, what are you doing? Wanda exclaimed in horror, hastily erecting an energy barrier. The impact of the SS-class physical assault struck the barrier with tremendous force, causing it to fracture instantly. Wanda coughed up blood, sent flying back, and landed heavily amidst the debris, unconscious. The strongest shield had spiraled out of control. The mightiest sorceress lay defeated. The most valiant warrior was ensnared. The pinnacle of technology, Iron Man, had fallen. Before their screens, people worldwide wore expressions of shock, which morphed into profound despair. It was over. Even the Avengers had fallen. What hope remained? God, had you forsaken us? In the White House, the command center watched the one-sided slaughter unfold on the screen, the dignitaries' faces pale as death. The president sat slumped in his chair, muttering. Authorize the use of tactical nuclear weapons. Mr. President, that is New York, Manhattan, a general exclaimed in disbelief. We have no choice. The president replied frantically. I cannot allow these monsters to escape New York. The void creature showed no interest in the hero's struggles beneath them. They were merely feeding. This one-sided devastation continued unabated for 3 whole days. New York had irrevocably become a city of the dead, devoid of any trace of life. The Avengers, under the military's desperate cover, fled in disarray, carrying their wounded comrades with them. The world watched as they retreated like stray dogs. Global confidence shattered completely. After savoring New York as an appetizer, 2 of the monsters seemed to sense something. The amalgamation of the centipede and the arm, along with the grotesque mass covered in crimson eyes, simultaneously ceased their senseless destruction. They lifted their heads in unison, gazing towards the east. In their perception, that direction harbored a continent, radiating an irresistibly alluring and colossal vitality. Like sharks sensing the scent of blood, 2 formidable entities, boasting combat powers of 6,500 and 7,200, unhesitatingly abandoned the ruins beneath them. They soared into the sky, transforming into 2 streaks of light, traversing the Atlantic at high speed towards the land that beckoned to them. In the eastern coastal region of the Dragon Kingdom, an unprecedented iron giant wall rose along the lengthy coastline. Named the Dragon's Spine, this formidable defense was cast entirely from a special alloy. Countless electromagnetic artillery and energy weapons stood like silent sentinels, pointing towards the boundless sea. Behind this defense line lay an army poised for action. The atmosphere was tense, yet no one was in disarray, for they were not fighting alone. Commander-in-Chief, we have detected 2 ultra-high energy signatures rapidly approaching our airspace. They are expected to arrive at the Dragon's Spine defense line in 3 minutes. At the highest command center of the Dragon Shield Bureau, Zhong Tian listened calmly to the report. He did not glance at the anxious generals, but instead fixed his gaze on the figure standing at the highest point of the Dragon's Spine. Su Yueshi, clad in a flowing white robe of the Xianyue sect, danced in the brisk sea breeze. In the early stages of Foundation establishment, her combat power reached an astonishing 8,500. All cultivators were to form formations for defense, prohibited from acting without orders. Everyone's eyes were fixed upon that exquisite figure, brimming with trust. She was no longer the landlord in need of Lin Fan's protection. She was the leader of the Xianyue sect, the strongest figure in the Dragon Kingdom. In the sky, 2 dark dots were rapidly enlarging. That malevolent, nauseating aura, even from hundreds of kilometers away, was palpable. Su Yueshi's expression remained unchanged. She merely extended her right hand slowly. A sword, gleaming with an ethereal radiance as if sculpted from ice, quietly materialized in her grasp. The blade trembled slightly, emitting a clear and melodious dragon-esque roar.